Yi Chutang passed through the back garden, bringing Jun'er back to Ningchuyuan. Dinner was already prepared, filling a large table. After eating, Yi Chutang went to Liuli courtyard. By this time, the sky had darkened, and lanterns were lit along the way, swaying gently in the wind. She hadn't walked far when she heard Kong Ru's wailing. To be honest, it was a bit unsettling. As the screams grew clearer, Yi Chutang arrived at Liuli courtyard. Upon seeing her, Kong Ru immediately guessed her intentions. Fear was evident in her eyes.
What?
What are you doing? Are you here to give me the antidote? Yi Chutang looked at Kong Ru, curled up on the ground and drenched in cold sweat, and chuckled softly. Dream on. After saying that, she slapped Kong Ru's face hard. I have good news for you. Because of you, the Kong family is finished. Kong Ru, with her swollen face, glared at Yi Chutang angrily. What do you want to do? You ruined her son, and now you want to destroy the Kong family, you shameless person. Yi Chutang disliked the expression on Kong Ru's face, so she slapped her a few more times until her face was unrecognizable. She grabbed Kong Ru's dry hair, forcing her to make eye contact. Today, the assassination plan of the Kong family didn't go well, but my plan to trap you was very successful, and I caught quite a few alive. How long do you think it will take for the Jingzhou Prefecture and Dali Temple to investigate the mastermind behind the killers? Upon hearing this, Kong Ru's breath caught in her throat. There are no secrets that can't be uncovered, and no lips that can't be pried open. As long as the Jingzhou Prefecture and the Dali Temple want to investigate, they will definitely find out about the Kong family and the Prince's residence. Thinking about Zhao Qingshu's involvement in the assassination, she felt anxious but relieved as she took a deep breath. I don't understand what you're saying, you rude person. Yi Chutang saw what Kong Ru was thinking and quickly shattered her illusions with one sentence. Do you think the Prince's residence can protect the Kong family? Don't be ridiculous. The Prince's residence will cease to exist tomorrow, and the Kong family will follow closely behind.
Impossible.
The Prince is the Emperor's brother and the only one who can remain in the royal family in the capital. How could he possibly disappear? Don't believe it? Just wait and see. After saying this, Yi Chutang let go of Kong Ru's hair and stood up to leave. Kong Ru watched her walk away and shouted in despair, Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Someone, come quickly. I want to see my father. She didn't want to believe Yi Chutang's words, but her certainty made her anxious. If the Kong family faced trouble because of her, she would be unable to escape blame. Yi Chutang came to find Kong Ru to share information, forcing her to meet with the Kong family and pass on the message. This way, even if the Kong family and Zhao Qingshu didn't silence her, they would still have to deal with the aftermath. As long as they took action, it would be easy for them to be caught. Yi Chutang returned to Ningchuyuan and gave acupuncture to Jun'er, who had already finished his medicine. Since he was injured, she had to be much gentler with the needles today to avoid causing too much pain and reopening the wound. After the acupuncture, she said to Shaner, I have something to do outside. You all should rest early and don't wait for me. Yes, Mississippi Yi Chutang, dressed in dark clothing, covered her face with a black scarf, and climbed over the wall to leave the minister's residence for the Kong family. She knew someone was following her, but chose to ignore it. Her main purpose for going to the Kong family tonight was to clear out their residence right under Qi Yanzhou's nose. This way, he would believe that she and the ghost thief were not the same person. Of course, Yi Chutang had a secondary goal, to eavesdrop. The Kong family currently only knew that the person sent to Yunin Lake had been captured. They were unaware that she already knew they were the masterminds behind it. Now that the plan had failed, the Kong family would review the entire plan to see if there were any oversights. If luck was on her side, she might overhear something useful. Kong Qingyuan was the Minister of Justice, and although his residence was not as grand as the minister's, it was still quite large. The Kong family had deep roots in the capital, and the security of their residence was very strict. But this did not pose a challenge for Yi Chutang. While she wasn't completely undetected, she could easily avoid a large number of guards. Before long, she found the study. The guards in the study were the most numerous in the entire residence, making it difficult to approach. Yi Chutang spent a while hiding in the bushes outside the study. She had excellent hearing and could barely make out the conversation inside. Where did you find such a fool? He was outsmarted by a young girl. Father, Yi Chutang is not an ordinary girl. Even Prince and was defeated. Prince and has the emperor backing him. Our Kong family can only rely on ourselves. Don't worry, even if there are survivors, they won't implicate us. Though there are rules in the martial world, we must not let our guard down. Night Demon. Before Kong Qingyuan could finish, he was interrupted. Sir, young master, the third miss sent a maid with a message. She urgently wants to see you both and insists you go to the minister's residence. The third miss is Kong Ru, the illegitimate daughter of the Kong family. Kong Qingyuan sensed it was related to today's ambush on Yi Chutang. You go. Yi Chutang knew that with one less person in the study, it would be harder to hear useful information, so she left. She went to the back garden of the Kong residence and hid in a rockery. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark figure on a tall pine tree. It was someone from Qianzhou. Her hiding spot was hard for the guards to find, but the person in the tree could see the top of her head. She quickly used her earth-based ability to sense the layout of the Kong residence and found 2 secret rooms, a cellar and a wine cellar. The secret rooms were sealed with large stones, while the cellar and wine cellar were dug out of the earth. Using her ability, she transported the food from the cellar and the wine from the wine cellar to her feet and stored them in her space. As for the secret rooms, there was one in the study and one in the storeroom. Yi Chutang set her sights on the study. Only by making a commotion could the people from Qianzhou confirm that the secret room in the study had been robbed while she was right under their noses. She controlled her ability to compress the large stones with dirt. The stones quickly shattered into pieces, and the dirt flowed into the secret room. At the moment the secret room was breached, the bell connecting the study to the secret room rang. Kong Qingyuan, who was handling official business, turned pale and immediately got up to open the secret room door. Dust rushed in, blurring his vision and causing him to cough repeatedly.
Come. Cough.
Come here.
Cough.
Come here. As he called out, the guards watching the study entered and headed for the secret room. Fortunately, although there was a lot of dust, it did not block the stairs leading to the secret room. When more than 10 guards reached the secret room, they found only broken stones inside. The items had already been moved to Yi Chutang's feet by her ability and stored in her space. When Kong Qingyuan learned that the secret room was left with only rubble, he staggered and nearly fell. He shouted, "Quick, go to the storeroom." After shouting, he changed his mind. "Everyone stay here. Inform the other guards to go to the storeroom." There were important letters and rare books in the study that couldn't be stolen again. After the incident in the study, the entire Kong residence became lively. Yi Chutang immediately went to the area near the study to watch. Qianzhou's people followed her. Upon learning that the study was being robbed, he stopped watching Yi Chutang and headed straight for the storeroom. Once Yi Chutang confirmed that her watcher had left, she began to act. Kong Qingyuan thought that by guarding the study, she wouldn't be able to empty it? How naive. She retrieved a homemade fire bottle from her space, lit the cloth on the bottle, and threw it at the window. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, and the gasoline inside spilled onto the window and the floor, igniting from the burning cloth. There's an assassin. Protect the master. The water is flooding. Put out the fire. Yi Chutang threw one fire bottle and moved to another spot. Before long, the study was completely ablaze. The fire spread from the outside in. Kong Qingyuan was forced to leave the study, his face pale but with a hint of relief. Being burned is better than being robbed. But in the next moment, he saw a dark figure appear beside the bookshelf. The flames distorted the air, blurring the outline of the shadow. But he could see that wherever the shadow passed, the bookshelf and the books on it vanished. The ghost thief is in the study. Hurry and catch him. The guards looked at the blazing study and hesitated. Master, the fire is too big. The beams might collapse at any moment. We can't go in to catch him. Besides, the ghost thief isn't even human. How can they catch him? Going into the study would be suicide. Kong Qingyuan's head was pounding. Let the steward report to the authorities. The rest of you come with me to the storeroom. He couldn't believe that with everyone watching the items in the storeroom, anything could still be stolen. Seeing that the Kong family's guards had gone to the storeroom, Yi Chutang began to search other courtyards. She used a similar tactic as in the study. She splashed gasoline, set fire, and forced the people in the courtyard out to empty it. She didn't go from courtyard to courtyard in order, but randomly selected, making it hard for the Kong family to find a pattern. Soon, the entire Kong residence was ablaze, with only the front courtyard and storeroom untouched. Kong Qingyuan's fierce features were illuminated by the firelight, resembling a demon. Keep a close watch on the storeroom. If we can catch the ghost thief, I'll reward you with a fortune. Although this was unlikely, what if? Even if they couldn't catch the ghost thief, scaring him away would be good too. The Kong family had been established in the capital for over 100 years. Despite ups and downs, they had accumulated considerable wealth. Yi Chutang noticed that the Kong family cared so much about the storage room, which made her realize there must be valuable items inside. She thought it would be a shame not to empty it out, given the reputation of the ghost thief. Another day of high spending, she said, and just then, the entire storage room suddenly shook violently. As dirt fell, a hidden chamber, only half the size of the storage room, became visible. The guards inside were thrown off balance, struggling to stay upright. The guards outside stared in shock, their eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, the storage room and the hidden chamber crashed down.
Ah!
Someone screamed in fright, waking up the stunned crowd. They then saw a deep pit in the ground, the same size as the storage room. The ghost thief is definitely not human. It's terrifying. Kong Qingyuan was also startled and instinctively took a step back. The ghost thief had the power to cause great destruction, and the Kong family's wealth built over 100 years might be lost. One guard asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" Kong Qingyuan had no idea what to do. He stared at the dark pit, unsure how to fill it. Meanwhile, Yi Chutang had already slipped into the storage room. The storage room was very deep and pitch black. The guards were quite frightened, and many climbed onto the roof to call for help. Their terrified voices echoed in the small space, sounding like cries of despair. With night vision goggles, Yi Chutang moved easily among the frightened guards, collecting valuables effortlessly. Suddenly, someone noticed that a box in front of them was missing. The ghost thief is here. At this, the guards panicked. But they dared not confront the ghost thief directly, and all shrank back into the corners. Soon, the storage room was emptied. Yi Chutang found it quite amusing, and almost laughed out loud. She quickly cleared out the storage room and the hidden chamber, then used her abilities to return the storage room to its original position. When the officials arrived and saw the seemingly normal storage room, they refused to believe such a large building could vanish and reappear. After leaving the Kong family, Yi Chutang found a hidden corner and entered her space. After organizing the items she had taken from the Kong residence, she found a wooden box among the belongings of the Prince of N. Inside the box were the land deeds, property contracts, and shop agreements for all the prince's assets. Although she couldn't exchange the stack of papers for money, she could empty those shops. Since it wasn't curfew time yet, Yi Chutang went to a tea house to listen to a play. It was the usual tale of wronged wives and unfaithful men. She found it boring and focused on eating snacks. As curfew time approached, Yi Chutang stood up to leave the tea house. As she stepped outside, she encountered a group of young gentlemen coming from the nearby restaurant. "Jing Ning, don't forget about the Maishan hunt tomorrow. It's been 5 years. Your archery skills must have improved a lot. If we catch something good, will everyone get a share?" Song Jingning's cheerful voice rang out. "Don't worry, everyone will have a share." Just then, he noticed Yi Chutang at the entrance of the tea house. His eyes widened in surprise. Yi Chutang was wearing a dark gauze dress and a black silk scarf, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes full of light. The light from the tea house cast a golden glow on her gauzy outfit. She watched Song Jingning, surrounded by the young men, and recalled something Song Jian had said. He had remarked, "They look so much alike." At that time, she thought it was an exaggeration, but seeing him in person, she realized it was true. Yi Chutang quickly regained her composure and nodded slightly to Song Jingning. "I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting the talented young master, Hao Yue, while out for tea. I am Yi Chutang. It's a pleasure." In truth, she and Song Jingning were strangers and didn't need to greet each other. Yet, she felt a strong urge to know him, as if not knowing him would mean losing something important. Song Jingning snapped back to reality and performed a gentlemanly bow. "I have the honor of meeting Miss Yi. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Staring intently at her was quite improper, but he couldn't help it. He was stunned to see someone with eyes so similar to his own. Yi Chutang looked at the handsome Song Jingning and thought of a common saying, "A gentleman like no other." She joked, since young Master Hao Yue was rude, shouldn't he make amends? Her unexpected words made Song Jingning smile. "Of course. How would Miss Yi like me to make amends? Take me with you for the Maishan hunt tomorrow. If Miss Yi can ride, then let's meet at the city gate at dawn tomorrow." Yi Chutang could ride. Before the apocalypse, she often went to the stables to ride and even won awards in races. Though it was many years ago, she just needed a little practice to be fine with riding and shooting. She readily agreed, "All right, see you at the city gate tomorrow." After saying that, she walked away. Song Jingning watched her gradually fading figure, feeling an urge to follow her. It was strange. He had never felt this way about anyone before. Someone waved a hand in front of Song Jingning's eyes. Indeed, only the exceptionally talented Miss Yi can capture our young master Hao's heart. Song Jingning waved away the distracting hand in front of him, his tone serious. "So you stop joking. I just find it amazing that there is someone in this world who looks so much like me." Although he didn't understand the strange feeling he had earlier, it definitely had nothing to do with love. Wei Ziyu immediately stopped teasing and patted Song Jingning's shoulder. "There are countless people in the world. It's not surprising to find similarities." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Didn't you meet someone who looked a lot like you before? At that time, you thought he was your father's mistress and caused a scene in front of your mother, which turned out to be a misunderstanding." Tang Xiuwen scratched his head awkwardly. "That was because my father and that person came out of the tavern one after the other, which led to my misunderstanding. To be honest, I only looked somewhat like that person, maybe 3 or 4 parts. But Jingning and Miss Ye's features look like they were made from the same mold. When they stand together, they look like twins."
Suyuka mented.
"Xiuwen, you should go to the clinic tomorrow to check your eyes. They only look similar. How can they be twins?" Wei Ziyu agreed. The Yi family and the Song family have no connection, and Jingning was born in Liangzhou. He and Miss Yi only share similar features. Song Jingning felt the same and interrupted the others. "It's almost curfew. We should all head home. See you tomorrow morning." Su Yu asked, "If Miss Yi is the only girl hunting tomorrow, won't that be a bit awkward?" "Indeed. It could affect her reputation. If you have any sisters who enjoy hunting, bring them along." "All right, it's settled then." The group parted ways and headed home. When Song Jingning returned to the Song residence, Song Ziyan was waiting for him. "Jingning, your father has spoken. You are to go to the academy to teach in 3 days." "How long will I be teaching?" "Initially for a month, and during this time, you'll be introduced to some young ladies." Before Song Jingning could protest, Song Ziyan raised his hand to stop him. "First, you will meet them. If you don't find someone you like, your parents won't pressure you. This is their concession." Song Jingning knew he couldn't escape and had to agree. "Fine, let my parents make the arrangements." He then mentioned meeting Yi Chutang. "Big brother, I just ran into Miss Yi on the street, and just as you said, we have very similar features." Song Ziyan quickly asked, "What does Miss Yi think of you?" "It should be fine. I arranged to go hunting in Maishan with Xiuwen and a few others tomorrow." After hearing this, Miss Yi expressed her wish to join us. When this reached Song Jian's ears, he thought that Yi Chutang had changed her mind and was willing to connect with Song Jingning. He smiled and asked, "What about you? Do you have any feelings for Miss Yi?" Song Jingning shook his head firmly. No, Missy is great, but we are only suited to be friends. He then changed the subject, saying, Brother, Shoen said that Miss Yi and I look like twins. What do you think? Song Jian laughed. How did I not know that our parents had a daughter as well? In their family, there were 5 sons, and if their parents had a daughter, they would probably wake up laughing from the dream. Also, Miss Yi looks 7 parts like her mother, and at most 1 part like you. What are you thinking? Song Jingning felt a bit silly for jumping to conclusions based on Shoen's words. Although he was born in Liangzhou and had a personality and preferences quite different from his brothers, their parents and 4 brothers treated him very well. How could he not be their biological child? Even if he weren't, he couldn't possibly be a twin with Yi Chudang. First, the Yi family had no reason to give their eldest son to the Song family to raise. Second, since his family was trying to match him with Yi Chudang, it proved they had no connection. After realizing this, Song Jingning pushed the messy thoughts aside. He explained, Brother, I apologize for my curiosity. It was the first time I saw someone with similar features to mine. Stop being curious. You've been traveling for days. You should rest. Yes, you should also get some rest, brother. When Song Jingning returned to his room, Yi Chudang had just finished gathering supplies from the prince's store. Back at the minister's residence, she noticed that Qi Yanzhou had sent someone to keep an eye on Ning Chiyuan. This man is too cautious. It seems I need to make a bigger move tomorrow. During the hunting trip in Maishan, she planned to ruin the emperor's trapping scheme. It was a pity for her merit points. She had already used almost 10,000 points that night. Tomorrow would likely be even more. Yi Chutang reassured herself, it's okay. What you earn must be spent. Otherwise, merit points lose their value. After saying this, she went to the kitchen to heat water for a bath. As she lay in the warm water, she thought of Song Jingning's eyes. Was her original brother still alive? Isn't that how novels usually go? Tomorrow in Maishan I should find out. The next day, Yi Chutang woke up at dawn. She looked at the clothes in her wardrobe, chose a simple outfit and rolled up the sleeves and pant legs. Last night when I parted ways with Song Jingning, all the shops were closed, so I couldn't buy riding gear. Today, I can only make do with what I have. It seems that those young masters treat hunting just like leisure activities. Maishan should be a man-made hunting ground. After Yi Chutang finished washing up, she took some fruits and snacks from her space to pack and take with her. She went to the stable and told the servant caring for the horses, choose the best horse for me and saddle it up. Miss, the best horse has been taken by Chenzhong to prepare for the master's court visit. Just give me a saddle. The servant quickly found a fine saddle and handed it to Yi Chutang. After receiving it, she casually led a horse and left the minister's residence. She called out to Yi Jingchuan, who was about to get into the carriage. Dad, wait a moment, I want to change horses. Yi Jingchuan paused and turned to ask, dressed like that and holding a saddle, what do you plan to do? After handing the reins to Chenzhong, Yi Chutang casually replied, I heard that Prince Chun likes spirited women, so I'm going to Maishan to hunt and bring back some game for him. Yi Jingchuan believed her and immediately asked Chenzhong to change the horse. He smiled and said, Chewer, I believe that as long as you put your heart into it, you will win over Prince Chen. Dad, when you go to court later, you need to put some pressure on the Dali Temple and the Jingzhou Prefecture. Those thieves won't even spare the future emperor's favored consort. It's outrageous. Yi Chutang's remarks made Yi Jingchuan smile widely. Don't worry, Chewer. Those behind this are undermining the emperor's plans, and he definitely won't let it go easily. As they spoke, Chenzhong finished changing the horse and saddling it. Yi Chutang mounted the horse, looking impressive. Dad, I'm off to hunt for Prince Chen. With that, she cracked the whip and headed toward the city gate. When Yi Chutang arrived at the city gate, it was just the right time. The gate opened. As she rushed from the minister's residence, she had regained her riding skills. Song Jingning and his group had already arrived. In addition to the 4 young masters who had drunk last night, there were also 2 young ladies. Song Jingning noticed that Yi Chutang was a skilled rider and suddenly became interested in today's hunt. It's more fun when the competition is fair. He smiled at Yi Chutang as she dismounted and said, Miss Yi, you're very punctual. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Su Yu and his sister Su Nian, Wei Ziyu, Tang Xiuwen, and his sister Tang Zhirong. These people were all from scholarly families. After Yi Chutang greeted each one, she introduced herself. I am Yi Chutang. After she spoke, she felt a sense of hostility. It came from Su Nian. Su Nian liked Song Jingning. Ever since she learned that the Song family intended to arrange a marriage with the Yi family, she had been restless. Last night, when she heard from her brother that Song Jingning might be interested in Yi Chutang, her heart felt shattered. So, even though her writing skills weren't great, she came anyway. When Su Nian saw Yi Chutang looking at her, she quickly forced a faint smile. Miss Yi, your reputation in the capital is well known. It is a great honor for me to meet you. Yi Chutang noticed the source of Su Nian's hostility, but didn't mind and responded with a smile. Meeting is a blessing. We are all fortunate. Su Nian was momentarily distracted by Yi Chutang's smile, feeling her kindness and grace, and her hostility vanished instantly. Song Jingning said, "It takes half an hour to reach Maishan. Let's go." With that, he took the lead and rode out of the city gate. Once outside, he quickly mounted his horse and galloped away. Everyone followed. At dawn, the sky was slightly bright and cool. As they moved away from the royal city, mist surrounded them, forming tiny droplets on their hair. When the sun rose, it sparkled brilliantly. Su Nian was a delicate young lady from a noble family. She had only ridden in the riding arena and had never traveled such a long distance. After half the journey, she began to struggle. "Brother, I want to rest for a bit." The inside of her thighs was sore, and she couldn't continue.
All right.
Suyu caught up with the front runner, Song Jingning. "Jingning, let's find a place to rest and have some snacks before we continue." Song Jingning understood that calling Su Nian and Tang Zhirong was a reluctant decision and nodded immediately. "There's a river ahead. We can take a break there."
Okay.
The group stopped by the river and found stones to sit on. Yi Chutang took out some fruits and snacks she had prepared. "Everyone, feel free to help yourselves." These were all good items she had taken when she cleared out the royal kitchen. Since she offered, no one felt comfortable refusing, and everyone took a little. Yi Chutang noticed that Su Nian was walking awkwardly. She said to Song Jingning, "Young Master Song, after eating, it's best not to ride too bumpy. Let's go slowly afterward." Song Jingning also noticed that Su Nian's legs might be chafed. What Missy said is very true. After taking a bite of an apple, Yi Chutang went to the riverbank. The water was clear and flowed slowly, allowing them to see small fish swimming at the bottom. The morning sun reflected on the river, creating a shimmering effect that was somewhat dazzling. As Song Jingning looked at Yi Chutang, who seemed to blend perfectly with the beautiful scenery, he felt a desire to get closer. He couldn't help but step forward and asked, "Miss Yi, don't you have riding clothes? Last night was too late. I didn't have time to buy anything. Is my outfit not suitable? The trees in Maishan are dense, and the fabric can easily get caught and damaged. There are riding outfits for sale in Meizhuang. Miss Yi can buy a set." Yi Chutang smiled slightly. "Thank you for the reminder." After that, she asked, "It seems that you have a good relationship with your family, Mr. Song?" The sudden change of topic left Song Jingning confused. "Why do you say that, Miss Yi?" "I just feel a bit reflective. We are of similar age, yet our circumstances are so different. In the Yi family, I feel like an outsider. I was sent to the countryside as a child, and if I weren't of any use, my father wouldn't have brought me back." Hearing this, Song Jingning felt even more puzzled. They say family matters should not be aired in public. What does Miss Yi mean by sharing this with him? After a moment of silence, he comforted her. "Miss Yi, all past experiences are a form of training and growth. Everything you've gone through has shaped who you are today." Though this was true, the past of the original person and the current Yi Chutang had no connection. She smiled and said, "Mr. Song is right. I have learned from you." Then she got to the point. "We are the same age. Who is older?" Song Jingning found Yi Chutang's words increasingly strange. But he answered honestly, "My birthday is the 15th of the 12th month." "How coincidental. Mine is also in the 12th month but on the 3rd. Although their birthdays were different, sharing the same month was a bit of a coincidence. So Yi Chutang continued to probe. I heard that it was very cold in the capital that year, with ice everywhere, which caused my mother to fall and give birth prematurely. If it weren't for Dr. Shue's help, I wouldn't have survived. Hearing this, Song Jingning felt a bit uneasy. Surviving great hardships often brings good fortune. He finally understood why Yi Chutang mentioned this. It seemed they shared the same suspicion. So, he responded to her inquiry. I was born in Liangzhou, even further north than the capital. It snows heavily in winter, often causing disasters. After I was born, my mother named me Ning, hoping for peace in the family and the country. After hearing Song Jingning's words, Yi Chutang realized she had overthought things. Different birthdays and even different birthplaces meant he definitely wasn't the original person's brother. Mr. Song has a wonderful name. Song Jingning chuckled softly. Though the name is good, unfortunately, my mother's wish hasn't been fulfilled. The emperor is foolish, eunuchs are in power, loyal ministers die unjustly, and the people are suffering. The country is in peril. It will come true. After Yi Chutang finished speaking, she looked at a few people watching from the shadows. Young Master Song, everyone is rested. Let's set off. Okay, let's go. When they arrived at Maishan, Prince An was kneeling in the Golden Lawn Hall, taking the blame for the scheme against Yi Chutang. Prince An knelt in the center of the Golden Lawn Hall, his head touching the ground. The emperor sent the shadow guards to the Wang residence for the safety of the birthday banquet, but I, for my own selfish reasons, falsely conveyed the emperor's orders and used them against Yi Chutang. I am guilty, and asked the emperor to punish me. He actually wanted to shift the blame to his daughter. If it weren't for that foolish girl replacing Yi Chutang and falling into the water, none of this would have happened. But the shadow guards would not take orders from Princess Anping, so he had to take the blame himself. Few believed Prince An's confession. The shadow guards were not fools. How could they act solely on Prince An's word? Everyone understood that Prince An was taking the blame for the emperor. Naturally, no one dared to question it. Seeing no one questioning him, the emperor felt relieved. He was truly afraid of having to issue a self-criticism edict again. Prince An, how could you falsely convey the emperor's orders and endanger officials' families? Although it did not lead to a major disaster, it is unforgivable. You are demoted to a count, titled Yongning, fined 3 years' salary, and will not inherit. Princess Anping will have her title revoked, and the Countess of Yongning will have her decree taken back. This outcome was worse than Prince An had expected, but he did not dare to argue. I accept my punishment. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. From today, the property of the Wang residence will be reclaimed, and Count Yongning will choose another location to build his residence. You may leave now. Prince An now Count Yongning, stepped back. As he left, Yi Jingchuan stepped forward. Your Majesty, my daughter was attacked yesterday. The Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture captured many suspects but found nothing. I need an explanation. The emperor had already learned of this matter yesterday and was quite angry. His face turned dark as he said, Minister Kong, Minister Zhang, I give you 3 days to find out who is behind this. The officials from Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture quickly responded, we will obey your orders. Hearing this, Kong Qingyuan's heart sank. He had thought that with Prince An taking the blame, the case of Yunnan Lake would be dropped. But now Prince An was demoted, and the emperor demanded a thorough investigation. He did not understand why the emperor wanted to kill Yi Chutang while also forbidding others from touching her. He absolutely could not let the Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture find any clues. Otherwise, the Kong family would be finished. Thinking of this, Kong Qingyuan's mind raced, and he accused Yi Chutang. Your Majesty, I believe Yi Chutang is connected to the ghost thief. I ask your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. The emperor looked at Kong Qingyuan with confusion. Why do you say that, Minister Kong? Your Majesty. Kong Qingyuan wanted to say that as long as someone dealt with Yi Chutang, the ghost thief would surely steal from that person. But if he said that, it would be like admitting guilt. Because if they stole from the Kong residence, it could prove that Yi Chutang was surrounded at Yunnan Lake by him. So, The words got stuck in his throat. Seeing Kong Qingyuan pause after saying just one word, the emperor pressed him impatiently. Why have you stopped speaking, Minister Kong? Kong Qingyuan felt a cold sweat on his back and forced out a clumsy excuse. I just find it strange that the ghost thief saved Yi Chudang. Hearing this, Prime Minister Qingjing sneered. Are you implying that my son and Prince Chun are connected to the ghost thief? Kong Qingyuan knew the emperor wanted to deal with Prince Chun and nodded calmly. That is indeed the case. I can't help but think so. The emperor looked at Qi Yanzhou, who was attending court for the first time since the incident, with an intense gaze. Prince Chun, the ghost thief, only appeared after you returned from the southern border. Do you have anything to say? Everyone could tell the emperor suspected that the ghost thief was connected to Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou met the emperor's gaze calmly. I do not know the ghost thief and do not understand why he saved me, so I have nothing to say. No matter what the emperor suspected, without solid evidence, he could not hold him accountable. As for the connection between the ghost thief and Yi Chudang, there was no need to inform the emperor. Thinking this, he said to the emperor, Your Majesty, since Minister Kong suspects that the ghost thief is related to me, Miss Yi, and young Master Qin, he should investigate further to clear our names. The emperor had already investigated and found nothing. He thought having another person look into it wouldn't hurt, so he nodded in agreement. Prince Chun is right. To prevent anyone from using the ghost thief, saving people as an excuse, it should indeed be clarified. Your Majesty is wise. Minister Kong is the Minister of Justice and is best at investigating cases. 3 days should be enough. Just as Kong Qingyuan was about to refute, Qi Yanzhou added, Minister Kong shouldn't think that the time I give you is too short. I can't keep bearing your suspicions if you can't uncover the truth. Yi Jingchuan also didn't want Yi Chutang associated with the ghost thief. He quickly echoed, what the prince says is very true. Qingjing, having been in the officialdom for decades, quickly caught onto the implications of Qi Yanzhou's words. He hurriedly said, regardless of the truth, the longer the investigation takes, the worse it will be for the reputations of the 3 victims. It seems that Minister Kong must have evidence to accuse Prince Chun, especially with 3 days to prepare. The emperor also felt that Kong Qingyuan wouldn't mention ghost thieves without reason. He decided, Minister Kong, I want a result in 3 days. With no choice, Kong Qingyuan agreed. I will follow your orders. After he accepted the order, Qingjing spoke up. Minister Kong, what if the investigation shows that the ghost thieves have no connection to Prince Chun and his companions? Kong Qingyuan sensed the deeper meaning in his words and felt a jolt of worry. He forced a smile. If we can clear the prince and his companions of suspicion, it would be a joy for everyone. Suddenly, Qingjing knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, even if it turns out that Minister Kong's accusations are a misunderstanding, I still feel unhappy. The emperor realized that Qingjing was stirring trouble. Sure enough, Qingjing continued, Your Majesty, although my son is a bit reckless and has little influence, he should not be falsely accused, especially not Prince Chen, who is reclaiming the southern border, or Miss Yi, who has written a remedy for the plague. Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Minister Qin is right. If Minister Kong finds nothing, it would be a slander against me, which must be punished severely. Otherwise, anyone could take liberties with me. Kong Qingyuan never expected that a simple evasive remark would put him in such a difficult position. He couldn't find a way to refute and could only respond reluctantly. If my suspicions are wrong, I am willing to be demoted by 2 ranks. Being demoted wasn't a big deal. With effort, he could rise again in a few years. Qi Yanzhou shook his head. That's not enough. You must apologize publicly. Your Highness. Qi Yanzhou interrupted the visibly angry Kong Qingyuan. Minister Kong can slap my face in front of all the officials, so I will let you lose face in front of the common people. That is fair. The emperor was not interested in their back-and-forth argument and agreed to Qi Yanzhou's request. Do as Prince Chen says. Kong Qingyuan dared not say anything further and respectfully replied, I will obey. The officials thought the matter was settled and were about to leave for the morning court. However, the emperor suddenly asked Qi Yanzhou, Prince Chen, What if Minister Kong finds evidence linking you to the ghost thieves? I will leave it to your majesty to decide. Upon hearing this, a calculating look flashed in the emperor's eyes. He glanced at the beside him. They shouted sharply, "If you have matters to report, do so. If not, leave the court." Qi Yanzhou recalled receiving a secret message from Shiza last night and said, "Your Majesty, a plague has already appeared in Jiangnan." When the word plague was mentioned, all the officials panicked. "I heard the rain in Jiangnan hasn't stopped. If a plague breaks out now, it might spread." Yes, with the rain continuing, it's hard for the government to gather and manage the sick. Fortunately, the emperor foresaw this and sent food and money along with medicine. Doesn't Yi Chudang have a good method for preventing and treating the plague? We need to send it to Jiangnan quickly. The emperor listened to the officials' discussions and coldly looked at Qi Yanzhou. Prince Chun is quite capable. I haven't received any news, yet you already know. Qi Yanzhou met the emperor's displeased gaze and explained, "I learned about the flood in Jiangnan when I sent a letter to a friend. I received his reply just before the morning court, which is how I found out about the plague." He then took out a prepared note. "Your Majesty, the plague could be serious. I worry it will spread and cause more suffering for the people, so I had to speak up." To the emperor, this sounded like a reprimand for doubting loyal officials instead of prioritizing the people's safety. He suppressed his annoyance and said to the Minister of War, "Send the medicine to Jiangnan urgently and inform those delivering disaster relief funds to buy preventive and treatment medicines along the way. Make sure they get to Jiangnan quickly and notify all provinces to be on alert." After that, he looked at the commander of the military. "From now on, be extra cautious with outsiders entering and leaving the capital. If anyone shows symptoms similar to the plague, isolate them first, and then call a doctor for diagnosis." Although the disaster victims from Jiangnan wouldn't reach the capital quickly, it's always good to be prepared. After the emperor made his arrangements, he concluded the morning court. As Qi Yanzhou exited the Golden Hall, he was stopped by the emperor's close attendant, Double Happiness. "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence." Qi Yanzhou guessed the emperor wanted to discuss the plan to capture the phantom thief. Upon arriving at the Hall of Governance, it was indeed the case. "Prince Chen, the plan to capture the thief was delayed due to your injury. It should be implemented today, right? The emperor must have heard about Minister Kong's house being robbed. The phantom thief is not someone easy to catch. Do you still want to pursue him?" The emperor knew well that capturing the phantom thief would be difficult, but he was unwilling to give up without trying. "Prince Chun, go make the arrangements." The national seal was stolen. If it wasn't recovered, it would surely lead to major trouble in the future. "I obey your command." An hour later, news of tributes from the southern border reached the capital. 9 boxes of exceptional tribute were brought into the palace. The tribute was genuine, and so were the offerings. After the southern region was reclaimed, the city lord sent gifts to thank the emperor. The tribute arrived in the capital a few days ago, but the plan to capture was delayed. After releasing the bait, Qi Yanzhou also expressed doubts about the ghost thief. "I heard these tributes are rare treasures. I wonder if the ghost thief dares to steal them?" When such words spread through the royal city, Qi Yanzhou reported back to the palace. "Your Majesty, based on the ghost thief's habits, if he is interested in the tribute, he will surely come to the palace to steal." Upon hearing this, the emperor ordered the head of the palace guards to take people to check the trap. There was only one chance, and it had to be perfect. At this moment, Yi Chudang had just finished hunting and was comparing results with Song Jingning and a few others at the Maishan villa. Song Jingning and Yi Chudang were evenly matched. Neither had hunted small animals like wild rabbits. Instead, they had caught deer, wild boars, and bears. Among them were 3 live deer. The other 5 watched in amazement, especially Sun Yan, who had caught nothing and was covered in scratches. The 2 rabbits she brought back were given to her by Su Yu. "Miss Yi is amazing. She even managed to hunt a bear. That was a fierce beast. If she encountered one, she could only run away." Yi Chuding smiled and said, "I grew up in the countryside, so I have a bit of an advantage in hunting." After saying this, she tossed a small white porcelain jar to Sun Yan. This medicine is very effective for external injuries. You can try it, Miss Su. Su Nian instinctively caught the porcelain jar and felt ashamed of her earlier hostility. Thank you, Miss Yi. Su Yu looked enviously at the black bear he had never eaten before and asked Yi Chutang, Miss Yi, such a large black bear would be inconvenient to bring back to the city. Are you selling the bear meat and paws?
No.
Just as Su Yu's expression dimmed, it brightened again with Yi Chutang's next words. But you can eat it or have it as a gift. I only want 2 bear paws and 10 pounds of meat. Song Jingning didn't expect Yi Chutang to be so generous to someone she had just met. Miss Yi, bears are rare and hard to hunt. We just want to taste it. Su Yu and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, we would be satisfied just to have a taste. Yi Chutang didn't insist. All right, you can decide. After that, she asked, it's hot today, and these dead animals can't be kept for long. Should we return to the capital after lunch? Song Jingning glanced at the glaring sun and shook his head. It's too hot. Let's leave at 5:30. Su Yu then said, Miss Yi, don't worry. The villa has an ice room to store the game. If you need, they can help you prepare it as well. Hearing this, Yi Chutang felt relieved. She didn't want to rush to the royal city in the middle of the day. It would be too exhausting. After discussing what wild game to have for lunch, they handed over the leftovers to the villa. Some were stored in the ice room, and others were prepared by the villa staff. Of course, whether for cooking, storage, or preparation, a fee was required. Yi Chutang had hunted 2 deer and a bear, with the deer still alive. She kept 1 injured deer to take back to the capital for Qi Yanzhou as a report to Yi Jingchuan. The other deer was hurt in the belly and wouldn't last long. She asked the villa staff to prepare it and shared half with those who hadn't caught any deer, keeping the other half for herself. The bear meat was cleaned up since they planned to eat it for lunch. She even took out a bear paw for braising. While the villa chef was cooking, the others rested and chatted in the kitchen. Recently, it had been hot, and not many people came to hunt in Meishan, making the kitchen quite empty. Half an hour later, lunch was ready. Tang Xiuan suggested, with delicious dishes in front of us, how about a few drinks? Su Yu agreed. After a good meal and drink, we can rest and have more energy for the journey. He then recommended to Yi Chutang, Miss Yi, the villa's flower wine is exceptional. It's tasty and won't get you drunk. You should try it. Su Nian, who had tried it before, nodded repeatedly. It's really good. The floral and wine aromas complement each other, and it won't make you tipsy. Yi Chutang wasn't a fan of getting drunk, but could handle some drinks. Then I'll give it a try. The wild game at Meishan Villa was excellent, especially paired with their homemade wine, making it a unique experience. Everyone enjoyed the meal and even played drinking games. Song Jingning experienced Yi Chutang's talent firsthand and admired her greatly. May I ask who you learned from, Miss Yi? Having grown up in Huading Academy with many teachers, he had developed his literary skills. However, he knew that Yi Chutang grew up in a rural village and Yi Jingchuan hadn't hired a tutor for her. Yi Chutang casually replied, just lucky to have encountered some opportunities. Seeing that she didn't want to elaborate, Song Jingning wisely chose not to ask further. Everyone had a satisfying meal. Afterward, Song Jingning reserved a few rooms for everyone to rest. While paying at the counter, another group arrived at the villa. They recognized Song Jingning and greeted him warmly. Since Yi Chutang wasn't familiar with them and felt a bit tired, she suggested returning to her room to rest. Su Nian and Tang Zirong followed her upstairs. As Yi Chutang was about to close the door, she heard someone talking about the epidemic in Jiangnan and the tribute from the southern region. Qi Yanzhou had previously mentioned a plan to trap the ghost thief. She knew that the tribute from the southern region was just bait. After closing the door, she lay on her bed with a smile. She had planned to sneak into the palace again today to prove that she and the ghost thief were not the same person. The opportunity provided by Qi Yanzhou was perfect. Yi Chutang woke up early today, but now she felt a bit sleepy and decided to rest for a while before taking action. She ended up sleeping for an hour. When she woke up, she didn't disturb anyone else and went downstairs to stroll around the villa. She sat against the trunk of a lush peach tree. The peaches were starting to ripen. showing cute pink tips. This spot was often passed by others, so they could see her. Yi Chudang placed her hands on the ground, and her hidden earth-based ability flowed from her fingertips, heading straight for the capital. Maishan was too far from the capital, and her energy was depleting quickly. It also consumed a lot of her focus. Otherwise, her control would weaken. When her ability reached the palace, Yi Chutong's face turned pale. Qi Yanzhou had told her that the tribute from the southern region would be placed in the underground vault that the ghost thief had stolen from before. The hole she had previously dug had been sealed with molten iron. Instead of digging a hole like last time, Yi Chutang directly used her ability to move the vault away and then filled the empty space with soil. The door connecting the vault to the secret chamber was open. So, when the secret chamber vanished, the guards noticed immediately.
Captain.
The ghost thief has come. The Emperor's vault is gone. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards rushed to check. A group of people stared in shock at the door that should have led underground, now sealed with dirt. The captain shouted, "What are you standing there for? Dig it up." Whether the underground vault had disappeared or was just sealed by dirt could only be determined by digging. As a group of people with shovels struggled to move the dirt but couldn't make any progress, Yi Chutang had already moved the underground vault to the bottom of the neighboring palace. The vault was filled with traps and poison, making it dangerous for anyone trying to steal the tribute. However, for Yi Chutang, who had abilities, it was not a difficult task. She controlled the earth to move 9 boxes out from the entrance of the vault, and then return the empty vault to its original position.
Clang.
The shovel hit the iron wall, making a harsh metallic sound. The dirt was as hard as iron, and the palace guards used their strength to dig for a while, only managing to remove a layer of dust. As a result, the missing door suddenly appeared.
The
private vault is back. I wonder if the offerings are still there? First, we need to detoxify, then we can go check. The Emperor was worried that the ghost thief might harm him, so he stayed in the Hall of Governance instead of his palace. Just as he learned that the private vault was missing, he heard it had returned. Are the offerings still there? Did the ghost thief fall for the trap? The second question was also a concern for Qi Yanzhou. He discreetly watched the palace guard who came to deliver the message, waiting for a response. Your Majesty, the secret chamber is poisoned and is being detoxified. We will have news soon. After a while, the news arrived. Part of the mechanisms in the secret chamber had been damaged, and 9 boxes of offerings were missing. Although the Emperor expected this, it still left him feeling uneasy. Qi Yanzhou, however, breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yi Chutang had already moved the 9 boxes of offerings to the Maishan villa, buried in the ground beneath her. The boxes contained traps, and both the boxes and the offerings were covered in poison. Yi Chutang was too exhausted to clean the boxes and their contents, leaning against a tree trunk, breathing heavily. Her pale face looked as if she were seriously ill. Meanwhile, Song Jingning, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, making him sit up uncomfortably. He pressed his hand to his chest and murmured, "I hope I'm not really coming down with some undetectable illness." Not long ago, he had experienced a similar feeling. At that time, he felt pressure and pain in his chest, unable to breathe or move, and fainted from the pain. When he woke up, he thought he had a serious illness and immediately went to see a doctor, but there was nothing wrong with him. Today's feeling was similar to the last time, but much lighter, though it still made him uncomfortable. He remembered that Yi Chutang was skilled in medicine and decided to ask her for help. However, when he knocked on the door, no one answered. The people at the villa said, "Young Master Song, the lady in this room is in the peach grove." Song Jingning was familiar with the layout of the villa from his frequent hunting trips to Maishan. He quickly went downstairs toward the peach grove. Though it was called a peach grove, there were only 6 peach trees. But each tree was lush and green, making the area seem larger. Song Jingning quickly spotted Yi Chutang sitting against a tree trunk. As he approached her, he noticed her complexion was poor, and he instinctively quickened his pace, looking anxious. "Miss Yi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Chutang knew she was just tired and shook her head, weakly saying, "I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit. Miss Yi, you don't look well. There's a doctor in the villa. I'll go get him to check on you. No need, I am a doctor myself and know my body well. Seeing her insist, Song Jingning stopped persuading her. Then I will call someone to help Miss Yi back to her room to rest. It was inappropriate for him to assist her directly. Yi Chutang refused again. Really, it's not necessary. Do you need something from me, Song Gongzi? Her plan was not yet complete, so she couldn't leave the area. Noticing that Yi Chutang didn't look well, Song Jingning naturally didn't bring up the idea of asking her for a consultation. It's nothing. I heard Miss Yi was here, so I came to check on you. Thinking it was not suitable for a man and woman to be alone for too long, he pointed to a nearby pavilion. Miss Yi, I will sit in the pavilion. If you need anything, just call me. Okay. After Song Jingning left, Yi Chutang rested for nearly a tea's worth of time, finally regaining some strength and looking better. She checked her merit points and found she had lost nearly 20,000. After feeling a moment of regret for the lost points, the recorded sound device slipped from her hand into the ground, sent by her ability to the Emperor's chamber, hidden among the dense bushes. Yi Chutang controlled the soil to turn on the device and adjusted the volume to the maximum. A rough male voice echoed. Dog Emperor, feel free to use any tricks you have. I'm always ready. Dog Emperor, feel free to use any tricks you have. I'm always ready. This phrase echoed throughout the palace. It continued for a full incense stick's worth of time. The voice appeared out of nowhere and then vanished just as suddenly. The Imperial Guard and Palace Guards were in a frenzy, but they couldn't catch a glimpse of the ghost thief. As panic spread throughout the palace, a saying circulated. It turns out the ghost thief has a voice even more powerful than his stealing skills. He shouted for so long and still sounded like thunder. Yi Chutang, of course, was unaware of this saying. After controlling the sound device to make rounds through the palace, she retrieved it. Once she finished, she sighed in relief and rested peacefully. Unfortunately, she accidentally leaned against a tree trunk and fell asleep. Song Jingning sat in the pavilion, enjoying the unique scenery of Maishan, occasionally glancing at Yi Chutang. Seeing her asleep, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. She really is different from all other women. Quiet as a maiden, swift as a rabbit. Bold and carefree, yet graceful in every way. Suddenly, Song Jingning felt the tightness in his chest easing. At that moment, Su Nian arrived. She saw Yi Chutang sleeping under the peach tree and had a strange expression. With so many men coming and going, wasn't it inappropriate for her to sleep here? Just as she was about to wake Yi Chutang, she was stopped by Song Jingning. Miss Yi doesn't seem well. Let her rest for a while. Hearing this made Su Nian feel sad. It turned out that the calm and aloof Prince of the Moon was not indifferent to beautiful women. He simply did not care for those he didn't value. She walked to the octagonal pavilion and sat down opposite Song Jingning. Noticing Su Nian hesitating to speak, he asked Miss Su, "Do you need something from me?" Su Nian bit her lip and, after a long pause, said, "Only a woman like Miss Yi, who is both talented and skilled, deserves the first son of Beichen Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Song Jingning's gentle expression suddenly turned cold. "Miss Su, please refrain from making comments that could harm a woman's reputation or discuss others' private matters. Even if he and Yi Chutang were a couple, such words would belittle her. Not to mention, there was nothing between them." Su Nian felt scolded, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear.
I'm
sorry." She thought Song Jingning liked Yi Chutang, which was why she said that, hoping to please him. After being reprimanded, she suddenly realized her words could be seen as insulting to Yi Chutang. Moreover, discussing others behind their backs was not the behavior of a proper lady. Seeing Su Nian's remorseful expression, Song Jingning's demeanor softened. "I believe Miss Su did not mean it." With that, he stood up and left the octagonal pavilion, wandering around the villa. But his gaze never left Yi Chutang. There were all kinds of people hunting in Maishan, and he worried someone might have ill intentions toward her. After wandering for about half an hour, seeing that Yi Chutang still showed no signs of waking, he became concerned and walked toward her. However, two middle-aged men reached the peach grove before him. This beautiful girl lying here without moving, she can't be dead, can she? Her face is rosy. There's no way she's dead. She's probably trying to attract attention. That's true. They say the prettier the girl, the more flirtatious she is. A good girl wouldn't be sleeping outside in broad daylight. Yi Chudang had already woken up while they were talking. Just as she was about to confront the two men, Song Jingning's voice called out. "What are you doing? Miss Yi, wake up." The two men, seeing Song Jingning's refined appearance, completely ignored him. "Kid, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better leave." With that, one of the men crouched down to touch Yi Chutang's beautiful face. Yi Chutang suddenly opened her eyes. The man was startled and was immediately kicked down by Song Jingning. He should have fallen over, but suddenly his left foot slipped and he fell awkwardly. Not only did he lose a tooth, but his mouth was also sticky and smelled bad. Yi Chudang looked at the man with a messy mouth and brightly asked, "Does dog taste good?" Since he couldn't say anything nice, he might as well deal with the mess. The man rolled his eyes in disgust at her words and started to gag. His companion, seeing that Song Jingning was skilled, turned and ran away. Yi Chutang casually picked up two small stones and threw them, hitting the man's knee. Thud! The man knelt down and fell forward. Right under him was a sharp stone, and there was also a pile of fresh dog near his face. "Ah! Yuck!" Song Jingning remarked. "You deserve it." The manor kept several hunting dogs to rent out to hunters. The dogs usually stayed in cages in the northwest corner, and the staff would occasionally let them out for some fresh air. It was not unusual to find dog on the ground, so he didn't think much of it. In fact, both the dog and the stones had been moved there by Yi Chudang. After dealing with the two rude men, she used her powers to clean the poison off the surface of the offering box and stored it away. Once finished, she stood up, covering her mouth and nose in disgust. "Thank you, young Master Song. It's getting late. We should tidy up and prepare to return to the capital." Song Jingning glanced at the setting sun and nodded slightly. "It's about time. Let's go." Yi Chutang intentionally lagged a step behind Song Jingning. As they left the peach grove, she casually kicked a stone backward. The stone hit the first man right where it hurt, effectively neutralizing his weapon. The man clutched his legs and cried out in pain. Song Jingning looked back in confusion, his brow slightly furrowed. It was quite a coincidence that both men had injured themselves and ended up in such a messy situation. Yi Chutang noticed Song Jingning's expression and quietly admitted, "Don't guess. It was me." She then playfully winked. "Since they had bad intentions, I couldn't be lenient." Song Jingning smiled and said, "Well done." When they returned to the hall, Suyu and the others were gathered around a table, enjoying tea and snacks while chatting. Seeing them return, Suyu asked, "Is it time to pack up and head back to the city?" Song Jingning nodded and instructed the steward to bring out the game they had stored. Yi Chutang handed him a bare paw. "Young Master Song, thank you for bringing me hunting. This is a token of my appreciation. You can't refuse." Seeing Yi Chutang's firm attitude, Song Jingning had no choice but to accept it. Su Yu and the others took Yi Chutang's bear and deer meat and shared the wild chickens and rabbits they hunted with her. Song Jingning also shared his wild boar, giving the most to Yi Chudang. He looked at the 3 live deer by the stable and asked, "Miss Yi, are you planning to take the deer back to the capital yourself, or do you want the people from the villa to help you deliver it?" "I only have 1 deer. I can carry it on horseback. If necessary, I can just ride a bit slower on the way back to the city." Although Song Jingning had 2 live deer, he didn't have much other game, so he decided to let the horse carry it back as well. The group returned home with a good haul. Since they were moving slowly, it was already dark when they reached the capital. There were many people on the streets, making it inconvenient to ride. After parting ways with Song Jingning and the others, Yi Chutang avoided the crowded main street and rode back to the minister's residence through winding alleys. Upon returning, she noticed that the people sent by Qi Yanzhou to watch her were gone. While she was at Maishan, the ghost thief was stealing in the palace. This confirmed to Qi Yanzhou that she was not the ghost thief, so her efforts were not in vain. The stableman was shocked to see Yi Chudang return with a live deer. She called for her servants. Take this game and meet Ning Chuyuan and tell them to wait for me to return before preparing dinner. After saying this, she led the limping deer to the prince of Chen's residence. Yi Chutang led a limping deer through the streets, attracting many curious glances. Some acquaintances greeted her, asking Miss Yi, "Where did you get this deer?" "I went hunting in Maishan today and got lucky with a deer." She deliberately acted high-profile to let everyone know she was not in the capital today. "I didn't expect Miss Yi to be so skilled in both literature and archery." "Miss Yi, where are you taking the deer?" Yi Chutang smiled and replied, "On the day of the incident at the Prince of An's residence, Prince Chen saved me, so this deer is a token of gratitude." Before long, news of her sending the deer to Qi Yanzhou spread. Qi Yanzhou was investigating the case of the encirclement at Yunin Lake at the Dali Temple. Upon hearing the news, he immediately returned to his residence. As soon as he arrived at the Prince of Chen's residence, Yi Chutang came with the deer. The doorman welcomed her and respectfully said, "Miss Yi, your timing is perfect. The prince has just returned and knows you are coming, so he asked you to go directly to the back garden to find him." After acknowledging this, Yi Chutang led the deer to the back garden. Qi Yanzhou was sitting by the lotus pond in a pavilion, brewing tea. When he saw Yi Chutang approach, he poured her a cup. The ghost thief is quite skilled. Today, he really angered the emperor. Yi Chutang tied the rope around the deer's neck to a pillar and sat down opposite Qi Yanzhou. "I heard the emperor is going to humiliate himself, and no one can stop him." After saying that, she asked, "The emperor didn't blame the prince, did he? My trapping plan was successful. If I couldn't catch the ghost thief, it has nothing to do with me. The emperor has no reason to blame me." After Qi Yanzhou spoke, he curiously asked, "Miss Yi, why did you suddenly go hunting in Maishan?" "I met young Master Song last night. He was talking with friends about going hunting in Maishan and I was interested, so I shamelessly joined them. Luckily, I caught this deer for the prince. It seems you and young Master Song get along well, going out together after just meeting." Yi Chutang felt something was off about that comment. It sounded a bit sour. Just as she thought this, she dismissed her own idea. Prince Chen likes the Meow Doctors. He couldn't possibly have feelings for her. It was probably just his traditional views at play. After all, they had been close, and according to ancient thinking, she was his woman. Good friends can share 1,000 cups of wine, but if you don't click, even a few words feel too much. It's just fate. After saying that, Yi Chutang changed the subject. "Prince, I heard there's a plague in Jiangnan. Is it serious?" Qi Yanzhou picked up his tea and drank it all, calming his inner frustration.
Don't worry, Miss Yi.
Shiza brought medicine and prescriptions there, so the plague won't spread widely. He didn't clarify the situation in Jiangnan in the Golden Lawn Hall, as he was pushing the emperor to act faster on disaster relief. Yi Chutang sighed in relief. It's good that the plague can be controlled. She stood up to leave. Qi Yanzhou hurriedly said, "The deer meat I roasted is quite good. Would you like to stay and try some?" "No need, I've already eaten at noon." "Enjoy your meal, Prince." As Yi Chutang was leaving, she suddenly remembered something. "Prince, I went to the Kong residence last night to listen in. The siege at Yunin Lake was done by the Kong family and the Earl of Yongning. They also mentioned an organization called Night Kill. The Dali Temple can investigate this." Qi Yanzhou knew about Night Kill. Night Kill is an assassination organization that operates secretly. The leader controls his subordinates with poison to prevent betrayal. They have an unattended shop in the black market filled with wooden plaques. If someone wants Night Kill to do a job, they leave a task and reward amount on a blank plaque. If Night Kill is willing to take it, they will flip the plaque and arrange a meeting. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's explanation, Yi Chutang asked, "So, the Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture didn't find out anything?" "Miss Yi, don't worry. I will find evidence to make Kong Qingyuan and Zhao Mingxiu pay the price." Zhao Mingxiu was the former prince and is now the Duke of Yongning. Yi Chutang believed in Qi Yanzhou's ability, but she could also lend him a hand. "Your Highness, may I participate in the interrogation at the Dali Temple?" Getting someone to talk was not difficult for her. Chi and Zhou did not agree immediately. The Dolly Temple's prison and methods can give anyone nightmares. Do you still want to go, Missy? Yi Chuding smiled and said, once you see my interrogation methods, you'll know that the Dolly Temple's torture is nothing. Then she asked, is it okay if 1 or 2 people die? It doesn't matter if they do. With your words, I feel relieved. Shall we meet at the Dolly Temple at the hour of high? Chi and Zhou nodded. See you at the hour of high. After confirming the time, Yi Chutang returned to the minister's residence. As soon as she entered, Butler Chen said, Miss, the master wants you to visit his courtyard after you return. Tell him I will go after dinner. Butler Chen knew Yi Chutang was firm in her decisions. Yes, Mississippi Yi Chutang went back to Ningqiuan. Juner immediately ran over, curious, and asked, elder sister, was the hunting fun? It was fun. Once you recover, I will take you to enjoy it. Thank you, elder sister. Shaner stepped forward and said, Miss, the wild game the servant brought before might spoil, so I kept it with ice. Do we need to do anything with it? Yi Chutang glanced at the wild game in the ice basin. The wild rabbit and mountain chicken don't need any preparation. I'll take them out to give away. Actually, giving them away was just a cover. She would store them in her space later. Yes, Mississippi. What about the other meats? Should we freeze them in the ice cellar? No need. The sun has been strong lately, perfect for making jerky. You and Lur should cut the bear meat, deer meat, and wild boar meat into strips, and I will marinate them. If they wanted fresh meat, they could hunt a few in Maishan later.
Shana replied, I will obey.
Miss, what do you want to eat tonight? Yi Chudang smiled and said, I want to eat barbecue. She had planned to make barbecue for dinner before returning to the city, which is why she asked everyone to wait for her. Shaner, go to the big kitchen and get charcoal and the barbecue tools. I will prepare the ingredients. Juner quickly said, elder sister, I want to help.
Great.
Lur, go get the vegetables from the kitchen. I want to see if there's anything we can use. Barbecue shouldn't just be meat. Otherwise, it would be too greasy. It needs some vegetables as well. Lur quickly brought out the vegetables she had taken from the big kitchen in the morning. Since there weren't many people in Ningqiu courtyard, the amount of vegetables was not too much. Yi Chuding glanced at them and said to Lur, go check the big kitchen to see if there are any more greens or mushrooms. Okay, Mississippi Yi Chudang asked Juner and Jean Ji to pick vegetables while she took wild boar meat, bear meat, and deer steak into the kitchen. By the time Shaner and Lur returned with the grilling tools and vegetables, she had already marinated the meat with special barbecue sauce. She also prepared several dipping sauces. Knowing that there were no iron skewers or grill nets in ancient times, she took some out from her space. Then she taught everyone how to skewer the cleaned vegetables and mushrooms, as well as the marinated meat cubes. Although they were curious about the smooth iron skewers and the unfamiliar grill nets, they didn't ask many questions. They quickly prepared all the ingredients as Yi Chutang instructed. Shaner had already set up the barbecue grill and lit the charcoal specifically for grilling. The fire was just right for cooking meat. While Yi Chutang grilled the meat, Shaner and Lur took the opportunity to cut the meat into strips. Juner, seeing the skewered vegetables and mushrooms, was eager to try. Eldest sister, how do we grill these vegetables? It was his first time realizing that vegetables could also be grilled. Yi Chutang couldn't find anything to support the grill net, so she decided to wait until the meat was done and the charcoal fire was smaller before grilling the vegetables. Juner, don't rush. Let's grill the meat first. The ancient barbecue grill was only meant for meat. They could hang the meat with iron hooks or skewer it with 2 iron rods to grill it flat. Due to limited space, Yi Chutang grilled the deer steak flat while hanging the bear meat and wild boar meat. As she grilled, she brushed oil and barbecue sauce on the meat. After about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, a delicious meat aroma filled the entire Ningqiu courtyard. Seeing Juno licking his lips, she cut him some of the grilled outer layer. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, paired with sauce, it looked very appetizing. Juner took the first bite and then enjoyed the meal. Juner, your health isn't great. Eat slowly and don't overindulge. I understand. Juner will be careful. Before long, the meat was ready. Yi Chutang called Shaner and lured to come eat the grilled meat and deer steak while she and Juner continued grilling the vegetables. Miss, let me do it. You eat a little first. No need. I had plenty of grilled meat for lunch, so I'm not very hungry. I'll have some grilled vegetables later. The aroma of the barbecue drifted out of Ningchu courtyard and soon reached Yi Anling's courtyard. To maintain her figure and look good in her wedding dress, she has been eating very little lately. When she smelled something delicious, she couldn't help but swallow. She said to her maid, "Go find out where that smell is coming from and bring me some food." "Yes, miss," the maid replied. The maid quickly returned. "Miss, the second young lady is grilling at Ning Chiwan. The eldest young lady said if you want to eat, you need to pay 1,000 taels." Yi Anling was shocked and widened her eyes. Is she crazy about money? The eldest young lady also said that if the second young lady can't afford it, she doesn't have to eat. Yi Anling knew this was a way to provoke her. She understood that if she spent the money, she would not only be foolish but also be laughed at by Yi Chutang. But the smell of the barbecue was too tempting. If she couldn't eat it, she would be restless. Reluctantly, she took out 1,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to the maid. "Go buy quickly." When the maid took the silver notes to Ning Chiwan, she found that the master and the old lady's people were also buying barbecue. Yi Chutang collected 3,000 taels and divided 3 plates of barbecue, mixing meat and vegetables, and even included some sauce. If they want more, as long as they are willing to pay, they can eat as much as they want. Thus, she earned 5,000 taels in one night. Yi Anling and Yi Jingchuan ate 2 plates, while the old lady had 1 plate. The leftovers were packed by Yi Chutang in a food box. Before going to the Dali temple, she changed the medicine around Juner's neck and also gave him acupuncture treatment. "Juner, you need to rest more to recover quickly." After giving her advice, she went to the kitchen and looked at Shauna, who was still cutting meat strips. "I will be back a bit late, so don't wait for me. Just put the meat strips on ice to keep them fresh." Shauna nodded, packed the wild chicken and rabbit from the ice basin into a sack, and handed it to Yi Chutang. "Miss, please be safe." Yi Chutang carried the food box and the sack as she left. After walking for a while, she found a secluded corner and tossed the sack into her space. When she arrived at the Dali temple, it was still before the agreed time. The guard at the entrance recognized Yi Chutang and immediately gestured for her to enter. "Miss Yi, please come in. The magistrate is already waiting for you in the prison." Yi Chutang knew there wouldn't be many guards on duty at night, so she directly handed over the food box. "A small token of appreciation. Please share it." The guard dared not accept Yi Chutang's gift. "Miss Yi, it's better to give it directly to the magistrate. I'll take you to the prison."
Thank you.
The Dali Temple's prison was located to the north and was divided into an outer gate and an inner gate. As long as the prisoners were not under strict supervision, their families could pay to visit them through the outer gate. The inner gate was for the guards. As soon as the outer door of the prison opened, the smell of blood hit them. The guard glanced at Yi Chutang and, seeing her calm expression, continued down the stairs. After walking down a long staircase, they arrived at the guards' resting area for prisoners. Going further in led to the torture room. Various dirty and eerie torture devices hung on the walls. At this point, the smell of blood was so strong it made one feel nauseous, with the dark floor stained by years of old blood. Normally, Yi Chutang could handle it. After all, she had survived a world filled with death and blood, so this scene was nothing to her. But now that she was pregnant, she couldn't help but feel sick.
Ugh.
Just as she made a retching sound, Chi Yanzhou hurriedly approached. "Miss Yi, are you all right? If the prison environment is too much, you don't have to force yourself." Saying this, he went to the resting area to pour a cup of cool tea and handed it to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang not only refused the tea, but also shoved the food box into Chi Yanzhou's hands. She took out a silver needle to block her sense of smell, and the feeling of nausea immediately faded. "Your Highness, I'm fine now. The food box contains barbecue, and there's plenty for everyone to try." After saying this, she took the cup and rinsed her mouth with the tea. Chi Yanzhou had already caught the tempting aroma coming from the food box. He handed the box to his subordinate who had brought Yi Chudang down, saying, "Since it's Miss Ye's kind gesture, take it and share it." Although he also wanted to try it, he felt shy to ask in front of Yi Chudang. After the subordinate left with the food box, he looked at Yi Chudang, whose face was still a bit pale, and asked, "Miss Yi, are you really okay?"
I'm fine.
"Your Highness, please bring the person to the torture room. I want to get this over with quickly." Seeing that Yi Chutang's complexion had improved, Qi Yanzhou instructed his subordinate to bring in the person from Nightshade. While waiting, he briefly shared the clues he had found. Yesterday, there were two groups attacking Miss Yi. One was Nightshade, and the other was the Death Warriors. Nightshade was bound by their organization and wouldn't speak, while the Death Warriors were loyal and wouldn't reveal anything. But for Yi Chutang, as long as they were human, she could make them talk. So, she came up with a better idea. "Your Highness, bring a few more people to watch." As she said this, the person from Nightshade was just being brought in and overheard. Seeing that it was Yi Chutang who was interrogating him, his eyes filled with hatred. Noticing this, Yi Chutang looked at the bloodied man and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, soon you'll be begging for mercy."
Pa.
"Dream on. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He approached Yi Chudang with shining eyes and asked excitedly, "How did you manage to make the blood loss so small?" This was a living person. Yi Chutang met the man's terrified gaze and casually said something shocking. "As long as my medical skills are good enough, even if I cut out his liver or kidney, he can still survive." The coroner clearly didn't believe her. "That's impossible." The medical conditions in ancient times were poor, and infections could easily lead to death. The survival rate after removal was definitely low. But that didn't stop Yi Chutang from scaring the night demon. "Then let's give it a try." After saying that, she opened the man's abdomen and removed the 4 lowest ribs, tossing them onto his chest. Seeing the man about to faint from fear, she tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, removing ribs won't kill you, and taking out a kidney won't either."
Ah.
The built-up terror was released in a chilling scream. Yi Chutang pretended to shake and accidentally cut a blood vessel. "Oh no, don't scream. You're making my hands shake." The man saw the blood spurting out, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Yi Chutang took out a silver needle and pricked a pressure point on him. As he woke up in pain, her mocking voice reached his ears. "Do you like this kind of forceful treatment? Is it thrilling?" He wanted to argue but didn't dare, fearing that Yi Chutang would treat him even more cruelly. "Just kill me." Yi Chutang smiled brightly, but her words sent him into despair. "Killing is boring. I prefer to torment people." After saying that, she punched him in the mouth, knocking out his teeth to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair. Then she used the silver needle to seal several of his pressure points, suppressing his internal energy. Next, it was her moment to perform. She explained the structure of the human body and the key points of anatomy to the coroner while demonstrating, removing the man's kidney. Without using any anesthetics, the man struggled violently in pain, his back injured by the instruments. When Yi Chutang held the reddish-brown kidney in front of him, he was so frightened that he nearly fainted. "He's too timid. I didn't even get to ask who hired him." The prisoners watching from outside the torture chamber were pale and trembling. Even Zhao Qingshu's assassins showed signs of fear in their eyes. How could there be such a terrifying woman in this world? Yi Chutang turned around, leisurely wiping the blood from her hands, and asked, "Who's next?" Afterward, she pretended to be annoyed and tapped her head. "Look at my memory. I forgot to tell this person that I have excellent medical skills and can cure his poison." First, she scared them, then gave them hope. It was the easiest way to shake someone's resolve. Yi Chutang looked at the coroner studying the human body and asked, "Do you still want to learn?" The coroner nodded eagerly, yes. He suddenly knelt down, wanting to take Yi Chutang as his teacher. "I don't take students. I just enjoy the feeling of performing surgery," Yi Chutang replied, pointing casually. "Next, it's you." The chosen person looked terrified and shook his head vigorously.
No.
He struggled violently, trying to escape, but was stopped by Qi Yanzhou, who kicked him and broke his leg. The officials from the Dali temple threw the lifeless man from the torture table onto the ground and went to grab the person Yi Chudang had selected. I'll say anything if you can help me with the poison. Being cut open and having his insides removed was more terrifying than death. He didn't want to experience that. Seeing that the night kill person had relented, Yi Chutang approached him. She pressed the blood-stained scalpel against his chest. I can help you with the poison, but you need to show me your value first. After saying this, she glanced at the prisoners outside the torture room and added, I will only help one person. The rest will have their hearts and livers taken out. Who will be the lucky one? By giving hope and then creating a sense of crisis, she could quickly gather the most information. As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, the night kill people rushed to prove their worth. She hadn't even given the antidote yet, but she had learned almost everything she wanted to know. Though the assassins hadn't said anything, their mental defenses had crumbled, and it was only a matter of time before they spoke. This was the first time Qi Yanzhou witnessed Yi Chutang's cleverness firsthand. Not only was she decisive, but she also used psychological tactics to the fullest. He felt inferior. After completing her task and putting away her silver needles and scalpel, Yi Chutang yawned wearily. Your Highness, it's up to you now. Qi Yanzhou nodded. I'll take Missy out first. Yi Chutang knew Qi Yanzhou had something to say. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing her about to leave, the night kill person immediately asked him for the antidote. We have shown our sincerity. Where is the antidote? No matter who the lucky one was, as long as there was an antidote, there was a chance to escape control. Yi Chutang explained the characteristics of the poison and its symptoms based on the condition of the man who had been cut open. Was what I said correct? The night kill person nodded. Yes, that's right. I can cure this poison, but making the antidote will take time. Who can get the antidote depends on your performance. After saying this, Yi Chutang left the torture room and walked outside. After leaving the prison, she used a silver needle to restore her sense of smell. The night breeze brought the sweet fragrance of gardenias, refreshing and pleasant. Qi Yanzhou noticed the strong smell of blood on Yi Chutang and picked 2 flowers. Miss Yi, put these flowers in your sleeve pocket. They can help remove the unpleasant odor. Yi Chutang appreciated Qi Yanzhou's kindness, took the white gardenias, and placed them in her sleeve. She didn't want to carry the smell of blood back to Ning Qiuan. Thank you, Your Highness. Do you have something to discuss with me?
Qi Yanzhou replied.
Can you really create the antidote? I can, but it's not necessary. The antidote was just a means to get the night demon to speak. Now that the goal was achieved, it was no longer needed. Do you want to take the night demon for yourself? Yi Chutang immediately understood Qi Yanzhou's intention to eliminate the leader of the night demon and take their place. This proposal intrigued her because having someone to help would make things much easier. Curiously, she asked Qi Yanzhou, the members of the night demon are very skilled. Why don't you recruit them for yourself? I think you need them more. Yi Chutang indeed needed them, so she accepted Qi Yanzhou's favor. Thank you, Your Highness. Count me in when you attack the night demon. To take down the night demon, she would need to take action herself. All right, how long will it take you to prepare the antidote? By tomorrow. But the day after is the wedding of Yi Anling and Lord Da, and I cannot miss it. How about we plan the attack after the wedding? Your Highness's internal injuries also need more time to heal. Qi Yanzhou agreed with this arrangement and nodded. Okay, I will follow your lead. After finalizing the plan, Yi Chutang asked Qi Yanzhou for a bit of blood from the poisoned person and returned to the Ministry of Rites. The meat strips were already cut and placed in a bowl. After marinating all 3 bowls of meat, she took a bath and rested. She was extremely tired today and ended up sleeping longer than usual, waking up just before noon. Once awake, her fatigue vanished. Santa heard the noise and came in to assist. Miss, what would you like to eat? I can prepare something. Yi Chutang chose a loose outfit to wear. Just grab something light and nutritious from the kitchen. I'm not going out today, so no need for makeup. Yes, I will go to the kitchen right away. By the time Yi Chutang finished washing up, Santa returned with the food. Miss, should we take the marinated meat strips out to dry? First, put the meat strips in the pot to fry until they change color, then take them out. I'll handle the rest. Yes, Mississippi. The 3 types of meat are quite a lot, adding up to over 100 pounds. When Yi Chutang finished breakfast, Danner and Jean Ji hadn't even finished frying the smallest portion of deer meat. She took a quick look in the kitchen. I'm going to rest in my room. Don't let anyone disturb me. Call me when you're done frying, she said as she left the kitchen. Then, she told Lur, let the big kitchen prepare lunch. Yes, Mississippi Yi Chutang returned to her room and entered her space to analyze the blood of the poisoned person. As long as she could analyze the components, making the antidote wouldn't be difficult. She couldn't stay in the space for too long, going in and out. In between her tasks, she also drank some spirit spring water and ate some fruits nourished by it. When Lutter brought back lunch from the big kitchen, Yi Chutang's blood test results were also ready. She came out of the main room and smelled the delicious aroma of fried meat filling the courtyard. Danner and Jean Ji were still in the kitchen, sweating profusely. Yi Chutang looked around and asked, on such a hot day, why isn't there any ice? Hearing this, Lun walked into the kitchen and said, Miss, Steward Chen said our courtyard's demand for ice is too high, so it has to be limited. There were 2 masters in Ningqiuan, and overall, the amount of ice used wasn't that much. However, they had used more ice last night and today to preserve the meat. Yi Chutang pulled Danner and Jean Ji, who were soaked in sweat, out of the kitchen. Eat first. I need some ice cubes to fry the meat strips later. Danner wiped the sweat from her face and smiled. Miss, I'm not that delicate. A little sweat is fine. The meat strips will be done in half an hour. Yi Chutang flicked Danner's forehead. There's no need to push yourself. After that, she called everyone to have their meal together. After eating, she went to find Steward Chen. Soon, the ice cubes were delivered to Ningqiuan. Yi Chutang entered the kitchen and prepared the seasonings for frying the meat. Danner and Jean, you 2 can rest after you finish frying the meat strips. The frying process can wait until after the evening. Danner shook her head. Miss, we should fry while the sun is strong. It helps with drying. The kitchen has 2 ice buckets, so it's not too hot. Yi Chutang tried to persuade them a few times, but to no avail. All right, if you're tired and hot, then rest. Don't push yourselves. Your health is important. After saying that, she returned to her room for a nap. After her nap, she started making the antidote. Yi Chutang was busy until the evening and finally completed the antidote. However, to test its effectiveness and whether it could completely detoxify, she needed to find someone from the Night Demon group to verify it. When she came out of the main room, Dana was still frying the meat strips, while Jinji, Lur, and Juner were helping to dry them. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Yi Chutang went to the Dali Temple to explain her purpose to Qi Yanzhou. Have the prisoners confessed?
They have all confessed.
As long as we find the reward plaque written by the Kong family, we can convict Kong Qingyuan. Although we only have eyewitnesses from the prince's side, don't worry, Miss Yi. Physical evidence will appear soon. Yi Chutang understood that Qi Yanzhou intended to fabricate evidence. She teased, I thought the prince was upright and honest. I didn't expect him to have such clever ideas. Isn't it just to punish the guilty that is being upright and honest? Of course, the prince is right. While they spoke, Qi Yanzhou took Yi Chutang to the entrance of the prison. Yi Chutang sealed her sense of smell with a silver needle and entered the prison. She chose a member of the Night Demon who was most affected by poison and gave him the antidote. After about 15 minutes, the antidote took effect. The pulse of the person who took the antidote was similar to that of a normal person, though a bit weak. Prince, the antidote is fine. We can act the day after tomorrow. After leaving the Dali Temple, Yi Chutang went underground to the palace's ice cellar. The ice blocks in the cellar were less than 1/3 full, and the ground was covered with melted ice water. After taking the ice silkworm, she went to the Dog Emperor's sleeping quarters. The guards in the private vault had increased, but this was not a challenge for Yi Chutang. She used a trick from the Kong residence to sink the entire side hall underground, lifted the tiles, and sprinkled sleeping powder inside. Then, wearing night vision goggles and protective glasses, she broke through the roof to enter. In just half a stick of incense's time, she emptied the side hall. She then used red paint to leave a message on the wall. Dog Emperor, I will come again next time. Ghost Thief. After writing, Yi Chutang jumped out of the side hall and raised it back to its original position. Then, amidst the Emperor's furious incompetence, she left the palace underground. When she returned to the minister's residence, it was filled with red silk, and the maids and servants were doing a final big cleanup. Yi Jingchuan personally supervised to ensure the wedding banquet would be perfect the next day. Seeing Yi Chutang, he immediately called her over. Chuer, you can be mischievous usually, but you must behave tomorrow. Yi Chutang extended her hand. If you want someone to do something, you need to have the right attitude. Yi Jingchuan. Have you fallen into a money pit? My unreliable father and my late mother mean I have to save for my dowry myself. There's no other way. Yi Jingchuan replied irritably. When you get married, will your father not have his share? Yi Chutang smiled widely. Of course, it can't be less, but that doesn't stop me from making money. This time, I won't ask for much. 10,000 taels will be enough. Yi Jingchuan scoffed. You really dare to ask? I have no money. His private stash had been stolen, and taking out 10,000 taels felt like cutting into his flesh. My mother left behind so many shops. How could you be out of money? Yi Chutang patted Yi Jingchuan on the shoulder, smiling mischievously. Is money more important, or is the wedding important? Father, think carefully. After saying that, she returned to Ning Chuyuan. The meat strips she had prepared were already dried. There wasn't enough space in the yard, so some were drying on the roof. Yi Chutang had previously told Shaner and the others not to expose them to too much sun, so the meat strips were covered with breathable burlap. After being fried, the moisture had reduced by half, so there was no worry about spoilage. During dinner, Yi Jingchuan sent someone with 10,000 taels in banknotes. Yi Chutang accepted it without hesitation. After dinner, she gathered the dried meat with Shaner and Jinji. It had rained heavily a couple of days ago, and the evening dew was heavy, which could affect the texture of the dried meat. Once the three finished collecting the meat, Juner's medicine was ready. Yi Chutang waited for him to finish his medicine, helped him change the bandage around his neck, and then gave him acupuncture. After the acupuncture, she said, from now on, we will do it every 3 days, and you must keep taking the medicine. Juner nodded obediently. Thank you, elder sister. Get some rest. Tomorrow the house will be lively for a long time, and you need to be present. Elder sister, you should rest early too. Yi Chutang replied and returned to her room to bathe. After her bath, she asked Jinji to help her twist her hair. Aunt Jean, tomorrow I will seek justice for my mother in front of everyone, so you don't have to pretend anymore. Tears immediately fell from Jinji's eyes. Young miss, if you publicly confront the master, it might bring you a bad reputation. Yi Chutang held Jinji's trembling hand and gently patted her hand. What others say is their business. With her current reputation, she had nothing to fear from rumors. I'm sorry for putting you in this position. Young Mississippi, tomorrow, the satisfaction of avenging a great wrong will outweigh any grievances. After saying that, Yi Chutang explained her plan for the next day. The truth needed to be revealed, but it couldn't be too obvious. Jinji nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, young miss, I know what to do. Yi Chutang took the cloth from Jinji's hand. Rest early tonight, so you'll have the energy for the performance tomorrow. Yes, young Mississippi. After Jinji left, Yi Chutang went to her space to dry her hair. She glanced at the clutter on the ground, too lazy to tidy it up, and went straight to rest. The next day, just as the sun rose, the maid brought the clothes and jewelry that Yi Chutang and Yi Anjuan would wear today. The siblings were dressed festively, yet they did not steal the spotlight. Once they were ready, breakfast was served, and it was much more lavish than usual. The Yi family had no relatives in the capital, so they didn't need to entertain guests too early. After the sun rose, Yi Chutang asked Shaner and Lord to dry the jerky in the sun, since no guests would come to Ning Chuyuan. She only took Juner to the front courtyard when the guests were about to arrive. Kong Ru was in a strange state, and Yi Jingchuan did not allow her to attend the wedding banquet. When asked, he simply said that Kong Ru was seriously ill. The wedding banquet was organized by the old lady Yi, with Aunt Jiang and Yi Xin assisting her. In fact, the one who should be assisting the old lady was the eldest daughter, Yi Chutang, but Yi Jingchuan was worried she might offend someone, so he let her sit quietly as a decoration. Juna was taken by Yi Jingchuan to greet guests in the outer courtyard. Yi Chutang was quite relaxed, sitting in a corner of the garden, enjoying fruits and snacks while listening to the gossip among the officials' families. Of course, it wasn't completely peaceful. Women occasionally approached her to chat, subtly inquiring about her marriage. After all, she was talented, had a good dowry, medical skills, and martial arts. She was the perfect choice for a good wife. Yi Chudang wanted to reply, "Your intentions are obvious." But she had no interest in helping them. So, whenever someone asked about her marriage, she would respond with the same line, "If I marry, it must be to someone stronger than me." Upon hearing this, the women all had the same expression and reaction, showing embarrassment and leaving quietly. It was hard to find many men in the capital who were stronger than Yi Chudang. After facing rejection, fewer people approached her. At noon, the wedding banquet began on time. Male guests were seated in the front hall, while female guests were in the back garden. Yi Jingchuan had spared no expense this time. The dishes were top-notch, visually appealing, and delicious, making everyone's appetite grow. Yi Chutang was also quite hungry until the steamed base was served. The faint fishy smell made her feel nauseous, and she couldn't hold it back, immediately gagging. Yi Xin sat next to Yi Chutang and noticed her gagging, which raised her concern. However, she didn't show it and asked with genuine care, "Eldest sister, are you all right? Why are you suddenly gagging? Do you want me to call a doctor?" Her voice was loud, attracting many people's attention. Upon hearing the word gagging, everyone's first reaction was to wonder if Yi Chutang was pregnant. Yi Chutang knew Yi Xin was being deliberate. She discreetly covered her mouth and nose and used a silver needle to block her sense of smell. The feeling of nausea quickly faded, and she no longer felt like vomiting. Yi Xin's loud voice rang out again, "Elder sister." As she began to speak, Yi Chutang, while smoothing her chest, pressed her pinky against her stomach and moved it upward.
Ugh.
She vomited all over Yi Xin, successfully silencing her and causing her to scream and jump up. "Elder sister, what are you doing?" Yi Chutang wiped her mouth with a silk scarf and rinsed her mouth with tea. "I ate too much cold fruit earlier, which upset my stomach. Throwing up made me feel much better. You should go change your clothes quickly so you don't disturb the guests." Yi Xin was disgusted by the mess on her and felt furious. However, due to the difference in their status, she dared not express her anger and could only apologize to the guests. "I'm sorry." After saying that, she hurried to the inner courtyard to change. The guests, hearing Yi Chutang's explanation, immediately dismissed their doubts. After all, they had all seen that she had been talking nonstop before the banquet began. Old Madam Yi shot Yi Chutang an unhappy glare. "Chuar, if you're feeling unwell, you should rest and not disturb the guests." Before Yi Chutang could respond, concubine Jiang jumped in. "Old Madam, the eldest young lady seems fine now. Please, you should eat." She thought Yi Chutang was just experiencing morning sickness. After all, why would she suddenly gag when the steamed base was placed in front of her? To confirm her suspicion, concubine Jiang deliberately moved the steamed base closer to Yi Chutang. Seeing this, Yi Chutang noted it in her mind. Old Madam Yi invited the guests to eat. Concubine Jiang stood up to serve tea at each table, taking on the role of the hostess. While she moved around, Yi Chutang discreetly rolled a small clay bead under her foot. Concubine Jiang slipped on the bead and fell heavily to the ground, scraping her face. "Ah, it hurts. My face." Old Madam Yi looked at concubine Jiang's bloodied face and felt faint. Someone quickly help her out. Blood on the wedding day is a bad omen. After concubine Jiang was assisted away, Old Madam Yi turned to Yi Chutang. "Chuar, go serve tea to everyone." Yi Chutang, holding her stomach, politely declined, "Grandmother, I still don't feel well and worry that drinking too much tea might disturb the guests." Upon hearing this, Old Madame Yi had no choice but to stand up and invite everyone to drink together. Her status was high, so she didn't need to serve tea personally. A simple gesture would suffice. The guests naturally didn't mind, but the conversation quickly shifted to the topic of the head of the household. Old Madame Yi did not hold back and directly stated that Yi Jingchuan intended to take a primary wife. After all, the head of the household had to choose from among the daughters of official families. Although Yi Jingchuan is a bit older, he holds a high official position and is favored by the emperor. Because he can still have children, some families with lower-ranking officials are interested in marrying their daughters to him. Those with high-ranking positions can marry off their daughters, while those with lower positions can marry their legitimate daughters. The old lady Yi took the opportunity to mention Yi Anji's marriage. Although his reputation is not good, he is the legitimate son, and marrying will allow him to have a legitimate heir. As long as the heir is capable, he could become the head of the family in the future. Thus, Yi Anling's wedding banquet turned into a selection event for wives for both Yi Jingchuan and Yi Anji. When Yi Xin returned to the back garden after changing her clothes, the lunch was almost over. She immediately looked at Yi Chudang, who appeared calm and was eating slowly. Even after the lunch ended, Yi Xin did not notice that Yi Chudang felt nauseous. She thought that Aunt Jiang was just worrying too much. After the meal, Yi Jingchuan had a stage set up in the front yard. In Beichen, it is not a big deal for men and women to watch a play together. Guests who did not enjoy the performance chatted and drank tea in the main hall and back garden. Yi Chutang excused herself, saying she felt unwell, and returned to her room. The first thing she did was use a silver needle to restore her sense of smell. She knew very well that forcibly blocking her sense of smell could cause damage, and the longer it lasted, the worse the damage would be. I need to use food therapy to ease the symptoms of morning sickness. After saying this, she entered her space and found a few books related to pregnancy to read. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Yi Chutang instructed Shaner and Lure to collect the dried meat strips and asked Jinji to prepare for the performance. When she returned to the back garden, she heard the sound of drums and gongs. It was the arrival of Master Da. He was dressed in a bright red wedding outfit and was invited by Yi Jingchuan to the main hall. Please wait a moment, my daughter will be here shortly. Yi Chutang looked at the meager wedding gifts in the courtyard and suddenly felt that Yi Anling's dowry was not shabby at all. As the music played, Yi Anling, dressed in wedding attire and with a veil on her head, entered the main hall with the help of the matchmaker. Behind her followed several carriers with her dowry. Master Da was already aware that Yi Anling would bring 128 carriers of dowry, and he was quite pleased. He and Yi Anling both offered tea to Yi Jingchuan. Father-in-law, please enjoy this tea. Yi Jingchuan sat in the main seat, looking at the 2 cups of tea presented to him, feeling very happy. In this world, besides the emperor, he was the only one who could drink tea from Master Da. For every cup of tea he drank, he handed a red envelope to Master Da for the newlyweds. Linger, now that you are married, you need to be more composed and cherish your husband, understand? Yi Anling bowed deeply. Father, I will follow your teachings. Master, if Linger has any shortcomings, please be understanding. De Gonggong slightly bowed. Rest assured, my lord, I will take good care of Linger. As long as Yi Anling behaves, he won't mistreat her. Yi Jingchuan pretended to wipe away tears. It's getting late. Let's head back to the palace to prepare. The emperor wanted to show his appreciation for De Gonggong, so he arranged a banquet and would personally officiate the wedding. Once the newlyweds leave, the guests will need to bring another gift to the palace to congratulate them. When Yi Anling stood up to enter the palace with De Gonggong, a loud shout suddenly came from the outer courtyard. These dowries were left for the young lady by the late madam. You can't take them. Hearing Jin Ji's voice, Yi Chutang smiled slightly. The show is about to begin. Jin Ji continued to shout. Even if I die today, I won't let you bully the young lady and take her dowry. The late madam never said her dowry was for the illegitimate children. Young lady, come out quickly. I have something very important for you. Upon recognizing Jin Ji's voice, Yi Jingchuan immediately shouted, Guard, take this crazy woman away. If it weren't for the wedding, he would have wanted to get rid of her. Yi Chutang arrived at the front courtyard ahead of the guards and stood beside Jinji. Until everything is clarified, no one can touch her. Yi Jingchuan yelled in anger, Chuar, today is Linger and the master's big day. Don't cause trouble. After saying this, he signaled the guards to grab Jinji. Yi Chutang patted the dowry box beside her. I won't take what isn't mine, but no one can take what is mine. With that, she kicked away the guard who rushed forward. Father, if you don't want this to get ugly, let me clarify things first. Yi Jingchuan knew very well what the truth about the dowry was. Chuar, the emperor is waiting in the palace to officiate the wedding. Don't waste time. He thought that mentioning the emperor would make Yi Chutang back down. The guests thought so too. But things didn't go as planned. Yi Chutang smiled faintly. As long as you don't waste time trying to stop me, I won't delay the auspicious time. She then looked at Jinji, who was tightly holding the dowry box. Aunt Jean, did you really say that my mother never mentioned giving dowries to illegitimate children? Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan became frantic. Chuar, she's just a madwoman trying to ruin the wedding. How can you be foolish enough to believe her? After saying this, he signaled the guards to ignore Yi Chutang and continue to apprehend Jinji. At that moment, Qi and Zhou stepped forward and stopped the guard. Minister Yi, Miss Yi just wants to ask a few questions. Why do you keep stopping her? Is what this maid said true? If it is true, and if the dowry includes Miss Ye's mother's dowry, then it cannot be taken away. Otherwise, Lord Yi will have the reputation of scheming over his wife and daughter's dowry. If it is false, it will prevent unnecessary suspicion. If the auspicious time is missed, Miss Yi will surely apologize to the emperor herself. His logical statements left Yi Jingchuan in a difficult position. He secretly glanced at Da. Da wanted the dowry, but he couldn't just grab it in front of all the guests. He knew staying would be embarrassing, so he said, How about this? The dowry will first. Before he could finish the word stay, Jinji rolled up her sleeves and pulled out the dowry list and a letter that she had hidden in her arm. When she tore off a piece, the guests were shocked. Those who were timid screamed with their eyes closed, interrupting Da. No blood. Hearing this, everyone realized that Jinji had torn off a fake skin. Miss, this was left for you by Madam before she passed away. I have hidden it for over 10 years, and I have not failed my duty. Yi Jingchuan was so furious at this scene that he almost fainted. He never expected that the thing he had searched for all these years was hidden on Jinji. That sly girl really knows how to hide. After sleeping together for so many nights, he had not noticed at all. Seeing Yi Chutang about to take it, his voice became sharp. Sure, it might be poisonous or a trick. Don't take it. Da understood immediately upon hearing this. He unleashed a powerful palm strike. He aimed to destroy what Jinji had brought out and to eliminate her as well. Although Yi Chutang was skilled, her internal energy was insufficient. She could dodge, but couldn't save Jinji unless she used her earth-based powers. When she decided to risk exposure to save Jinji, Qi and Zhou, who had not fully recovered from his injuries, intercepted the deadly strike. Blood splattered on the ground, blooming like red plums. After Yi Chutang caught the dowry list and letter, she quickly supported Qi and Zhou. Your Highness, are you all right? After taking a deep breath, Qi and Zhou pushed Yi Chutang away. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Da looked at the reckless Qi and Zhou, wanting to strike again, but was stopped by Yi Jingchuan. Master, don't forget the Emperor's grand plan. Yi Jingchuan did not expect Qi and Zhou to risk his own safety to help Yi Chutang rescue Jinji. It seems that his talented daughter has already captured the attention of the crown prince. Compared to being a marquis, losing face is not a big deal. After all, the dowry will not end up in his hands. It will either be given to Linger to present to Duke Da or to Chuer as a royal consort for the emperor. For him, the latter brings greater benefits. Once he realized this, Yi Jingchuan decided not to stop Yi Chutang from uncovering the truth. Chuer, what do you have in your hand? Jinji replied, Miss, it's the dowry list and a farewell letter from Madam. Yi Jingchuan thought there was only the dowry list. When he heard the words farewell letter, he became very anxious, worried that Tang Wanning had written something unfavorable about him. But since things had come to this point, he could only take it one step at a time. Yi Anling was the most anxious person in the room. Seeing her father not supporting her, she was almost frantic. Father, the dowry is a matter for the household. There's no need to delay the guests and keep the emperor waiting, which could disrupt the auspicious timing of the wedding. My elder sister suspects there's a problem with the dowry, and the prince has been hurt because of it. I believe the grand supervisor wouldn't mind temporarily leaving the dowry behind and sending it later. As long as she didn't expose the truth directly, she could persuade Duke De to use an empty dowry box for appearances. Yi Jingchuan thought this was a good idea. Yi Chutang saw through Yi Anling's intentions and directly read out Tang Wanning's farewell letter. Chuer, your mother cannot be with you as you grow up. The only thing I can leave you is a life of wealth. You must take good care of the dowry. Your mother is going to find your brother now. I hope you are safe and sound, without worries for life. The mention of brother shocked everyone. Did Yi Tang give birth to twins? How come we've never heard of this? They must have died young. I heard Yi Tang had a premature birth. This farewell letter clearly states that the dowry belongs solely to Miss Yi. How can it be? Guests looked at Yi Jingchuan with disdain and mockery. What kind of man would scheme for his deceased wife's dowry? Listening to the guest discussions, Yi Jingchuan felt utterly humiliated. Yi Chutang seized the moment and opened the dowry list. I've heard that my mother's embroidered dowry list is unique in the world, and many people have seen it. Its authenticity is easy to tell. With that, she opened the dowry box beside her. This 128 sets of dowry are mostly taken from my mother. At her words, everyone gasped in shock. It was simply outrageous. Yi Chutang looked at the pale-faced Yi Jingchuan, pressing him further. Dad, can you tell everyone why my mother gave birth early? And why did she die? Family matters should not be shared, so Yi Jingchuan would not answer Yi Chutang's question. Sure, we will talk about family matters later. We can't delay any longer, or we will be punished by the emperor. After saying this, he urged the musicians to play music and asked Gong De to take Yi Anling away. Yi Chutang looked at the couple's backs and revealed the truth. My mother fell because of Kong Ru. My brother died young, and my mother had a difficult birth. It was all her fault. Also, my mother did not die from illness. She was poisoned by Kong Ru. Gong De, who had reached the door, stopped and turned to warn her, Miss Yi, do not speak without evidence. Yi Chutang looked directly into Gong De's eyes, her gaze cold. When Kong Ru confessed, my father was present. He can prove it. Everyone turned to Yi Jingchuan. Yi Jingchuan felt trapped and could only shift the blame to Kong Ru. What Chuer said is true. I recently learned of this and have confined Kong Ru, which is why she is not here today. After saying this, he looked at Yi Chutang pleadingly, hoping she would stop. To expose Kong Ru could be seen as avenging his mother, but to expose him would be seen as unfilial. Yi Chutang's main targets today were Yi Anling and Kong Ru. With her mission accomplished, she decided to stop. I'm really sorry for making everyone witness this. She certainly wouldn't let Yi Jingchuan off easily. It was just not the right time yet. Seeing Yi Chutang stop, Yi Jingchuan sighed in relief. This rebellious daughter finally understood the importance of shared honor. Everyone, I apologize for the poor hospitality today. Please bear with us. It's getting late. Let's head to the palace for the banquet. As soon as he said this, Gong De led Yi Anling away. He was extremely angry. But to take down the Chen Wangfu, he had to endure for now. Yi Anling felt the coldness radiating from Gong De, making her legs weak with fear. If it weren't for the matchmaker supporting her, she feared she wouldn't be able to walk. Gong De rode a tall horse in front, while Yi Anling was carried in a bridal sedan chair behind. There should have been a long procession of dowries following, but there was none. This made the wedding party look sparse and strange. Curious onlookers whispered among themselves. Why is there no dowry? Didn't they say there would be 128 gifts?
Sure.
Matters of the nobility are not for us to discuss. At the minister's residence, after the couple left, the guests began to say their goodbyes and head to the palace. As Yi Jingchuan saw them off, Yi Chutang, seemingly oblivious, counted the dowries, with Jin Ji helping her. It's not hers. She doesn't want it for now. It's hers, so take it all away. Qi Yanzhou stepped forward. Miss Yi, do you need help? Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou, who seemed unwell, and quickly bowed to him. Thank you, Your Highness. Just a small effort. No need for formalities. Yi Chutang noticed that although he was seriously injured, Qi Yanzhou was trying to act calm, which made her heart skip a beat. The seemingly fragile, yet strong man was quite charming. She slightly averted her gaze and said, Your Highness, you're seriously hurt. You shouldn't attend the banquet. I'll help you with your treatment shortly. When Yi Jingchuan returned after seeing off the guests and heard this, he quickly agreed. Your Highness, Chuer is skilled in medicine. Please let her treat you. I will explain to the emperor. A man and a woman alone. Sparks might fly. Qi Yanzhou understood that Yi Chutang's treatment involved more than just healing physical wounds. It also included dealing with toxins. He agreed. Thank you, Miss Yi. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yi Jingchuan's face. Chuer, let the maid count the dowry. The prince's injury cannot wait. Hurry and help him. After saying this, he instructed Butler Chen to prepare the carriage and took Juner to the palace for the banquet. Jinji immediately knelt and bowed her head to Qi Yanzhou. Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. You don't need to thank me. Thank your young lady. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have intervened. Get up. Jinji quickly realized that Qi Yanzhou had feelings for Yi Chutang. She stood up and said, Miss, I'll handle the dowry counting. You focus on treating the prince. Yi Chutang handed the dowry list to Jinji. Aunt Jean, I'll send Danner to help you shortly. Then she turned to Qi Yanzhou. Your Highness, please follow me to Ningqiuan. Jinji felt uneasy, but thought that Yi Chutang must have her reasons, so she kept quiet. Miss, should the counted dowry be sent back to Ningqiuan? Yes, just put it in the firewood room. Will it be stolen by the ghost thief again? Yi Chutang smiled and replied, if he wants to steal, it doesn't matter where it's placed. After that, she went with Qi Yanzhou to Ningqiuan. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the strong smell of meat jerky made her feel nauseous.
Ugh.
She quickly leaned against the wall and started to. Qi Yanzhou's expression changed, and his concern was evident. Miss Yi, what's wrong? Danner and Lure rushed over, worry etched on their faces. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should we call a doctor? Yi Chutang waved her hand. I'm fine. Just give me some cold water. After she finished speaking, she continued to until her stomach was empty and she could only bring up sour liquid. Qi Yanzhou, who had been ill for a long time and learned some medicine, felt that Yi Chutang looked quite unwell. He immediately reached out to check her pulse, but she pulled away. Once Yi Chutang had nothing left to, she felt much better. At that moment, Sanner brought over a cup of cool tea. She rinsed her mouth with the tea and looked at the three worried people. I'm really fine. I just had some cold fruit for lunch, and my stomach is a bit upset. Seeing that Yi Chutang did not want to say more, Qi Yanzhou did not press further. Miss Yi, since you are unwell today, should we postpone treating my injury? No need, let's do it today. After saying that, Yi Chutang looked at Sanner and Lure. Sanner, go to the front yard and help Aunt Jean count the dowry. Lure, go to the big kitchen and prepare some dishes. The prince will stay for a meal. Both replied in unison, yes, Mississippi. As they were about to leave, Qi Yanzhou suddenly shouted, Who? Come out. Yi Chutang had been too focused on vomiting to notice someone in Ningqiuan. Your Highness, where are they? As soon as she asked, Aunt Jiang, with a face full of injuries, walked in from outside. I greet the prince. I heard you were injured, so I came to visit. Although she didn't understand medicine, she thought it was good to show her face. Qi Yanzhou's face was cold, and his tone was impatient. You, a concubine, have no right to visit me. Aunt Jiang's smile froze on her face, and under the immense pressure, she broke out in a cold sweat. Frightened, she immediately knelt down and prostrated herself. I was rude. Please forgive me, Your Highness.
Get out.
Aunt Jiang quickly got up to leave. However, as she reached the door, she was unwilling to give up and turned to Yi Chutang, saying, Miss, they say a doctor should not treat themselves. You've been vomiting since noon, and it looks quite serious. You should find a doctor quickly, otherwise people might mistakenly think you are pregnant. During lunch, she had suspected it. Her daughter had stared for a long time, but had not seen Yi Chutang again. She thought she had guessed wrong. But fate had brought her to Ningchuan, where she discovered Yi Chutang was indeed vomiting. Whether or not Yi Chutang was truly pregnant, she wanted to plant doubts in the prince's mind about her character. After saying this, she prepared to leave. Yi Chutang knew Aunt Jiang was being deliberate, and her beautiful eyes glinted with anger.
Stop.
Sanner slapped her 30 times and hit her hard. Aunt Jiang, frightened, tried to run but was grabbed by Sanner by the hair. Before the slaps fell, she quickly said, Miss, are you so angry because I hit the mark? Kaiyansu heard this and looked at Yi Chutang's lower abdomen. Kaiyansu suddenly remembered the time in the prison of the Dali Temple when Yi Chutang had also felt unwell and vomited. At that time, he thought it was due to the prison's environment and smell. Now he realized that was not the case. How could someone who dared to cut open their own body be bothered by the smell of blood? Is she carrying his child? As Kaiyansu thought this, Yi Chutang looked at Aunt Jiang and chuckled softly. Do you know that slandering your master can lead to punishment? Aunt Jiang was frightened by the murderous intent in Yi Chutang's eyes. Miss, I meant no harm, Yi Chutang was not interested in her excuses. Danner, take her out and give her 50 slaps. Don't dirty your hands. Use the sole of your shoe. If she dies, it's on me. If you get tired, let Lur take over. Yes. Mississippi Danner dragged the wailing Aunt Jiang out of Ningchuan, took off her shoes, and slapped her hard across the face. Yi Chutang ignored Aunt Jiang's piercing screams and turned to Kaiyansu. Your Highness, please come to my room. Hearing the word room, Kaiyansu's ears turned slightly red. Yi Chutang did not notice his reaction and entered the room. Your Highness, please wait outside. She needed to gather the items required to cure the poison first. After a while, Kaiyansu heard Yi Chutang call him, Your Highness, come in. Yi Chutang was sitting on the couch, with many items laid out on the low table. She first checked Kaiyansu's pulse, and her calm expression turned serious. Your Highness, your poison has worsened, and there is less time left for the southern border shaman. Implicitly, this meant Kaiyansu's chances of survival were lower. Kaiyansu was not someone who feared death. Life and death are fated. I will do my best. Yi Chutang felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. I will do my best to save you. Let me treat your internal injuries first. She used a silver needle dipped in medicine to perform acupuncture on Kaiyansu. As Kaiyansu watched Yi Chutang's focused face, he asked the question that had been on his mind. Miss Yi, are you pregnant? He knew this question was abrupt, but he was eager to know the answer. Yi Chutang was relieved that she had finished the acupuncture before hearing this question. Otherwise, she might have made a mistake. She knew that if Kaiyansu found out the child was his, he would not ignore it. But she would not marry a man who had feelings for another woman. Neither a loveless marriage nor a troubled relationship was what she wanted. Your Highness, is it appropriate to say this to an unmarried woman? Qi Yanzhou knew it was inappropriate and quickly apologized. Miss Yi, I was being rude. Yi Chutang adjusted the silver needles on Qi Yanzhou and asked, What kind of answer do you want? Of course, Qi Yanzhou hoped Yi Chutang was pregnant, but he couldn't say that, because being pregnant before marriage would cause great harm to any woman. Whatever the answer is, I respect your decision, Miss Yi. Yi Chutang changed the subject and asked, Have you thought of a way to break the deadlock? Now the emperor was cautious about Qi Yanzhou and only dared to secretly create obstacles. If he were gone, the Qi family would face disaster. In her view, if Qi Yanzhou didn't overthrow the emperor, the Qi family would have no future. Qi Yanzhou thought of a plan: exile. First, They would distance themselves from the imperial city, then secretly plot to overthrow the emperor. But exile required a good opportunity, and he hadn't thought of a foolproof method yet. A little less wouldn't be enough, and a little more could lead to disaster for his family. Yi Chutang believed that in a situation where they couldn't confront directly, exile was a good choice. However, this would ruin the Qi family's reputation and put their accumulated wealth at risk. Your Highness, is there no better way? Qi Yanzhou shook his head slightly. The emperor wants to destroy the Qi family. Only by staying away from the capital can we avoid his repeated schemes. It wasn't time to fight back yet. They could only endure for now. Miss Yi, if you were to handle the exile of the Qi family, you could negotiate with the emperor and avoid becoming a consort. Yi Chutang saw how much Qi Yanzhou was considering her and found it hard not to misunderstand his feelings. She suppressed her unrealistic thoughts and removed the silver needles from him. Next, I will help you with the fire poison. The process will be painful. Do you need a sedative? Qi Yanzhou knew that while the sedative could numb the pain temporarily, it wouldn't be good for recovery. No need, I can endure it. If you can't bear it, just tell me. After saying this, Yi Chutang opened a small wooden box containing ice leeches. Because the leeches absorb heat, the box was covered in a thick layer of frost. She handed Qi Yanzhou a pill. Please take this, Your Highness. Qi Yanzhou had learned the specific process of detoxification long ago and knew he needed to provoke the fire poison first. He took the pill. An unbearable heat surged through his body, and his blood seemed to boil violently. His hair gradually changed from dark to bright red. His vision turned blood red. Qi Yanzhou felt that his skin would, and he would perish at any moment. When his patience reached its limit, a sharp pain suddenly shot through the back of his hand. Soon after, a cool sensation spread from his hand, easing the intense heat. However, the biting cold quickly followed, making him feel as if his blood would freeze. The heat was unbearable, and the cold was equally intolerable. It felt worse than death. Yi Chutang saw that Qi Yanzhou was about to faint but still managed to give him a thumbs up. Your Highness, just hang in there. It will be over soon. When Qi Yanzhou's body became half hot and half cold, Yi Chutang placed a cold cicada on the back of his hand. The cicada absorbed the cold, and the frost on his hand visibly disappeared, returning to normal. After a short while, the fire poison in Qi Yanzhou's body was suppressed, and Yi Chutang put away the ice leech and cold cicada. Your Highness, how do you feel now? I feel no discomfort. My internal injuries seem to have improved a lot. Yi Chutang wrote out a prescription and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. The fire poison has been contained, and it should keep you safe for about 3 months. Your Highness, I suppose the exile plan won't last until then? The deadline given by the emperor was approaching, and even if it could be delayed, it wouldn't be for long. If the Qi family were exiled, she, as a pregnant woman, would have to travel a long way to find an antidote. It was possible, but the journey would be on foot, and in 3 months, they could probably cover, well, a little over half of the northern Qin kingdom. Qi Yanzhou noticed Yi Chutang's concerns and said, Miss Yi, if you trust me, you can lend the ice leech and cold cicada to me for the antidote. When we return to the capital, I will make sure to return them. The medical skills of the West were comparable to those of the renowned healer Shui. As long as he had something to counteract the poison and knew how to use it, he wouldn't need to trouble Yi Chutang to travel so far. Thinking of this, he added, before the exile, the prince's residence will be searched. You can take as much gold and jewelry as you want. If you can't carry it all, you can tell the ghost thief to retrieve it. It was better to give to anyone than to the emperor. Qi Yanzhou's idea was good, but it couldn't be realized because only Yi Chutang had the means to care for the ice leech and cold cicada. Yi Chutang declined Qi Yanzhou's proposal. Your Highness, you should know how precious the ice leech and cold cicada are. I'm not worried about you not returning them. I'm just concerned that you won't be able to keep them alive. If the ice leech died, there would be a substitute, but if the cold cicada died, it would need to be hatched again. Given Qi Yanzhou's condition, he couldn't afford to wait for the eggs to turn into cicadas. After Qi Yanzhou learned the specific method to neutralize the poison, he consulted the palace doctor about the ice leech and the cold cicada. The doctor explained that ice leeches hatch in damp, cold areas, grow in warm, humid places, and then return to cold, damp areas to lay their eggs. The cold cicada, on the other hand, thrives in completely opposite conditions. They need two connected extreme environments to survive, which is rare to find. If they were in the capital, Chi-Enjo was confident he could raise both the ice leech and the cold cicada. However, on the road to exile, it was uncertain. Miss Yi, you are right to remind me. I have not considered everything. If the witch doctor from the southern border can arrive in time to detoxify the poison, I will arrange everything for the journey to minimize your burden. Yi Chudang, who had originally planned to leave the capital to have her baby, nodded in agreement. Your Highness, don't worry. I will keep my promise. Please wait in the courtyard while I tidy up. Chi-Enjo immediately stood up and left the room. Yi Chutang placed the ice leech and cold cicada in her space, emptied the water from the teapot, and filled it with spring water. She carried the teapot and cup to the stone table in the courtyard. Your Highness, please have some water while I check the kitchen. Lure had returned and was busy in the kitchen. She brought back a lot of vegetables, most of which only needed some preparation. Seeing Yi Chutang enter the kitchen, she quickly said, Miss, you should attend to His Highness. I can manage here. His Highness is injured. Make something light. As you command. Yi Chutang, unable to stand the smell of oil, felt her stomach churn and hurried out of the kitchen. She sat by the stone table and discussed the plan to attack Night Demon with Chi-Enjo. After they finished discussing, she asked, Is His Highness's internal injury getting worse? Should we postpone the timing? Chi-Enjo shook his head. I don't have much time left in the capital, and Miss Yi urgently needs someone capable. He wanted Yi Chutang to feel more secure before leaving the capital. Yi Chutang curiously asked, Is Your Highness thinking of me this way because I can help you with the poison? Chi-Enjo hesitated for a moment and nodded.
Yes.
If he hadn't chosen the path of exile, he would have expressed his feelings to Yi Chutang. But now, it was unnecessary to say it and cause her worry. Yi Chutang thought to herself. She had indeed overthought things. She poured a cup of spring water for Chi-Enjo. Your Highness, you have great virtue and will surely turn danger into safety. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Yi. Just then, Lure came out of the kitchen. Miss, Your Highness, dinner is ready. Shall we eat now? Yi Chutang stood up. Yes, let's set the table. After the dishes were arranged, she chose a seat farthest from the fish. Your Highness, please excuse this simple meal. Chi-Enjo thought Yi Chutang wanted to avoid suspicion, so he sat down across from her. It's more lavish than what I eat at the palace. Please feel free, Your Highness. Yi Chutang, feeling very hungry, ignored table manners and chose light dishes that wouldn't upset her stomach. Seeing Yi Chutang enjoy her meal, Chi-Enjo's appetite improved, and he ate more than usual. After finishing, he stood up to leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Yi. See you tomorrow at the Chunwangfu. Yi Chutang understood that Chi-Enjo meant for her to go to the Chunwangfu to choose jewelry. She thought that besides cash, the Chi family couldn't take most of their treasures, so she agreed. All right, Your Highness. Miss Yi, please stay back. I can leave the palace on my own. I'm heading to the front courtyard anyway. Let's go together. The two left Ning Chiyuan. Chi-Enjo noticed the bloodstains at the gate and warned, Miss Yi, be careful of rumors. Watch out for that woman from before. Okay, I will. When they reached the front courtyard, Danner and Jinji had just finished counting the dowry. Among the 128 dowries, Tang Wanning's exceeded 100. Minister Ye's eating habits are quite unrefined. After saying this, Chi-Enjo quickly left the minister's residence. Yi Chutang called for the guards to carry the dowry to Ning Chiyuan. Don't use the boxes. Take the dowry out and put it in the firewood room. If they didn't do this, there wouldn't be enough space in Ning Chiyuan. Yes, Mississippi Danner, Aunt Jean, you two go eat. I need to find Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang had been severely beaten by Danner and Lure, left bloodied and unconscious, and then sent back to her courtyard by the maid. She wasn't favored and lived in a quiet, secluded area. Yi Xin had gone to a palace banquet. Aunt Jiang was punished for offending Yi Chudang, and the maid didn't dare to seek a doctor, only applying basic first aid and stopping the bleeding. The bleeding was controlled, but Aunt Jiang's face looked terrible, full of scars. Yi Chudang didn't feel sorry for her despite her pitiful state. She picked up the teapot and poured the cold water over Aunt Jiang's head. The tea soaked her wounds, causing sharp pain.
Ah!
Aunt Jiang screamed, sitting up and touching her injured face, trembling in pain. Yi Chudang looked at her coldly and said, "If you dare to slander me again, I will make Yi Xin a woman that everyone can have." This statement left Aunt Jiang feeling frozen in fear. Her mouth was injured, and she couldn't speak, only shaking her head desperately. "Don't mess with me, or what happened to Kong Ru today will happen to you tomorrow." Yi Chudang said this and left the quiet courtyard, heading to the Wenba courtyard where Yi Anji was. Before she entered the courtyard, she heard the sounds of heavy breathing from inside. She picked up a flower pot by the road and threw it at the bedroom window. "Yi Anji, come out." Yi Anji, who was busy inside, was startled and quickly got off Shuang. He didn't dare to waste a moment and hurriedly put on his clothes, appearing barefoot in the courtyard. "Big sister, you're here, please have a seat." Yi Chudang looked at Yi Anji, whose clothes were in disarray, unable to hide her disgust. "Yi Anling is already married. If you want to live, you need to act tonight." Yi Anji understood that Yi Chudang was reminding him to kill their mother. He also knew that Yi Chudang had exposed their mother's plot against the late matriarch at the wedding banquet. Even if he didn't kill their mother, she wouldn't survive. "So," he said without any guilt, "don't worry, big sister. I will complete the task before midnight." Yi Chudang knew how selfish and cold Yi Anji was, so she wasn't surprised by his words. "As long as you kill Kong Ru, I will give you the antidote and won't trouble you again." After saying this, she left the Wenba courtyard and went to the Lioli courtyard. She wasn't going to hand over Yi Anji's mother to him. She wanted to see the mother and son turn against each other. The Lioli courtyard was usually filled with Kong Ru's cries at night, but today it was quiet. Yi Chudang was a bit surprised and quickly entered the courtyard. She asked the maid guarding the main door, "Why is there no noise from Kong Ru? Is she dead?" The maid immediately knelt in greeting. "Greetings, Mississippi." The madam found out that her plot against the late matriarch was exposed and threw a huge tantrum, then lay in bed without moving, but she is not dead. That's good enough. Yi Chudang entered Kong Ru's bedroom. Kong Ru lay on the dirty bed, staring blankly at the canopy above, like a living corpse. She ignored the pain of her suffering. Yi Chudang approached the bed, grabbed Kong Ru's collar, and lifted her up. "You don't think your reputation being ruined is the end, do you?" The familiar voice brought Kong Ru back to her senses. She looked at Yi Chudang, her eyes filled with intense hatred, wishing she could devour her whole. "I regret not suffocating you back then." She had always thought that the obedient Yi Chudang was under her control, which is why she suggested bringing her back to marry in her place. The result was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. What a pity, you cannot change the past or the future. You can only regret it for a lifetime. After saying this, Yi Chudang forced an antidote into Kong Ru's mouth. Kong Ru had to swallow it, thinking it was a deadly poison and that she was prepared to die. To her surprise, the sharp pain in her stomach suddenly disappeared. "What did you give me?" Yi Chudang ignored her and released her grip. She walked to the table and poured a cup of water, which was not tea, but a special spring water that could help Kong Ru regain her strength. In her current state, Kong Ru could easily be dealt with by Yi Anji, which would take away the thrill of the hunt. After being forced to drink the spring water, Kong Ru felt instantly refreshed and full of energy. She watched Yi Chudang warily, feeling a strong sense of unease, as if she were a pig being fattened before slaughter.
"What do you want from me?"
Yi Chudang held Kong Ru's chin with an evil smile. "Naturally, I'm giving you a chance to live." Hearing this, Kong Ru immediately remembered that Yi Chudang had previously told her that after Linger's wedding, she would make her and Jir fight to the death. She looked at Yi Chudang in horror. "You are a monster risen from the depths of." Yi Chudang smiled widely. "Thank you for the compliment. If you don't want to harm your own child, you can choose to end your own life. She added, by the way, the one who survives, I won't trouble him again. She had no intention of keeping promises to villains. But the bigger the bait, the more willing people would be to risk their lives. Yi Chutang noticed a flicker of light in Kong Ru's eyes. She smirked and let her go. Yi Onji said he would kill you before midnight. Good luck. After saying this, Yi Chutang left the main room and instructed the two maidservants, you stay outside and make sure Kong Ru doesn't leave. The young master will come soon, and when he arrives, you must notify me immediately. Yes, miss. After making her arrangements, Yi Chutang left the Lioli courtyard and exited the estate. She went to find people to witness the event. Half an hour later, Yi Chutang called 2 officers from the Dali Temple to come and arrest Kong Ru. The events at the minister's residence had already spread widely, so the officers knew that Kong Ru, as a concubine, had plotted against the legitimate wife and her legitimate son. This was a serious crime that could lead to imprisonment and execution. Therefore, they immediately followed Yi Chutang to the minister's residence. On the way, Yi Chutang said, Gentlemen, there will be an exciting event at the Ministry of Rights tonight. Please don't rush to arrest anyone just yet. The officers exchanged glances. What do you mean, Miss Yi? No need to ask too much, just enjoy the show. Seeing this was for Chi Yenjo's sake, the 2 officers nodded. All right, we will listen to Miss Yi. You will have to climb over the wall and hide for a while, Yi Chutang added. The officers were puzzled, feeling as if they were about to do something sneaky. Yi Chutang led the officers from the Dali Temple over the wall into the Ministry of Rights, heading to Kong Ru's glass courtyard. She whispered, before midnight, there will be a big show in this courtyard. After the performance ends, you can arrest people. After saying this, she handed each officer a silver note of 100 taels as a reward for their trouble. The officers happily nodded and found a hidden spot to hide. Yi Chutang returned to Ningqiuan. The dowry had been placed in the firewood room, nearly filling the entire space. Jin Ji and the others had finished dinner and were chatting in the courtyard about the day's satisfying events. When she saw Yi Chutang return, she rushed over, tears streaming down her face before she could speak. Yi Chutang hugged Jin Ji and gently patted her back. Aunt Jean, it's a joyful day. Don't cry. Jin Ji nodded, wiping her tears, but her voice was still choked with emotion. Miss and young master are surely happy in spirit. Though they could not come back to life, seeing their enemies receive the punishment they deserved was a comfort. And Jean, we should be happy too. Jin Ji gently pushed Yi Chutang away. As long as the young lady is happy, I will be happy. Then, with concern, she asked, Young lady, will the master cause you trouble? The master was in a hurry to attend a banquet at the palace, so he hadn't made a fuss, but when he returned, he would definitely hold the young lady accountable. Yi Chutang smiled. When have you ever seen me suffer? This was true, and Jin Ji felt reassured. At that moment, a maid from the glass courtyard rushed in. Miss, the young master has gone to the glass courtyard and is arguing with the lady. Let's go see, Yi Chutang said. When she arrived at the glass courtyard, Yi Onji and Kong Ru were already in a heated struggle. Mother, you're done for. Why are you still resisting? Just hurry up and die. You ungrateful son. How could you kill your mother? I regret giving birth to you. If I had known you were so useless, I wouldn't have come out of your... You ungrateful child. I will kill you. If Yi Onji had used a strategy to gain sympathy from Kong Ru, she might have willingly given him a chance. But instead, he came in wanting to kill her right away. The 2 of them fought for their lives right under the watchful eyes of the officials from the Dali Temple. Although Kong Ru took the antidote and drank the spring water, she was still a woman and could not match Yi Onji's strength, ultimately suffering a fatal wound to her throat. Seeing that he was the one who survived, Yi Onji laughed loudly. However, before he could finish laughing, the official kicked the window open at Yi Chutang's signal and jumped into the bedroom. When the official jumped into the bedroom, Yi Onji was about to stab Kong Ru in the chest with a dagger. Stop! The official shouted, kicking the bloody dagger away. Yeonji stared blankly at the official who had suddenly appeared. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. She wanted to kill me, and I had no choice but to fight back. Kong-ru, with blood gushing from her neck, fixed her gaze on her son, whom she had loved since childhood, and suddenly laughed. Liar. Big liar. Yi Chutang never intended to leave a way out for me and my son. As she spoke, she coughed up blood, her eyes filled with hatred and despair. How had her life turned out this way? Before she could understand, she passed away with her eyes wide open. Yeonji was terrified by the bloodshot eyes of Kong-ru and collapsed to the ground. You forced me. If she's dead, don't come looking for me. The official scoffed. You killed her. Who else should we look for? Yeonji shook his head frantically. I was forced. If I didn't kill her, she would have killed me. He thought the official had just arrived and didn't know the truth, so he desperately defended himself. Young Master Yi, we have been here for a while and saw you come in. Hearing this, Yeonji's face turned pale. Why didn't you stop us? We thought you two were just arguing, but when we realized something was wrong, we came in, only to find it was too late. Although this explanation made sense, Yeonji didn't believe a word of it. He understood now that Yi Chutang had set him up. It was Yi Chutang who called you here, wasn't it? As soon as he said this, Yi Chutang entered the bedroom from the main room. These two officials were called by me. Kong-ru killed my mother and caused my brother's death. What's wrong with putting her in prison? Yeonji knew it was useless to say anything more since the officials had witnessed him committing the crime. Yi Chutang, you won't have a good end. Yi Chutang smirked. You won't see how I die, but I will witness your end. Wretched woman, I will kill you. As Yeonji struggled to get up, the official kicked him back to the ground and subdued him. In front of us, you still shout and threaten, truly fearless. After saying this, the officer punched Yeonji in the stomach. Behave yourself, or our knives won't be merciful. Yeonji immediately quieted down. He didn't want to die. His grandmother cared for him so much and would surely find a way to save him. The officer turned to Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, please have someone keep an eye on this room. We will take young Master Yi to the Dali Temple first, and then send someone to handle the rest later. All right. Thank you for your hard work, officers. As Yeonji was taken away, he shouted for the maid and servants to inform old Madame Yi to come and rescue him. Just as they were about to leave the estate, Yi Jingchuan returned with Yi Anjuan and Yi Xin. He looked at the officers from the Dali Temple with displeasure and asked, What are you doing? If they were going to arrest someone, it should be Kong-ru, right? Before the officer could respond, Yeonji cried out, Father, save me. That wicked Yi Chutang plotted against me and Mother while you were away. Mother has already been harmed by her. Yi Jingchuan didn't care about Kong-ru's fate at all. When Yi Chutang forced him to admit Kong-ru's wrongdoing in front of all the guests, Kong-ru was as good as dead. He frowned and asked, Your mother is dead, so why are they arresting you? As soon as he asked, he realized, Did you kill your mother? Yeonji quickly denied it. Father, I was forced by Yi Chutang. She even forced my mother to harm me. When it came to Yi Chutang, Yi Jingchuan immediately abandoned Yeonji without hesitation. Unfilial son, you actually committed such a crime against your mother. Take him away. One was a daughter who could become a noble consort and help him secure the marquis title. The other was a son who had already lost his reputation. Anyone could see which one to choose. Yeonji looked at Yi Jingchuan in disbelief. Even after being taken away for a long distance, he couldn't come to terms with it. After the officers left, Yi Jingchuan's suppressed emotions erupted. Where's Chuer? Butler Chen immediately stepped forward and replied, Sir, Miss is Ning Chiyuan. That ungrateful girl. She can't live without ruining the Yi family, can she?
Please calm down, sir.
The more Yi Jingchuan thought about it, the angrier he became, and his breathing quickened. He handed Juner to Butler Chen, Take the young master to play for a while. After saying this, he angrily headed toward Ning Chiyuan. Butler Chen had something to report and left Juner behind to quickly catch up. Sir, before you see the young lady, there's something you need to know. Yi Jingchuan immediately sensed it was bad news.
Speak.
Aunt Jiang suspected that the young lady was pregnant and was slapped 50 times by her, leaving her face ruined. When Aunt Jiang visited Prince Chen at Ningqiu courtyard, the servants were busy preparing red silk for decorations. She spoke the words pregnant loudly enough for some servants to hear. Later, after Aunt Jiang was slapped, the servants reported it to Steward Chen, who learned that Yi Chudang had been vomiting twice a day, raising suspicions of pregnancy. When Yi Jingchuan heard the word pregnant, he instinctively wanted to argue. But he quickly remembered Yi Chutang's reputation in the countryside, and his head buzzed with thoughts. Could this troublesome girl really be carrying a child from some country bumpkin? He told Steward Chen, "Notify everyone that if anyone dares to tarnish the young lady's reputation, they will be dealt with severely."
Yes, sir.
Take good care of the young master and don't let him return to Ningqiu courtyard. After saying this, Yi Jingchuan stormed off in anger. Yi Xin, who was nearby, overheard their conversation and hurried back to Qiyu courtyard. Although Juner didn't hear much, he could tell that Yi Jingchuan was very angry. Just as he was about to return to Ningqiu courtyard, Steward Chen stopped him. "Young master, the sir and the young lady need to talk. It's not suitable for you to listen. Let me keep you company for a while. I brought some treats for my elder sister and wanted to give them to her. Young master, the sir has instructed that it's no use trying to pressure me." Seeing he couldn't get past him and had no way to force his way in, Juner had to give up. At that moment, Yi Jingchuan had already arrived at Ningqiu courtyard. Yi Chudang, knowing he would come, sat by the stone table in the yard, eating fruits while waiting for him. Seeing Yi Chutang so relaxed made Yi Jingchuan furious. The situation had turned the Shang's household upside down, and she still had the nerve to eat. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Yi Chutang didn't even look up and replied slowly, "Father, you should thank me for not exposing your disgraceful behavior of favoring a concubine over your wife. Thank you for that. You're welcome. After all, we are blood relatives. Otherwise, Kong Ru's fate would be yours." For a moment, Yi Jingchuan didn't know how to respond. He sat down across from Yi Chutang, looking at her smiling face, feeling uneasy. His anger suddenly faded, and he miraculously calmed down. "Chutai, what exactly do you want?" Yi Chudang set down her half-eaten peach and said, "It's obvious. I'm avenging my mother and brother. No one is stopping you from seeking revenge, but family matters should not be aired in public. You shouldn't have brought this to light, especially not on a day of celebration for the Shangs. Dad, isn't it shameful that you plotted against my mother's dowry first?" Yi Jingchuan was left speechless. He questioned, "Is Jinji really not crazy at all?" Before Yi Chudang could respond, Yi Jingchuan shouted, "Jinji, you shameless person, come out." Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap from Yi Chudang. He looked at Yi Chudang in shock and raised his hand to retaliate, only to receive another slap. "Are you out of your mind?" Yi Chudang coldly stared at Yi Jingchuan, her beautiful face filled with anger. "What right do you have to insult Aunt Jean? To scheme for my mother's dowry, you sent me to the countryside and forced Aunt Jean to have children for you. You're worse than an animal." With two swollen handprints on his face, Yi Jingchuan couldn't say a word. Yi Chutang continued, "Although Aunt Jean is my mother's maid, she is not a member of the Yi family, and forcing her is a crime against a respectable woman." Yi Jingchuan knew how serious this accusation was and would not admit it. "Chuer, this is just Jinji's word against mine. I haven't done anything to her." "Then swear that if what you say is false, the Yi family will have no descendants." Yi Jingchuan naturally dared not swear, feeling desperate. "So, what if I force Jinji? Do you have evidence to report me? Aren't you afraid of her being ridiculed?" Yi Chudang, furious at Yi Jingchuan's shamelessness, grabbed his neck. Yi Jingchuan struggled to breathe, fear and anger making him shout, "Are you trying to kill your father?" Hearing this, Jinji quickly opened the door. "Miss, please let go. It's not worth ruining your reputation over someone like him." Even if the young lady was right, people would still criticize her for the sake of filial piety. Yi Chudang didn't intend to kill Yi Jingchuan, but she wouldn't let him off easily either. Aunt Jean, I know what I'm doing. Please stand by for a moment. Jinji nodded and stood behind Yi Chudang. Yi Chudang looked at Yi Jingchuan, whose face was red and eyes bulging, her voice cold and sharp. With my abilities, I can easily make you tell the truth, but I won't ruin Aunt Jin's reputation to send you to jail. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan felt a bit relieved. He struggled to squeeze out a few words. What do you want? Kneel and apologize to Aunt Jean. Jinji looked at Yi Chudang in surprise, her heart swelling with emotion. Her young lady was not only seeking revenge for herself and her mother, but also fighting for her justice. Yi Jingchuan closed his eyes and ignored her. Yi Chudang leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "If you don't kneel now, I'll make you kneel in front of everyone. If you don't believe me, you can try. Sure, don't forget that your life is still in the Emperor's hands." Yi Chudang chuckled lightly, grabbing Yi Jingchuan by the neck and lifting him up. As long as you're not in control, that's fine. After saying that, she let go and kicked his knee. With a thud, Yi Jingchuan knelt on one knee. Now, do you want me to kick the other leg, or will you do it yourself? Hearing Yi Chudang's threatening words, Yi Jingchuan clenched his teeth in frustration. He wanted to resist, but knew he couldn't win against her. So, feeling very reluctant, he knelt down. Since he was already kneeling, he might as well apologize. Otherwise, this troublesome girl would really embarrass him in front of everyone. Jinji, back then I was blinded by greed for Wan Ning's dowry and did something wrong. Please forgive me. Jinji looked at Yi Jingchuan kneeling on the ground, feeling both angry and satisfied. She never imagined that the high-ranking official would one day kneel before her, begging for forgiveness. Yi Jingchuan, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. This man indirectly caused the deaths of the young lady and young master, and he didn't deserve forgiveness. Yi Jingchuan didn't care about Jinji's thoughts and turned to the cold-faced Yi Chudang. I have already apologized. Jean Ant's life has been ruined by you. An apology is not enough. You need to compensate. 100,000 taels, no negotiation. Yi Jingchuan stood up angrily. Where am I supposed to get that much silver? Use the gifts you received today for the money. It shouldn't be hard to gather 100,000 taels. Or you can sell your belongings or even steal. You have 3 days to get it to Jean Ant, or I will use the Emperor's power to turn the minister's residence upside down. Everyone can act tough when they have power, right? Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan suddenly remembered the purpose of Ning Chiyuan. He replied dismissively, got it. Then, he waved at Jinji, leave, I need to talk to Chuer. Jinji looked at Yi Chudang, and after she nodded, she went into the side room. Yi Jingchuan sat on a stone bench, rubbing his knee, while looking at Yi Chudang's stomach. I heard you were sick twice today? Yi Chudang nodded calmly, yes, I ate something bad. Yi Jingchuan looked doubtful. Father will find a doctor for you tomorrow. If she wasn't pregnant, that would be good. If she was, she would need to take medicine. Yi Chudang was not worried at all. With her medical skills, temporarily changing the pulse was not difficult for her.
Okay.
But she knew she couldn't stay in the capital. Otherwise, the news of her pregnancy would surely be discovered. She wasn't afraid of being labeled as a mother, but she didn't want her child to be called a before being born. Yi Jingchuan felt relieved seeing Yi Chudang respond calmly. He asked, how is your relationship with Prince Chen? Rest assured, if Prince Chen wants to marry, he will definitely marry me. With Yi Chudang's assurance, Yi Jingchuan felt that the trouble he faced tonight was worth it. Before leaving, he said, Chuer, it's understandable that you want to avenge your mother and brother, but you should have mentioned the dowry earlier instead of embarrassing Duke-da in public. Once you enter the palace, you will definitely face hardships. Listening to his serious words, Yi Chudang smirked. I can't say if I will face hardships, but Yi Anling will surely have a tough time, and father won't have it easy in court either. If one wants to gain a dowry, they must bear the consequences. Yi Jingchuan felt like he was talking to a wall. He stood up angrily. If you can't get Prince Chen to propose within 3 days, be prepared for serious consequences. Yi Chudang wasn't poisoned at all, so she naturally didn't take Yi Jingchuan's words to heart. She yawned sleepily and called out to the maid, "Danner, I want to take a bath." The door opened, and Jean-ji came out. "Miss, let me serve you. I can talk with you as well." Danner quickly said, "Jean Mama, I'll prepare the water for the young lady first, and you can help her with her hair later." She knew Yi Chudang treated Jean-ji like family, so she regarded Jean-ji as half a master. Just as Jean-ji was about to refuse, Danner rushed into the kitchen to fetch hot water. Soon, the bathing water was ready. Yi Chudang took off her clothes and stepped into the tub filled with flower petals. Jean-ji stood behind the screen and asked with concern, "Miss, are you poisoned?" "No, the Emperor and Yi Jingchuan think I am poisoned." Jean-ji sighed in relief and asked, "What about your marriage with Prince Chen?" "It's a delaying tactic. Prince Chen and I will not marry." This answer surprised Jean-ji. Although she thought Prince Chen was a good match, she didn't say much. Instead, she asked one last question. "Miss, are you really just having an upset stomach?" Jean-ji had once been pregnant and knew that morning sickness and nausea were different. Yi Chudang looked at the blurry figure behind the screen and admitted, "Aunt Jean, I am over a month pregnant." Jean-ji quickly stepped out from behind the screen, looking at Yi Chudang with concern, her eyes immediately turning red. "Miss, how could you?" She was so shocked that she forgot to use polite language. Yi Chudang smiled and teased, "I wasn't bullied. I bullied someone else." Jean-ji was speechless for a moment, unsure whether to continue feeling sad. "What do you plan to do about the baby?"
Keep it.
"Having a miscarriage is harmful. If you keep it, when will you marry the father?" Yi Chudang shared her plan. "I don't plan to marry. I will raise the baby myself. After some time, we will leave the capital and return when the child is older, telling others that the father has passed away." Jean-ji thought this meant the father was not a good person. She wanted to scold him, but remembered that Yi Chudang had bullied him, leaving her at a loss for words. "Miss, even if you leave the capital, people will still gossip about your pregnancy." "Little." She suddenly didn't know how to refer to Yi Chudang's child. Yi Chudang said, "Aunt Jean, just call me Miss from now on, or else the child won't have a name." She had previously thought Little Miss was too cumbersome, but Miss was how Jean-ji referred to the original mother, so she didn't want to take that away. Now, given the special circumstances, she had to make a quick decision. "I will follow your lead, Mississippi." After saying that, Jean-ji continued her previous thought. "Miss, if you don't marry, it will be seen as having a child out of wedlock, and you will be talked about wherever you go. The child will also face judgment." Yi Chudang had already thought this through. She planned to go to a place where no one knew her to give birth. If anyone asked, she would say her husband had passed away and she was cast out by a cruel family. Once the child could walk, she would travel with the child for a few years before returning to the capital. "Aunt Jean, since I chose to have this child, I won't let them be a burden." Seeing that her concerns were addressed, Jean-ji stopped urging Yi Chudang to marry. "Miss, I will always be by your side. Aunt Jean, I will write down some recipes for herbal dishes that can help with morning sickness. Before we leave the capital, you can cook them." "I will obey." In the quiet courtyard, Yi Xin looked at the huge dowry box in the storeroom, her eyes filled with resentment. "Yi Chudang, you never intended to give the dowry to me. You've always treated me like a fool. Now, it's not just about the dowry. There's also Kong Ru. Although Kong Ru has done terrible things, she is the head of the household, and after her death, her children must mourn for 3 years. What will happen to her marriage?" Thinking of this, she felt a strong urge to harm Yi Chudang. Yi Xin kicked the dowry box and shouted, "You won't have it easy, you wretched person." After cursing, she left the storeroom and went to Aunt Jiang's bedroom. She looked at Aunt Jiang, who lay on the bed, looking unrecognizable, with tears in her eyes. "Mother, are you in pain?" Yi Xin, being a concubine's daughter, called Aunt Jiang aunt in front of others, but privately referred to her as mother. Aunt Jiang was still in too much pain to speak. Her tears blurred her vision. She knew Kong Ru was dead, and her daughter's marriage might change. She felt anxious but could do nothing. It was her fault. With no support from her family, her daughter had to suffer. Yi Xin wiped away Aunt Zhang's tears and said, "Don't worry, mother. I will definitely marry Jiang Huai. Of course, not after 3 years, but during the mourning period." Aunt Zhang knew her daughter could do it and managed to force a smile. Yi Xin asked, "Mother, is Yi Chutang really pregnant?" She believed that with her mother's calmness and cunning, she wouldn't falsely accuse Yi Chutang without reason. Aunt Zhang, enduring the pain, managed to say a few words. Most likely. She directly mentioned the pregnancy to make Prince Chen suspicious and to test Yi Chutang's reaction. Although she didn't gather any information, she trusted her instincts. Aunt Zhang noticed Yi Xin's intention to deal with Yi Chutang and shook her head. Yi Chutang was too ruthless. They couldn't compete with her. Yi Xin patted Aunt Zhang's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, mother. I know what I'm doing." After saying this, she released Aunt Zhang's hand and tucked the blanket around her. "Mother, you should rest early." After leaving the bedroom, she exited the quiet courtyard and headed to the back door. The doorman at the back door was her person, used for gathering and delivering information. The next day, after Yi Chutang learned she was pregnant, she felt especially sleepy. When she woke up, the sun was bright. She entered the space to brush her teeth, wash her face, and take folic acid. After freshening up, she organized the items she had moved from the emperor's private treasury. She didn't touch the 9 boxes of tribute because they were toxic and moved them to the edge. Yi Chutang exited the space, got out of bed, and dressed. In the courtyard, Dana heard the noise and immediately called out, "Miss, I'm coming in." Yi Chutang sensed her urgency and guessed something was wrong.
Come in.
Dana hurried into the room, her face filled with anxiety. "Miss, it's bad news."
The whole city is saying.
Yi Chutang guessed that someone was making a big deal out of her morning sickness, spreading terrible rumors. "What are they saying about me?" "They say you are reckless and have an illegitimate child." The last 2 words were spoken very softly. Yi Chutang got dressed and said, "Danner, go to Xinglin Hall right away and ask Manager Lin to send a message. Tell him I will arrive in an hour and request all the doctors in the city to see me." First, she would deal with the nasty rumors, then find out who was behind them. Today, the entire capital was buzzing about the minister's residence. From Yi Jingchuan plotting against his wife's dowry, to Yi Chutang stopping the dowry and exposing Kong Ru's poisoning of Tang Weining, to Yi Anji being arrested for killing his mother, and finally, Yi Chutang being pregnant before marriage. Each event could be described as explosive. All happening at once was quite shocking. Is the minister's residence cursed? Dirty deeds keep coming up, and it never settles down. It's not a curse. It's clearly after the legitimate daughter returned that things started to unfold one after another. Both mother and brother were killed. If it were me, I would seek revenge. But that doesn't justify her having an illegitimate child. She really lacks self-awareness. That's just a rumor. News from Xinglin Hall says Miss Yi is calling all the doctors for a consultation. Is that true? Let's hurry and see what's happening. Yi Chutang sat in the carriage, listening to the various discussions as she arrived at Xinglin Hall. The place was crowded with onlookers. When they saw Yi Chutang get out of the carriage, they quickly made way for her. She appeared to ignore them, but her peripheral vision was alert to the crowd. The rumor-mongers would surely make another move. Thud. A foul fish was thrown at Yi Chutang's feet. Even a non-pregnant person would feel nauseated by the smell. Yi Chutang blocked her sense of smell and frowned slightly. She pointed at the woman who threw the fish and asked, "Who sent you? How much money did you get?" The woman thought that with so many people, no one would notice it was her who threw the stinky fish. To her surprise, she was immediately found out. Feeling guilty, she quickly turned to push her way out. Thud. Yi Chutang kicked the stinky fish, hitting the back of the woman's head. The fish burst open, and its rotten insides splattered all over her.
Ugh.
Yi Chutang mocked. "Half of your body is already in the ground, and you still think you might be pregnant? That's impressive." Everyone could hear the sarcasm in her words, and they felt she was right. If vomiting were a sign of pregnancy, then men could get pregnant too. Others with ill intentions realized that forcing Yi Chutang to wouldn't work, so they quickly abandoned their thoughts. Yi Chutang successfully entered the clinic. Manager Lin approached with a smile. "Miss Yi, these are famous doctors from the capital. As long as they confirmed that Yi Chutang was not pregnant, the nasty rumors would fall apart." Yi Chutang nodded. "Thank you all for coming." Then she glanced at her dirty shoes and asked Manager Lin, "May I clean up in the back?" "Of course, Miss Yi. Please go ahead." Taking the opportunity to wash her shoes, she used a silver needle to restore her sense of smell. When she returned to the main hall of the clinic, she sat down at the consultation table. "Please, everyone go ahead." Traditional Chinese medicine usually determines if someone is through analysis and pulse diagnosis, so she wasn't worried about being exposed. In addition to the doctors from the clinic, 6 others arrived. They each took her pulse, and none detected any signs of pregnancy. One reason was that the pregnancy was still very early, just over a month, making it hard to detect. Another reason was that she had briefly altered her pulse with the silver needle and her diet. "Miss Yi is not pregnant." As soon as the doctors spoke, the crowd erupted in anger. "Who spread this ridiculous rumor? It's so malicious." "Yes, a woman's reputation is so important. This could ruin Miss Yi. Their heart is wicked. Fortunately, Miss Yi is innocent and has nothing to fear. If we can find the person spreading the rumors, I want to spit on them." Hearing this, Yi Chutang confidently said, "Everyone, rest assured, I will find out who is behind this." Then she took out 100 taels of silver and placed it on the consultation table. "Thank you, doctors, for your hard work. Let me treat you to some tea." The doctors quickly declined. "Miss Yi, your generosity is commendable. You provided us with valuable remedies for preventing and treating the plague, so it's our duty to help clear your name without any cost." After saying this, the doctors made excuses about the clinic being busy and left. Seeing her goal achieved, Yi Chutang bid farewell to Manager Lin. Manager Lin hurriedly returned the 100 taels to her. "Miss Yi, I cannot accept the money for tea." Yi Chutang didn't refuse and accepted it. As she reached the door of the clinic, she was stopped by a royal physician sent from the palace. "May I ask if I can take Miss Yi's pulse?" The news of Yi Chutang's pregnancy reached the palace, and the emperor wanted to know the truth, so he sent a trusted physician. Accompanying the physician was Dong, a doctor who had just returned from the mountains. As soon as he returned, he was invited to the palace to treat the emperor's condition and was asked to stay overnight. Today, after hearing about Yi Chutang, he decided to leave the palace with the physician. This girl looks just like her mother, stunning enough to outshine everything around her. But their temperaments are completely different. One is gentle and reserved, while the other is bold and confident. Yi Chutang did not answer the physician but met the gaze of the middle-aged man examining her. "Do you know my mother?" She asked this because she saw a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "My name is Dong, but everyone calls me Dr. Xue." Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang's heart skipped a beat. Her disguise could fool ordinary doctors, but not someone with skills equal to hers. "I didn't expect a little gossip would attract Dr. Xue. This was a test to see if he was here to cause trouble or just to observe." Manager Lin immediately invited Dr. Xue inside. Unaware of the situation, he cheerfully said, "Miss Yi, Dr. Xue's words are worth more than 1,000 from other doctors." He had no idea he was unintentionally complicating things. Yi Chutang bowed to Dr. Xue. "Thank you for saving my mother and me back then. I will come to express my gratitude another day." "There's no need for such formality, Miss Yi. It's only right to help for a fee." The physician, seeing Yi Chutang's hesitation, urged, "Miss Yi, are you delaying because you fear I might discover something?" Yi Chutang knew the physician's skills and didn't mind him examining her. However, his aggressive demeanor annoyed her. "I'm not afraid of baseless rumors, but I want to ask, did you come with the emperor's order?" Although the physician was sent by the emperor, he had been instructed to keep it a secret to avoid unnecessary speculation. "No, I came out of my own curiosity." Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "So, I can refuse to let you take my pulse, right?" The physician noticed she was intentionally making things difficult for him and frowned in displeasure. "Are you looking down on me, Miss Yi?" He thought that as an official, she, being a commoner, wouldn't dare oppose him. To his surprise, Yi Chuting nodded firmly. You're right. I really do look down on your medical skills. The imperial doctor did not expect Yi Chutang to openly humiliate him, causing his face to turn red with anger.
Monsieur.
Yi Chutang interrupted the doctor. If you want to check my pulse, you must first solve the problem I presented. The doctor realized that Yi Chutang was deliberately making things difficult for him and refused to be tricked. I don't have time to solve problems. After saying this, he looked at Dr. Xue. Since Miss Yi looks down on me, let Dr. Xue take over. Dr. Xue understood that if he did not check Yi Chutang's pulse and confirm she was not pregnant, the rumors would not disappear. He turned to Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, may I have the honor of solving your problem? This statement gave her respect and embarrassed the imperial doctor. It also made Yi Chutang realize she had misjudged him before. Dr. Xue was not her enemy. She sighed in relief and nodded. Of course, can you completely eliminate smallpox at its source? I cannot. I can only treat smallpox, and I cannot guarantee a full recovery. Yi Chutang smiled slightly. I can. Dr. Xue looked at her in shock. Is what you say true? After asking, he felt a bit foolish. Someone who could write prescriptions for preventing and treating epidemics surely had the ability to eliminate smallpox. Manager Lin excitedly asked, Miss Yi, how can we eliminate it? When the day comes that I and all the doctors have time, I will explain it to you in detail. This is such an important matter. We can make time no matter how busy we are. Just let me know in advance when you are free, and I will contact the doctors from various clinics. After Yi Chutang agreed, she turned to Dr. Xue. Although you did not solve the problem, you saved my life, so I respect you. With that, she turned her wrist and extended her hand towards Dr. Xue, palm up. Dr. Xue placed his hand on her wrist. Although he did not find the signs of pregnancy, he knew the pulse had been tampered with and was not genuine. This meant that Yi Chutang was most likely pregnant. Otherwise, she would not have needed to do this. This girl, at such a young age, had remarkable medical skills. She was truly exceptional. Dr. Xue withdrew his hand. The imperial doctor impatiently asked, Dr. Xue, what did you find? The onlookers stretched their necks to see into the pharmacy. Dr. Xue calmly replied, Miss Yi is not pregnant. All those unpleasant words are just rumors. As soon as he said this, the crowd began to quietly criticize the imperial doctor. So many doctors have said that Miss Yi is innocent, yet the imperial doctor insists on checking her pulse. What is he thinking? This doctor might have been called here by someone spreading rumors, trying to slander Miss Yi. That's definitely the case, but then Dr. Xue intervened and messed up their plan. The doctor overheard this and shot a cold glance at them. Seeing the townspeople suddenly quiet down, he happily said, Dr. Xue, I will return to the palace now. Don't forget to come back before the hour of Shin. After the doctor left, Xuedong looked at Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, your medical skills are impressive. I have some health issues I would like to discuss with you if you have the time. Yi Chutang noticed that Xuedong had something to say. She nodded. It is an honor for me to discuss health matters with Dr. Xue. My clinic is not far from here. Please follow me, Miss Yi. Upon hearing this, the townspeople left, spreading the word that Yi Chutang was not pregnant. Yi Chutang followed Xuedong to his clinic. The clinic was small and looked quite simple, with items placed haphazardly. Xuedong had a disciple who was still out in the mountains gathering herbs. He wiped the thin dust off a stool with his sleeve. Please have a seat, Miss Yi. I will go boil some water. Yi Chutang quickly stopped him. Dr. Xue, you don't need to bother. Let's get to the point. Since we are discussing matters, I will surely get thirsty. I will borrow a pot from next door. Xuedong soon returned, carrying a pot of hot water. He opened the lid and tossed in 2 pieces of dried tangerine peel. Seeing this, Yi Chutang realized she couldn't hide her pregnancy from Xuedong. Why are you helping me, Dr. Xue? Xuedong poured her a cup of tangerine peel water and asked in return, why do you think I would help you? If she had refused to let him check her pulse, he couldn't have forced her. He couldn't solve the problem she presented. Yi Chutang answered, because you didn't help the doctor and made him look bad. Hearing this, Xuedong smiled. I thought you and your mother only looked alike, but it seems you share the same perspective. Did my mother say something similar? Yes, when I first met your mother, she was giving out porridge to the disaster victims, and I had just returned from the mountains, dirty and pushed to the ground by the desperate people. When your mother handed me steamed buns and porridge, a bandit disguised as a victim rushed over, trying to take her hostage, mistaking me for an accomplice, and urging me to get your mother out of the city. As he spoke, Shuedong's smile grew wider. I immediately pulled your mother away, and she didn't resist at all. Later, I asked her why she trusted me to follow me. And guess what she said? Yi Chuding thought for a moment and replied, she would probably say it was because you didn't listen to the bandit and ran away from the city. Yes, she is the purest and most genuine woman I have ever seen. Although she has the calculations of a business person, it only concerns profits and never involves scheming against others. So she died, a victim of the cruel schemes in the inner quarters. Hearing this, Shuedong sighed, his face showing regret and sadness. Marrying the wrong person can ruin a lifetime. After saying this, he got to the point. Miss Yi, you are pregnant, aren't you? It's probably less than 2 months along. If the signs are clear, they are hard to hide. Yi Chuding admitted yes. Although I don't know who is spreading the rumors, once they suspect something, they won't let it go easily. They will watch you closely, waiting for you to slip up. You might evade them once or 10 times, but you can't avoid it forever. Yi Chuding certainly understood. Morning sickness is something she cannot control. She also cannot completely change the signs of her pregnancy. Moreover, she lacks the energy to always be on guard against those who might harm her. Perhaps in just a few days, her pregnancy will be discovered. So, before she goes to Xinglin Hall to clarify the rumors, she made a bold decision. She would go to the prince's residence to arrange a marriage. P.S. Writing is hard, so I hope for more comments and support. Thank you. Shuedong did not know Yi Chutong's plan. Seeing her silent, he reminded her, Miss Yi, the world is harsh on women. If someone discovers your pregnancy, you might face a terrible fate. Even if you manage to avoid that, you will always be gossiped about, and your child will struggle to be accepted. So, the best solution now is to get married before anyone finds out. After hearing Shuedong's words, Yi Chuding smiled. I was just thinking the same thing as Dr. Xue. With that, she stood up. Once I settle my lifelong matter, I will come back to learn more from Dr. Xue. Before leaving, she drank the warm dried tangerine peel tea. Shuedong worried that Yi Chuding might end up like her mother, marrying the wrong person, and quickly called out to her. Miss Yi, marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. As she reached the door, Yi Chuding turned back with a bright smile. Being cautious isn't the most important thing. As long as you can manage the other person, you can secure your position. I hope you find a good partner, Miss Yi. Men are often unreliable. It's better to rely on oneself. After saying this, Yi Chuding left gracefully. Shuedong looked at the empty doorway and quietly said, if only Wan Ning had half of her clarity, she would still be alive today. Yi Chuding headed straight to the prince's residence. The result was disappointing. Qi Yanzhou was busy with his duties at the Dali Temple and could only return after his shift. She went to see the Dowager Consort Chen. Your Highness, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Prince Chen. Could you please send someone to the Dali Temple to bring him back? The Dowager Consort Chen was very fond of Yi Chuding and hoped she would spend more time with her son. She immediately arranged for a close servant to go to the Dali Temple to fetch him. After the servant left, she took Yi Chutong's hand and asked directly, Miss Yi, you've been close to Zhou Er lately. What do you think of him? The prince is talented in both literature and martial arts, handsome, and cares for the world. He is a good man. The Dowager Consort Chen was very pleased. Then just as she was about to ask Yi Chuding if she would marry her son, she remembered that her son had little time left and could not live a normal life. It would be a pity for such a wonderful girl to marry into the Qin family and live in loneliness. So, she changed her words. Miss Yi, I feel a strong connection with you. Would you like to be my goddaughter? This way, she could bring Yi Chuding to the Chen residence to live permanently, allowing her son to see his beloved every day before his time was up. Yi Chutang was puzzled by the dowager consort's sudden desire to adopt her. Hadn't she wanted her to be the princess before? Why the change? She quickly declined. It is an honor to be liked by your highness, but this matter is too sudden. I need to think about it. To most people, this would seem ungrateful, but the dowager consort Chen did not blame her. It's okay if you don't want to. When you have time, come to the Chen residence to chat, and have a meal with me. Sure. Would you like to try the flower tea I brewed? The dowager consort Chen was kind to her, and as her future mother-in-law, making her happy would prevent any conflicts later on. All right, let's go to the back garden. When Qi Yanzhou rushed back, he found Yi Chutang and the dowager consort enjoying tea and having a pleasant conversation. Seeing her son covered in sweat, the dowager consort tactfully stood up. Chongting, you and Zhou air chat. I will go arrange lunch and leave you two to eat. Yi Chutang did not refuse. Thank you, your highness. Don't be so polite. I'm happy you want to have a meal with me. When the dowager consort left, she sent away all the attendants. In the large back garden, only Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang remained. Yi Chutang noticed the cup the dowager consort used was turned upside down, so she took a clean one and poured a cup for Qi Yanzhou. Prince, please sit. What I have to say might surprise you, so have some tea to calm your nerves. Qi Yanzhou felt uneasy due to Yi Chutang's serious expression and strange words. He could no longer drink his tea and immediately asked, Miss Yi, what do you want to discuss with me? Yi Chutang gathered her thoughts and got straight to the point. I am pregnant. The child is yours. Let's get married. Qi Yanzhou was stunned by Yi Chutang's 3 statements. His mind was in chaos, and he had many things to say, but didn't know where to start. Yi Chutang understood that her words were shocking and that Qi Yanzhou might not take it well. She pushed the teacup toward him, saying, Have some tea to calm down. Qi Yanzhou immediately picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. 1 cup wasn't enough, so he drank 3 in a row. Seeing that Qi Yanzhou was quite startled, Yi Chutang added, Your Highness, don't worry. The marriage is just temporary, a fake marriage. Once we see the healer from Miaojiang and resolve your issue, we can sign a divorce agreement. You can be with the healer. She didn't say that she would leave with the child, not wanting to complicate things about the child's future right now. Qi Yanzhou put down the cup and looked intently at Yi Chutang. The words of agreement were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. I'm sorry. I can't marry you.
Yi Chutang.
Although she had anticipated this answer, Qi Yanzhou's direct refusal still surprised her. Your Highness, please rest assured, I am not trying to trick you into marriage, nor am I trying to make you responsible for anything. I suggested marriage because I was worried that my pregnancy would be discovered and the child would face shame before being born. If you are concerned about the healer misunderstanding, I can write a guarantee stating that the child is not yours and that you are marrying me only to repay a life-saving favor and to cover up my pregnancy. This way, you can explain it to the healer. Seeing that Yi Chutang misunderstood his intentions, Qi Yanzhou quickly explained, Miss Yi, my refusal to marry is because. Before he could finish, Yi Chutang, annoyed that he still wouldn't agree, stood up and grabbed his collar, declaring forcefully, You will marry me, whether you want to or not. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. If it weren't for the pressure from others trying to ruin her reputation and prevent her child from having a proper life, she wouldn't be insisting on marriage. Qi Yanzhou quickly reassured Yi Chutang, Miss Yi, please don't be upset. It might scare the child. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Chutang's flat abdomen, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yi Chutang felt uneasy under Qi Yanzhou's gaze and was confused by his attitude. She released his collar, sat down and got to the point. Let's discuss our marriage. Qi Yanzhou asked, Miss Yi, the Prince of Chen's residence is about to be exiled, and the journey will be very difficult. Are you sure you want to marry me? If your answer is yes, I am willing to marry. His reluctance to marry was not because of the shaman but because he didn't want Yi Chutang and the child to suffer. Thinking of this, he finally expressed the explanation he had held back for so long. The shaman from Miaojiang is just an excuse I use to refuse marriage. She is not the one I love. Before returning to the capital, I never had feelings for any woman. After returning to the capital, I developed feelings for you. Yi Chutang was a bit taken aback by Qi Yanzhou's sincere gaze. Seeing her dazed expression, Qi Yanzhou's heart softened. He wanted to reach out and pat her head but held back. Miss Yi, exile is too harsh. I have other ways to protect you and the child. Marriage is not your only option. Although the Prince of Chen's residence seemed to be declining, its hidden power was only growing. Yi Chutang stared at Qi Yanzhou's exceptionally handsome face, many thoughts flashing through her mind. She asked directly, "Do you like me?" Qi Yanzhou's hand, resting on the stone table, suddenly tightened, and a suspicious blush crept to his ears. He took a deep breath, met Yi Chutang's beautiful eyes, and nodded. "Yes, I have feelings for you, Miss Yi." The words he had kept hidden for so long finally came out, bringing him an unprecedented sense of relief. Yi Chutang had expected this answer. After all, she had sensed it before, but she thought Qi Yanzhou liked the shaman from Nanzhou, which made her dismiss the idea. The shaman from Nanzhou was just a cover? You never liked her? Never. A man is just a lifesaver to me. Yi Chutang smiled and asked, "And what about you to her?" Qi Yanzhou did not hide anything from Yi Chutang and honestly replied, "A man has feelings for me, but I rejected her. What if she offers to repay her life-saving favor with marriage? I would tell her that you also saved my life, and I have already pledged myself to you. Besides, a man would not force marriage. In Nanzhou, intermarriage with outsiders was rare. A man, being a well-known healer there, would not be allowed to marry outside her community." Yi Chutang looked at the serious Qi Yanzhou, her mind echoing with the words to dedicate oneself from that night, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. "Since everything is clear now, please ask the prince to request a marriage decree tomorrow." This way, she would also learn about the emperor's specific plans to frame the Chen Wangfu. Qi Yanzhou wanted to marry Yi Chutang, but he felt the timing was not right.
"Monsieur."
Seeing that Qi Yanzhou still wanted to refuse, she interrupted him. "If you are unwilling, I don't mind finding a stepfather for the child." With her reputation and dowry, even with a child, she wouldn't worry about finding someone. "Did I agree? I will request the marriage decree tomorrow." After saying this, Qi Yanzhou bravely took Yi Chutang's hand. "Miss Yi, proposing marriage should have been my responsibility. I apologize for putting you in this position." That night, he felt very humiliated. Now, he felt very lucky. Fortunately, it was him and not someone else. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. Yi Chutang didn't feel wronged. She had forced the situation, so she should bear the consequences. Instead, it was Qi Yanzhou who had always been passive. "I acted too impulsively. I apologize to the prince." Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "To marry Miss Yi is a blessing I earned in my past life." Then he asked, "Miss Yi, knowing my plans for exile, which will be long and dangerous, why do you still choose to marry me?" The emperor would not let the Qi family off easily. There would surely be many dangers along the way. His previous refusal of marriage was to protect Yi Chutang from suffering and fear while pregnant. It would not be good for her or the child. Yi Chutang knew very well what marrying Qi Yanzhou would entail. But with her special abilities, she could handle anything. Compared to the scheming and malice of the imperial city, I prefer to be in a distant place. Seeing that Yi Chutang had made up her mind, Qi Yanzhou said, "Miss Yi, I truly want to marry you and will treat you well for a lifetime. Tomorrow morning, I will ask the emperor for the marriage decree and then choose a good date for the wedding." Yi Chutang withdrew her hand from Qi Yanzhou's grasp. "All right, the sooner the better." Then she asked, "Can the prince find out who spread the rumors?" The rumors were spread by Zhao Ximin, and the person who informed her was Yi Xin. After hearing about the rumors, Qi Yanzhou immediately sent Nan Xiao to investigate. After the court session, he learned the results. Just as he was about to take action to stop the rumors, Yi Chutang had already resolved it herself. "I originally planned to find you after finishing my official duties, but I didn't expect you to come to the Qinhuangfu first." Yi Chutang knew that Zhao Ximin was the name of the Anping princess. "Please, your highness, help me by capturing Zhao Ximin and Yi Xin, who have wronged me and bring them to justice. Miss Yi, from now on, your matters are my matters. There's no need to be so polite. He understood that Yi Chudang had no feelings for him. Their marriage was due to the child. But that was all right. He would work hard to treat her well and gradually win her heart. Thinking of this, Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand again and revealed something important to her. The suffering from exile is only temporary. I will ensure a stable and prosperous life for you and the child, and I will care for you both for a lifetime. His words hinted that he was working to overthrow the corrupt monarchy, but the time was not yet right. Yi Chutang understood the meaning behind Qi Yanzhou's words and admired his noble intentions. If he were to rebel, he wouldn't have to endure exile at all. But to avoid implicating the common people, he chose to endure, secretly planning and waiting for the right moment to overthrow the monarchy without bloodshed. She looked at Qi Yanzhou's large hand holding hers, feeling a sense of comfort from its warmth. However, she did not let his promises cloud her judgment. Your Highness, life is long, and no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. So before we marry, I have two things to say. Seeing Yi Chutang's serious expression, Qi Yanzhou straightened his face. Please, Miss Yi, go ahead. I will not accept a man taking concubines or sharing a bed with others. If that day comes, we will part ways, and the child will stay with me. Qi Yanzhou replied firmly, that day will never come. He had no interest in multiple wives and preferred a lifelong partnership with one person. I am not the type of woman who stays hidden away. I will often be in public and may even be away for long periods to pursue my own interests. As long as you remember to come back, that's enough. He was drawn to Yi Chutang because of her open-mindedness and free spirit. As Yi Chutang met Qi Yanzhou's serious gaze, her heart began to race. She opened her hand, which he was holding, and intertwined their fingers, palms touching. Your Highness, I have feelings for you. If you can truly keep your promises, I will not let you down in this life. She was not shy. If she liked someone, she would admit it. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang in shock, unable to find words, his eyes glistening with happiness. I am willing to fight for the world and promise you a life of prosperity. Yi Chutang touched Qi Yanzhou's handsome face, her lips curving into a smile. All right, I will wait. After saying this, she withdrew her hand. Your Highness, the conditions I mentioned will be written down. Not only will you sign, but your parents must also sign. No one can predict the future, so it's best to be cautious and prepare for any situation. Ancient people were very dedicated to expanding their family lines. Even if Qi Yanzhou was willing to grow old with her, it would be pointless if his parents did not agree. Qi Yanzhou understood Yi Chutang's concerns and readily agreed. Okay, I will convince my father and mother, but I want to keep the matter of children a secret for now. I will tell them after we are married and exiled, to avoid unnecessary trouble with the many people in the Chunwangfu. Yi Chutang had no objections. That's fine. Miss Yi, please wait here. I will go find my father and mother now. After Qi Yanzhou left, Yi Chutang poured herself a cup of jasmine tea that had steeped too long. The tea leaves were few, brewed with honey, sweet with a hint of bitterness, and had a pleasant aftertaste. It was somewhat similar to her current situation. She touched her flat belly, be good lately, and don't trouble your mother. After saying this, Yi Chutang began to think about the exile. Since Qi Yanzhou had just regained the southern border, he would definitely not be sent to the southwest. The Qi family army was in the northeast, so Ningguta was ruled out. That left the coastal areas of Lingnan and the northwestern desert. Although the coastal weather was harsh, it had abundant seafood, so the emperor probably wouldn't choose that place. The northwestern desert was not only harsh but also lacked resources, making winters difficult. It was the most likely choice. Thinking this, Yi Chutang knew she needed to stock up on supplies. In the northwestern desert, even having money wouldn't help. As she mentally listed the items she needed to gather, Qi Yanzhou went to find Qin Taifei. He went with her to the old prince's courtyard. The old prince was feeding the koi in the water tank while holding his concubine. When he saw his wife and son approaching, he knew they had something important to discuss. Pinger, go back to your courtyard. I will come find you shortly. Before leaving, Su Yinyang deliberately kissed the old prince's cheek. I'll be waiting, my lord. Chen Taifei was used to Su Yinyang's provocations and didn't take her seriously at all. After Su Yinyang left, the old prince sent away the maids and servants in the courtyard. To prevent eavesdropping, the three of them entered the study. The old prince asked, Zhou'er, what happened? Chen Taifei was also very curious and asked cautiously, is it about Miss Yi? Qi Yanzhou nodded. I want to marry Miss Yi. Tomorrow during the morning court, I will ask the emperor for permission. Chen Taifei was happy but also confused. Zhou'er, didn't you say you had a hidden illness and didn't have much time left? You didn't want to involve Miss Yi. Why do you suddenly want to marry her? As soon as she asked, she realized. Did Miss Yi bring it up? Why did she suddenly want to marry you? Before, she had tested Yi Chudang, and that girl showed no interest in her son at all. Qi Yanzhou trusted his parents very much. He told them everything except for Yi Chutang's pregnancy. The Dowager Princess Chen excitedly grabbed Qi Yanzhou's arm, her voice trembling. Zhou'er, you didn't lie to me, did you? Can Miss Yi really save you? If the witch doctor from the southern region can arrive in time, Miss Yi can save my son. You risked your life to reclaim the southern region, so the witch doctor will definitely come to help you. The old prince, seeing his son finally able to escape danger, patted his shoulder with relief. Miss Yi, as a daughter-in-law, is great. After saying this, he asked about the exile situation. Zhou'er, the emperor has always wanted to eliminate the Chen Wangfu. Exile is not an easy matter. One mistake could lead to imprisonment, and another could mean execution for the whole family. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, with Miss Yi's help, it will definitely work. He explained how the emperor had plotted against Yi Chutang and how she pretended to be an insider. After hearing this, the Dowager Princess Chen became even more satisfied with Yi Chutang, who says women are inferior to men. Miss Yi is brave and clever. Very few men can match her. Zhou'er, since Miss Yi is willing to endure hardship with you in exile, you must not let her down. Don't worry, mother. I would rather disappoint the world than her. After Qi Yanzhou expressed his stance, he mentioned the requests made by Yi Chutang. The Dowager Princess Chen had no objections. It's not too much for Miss Yi to ask for a lifetime together since she is great love and doesn't want to stay in the inner chambers. The old prince nodded in agreement. The Qi family still has your brother and your half-brother. Losing you won't be a big deal. Qi Yanzhou immediately prepared to write down the two requests from Yi Chutang. He intentionally left a line blank to add matters related to children later. After signing, he said, Father, Mother, please. The old prince and the Dowager Princess Chen quickly signed. Qi Yanzhou picked up the paper, blowing on the ink to dry it. He asked, Mother, I think before we ask the emperor for a marriage decree, you and father should visit the Minister of Rights. The Dowager Princess Chen nodded. You are right. We should inform Minister Yi first to show that the Chen Wangfu values this marriage. The old prince said to the Dowager Princess Chen, after lunch, you pick a few valuable gifts, and we will go to the minister's residence. Okay, I will go check the treasury now. The Dowager Princess Chen left with Qi Yanzhou to the back garden. She took Yi Chutang's hand and moved a jade bracelet from her wrist to Yi Chutang's. Tanger, this is a family heirloom of the Qi family. Please accept it. Yi Chutang felt it was too precious and was about to refuse when the Empress Dowager Chen held her wrist. I thought you and Zhou'er were not meant to be, and I wanted to take you as my daughter. I didn't expect things to change. I'm very happy, and thank you for giving Zhou'er a chance at life. After saying this, she released Yi Chutang's hand. You two chat. I will go prepare the gifts for the visit to the minister's residence. Yi Chutang bowed. Empress Dowager, take care. After the Empress Dowager left, Qi Yanzhou called Yi Chutang to his study. He added a sentence after the first item on the promise document and handed it to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang glanced at it. The two promises were clear. First, I promise that after marriage, I will be with Yi Chutang for life, never betraying her. If I break this promise, may I face severe consequences, and Yi Chutang can leave at any time, taking the child. The last sentence was just added by Qi Yanzhou, and the ink was still wet. Second, I will not interfere with Yi Chutong's decisions, respect all her choices, and do my best to protect her. If I break this promise, may I face dire consequences. After reading the promise document, Yi Chutang said, Your Highness, you don't need to make the consequences sound so severe. It's better to part on good terms. If we are meant to be together, we will be, and if not, we will separate. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang with deep affection. The more serious it sounds, the more it shows my determination. Miss Yi, I am serious about spending my life with you. Yi Chutang accepted the contract and kissed Qi Yanzhou on the cheek. With this seal, you are mine. If you keep your promise, I will never leave you. Qi Yanzhou blushed at Yi Chutang's boldness and initiative. To have a true confidant in this life is enough. After saying this, he pulled Yi Chutang to sit down and nervously asked, Miss Yi, should we change how we address each other to something more intimate? Yi Chutang nodded in agreement. You can call me a Chu or a Tang. Should I call you a Yen or a Zhou? You must have heard of Sha Tang Zhou. From now on, I will call you a Tang, and you can call me a Zhou. Yi Chutang thought a Yen sounded nicer, but didn't argue. All right, a Zhou. Her gentle voice made Qi Yanzhou's ears turn red. He told Yi Chutang about the old prince and Empress Dowager Chen's visit to the minister's residence. A Tang, although our marriage was unexpectedly arranged, I will give you the respect and face you deserve. Yi Chutang didn't care about these formalities, but was touched by Qi Yanzhou's thoughtfulness. A Zhou, tell me about the various masters of the prince's residence. Qi Yanzhou's grandmother had 2 sons. The eldest is Qi Yanzhou's father, who inherited the title. The second, Qi Yanzhou's uncle, separated from the family long ago and took his grandmother away from the capital. Now, only Qi Yanzhou's family remains in the Chunwangfu. However, due to the old prince's weakness for women, there are still many people in the residence. The old prince has a main wife, a side wife, and 2 concubines. There are many other women, but since none have had children, they are not considered part of the family and do not need to be acknowledged. The Chun Taifei has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Qi Shuyan, went to the northwest to serve as an official after passing the imperial exam and has not returned to the capital for many years. The younger son is Qi Yanzhou, who inherited the title of Chunwang. The daughter married in Liangzhou 2 years ago. The side wife has a son named Qi Hian, who loves poetry and painting and lives in a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Previously in the old prince's courtyard was concubine Su, who had a young daughter that has not yet been betrothed. There is also concubine Gao, who has a son and is full of schemes. Both of these concubines were given by the emperor and are spies placed in the Wangfu. Yi Chutang said after listening, if the emperor wants to take down the Chunwangfu, he wouldn't set our wedding date too early. He needs to give your brother time to return from the northwest. But Qi Yanzhou disagreed. No, the royal family has wanted to eliminate the Qi family for a long time. When the opportunity arises, the emperor will choose the nearest auspicious date and send a secret order to the northwest to have my brother captured and dealt with. Then you should quickly send a letter to your brother to be careful. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, Don't worry, if my brother were so easy to kill, he would have died a long time ago. Of course, he still needed to send the letter. He had to inform his brother that he was getting married to his beloved. Yi Chutang thought the same. With Qi Shuyan alone, how could the cunning emperor let such a good opportunity slip away? He would have been killed long ago. It seems that the Qi family members are not simple. Just as she was about to discuss the exile matter, the steward came to announce that it was time for lunch in the front yard. The Chun Taifei was worried that Yi Chutang might not be used to it, so she didn't invite anyone else for lunch. Although the old prince had a stern demeanor, he was very friendly to Yi Chutang and seemed easy to get along with. After the meal, Yi Chutang left the Chun Wangfu first. Qi Yanzhou was going to the Dali temple and left with her. A Tang, since you are pregnant, you should not participate in the plan to deal with the night demon. Just give me the antidote. Yi Chutang refused. Your injury is not healed yet. I will go with you. Qi Yanzhou wanted to persuade her, but Yi Chutang silenced him with a sharp look. All right, I'll come find you tonight. Tomorrow morning. It's the deadline for the Kong family and the Yongning Duke's residence. The two parted at the door. Before returning to the Ministry of Rites, Yi Chutang stopped by Xinglin Hall. Manager Lin was surprised by her visit. Miss Yi, what brings you here? She had just been there in the morning. Manager Lin, please inform all the medical halls that if they want to learn how to prevent smallpox, they should come to Xinglin Hall tomorrow morning at the hour of the dragon. After the marriage proposal, she would be busy with the wedding and stocking supplies, leaving her no free time. Manager Lin immediately agreed. All right, I will notify them shortly.
He then bowed to Yi Chutang.
Miss Yi, your dedication to the people deserves my respect. Yi Chutang helped him up. If you truly want to thank me, please do me a favor. Miss Yi, just say the word. I will do my best. The Northwest is suffering from harsh conditions and lacks supplies. I want to transport a large batch of medicinal materials there. You know many suppliers. Please help me contact them. I will pay 40% up front, and the remaining 60% once the materials arrive in the Northwest. Manager Lin recalled a wealthy young manservant who had bought a lot of medicinal materials to sell in the harsh lands. Why does Miss Yi want to do this business too? Although he promised the servant not to speak of it, he felt Yi Chutang was not a stranger. So he spoke directly.
Yi Chantang.
What happened to keeping promises? Fortunately, the servant was her. Otherwise, she would have been sold. Manager Lin, I'm not buying these materials for profit. I want to help the people without charge. The Northwest is struggling with food and clothing, and medicinal supplies are especially scarce. Too many people have died because they lacked medicine. Many commoners have died, and the army is the same. She was sending supplies to the Northwest, mainly to support the border troops. Manager Lin did not know Yi Chutang's true intentions. He saw her as a savior. Miss Yi, you are truly a living bodhisattva. I not only want to help with this, but am also willing to cover 10% of the costs. 10% may not seem like much, but it adds up with a large quantity of materials. Miss Yi, I will also collaborate with other medical halls and pharmacies to persuade them to contribute and lighten your burden. Yi Chutang knew Manager Lin meant well, but she didn't want the operation of sending supplies to the Northwest to be widely known. Manager Lin, the purchase and delivery of medicinal materials to the Northwest must be kept secret. Otherwise, the suspicious emperor might misunderstand. I will cover all the costs. Just contact the suppliers and get me the best price. Intuition told Manager Lin that things were not as simple as Yi Chutang said, but he did not ask further. Okay, where should the herbs be sent in the Northwest? Knowing the exact location was necessary to calculate the shipping cost. Yi Chutang was unfamiliar with the northwest of Beichen Kingdom and did not know anyone there, so she needed to find Qi Yanzhou. I will tell you tomorrow morning. After saying this, she returned to the minister's residence. Not long after, the old prince and the crown princess visited with valuable gifts. Yi Jingchuan happened to be home and received them with the old lady Yi. Upon learning that they were there to propose, he was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. It is a great fortune for Chuer to marry the crown prince, but the marriage must be decided by the emperor. I will go to the palace immediately and ask for the emperor's approval. After speaking, he eagerly sent off the old prince and the crown princess and hurried to the palace. When the emperor learned that Yi Chutang had completed her task and was to marry Qi Yanzhou, he laughed joyfully. I will draft the decree for the marriage right now. The emperor seemed rejuvenated, as if he had just taken a powerful tonic. On his way to the study, he said to Da, "Go summon the astronomical bureau." It was better to arrange the marriage early to avoid any mishaps. Upon reaching the study, the emperor said to Yi Jingchuan, "Minister Yi, you must return to your residence immediately and bring Yi Chutang to the palace." "I will obey the decree." As Yi Jingchuan turned to leave, the emperor remembered something. "Minister Yi, please note Yi Chutang's birth date." Having the birth date was necessary to set the wedding date. After Yi Jingchuan noted Yi Chutang's birth date, he left the palace with a light step. Once in the carriage, he happily said, After enduring that girl for so long, I finally see the results. He could almost see the title of Marquis beckoning to him. However, his good mood vanished by the time he returned home. Yi Jingchuan saw that the officials from the Dali Temple had captured Yi Xin. Yi Xin struggled fiercely, her clothes in disarray. "Let me go. You have the wrong person. I didn't spread the rumor about Yi Chutang being pregnant." The official scoffed. "Do you think the Dali Temple is just any place? We wouldn't come to arrest someone without evidence. Not only you, but even Miss Zhao has been imprisoned." Hearing this, Yi Xin turned pale, losing the strength to struggle. How could this happen? Zhao Ximin was a noble lady. How could she end up in jail just for saying a few ambiguous words? Yi Jingchuan, upon hearing their conversation, felt embarrassed to remain in the carriage. How could he have a bunch of fools around him? Did they think they could live without causing trouble? Yi Xin spotted the carriage from the minister's residence. She didn't want to be caught and shouted, "Dad, save me." The officer, seeing that there was no intention to lift the curtain of the carriage, took the unwilling Yi Xin away. Yi Jingchuan certainly wouldn't defend Yi Chutang to save a confused, illegitimate daughter. Fortunately, the rumors about the pregnancy were false. Otherwise, Yi Chutang's marriage to the crown prince would surely fall through, and he wouldn't have a chance to become a marquis. After confirming that the officer had gone far, Yi Jingchuan got out of the carriage. Some people nearby were watching the commotion and pointing at the minister's residence. In just 2 days, the legitimate wife died, the legitimate son was imprisoned, and the illegitimate daughter was also captured. How strange. Strange? I think it's deserved. Those who do evil will meet their end. Exactly. Miss Yi is such a good person, yet they all want to harm and deceive her. They are truly inhumane. I'm just curious, why didn't they hang a white banner when the head of the household died? Yi Jingchuan shot a warning glance and surveyed the area. The gossipers quickly left. As soon as he entered the minister's residence, the steward asked, "Sir, how should we handle the lady's body?" It was hot, and even with ice, there was already a smell. Yi Jingchuan felt overwhelmed. "I need to go to the palace again. We can discuss it when I return." After saying that, he quickly went to Ning Qiuan. Yi Chutang was lying on the concubine couch, thinking about the exile. The Northwest had long winters, so she needed to prepare more warm clothes, bedding, and food. Historically, cotton was introduced from the western regions quite early. Why doesn't Beichen have it? Although this dynasty didn't appear in books, its territory was similar to that of the Hua Kingdom, developing at a level comparable to the Song and Ming dynasties. In Beichen now, the wealthy used animal furs and silk for warmth, while the poor used reeds and cloth. The middle class generally used kapok. Although kapok was light and soft, it was not as warm or fluffy as cotton and was also not cheap. The first thing to do in the Northwest is to plant Xinjiang long staple cotton. Back in the apocalypse, Yi Chutang had fortuitously emptied a seed warehouse filled with various seeds, packing several containers. A place is poor and backward because it lacks an economy to develop. Building infrastructure in the Northwest and becoming a local ruler wouldn't be bad either. Just as Yi Chutang finished speaking, she saw Yi Jingchuan enter Ning Qiuan. He had rushed in, sweating and out of breath. "Chuer, the emperor has summoned you to the palace." Yi Chutang lazily waved her hand. "Dad, over here." Yi Jingchuan quickly walked to the window and said, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and get ready. I'm not marrying the emperor, so there's no need to dress up for him, right? Don't bother getting dressed, just come out quickly." Yi Chutang asked, "What does the emperor want with me?" Yi Jingchuan looked at her calm demeanor and felt anxious. "The emperor has urgently summoned you, so don't delay. I'll explain on the way." Yi Chutang knew why the emperor wanted to see her and got up to leave her room. She followed Yi Jingchuan and took a carriage straight to the palace. "Dad, you're too eager. Going to the palace to ask for a marriage proposal. Aren't you worried about what Prince Chen might think?" Yi Jingchuan was too happy to remember this detail. "Sure, since you can make Prince Chen marry you, you can also make him stop doubting, right?" Yi Chutang didn't answer. She wanted to keep Yi Jingchuan on edge. She asked, "The emperor summoned me to discuss getting rid of the Qi family, right?" When will he give me the antidote? As long as you help the emperor eliminate his biggest threat, not only will you get the antidote, but you could also become a favored consort. Hearing this, Yi Chutang chuckled softly. The emperor can't be humane. Being a favored consort is like living as a widow. What's there to be happy about? Yi Jingchuan hurried to cover Yi Chutang's mouth, but she dodged away. Don't say such things. After warning her, he comforted. The emperor has invited Dr. Xue for treatment. He will surely be cured. If you can have a son, he will have the chance to become emperor in the future. Yi Chutang wanted to knock some sense into Yi Jingchuan's head for such an absurd idea. She rolled her eyes. It's broad daylight. Stop dreaming. Before long, the carriage arrived at the palace gate. To see Chutang sooner, the emperor had sent a sedan chair to pick them up. The father and daughter were quickly taken to the Hall of Governance. The emperor presented the prepared marriage decree to Yi Chutang. I had the astrologers check your and Prince Chen's birth dates. 5 days from now is an auspicious day. Yi Chutang glanced at the decree, which praised her and Qi Yanzhou as a perfect match. Your Majesty, such a tight schedule will surely raise Prince Chen's suspicions. The emperor knew Prince Chen would doubt, but he didn't want to wait any longer. If Miss Yi can get Prince Chen to agree to marry you in such a short time, she can surely dispel his doubts. Yi Chutang looked at the emperor's unpleasant expression, lowering her gaze to hide her disgust. I will do my best. Your Majesty summoned me to the palace. It must be for more than just delivering the decree, right? You should be well aware of my purpose in marrying you to Prince Chen. I understand, Your Majesty. Prince Chen harbors ill intentions, and you want to eliminate the traitors and restore order. This statement pleased the emperor, giving him a sense of validation. But he did not trust Yi Chutang and ordered, lift your head. Yi Chutang raised her head and calmly looked into the emperor's eyes, allowing him to stare at her. Miss Yi, you have been in contact with Prince Chen recently. Have you developed feelings for him? I value my life and only wish to become a noble consort. Truly worthy of my selection, you have courage and spirit. After the emperor spoke, he gestured for Yi Chutang to sit down. I have a plan that can lead to the downfall of the Chen family, but it requires your cooperation. Please, Your Majesty, tell me. The emperor had not thought of a very good plan. It was merely a scheme to frame someone. He wanted Yi Chutang to hide weapons in her dowry box and bring them into the Chen residence as evidence of treason. He also instructed her to place forged letters of collusion and a cursed doll in the wedding chamber. With accusations of treason, collusion, and witchcraft, the Qi family would have no place to hide. Yi Chutang pretended to be reluctant. Your Majesty, isn't it too harsh to punish an entire family? Many innocent people will die. To eradicate the roots, one must be ruthless. If I am not harsh, the throne will be unstable. After the emperor spoke, he looked at Yi Chutang mockingly. Miss Yi, you don't intend to tell me that you have softened and want to give up, do you? As the saying goes, if my friend dies, I will not perish. The implication was that as long as she survived, the lives of others were not her concern. What a living bodhisattva! Hearing the emperor's mocking words, Yi Chutang smiled charmingly. Just pretending. The emperor was captivated by Yi Chutang's enchanting smile, momentarily losing his breath. If he weren't still recovering, he would have wanted to take this alluring enchantress right then. Thinking of this, he warned Yi Chutang, I only want a pure woman. Don't let your relationship with Qi Yanzhou become real. Yi Chutang nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will not do anything that harms others and myself. After saying this, she asked, where will the weapons come from? Who will write the collusion letters? Who will make the curse doll? You don't need to worry about these matters. You just need to cooperate. All wedding arrangements will be handled by the Ministry of Rites. The emperor waved his hand. You may leave the palace now. Yi Chutang stood still, shaking the bright yellow imperial decree in her hand. Your Majesty, I came to the palace to receive the marriage decree. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave empty-handed, would it? If Prince Chen asks, I won't have a good explanation. The emperor's treasury had been emptied, and he had nothing to give. Moreover, he did not want to give anything. If I grant you a reward just for the marriage decree, Prince Chen will also have his suspicions. The emperor is mistaken. You are rewarding me not because of the marriage decree, but because I provided a good method for preventing and treating the plague. The marriage decree is just a side note. Yi Chutang noticed the emperor frowning and added, "It is unreasonable for you to summon me just to issue a decree." Even if the emperor had lost everything, she intended to gain something from him. Yi Jingchuan thought Yi Chutang made a valid point. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qian is suspicious. It's better to be cautious and not let everything fall apart at the last moment. The emperor looked at Yi Jingchuan. Minister Yi, later choose some fine items from the treasury to reward Miss Yi. I will obey. As Yi Chutang left, the emperor gave her a temporary antidote. After exiting the palace, she said to Yi Jingchuan, Father, pick some good rewards, nothing too shabby. Let thee announce the rewards at the gate, so everyone knows how much the emperor values you. Her words struck a chord with Yi Jingchuan. Recently, the Ministry of Rights had faced too many issues and was under scrutiny. The emperor's rewards could silence many critics. All right, let's do that. Yi Jingchuan headed to the Ministry of Revenue, while Yi Chutang got off the carriage at the main street. She extended her hand. Father, I want to go shopping. Give me some money. Yi Jingchuan looked at his assertive daughter and resignedly handed her the silver notes and coins he had. This is all I have, so spend it wisely. I'll try, but don't forget Aunt Jin's 100,000 taels. After saying this, Yi Chutang happily went shopping. She mainly visited a fabric store. The store sold not only fabrics but also stuffing for quilts and thick clothing. During the hot summer, the winter stuffing was stored away. After checking the prices, Yi Chutang left the fabric store. Tonight, she would return to the warehouse to stock up. She walked to a secluded area, changed into men's clothing, and headed to the vegetable market. In the northwest, there were many cattle and sheep, but vegetables were scarce, so she needed to stock up. The sun was already setting, and the market was empty, with the vegetables not very fresh. One stall sold, with this year's tender and last year's stored old available. Can be too warming when eaten in excess, making it hard to sell in summer. Seeing Yi Chutang approach, the old man at the stall immediately greeted her with a smile. Young sir, would you like some? I can sell it cheap. Yi Chutang asked in a male voice. How much for a pound? If it's cheap, I'll take it all. The old man's eyes lit up and he quickly replied, It's usually 5 won per pound, but if you take it all, I'll give it to you for 3 won. The tender is even cheaper, just 2 won per pound. All right, let's go with your price. Okay, I'll weigh it for you right away. Yi Chutang interrupted. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. The old man thought she was having second thoughts and looked worried. Don't worry, mine is all good quality, nothing bad. Yi Chutang picked up a piece of old and said, If all yours like this, I want as much as you have. Really? I have over 1,000 pounds in my cellar. Of course, my master wants to plant and needs this old for seedlings. The old man wanted to sell but hesitated upon hearing this. Young master, the planting season has already passed, and it will be too cold before the old grows. My master wants to plant young, so just tell me if you will sell it. The old man, relieved, nodded happily. Yes. Do you want it now, or will you come tomorrow? Yi Chutang replied, I want it now. My home is not far outside the city. Please wait here, I will go get I'll go with you to check the quality of All right. The old man packed from his stall onto a small cart and took Yi Chutang outside the city. Half of his cellar was empty, and the rest was filled with old. Please take a look. All is good, with no bruises or damage. How much do you think this is? It should be no more than 1,500 pounds. Yi Chutang took out 5 taels of silver from her space and handed it to the old man. Let's count it as 1,500 pounds. I'll take it all, and you can sell the rest as young. The old man was overjoyed. Great. Please wait a moment. I need to go dig for young with my family. Go ahead, I'll wait. After sending the old man's family off, Yi Chutang stored all from the cellar into her space. Using to make tea in winter not only prevents colds, but also warms the body. The old man's family quickly returned with a full cart of young, at least 300 pounds. Yi Chutang gave the old man a small piece of silver. "I'll buy this cart." With that, she pushed the freshly washed young away. Once she was far enough, she stored the young into her space. As Yi Chutang entered the city gate, the sun was just setting, painting the sky with red clouds, signaling good weather for tomorrow. The news of her engagement to Qi Yanzhou had already spread throughout the capital. "Miss Yi and Prince Chun are a perfect match. They are the best couple I have ever seen. I heard the wedding date was chosen by the calendar. 5 days is too rushed." "Exactly. There are so many things to prepare for the wedding. We might not have enough time. The Ministry of Rites is organizing the wedding, so we will have enough time to prepare, but it won't be too extravagant. The emperor granted the marriage, and the Ministry of Rites is in charge. How could it not be grand? It should be comparable to a royal wedding." "I agree. The emperor has given Miss Yi many valuable gifts, showing how much he values the wedding." Yi Chutang walked along and noticed that almost all discussions were about her marriage to Qi Yanzhou. It seemed that the previous scandals of the minister's residence had vanished. She knew very well that it was Yi Jingchuan who was stirring things up behind the scenes. That's fine. On the wedding day, she would give Yi Jingchuan a memorable gift. Yi Chutang found a secluded corner, changed back into women's clothing, and returned to the minister's residence. As she reached the entrance, she saw the impressive Qi Yanzhou walking out of the minister's residence. He was there to make the marriage proposal. Although the wedding date was rushed and the emperor's decree disrupted the traditional rituals, the basic courtesies must still be observed. Qi Yanzhou performed a gentleman's bow to Yi Chutang and said, "The pair of wild geese I owe you will be delivered tomorrow." The Ministry of Rites has wild geese, but he didn't take them. Wild geese symbolize loyalty and good fortune, and hunting them himself shows sincerity. Yi Chutang didn't care about these formalities, but she wouldn't refuse Qi Yanzhou's kind gesture. "Okay, take care, Yanzhou." After Qi Yanzhou left, Yi Chutang entered the minister's residence. Yi Jingchuan saw her and asked unhappily, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "The emperor's gifts, you weren't here for that, and the Prince of Chen's proposal, you also missed." "I wasn't here, but everything got done, so why are you so upset? You are about to become a married woman. You can't act on impulse anymore. In that ruthless place, even if you have great skills, you won't last long." Yi Chutang knew he was referring to the palace. She ignored him and extended her hand. "What about the emperor's gifts?" Yi Jingchuan had long accepted that she only cared about money. They were sent to Ningchuyuan. "For the next few days, don't wander around. Focus on embroidering your bridal veil." "Got it." After saying this, Yi Chutang suddenly remembered the late Kong Ru. "Father, what do you plan to do about Kong Ru? We can't just leave her body in the residence without mourning." She certainly didn't want a decaying body in the minister's residence during her wedding. Yi Jingchuan was still unsure whether to bury Kong Ru directly or to send her back to the Kong family after divorcing her. So, he asked Yi Chutang for her opinion. "Chuer, what do you think I should choose?" Yi Chutang rolled her eyes at him. When Kong Ru was a concubine, she harmed the main wife and caused the death of the legitimate son. Later, she poisoned my mother. She not only broke the rules but also committed a crime. If you don't divorce her, are you planning to keep her around for the new year? Yi Jingchuan knew that divorcing her was the best option, but he didn't want to offend the Kong family and gain another enemy.
"Chuer,
Stop. If you don't divorce Kong Ru and throw her out of the minister's residence, don't blame me for forgetting our father-daughter bond once I become favored." Yi Jingchuan certainly wouldn't offend the future noble lady over a deceased person. He replied irritably, "Whose temperament did you inherit? You get angry so easily. I never said I wouldn't divorce her. If our grandmother were poisoned, you would be even more anxious than I am. It's better to divorce sooner rather than later." After saying this, Yi Chutang glanced at the gifts in the courtyard and returned to Ningchuyuan. Juno was sitting on a stone bench in the yard, stretching his neck to look outside. When he saw Yi Chutang return, he rushed over and asked, "Elder sister, do you want to marry Prince Jin?" The marriage proposal came suddenly, and the wedding date was approaching fast. He was worried that his elder sister was being forced into marriage and would be unhappy. Yi Chutang squatted down to meet Jun'er's worried gaze and smiled. Of course I want to. I was the one who proposed the marriage. Hearing this, Jun'er felt relieved but also sad. It wouldn't be as easy to see his elder sister in the future, and he felt reluctant. Elder sister, Jun'er will eat well, study hard, and practice martial arts to grow up quickly and protect you. Thinking about Yi Jingchuan's future, Yi Chutang asked Jun'er, "Are you brave enough to tell the truth and go to the prince's residence with me?"
Jun'er looked Yi Chutang in surprise.
Seeing that she was serious, he nodded vigorously. Jun'er dares. After saying this, he was about to find Yi Jingchuan. Yi Chutang stopped him. Not now. When the time is right, I will tell you. Hearing this, Jun'er felt that something big was about to happen. But he didn't ask anything and unconditionally trusted his elder sister. Yi Chutang stood up and looked at Jean Ji, who seemed hesitant, and said, "Aunt Jean, I'm hungry. You and Danner go prepare dinner." Yes, Mississippi dinner was prepared according to the medicinal recipe Yi Chutang provided, with a faint herbal aroma. Yi Chutang casually explained, "This medicinal meal can nourish the body, so eat more." Although the main benefit of medicinal dishes is to treat morning sickness, they are also a good remedy for strengthening the spleen and nourishing the stomach, suitable for everyone. After dinner, Yi Chutang took Jun'er for a walk in the backyard to help with digestion. Meanwhile, the maids were discussing something. "I've never heard of a divorce leading to someone's death. This is quite an eye-opener. The Kong family harmed the legitimate wife and killed her son, so they deserve to be divorced. The master sent Kong's body along with the divorce papers to the Kong residence. I wonder if they accepted it? Kong was just a secondary daughter, and now she has no value, so the Kong family will surely not accept her." As the maids expected, the Kong family, feeling embarrassed, did not accept Kong Ru's body and simply wrapped it in straw mats and discarded it in a mass grave. Yi Chutang learned about this from Qi Yanzhou. At this time, she had already left the city and was heading to the Night Demon's stronghold with Qi Yanzhou. They were not alone. There were also hundreds of secret guards trained by Qi Yanzhou. After traveling more than 10 miles away from the capital, Qi Yanzhou said to Nan Shao, "You all go ahead and take the lead to capture the Night Demon. Tang, and I will join you shortly." Yi Chutang was confused and followed Qi Yanzhou into a small path. Amid the sound of galloping hooves, she asked, "Zhou, what are we going to do?" The moonlight was just right tonight, casting a silver glow on the ground and illuminating their path. Upon hearing Yi Chutang's question, Qi Yanzhou turned back. The handsome young man smiled, his eyes sparkling like stars, his lips moving gracefully. "We're going to hunt geese." Although Yi Chutang wasn't particularly focused on looks, she enjoyed seeing handsome men. She felt her heart race and warmth rise to her cheeks at the sight of the spirited Qi Yanzhou. "Okay, lead the way." The capital is located in the northern region, and the wild geese fly from the south to the extreme north over 3 months. Now was the perfect hunting time, as the geese were arriving in the capital. Qi Yanzhou had his men observe that the area near the Night Demon stronghold, the Yumming Mountain, often had wild geese passing by. The two rode their horses up the narrow mountain path. The higher they went, the more difficult it became for the horses, and their speed slowed down. Yi Chutang said to Qi Yanzhou, "I suspect the exile location is in the northwest frontier, where resources are scarce and many people die every winter. I want to send a batch of medicinal materials there. I've already spoken with the manager of Xinglin Hall. Do you have anyone available in the northwest?" Qi Yanzhou shared her suspicion. "Not at the moment, but we can find someone." The Qi army in the northeast and the Luo army in the northwest were close, and the two armies had some connections. He just needs to say hello to send trusted old members of the Qi family army to the northwest. "Yi Chutang, give me an address, and I'll have the herbal merchant deliver the herbs directly. It takes time to arrange, and I can't give a specific address. How about I send someone with you to the northwest?" "That works too. It's better to have our own people." When Qi Yanzhou heard the phrase "our own people," he smiled. He handed Yi Chutang the jade token that represented his identity. "Take this to Ingchun Courtyard or Guangzhekshuan. My people will follow your orders." Yi Chutang looked at the jade token back in her hands and asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you?" Not at all. You're so naive. Qi Yanzhou didn't understand that term and was about to ask when Yi Chudang changed the subject. She told him about the emperor's plan to frame the Qi family. Qi Yanzhou guessed there would be weapons and letters, but didn't expect the voodoo doll. Such a fearful person is willing to curse himself just to bring down the Qi family. Yi Chudang raised an eyebrow, her beautiful face looking somewhat cold under the moonlight. The day the curse takes effect, the emperor's regret will surely be amusing. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of geese echoed above them. They both looked up. A V-shaped formation of geese was flying from south to north, occasionally making elongated honks. Qi Yanzhou took a slingshot and a stone wrapped in cloth from his pocket. He pulled back the slingshot and shot the stone, hitting one of the geese on the head. The stone was wrapped, so it wouldn't cause harm. The goose fell from the sky. One goose circled above, watching its fallen partner, letting out a mournful cry. Qi Yanzhou knew the two geese were a pair and had shot one down. The remaining goose quickly filled the gap and continued flying north. Qi Yanzhou dismounted and picked up the two dazed geese. After checking their heads and confirming they were unharmed, he sighed in relief. He could take care of them tonight and deliver fresh geese to a tang in the morning. Yi Chudang saw Qi Yanzhou putting the geese into a cloth bag and asked, "Heading down the mountain?" Qi Yanzhou mounted his horse again, going up the mountain. The higher they went, the narrower the path became, with branches extending onto the road, making it feel deserted. After about 2 tea times, they reached a clearing. They had arrived at the mountaintop.
예찬탕 로데 알롱시데지 않소.
Standing at the top of Yuming Mountain, they could overlook the entire capital city. The main street sparkled, with countless lights flickering in the distance. Qi Yanzhou said, "Beneath the prosperity of the capital, countless people struggle to find food. There is a paradise, but there is also on earth." Yi Chudang felt Qi Yanzhou's compassion and held his hand, which was chilled by the night breeze. When things are at their peak, they must decline. When they decline, they will rise again. Everything will be all right. Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chudang's hand in his, warming it. "Chudang, look up." Yi Chudang instinctively looked up. In the clear blue sky, a bright full moon shone coldly, surrounded by twinkling stars. The sky was so clear it felt like one could reach out and grab the stars. It was beautiful to the point of being unreal. Seeing Yi Chudang gazing at the moon, Qi Yanzhou unconsciously recited a poem. In the north, there is a beautiful person, unique and independent. One glance can topple a city, another can sway a nation. Yi Chudang turned to look at the handsome Qi Yanzhou, her eyes filled with admiration. Yanzhou is equally remarkable, unmatched in charm. She suddenly thought of Song Jingning, a man equally talented and handsome, but his demeanor was completely different from Qi Yanzhou's. Perhaps it was the difference between a gentle scholar and a valiant general. Noticing Yi Chudang lost in thought, Qi Yanzhou gently squeezed her hand. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Chudang smiled and said, "I was thinking about who the ladies prefer more, Song Jingning or you." Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou suddenly remembered that the deer Yi Chudang had given him was hunted with Song Jingning in Maishan. "Chudang, you seem to have a different feeling about Song Jingning." Yi Chudang did not deny it and nodded. She looked towards the distant lights of the capital, focusing on the location of the minister's residence. "I have a brother who was smothered to death by Kong Ru at birth. Yi Jingchuan found it unlucky and had the servants throw him into the river to drift away." Qi Yanzhou knew that Yi Chudang resembled Song Jingning and looked at her in surprise. "Do you suspect Song Jingning is your brother?" "Not exactly suspicion, just not wanting to overlook any possibility, so I shamelessly followed Song Jingning to Maishan." "And you found out he isn't?" Yi Chudang replied with a yes. "Song Jingning was born in Liangzhou, 10 days younger than me. I didn't expect your birthdays to be so close. Should I look into it?" "No need, Kong Ru is too cruel. She wouldn't let my brother survive. Moreover, it was freezing at that time, and a premature baby who was smothered to the point of death would have almost no chance of surviving in the river. Unless he was extraordinarily lucky and was rescued shortly after being thrown in by someone knowledgeable in medicine." Yi Chutang felt that this was harder than winning 5 million with just $2. Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand tightly. Tang, maybe your brother is still alive. Don't lose hope. As soon as he finished comforting her, he saw a faint light in the forest. Night Demon has been captured. Let's go. Although Qi Yanzhou agreed to bring Yi Chutang to the Night Demon lair, he never intended for her to take risks. So, he took her to the mountaintop to enjoy the view under the pretense of hunting geese. Yi Chutang pulled her hand back and tightened the reins. Let's go. Qi Yanzhou had already studied the terrain of the ghostly mountain. He led Yi Chutang down a flat path toward the fire. After a quarter of an hour, they reached the entrance of Night Demon. Night Demon was built among a neatly arranged bamboo forest. The traps and formations had been destroyed, and the ground was littered with broken bamboo, with faint traces of blood visible. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou tied their horses to the bamboo and walked inside. The bloodstains increased, and they occasionally saw bodies, all belonging to Night Demon members. Passing through the bamboo forest, they entered a stone maze that could easily confuse anyone. Heat rushed from behind the stone maze, carrying the smell of burnt wood. They made their way through the stone maze and arrived at a burning wooden building. Nan Xiao was holding the head of the Night Demon leader. The strong smell of blood made Yi Chutang frown. Noticing this, Qi Yanzhou kicked the bloody head away and shielded Yi Chutang behind him. Stop. Tell me what happened. Nan Xiao immediately took 2 steps back and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the prince, we captured 26 people, killed 17 and 2 escaped. The number of those on missions is still being counted. After speaking, he glanced at the burning wooden building behind him. The fire started from where the wooden plaques were kept. I only managed to save some of the plaques and am currently searching for the one the prince wants. As soon as Nan Xiao finished speaking, a voice called out, Found it. Then, the bounty plaque written by the Kong family fell into Qi Yanzhou's hands. With this, there was evidence to convict the Kong family. Qi Yanzhou looked at the 26 people kneeling on the ground. They did not struggle or resist, their faces pale, as if they had accepted their fate. Even though your master is dead and the antidote that could save you is gone, you still have a chance to live. This statement did not elicit any reaction from the Night Demon members. They had been sold to Night Demon as children and had survived through harsh training and life-and-death battles. Later, after taking on tasks to earn money, they learned that no one could live past 30 and wanted to escape control. However, after consulting many doctors, none could cure them. They even risked stealing the antidote, but ended up suffering greatly without success. The antidote is only with me. If you want to die early, I won't stop you. This statement struck everyone deeply. When Nan Xiao beheaded the leader of Nightshade, they realized they couldn't survive and immediately gave up resisting. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang. Chutang, the rest is up to you. Yi Chutang nodded and looked at the 26 people kneeling on the ground. She pointed at one person, bring her out. Qi Yanzhou's men quickly brought the woman before Yi Chutang. She lifted the woman's chin with her foot, coldly staring at her pale face. If you find life meaningless, why not just die? Upon hearing this, the woman's vacant eyes focused on Yi Chutang. She was momentarily stunned by Yi Chutang's beauty. You are the one who brought disaster to Nightshade and cut off our path to survival?
Wrong.
I am the one who can help you survive, Yi Chutang replied before kicking the woman in the chest. The woman fell to the ground, spitting out black blood, her pale face turning a shade of blue, her gaze fading. The poison was taking effect. Yi Chutang shouted, "Everyone look over here." After that, she took out a temporary antidote from her space and fed it to the woman. The woman's complexion visibly improved, and her eyes regained focus. Feel it, is your poison being suppressed? Having experienced the effects of poison and antidotes many times, she knew without needing to feel it that the poison was indeed suppressed. She looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. How do you have the antidote? With 26 eager gazes on her, Yi Chutang smiled. My medical skills are quite good. Not only did I make a temporary antidote, but I can also completely cure your poison. Her words lit up the woman's eyes, her voice trembling with excitement. Really? Whether it's true or not, you know better than I do. What do I need to do to get the antidote and break free from control? The woman understood that Yi Chudang sparing their lives must have a purpose. Yi Chudang glanced at the people from Nightshade. Help me with tasks, and I will ensure you don't die. If there's a dangerous mission, you can choose not to take it, but if someone else completes 10 tasks, I will help them with the antidote. For the people of Nightshade, this was a guaranteed deal. Everyone immediately knelt on one knee before Yi Chutang. Greetings, my lord. If you want to be recognized, you must first reveal your background and that of others, including what tasks you've taken on and how well you've completed them. After that, I will assign tasks based on your abilities and skills. Although she was not overly kind, she would not overlook those who were truly wicked. Once used, they would be dealt with accordingly. Yi Chutang's demands were reasonable, and the people from Night Demon immediately agreed. She handed the temporary antidote to Nan Xiao. I'll leave them in your care for now. Make sure to investigate thoroughly. If anyone is dishonest, eliminate them. Understood. Leave clues so that those who escape can find you while on their missions. Yes, Miss Yi. Yi Chutang turned to Qi Yanzhou. It's time to return to the city. Qi Yanzhou nodded and said to Nan Xiao, completely destroy this place. After that, he took Yi Chutang back the way they came and mounted their horses to leave. They hurried back to the capital, using a secret path outside the city to reach Qi Yanzhou's hidden property, a tea warehouse. As Yi Chutang inhaled the rich aroma of tea, she asked, the visible assets of the Prince of Qin will be confiscated after the exile. Is there a way to protect them? The Emperor is closely watching the Prince of Qin's estate, so we can't move the assets, or it will raise suspicion. I will send some gold and jewels to the northwest, but some will definitely be left for the Emperor to seize. Qi Yanzhou said this, while tucking a loose strand of hair behind Yi Chutang's ear. If the Emperor wants to confiscate them, let him. In the end, they won't end up in his hands. Yi Chutang understood Qi Yanzhou's meaning and nodded. I will inform Ghost Thief. Ah Tang, you, and Ghost Thief. It's not convenient to discuss. Yi Chutang had never intended to reveal anything about her abilities or space to anyone. Some things are best kept to oneself. Qi Yanzhou quickly promised, I won't ask again. Then he asked with concern, Ah Tang, after riding for so long, are you feeling okay? Yi Chutang yawned sleepily. We didn't ride far tonight, and the pace was slow. The saddle has a cushion, so it's not tiring. Seeing her looking very tired, Qi Yanzhou said, it's quite late. I'll take you home. No need. It's not curfew yet. I can go back by myself. Thinking it was inappropriate to be seen together before their wedding, he didn't insist. All right, I'll walk you to your door. The two of them exited the warehouse. A cool night breeze greeted them, and Yi Chutang felt a bit more awake. It also reminded her of something. Ah Zhou, after we marry, our fates will be intertwined. Will I be able to know who your enemies are and who our allies are? Before her exile, she needed to empty all her enemies' storages. Qi Yanzhou trusted Yi Chutang completely and had no defenses against her. He nodded, of course. I will give you the list when we go to the minister's residence tomorrow to deliver the wild geese. Great, see you tomorrow, but don't go too early, around the 3rd hour. She needed to go to the Apricot Grove Hall at the 4th hour to explain how to prevent smallpox to the doctors. She also had to discuss buying medicinal materials with Manager Lin, which would take about an hour. All right, see you at the 3rd hour. After leaving the tea house, Yi Chutang found a secluded corner and entered her space to change her clothes. She then traveled underground to the warehouses of various fabric shops, collecting the cotton and bulrush needed for winter into her space. She also took some animal furs, paying a fair price for them. Once she was done, it was already curfew time. Yi Chutang visited the carpenter's shop. The shelves, cabinets, and boxes she had ordered were all finished. Not only was the warehouse completely full, but there were also many items piled up in the yard. She stored everything in her space and returned to the minister's residence. The Ning Chuyuan was brightly lit. Yi Jingchuan was sitting in the main room, dozing off in his chair. As the head of the family, his son was serving him nearby. When he saw Yi Chutang return, he exclaimed, "Miss, you're back." The sudden voice startled Yi Jingchuan, nearly causing him to fall from his chair. He stood up, looking displeased at Yi Chutang. Just as he was about to scold her, Yi Chutang quickly said, "No nonsense. I'm very tired and not in the mood to listen." Yi Jingchuan knew he couldn't win an argument with Yi Chutang, so he swallowed his words. "I have dismissed Kong Ru, which should satisfy your mother." Yi Chutang was already familiar with Yi Jingchuan's shamelessness and chose to ignore him.
Get to the point.
"Sure, can you speak to Prince Chun and ask him to spare Jir? Although Jir is foolish and bad, he doesn't deserve to die." The Yi family had few members, and he wanted to save his eldest son to continue the family line. Yi Chutang let out a mocking laugh. "Father, are you getting old and confused? The Dali Temple is royal. You should ask the emperor. Prince Chun is just a minor official and has no right to release a scoundrel who killed his mother." In Beichen, filial piety was highly valued, and Yi Jingchuan dared not offend the emperor over this matter. Sure, as long as Prince Chun can convince the two officials who witnessed the truth that Jir was forced to kill his mother, it will be enough. In that case, Jir would only receive 30 lashes at most, and that would settle it. Yi Chutang poked Yi Jingchuan's forehead. "Is this filled with waste? Why would Prince Chun ruin his reputation to help a scoundrel?" Yi Jingchuan rubbed his forehead, which had been poked, and shamelessly said, "As long as you ask, Prince Chun will surely agree. I want Yi Anji to die. There's no way to save him. If you want to save him, there is a way." "What way?" Yi Chutang leaned closer to Yi Jingchuan and whispered, "Kill the emperor. When the new emperor ascends, there will be a general amnesty." Yi Jingchuan. What kind of strange person did he give birth to? "I've told you the plan. You can leave now." Yi Jingchuan was so angry his chest hurt and pointed at the tray on the table. On the tray lay a simple silk red veil and fine embroidery thread. "Stop wandering around and quickly finish the veil." "Got it, hurry and leave." After Yi Jingchuan left, Yi Chutang had Shauna help her prepare a bath. While adjusting the water temperature, Shauna nervously asked, "Miss, if you marry Prince Chun, will you take us to the palace?" She and Jinji were both unclean and could not serve as accompanying maids. Yi Chutang styled her hair and replied, "I won't take you to the palace. I have other plans for you." Exiles were typically officials and their families. Maidservants were often forced into terrible situations, while young servants were sent to do hard labor. She certainly wouldn't let Shaner and Jinji suffer like that. Although Shaner felt a bit disappointed about not being able to serve Yi Chutang in the palace, she was glad that her mistress hadn't abandoned them. "I will listen to you, Mississippi. Go rest now. The next few days will be very busy." "Yes, I take my leave." Shaner closed the door to the room and returned to her quarters to rest. After Yi Chutang finished her bath, she went to sleep. The next day, at 1/2 the hour of the rabbit, Yi Chutang woke up and forced herself to get out of bed. After getting ready, she had a simple breakfast and headed to the Xinglin Hall. The Xinglin Hall was closed this morning and wasn't selling any herbs. The main hall was filled with doctors, at least 50 of them. Even Xue Dong had rushed over from the palace. Yi Chutang arrived 15 minutes early and found everyone already there, waiting for her. "Thank you for waiting, everyone." Dr. Xue said, "Miss Yi, your medical skills are remarkable. It's only right that we wait for you." Manager Lin brought over a comfortable armchair and had the apprentices set up ice basins to cool off. "Miss Yi, shall we start now? Or would you like to rest a bit?" "Let's start now. The wedding date is approaching, and I'm a bit busy." Upon hearing this, everyone congratulated her. Yi Chutang didn't want to waste time and quickly interrupted, "Let's get to business." She first talked about the origin of smallpox, how it spreads, its symptoms, and treatment methods. It was very detailed, leaving all the doctors amazed. Manager Lin felt fortunate for his foresight in arranging for a servant to copy down Yi Chutang's words. He asked, "Miss Yi, how can we prevent smallpox?" "By using cowpox." Yi Chutang explained in detail how cowpox can prevent smallpox. The doctors frowned and looked at Xue Dong. "Dr. Xue, what do you think?" Although Xue Dong understood Yi Chutang's words, he was skeptical about using cowpox to prevent smallpox. It sounds like using poison to fight poison. Yi Chutang shook her head. It's prevention, not treatment. She had already guessed that the doctors would not accept her suggestion. After all, cowpox is related to smallpox in cows. The idea of introducing cowpox into a healthy person's body seemed frightening. You all probably think I'm talking nonsense, but when smallpox breaks out, why not try this method? It might work. After saying this, she stood up. You may leave now. Manager Lin knew Yi Chutang wanted to discuss medicinal materials with him, so he quickly had the servant the doctors out. The doctors felt their visit was in vain and left disappointed. However, Xue Dong believed Yi Chutang was not just speaking without reason and decided to find an opportunity to test her idea. After sending off the doctors, Manager Lin looked at Yi Chutang. I believe Miss Yi would not joke with lives. If given the chance, I am willing to try cowpox myself. Yi Chutang replied, using cowpox will only cause some discomfort. It won't endanger your life. She then brought up the matter of purchasing medicinal materials. Manager Lin, please send the materials to Tianshan County. I will arrange for someone to accompany them. Manager Lin had already spoken with a familiar supplier. Miss Yi, the prices for the materials have been negotiated at the lowest rates. He walked to the counter, took out a price list, and handed it to Yi Chutang. This is the price and stock quantity of each medicinal material. Please take a look, and if it doesn't suit you, I can find other suppliers. Yi Chutang took the price list and reviewed it carefully. The prices are acceptable, but the quantities are insufficient. Manager Lin, may I borrow your paper and pen? Manager Lin quickly handed her a blank ledger and helped her prepare the ink. Please, Miss Yi. Yi Chutang looked at the medicine cabinet, wrote down the names of the materials, and noted their prices and quantities. She wrote until her wrist ached before finally stopping. She handed the account book to Manager Lin and said, could you please help me with the statistics? I will arrange for someone to connect with the herbal merchants to pay the deposit and arrange for delivery. Miss Yi, you are too kind. I will definitely help, Manager Lin replied. After glancing at the quantity of herbs in the account book, his eyes nearly popped out. Miss Yi, you want this many herbs? That's a lot of money, nearly 1,000,000 taels. Yi Chutang had already estimated the price to be over 1,000,000 taels. With the shipping cost for thousands of miles, it would be at least 130,000 taels. This amount of money would be unimaginable for most people, but Yi Chutang had emptied the pockets of some of the wealthiest individuals in the capital. It's fine. The dowry my mother left me is worth a fortune. 1,000,000 taels is nothing to me. Her tone was calm, but Manager Lin felt a surge of emotions. Even so, very few people would sacrifice for others. He seemed to see the light of compassion in Yi Chutang. I am ashamed, he said, unsure of what else to say. I do this for myself, and for others. Now I will rely on you, Manager Lin. After saying this, Yi Chutang returned to the minister's residence. As she reached the entrance, she saw Qi Yanzhou coming with a large goose. Today, Qi Yanzhou wore a blue brocade outfit, his dark hair secured with a white jade crown. The hem of his outfit was embroidered with elegant bamboo in silver thread, shimmering in the sunlight. A black belt with gold trim cinched his slim waist, and a jade pendant swayed gently as he walked toward her in the sunlight. It should have been a beautiful scene, but the loud honking of the geese spoiled it. Yi Chutang smiled and said, Zhou, you arrived quite on time. Please come in. Qi Yanzhou entered the minister's residence and went to the main hall. As he handed the goose to Yi Chutang, he quietly slipped her a list and shared 2 good pieces of news. Kong Qingyuan and his son have lost their official positions and are in prison, and their family is banned from holding office for 3 generations. This meant the Kong family was finished. Zhao Qingshu took all the blame, and the Duke of Yongning voluntarily gave up his title and left the capital with his family, which the emperor agreed to. Yi Chutang frowned in displeasure. The emperor pardoned Zhao Ximin's crimes? Qi Yanzhou gently smoothed the crease between her brows. It doesn't matter if the emperor agrees. I immediately submitted a memorial with evidence of Zhao Ximin abusing her position as a princess to oppress the people and officials' families. What was the outcome? Zhao Ximin and Zhao Qingshu were both sentenced to a year in prison, and Zhao Mingshu's family was exiled to Dingzhou, where they received a county duke, title, and 3% of Dingzhou's taxes. Qi Yanzhou knew that Yi Chudang was not satisfied with the outcome and offered an explanation. Zhao Mingshu is the emperor's younger brother. As long as he doesn't commit treason, the emperor won't be harsh with him. If it weren't for Zhao Qingshu and Zhao Ximin targeting Yi Chutang and nearly ruining the emperor's plans, the emperor would never punish them. After hearing this, Yi Chutang raised her eyebrows in delight. If there is evidence of Zhao Mingshu's treason, would he be finished? Qi Yanzhou nodded, of course. The emperor cares most about his throne. Anyone who tries to take it will be dealt with. However, to show brotherly affection, the emperor wouldn't kill Zhao Mingshu. He would either imprison him or exile him. After receiving a positive response, Yi Chutang leaned closer to Qi Yanzhou and whispered a secret about the Prince An's residence that only they could hear. Under the stables of the Prince An's residence, there is a hidden chamber with many weapons. Find a reason to dig them out, and Zhao Mingshu will be done for. Qi Yanzhou knew this information must have come from the ghost thief to Yi Chutang. He was even more curious about their relationship, but didn't ask further. Okay, I know what to do now. With that, Qi Yanzhou stood up to leave. Yi Chutang escorted him to the door, where they ran into Yi Anling returning home. Yi Anling came back alone, carrying 2 meager gifts, looking quite shabby. Seeing the perfect couple in front of her, jealousy filled her eyes. Greetings, Prince Chun. Qi Yanzhou didn't even glance at Yi Anling and gently reminded Yi Chutang, rest well and don't overexert yourself. The Ministry of Rites will handle everything. Yi Chutang deliberately adjusted Qi Yanzhou's collar in front of Yi Anling. Got it, you shouldn't do everything yourself. I must do it myself. I want to give you the best of everything. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou reluctantly left. Once he was gone, Yi Anling glared at the smug Yi Chutang. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I made it so obvious. Do you really need to ask? Vicious woman. If Prince Chen knew your true nature, he would never marry you. Yi Chutang chuckled lightly. What is my true nature? Talented and beautiful? Renowned? Wealthy? Avenging my mother? She elongated her tone, letting out a sigh. Khan Rushing raised you, spoiled you, and protected you. Instead of going to find her body to give her a proper burial, you come back empty-handed. What a devoted daughter you are. Yi Anling's effort to maintain her composure completely shattered. She threw the gifts she had brought at Yi Chutang. Shut your mouth. Yi Chutang kicked the return gift back, hitting Yi Anling's knee. With a thud, Yi Anling fell to her knees in humiliation.
Ye çantang step'daside.
Madam, your return gift is too heavy. I can't handle it. After saying this, she happily walked into the minister's residence. Yi Anling was so furious, she almost fainted and yelled at the maid following her. Are you a statue? Hurry up and help me up. The maid knew Yi Anling was not favored and had been mistreated by the on her wedding night. Looking at the disheveled Yi Anling, she spoke with disdain. Madam, don't embarrass yourself at the entrance. Many people are watching. Yi Anling closed her eyes and stood up, enduring the pain. She glared fiercely at the maid and vowed in her heart, I will rise to the top and trample all those who look down on me. Since the was unreliable, she would shift her focus and become the emperor's woman. She wanted to help the emperor deal with the and eliminate their power. The maid was frightened by Yi Anling's fierce gaze and picked up the fallen return gift. Madam, they instructed you to take your dowry and return quickly. Indeed, the reason the wanted Yi Anling to return was to have her bring her dowry to him. To maintain his position, he needed money for bribes. However, his own palace and the emperor's treasury had been completely emptied. With no silver and unable to receive rewards, he could only set his sights on Yi Anling's dowry. Although her dowry was not large, it was better than nothing. Yi Anling knew her dowry was her only remaining bargaining chip. She took a deep breath to calm herself and snatched the return gift from the maid's hands. I don't need you to remind me. I haven't forgotten the purpose of my return. With that, she limped into the minister's residence. Since the Yi family did not have a head matriarch and Yi Jingchuan was not present, the old lady of the Yi family came to receive Yi Anling. She looked at the two return gifts on the table, her eyes twitching. Having married so well, the return gifts were so meager, it showed a lack of respect for her family. Anling, why didn't they come back with you? Yi Anling smiled and replied, "He is favored by the emperor and has to review documents. He truly couldn't leave the palace." Please understand, grandmother. Although she wasn't lying, the real reason they didn't come was that he didn't care about her. The old lady naturally didn't dare to speak ill of the in front of the maid. She reminded Yi Anling, "Now that you are married, you must take good care of your husband and live in harmony." Grandmother, I understand. Please don't worry. When will father be back? Yi Jingchuan was busy with Yi Chutong's wedding, and the emperor had given him 5 days off. He was currently at the Ministry of Revenue, handing over work with 2 officials. The old lady knew about this and said, "Your father will return around lunchtime." Grandmother, where is my dowry? You just entered the house and haven't even settled in before asking about your dowry. It's true what they say, a married daughter is like spilled water. The Shangsfu was now managed by the old lady Yi, and the financial troubles were giving her a headache. She knew that Yi Anling's dowry wouldn't last, but she was still very upset. Yi Anling's suppressed emotions burst out as she said sarcastically, "Grandmother, if you don't want me to take my dowry, you can talk to Lord De about it. I have no objections."
You.
Grandmother, please think carefully before getting angry. I am now the wife of a high official. The old lady Ye's face turned red with anger, and she stood up abruptly. I am not feeling well and cannot entertain the wife of a high official. You may leave. Yi Anling watched the old lady's frustrated back and asked, "Grandmother, is there still hope for my brother?" She didn't want to be alone, even if her brother was useless. The old lady Yi truly cared for Yuanji. Hearing this, she staggered slightly, almost falling. Your brother will be executed after autumn. After saying this, her posture suddenly slumped, and her steps became unsteady. Yi Anling clenched her fists, thinking of the culprit Yi Chudang. That wretched girl caused her family to fall apart, and still managed to marry the man she loved. She was filled with hatred. If Lord De despised Yi Chutang for taking the dowry, why didn't he do something about her? A maid reminded her, "Madam, you should go check on your dowry." Yi Anling thought about how Lord De needed her dowry and slapped the maid's face. "Remember, I am the master." Afterward, she looked at her reddened palm and felt much better. She called for Steward Chun and asked, "Where's my dowry?" "Madam, it is in the side room of the Ningxiang courtyard." After Yi Chutang took the dowry left for her by Tang Wanning, Yi Jingchuan returned what little dowry remained to Yi Anling's courtyard. Seeing that the dowry was rather meager, he added about 10 more boxes, bringing the total to 32 boxes. Yi Anling returned to the Ningxiang courtyard and entered the side room. Seeing the extra dowry boxes, her mood improved a little. "Steward Chen, is the dowry list ready? Has it been submitted to the government for record?" As long as the paperwork is done, when the Duke loses power, she will be able to get everything back completely. Butler Chen spoke respectfully. The master has already taken care of it. After saying this, he opened the closest bridal chest and handed the dowry list to Yi Anling. "Please keep this safe, madam." Just as Yi Anling was about to take it, the ground suddenly shook beneath her feet.
Ah?
She screamed and quickly grabbed the door frame, but still couldn't steady herself. Butler Chen immediately ran out of the side room. Then he witnessed a strange scene. Everything around was normal, but the side room was shaking violently, with tiles falling and clattering everywhere. "Someone quick! Save the second young lady." When Yi Anling and the maid were rescued by the guards, there was a loud crash, and the side room collapsed into ruins. Yi Anling stared at the rising dust, momentarily stunned. But she quickly regained her senses and shouted with a pale face, "The dowry! Quickly find my dowry!" Before her words finished, the ground stopped shaking. The guards rushed forward, clearing away the fallen tiles, broken beams, and collapsed walls. After moving the debris, they found a broken wooden floor. There was no sign of the dowry, not even the bridal chest. Butler Chen's face changed drastically upon seeing this. The ghost thief is back. After shouting this, he instructed the guards, quickly check the eldest young lady's courtyard to see if her dowry is still there. As the guards headed to Ningchu courtyard, they ran into Yi Jingchuan returning from the Ministry of Revenue. Yi Jingchuan frowned in displeasure. What's with the panic? Master, the second young lady's dowry has been stolen by the ghost thief, and the eldest young lady's dowry may not be safe either. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan became even more anxious than the guards. Quickly check. Also look in Qingyu courtyard and the storeroom. After saying this, he rushed toward the Buddha hall, his legs moving quickly. Upon arriving at the Buddha hall, he immediately ordered people to dig up the floor to check for the buried bridal chest. However, after digging 3 inches deep, there was only dirt, no chest. The guards returning from Ningchu courtyard reported back. Master, the dowry placed in the woodshed by the eldest young lady is gone. And Qingyu courtyard has been completely cleared out. The storeroom is empty too. Yi Jingchuan, already overwhelmed with anxiety, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In Ningchu courtyard, Yi Chutang looked at the empty woodshed, pretending to be sad. Why does the ghost thief like to steal my things so much? I'm left with nothing. She hadn't planned to take the dowry so quickly. It was the maid's words to Yi Anling that sparked the idea. As soon as Yi Anling lost her value to dukedom, her life would be worse than death. However, stealing just her dowry was too obvious, so she emptied the entire minister's residence. Sanner and Jean Ji, unaware of the situation, scolded the ghost thief harshly. Juner took out the red envelope Yi Chutang had given him for his birthday. Big sister, this is for you. When I grow up and earn a lot of money, I will give it to you. Yi Chutang smiled and patted Juner's head. That's great. I already have plenty of silver notes, so I don't need money right now. You keep this red envelope for yourself. After saying that, she pulled out a large handful from her space, with denominations ranging from 50 taels to 10,000 taels. Sanner and Jean, the ghost thief, saved my life. Whatever he took from me in gold and jewels is not too much. Hearing this, the two of them did not feel relieved. Aunt Jean looked at the empty woodshed and worriedly said, What will we do about your dowry? It's all gone. A bride needs to bring a good dowry to her husband's family for them to value her more. Yi Chutang understood Jean Ji's concerns and reassured her, Aunt Jean, the Chunwang family is not shallow, and as long as I want to earn money, I won't lack for it. Jean Ji had no doubt about Yi Chutang's abilities. She also thought about Qi Yanzhou's intentions toward Yi Chutang, and her gloomy mood lifted a bit. Miss, should we find an auspicious day to release the wild geese? Yi Chutang glanced at the bamboo cage beside the bamboo grove and said, Let's find a good day to cook them. A lone wild goose would struggle to survive the journey north. It was better to eat them than to give them away. After all, there has always been a tradition in ancient times of consuming tribute for good fortune. Jean Ji had no objections, all right. At that moment, Laura returned from the kitchen with 2 pieces of news. Miss, I heard that the ghost thief came to the minister's residence. Ning Chuyuan, the Buddha hall, Chiyu courtyard, and the storeroom were all robbed. The master and the second young lady fainted from anger, and in the storeroom. Before she could finish, she saw the empty woodshed, and her face changed dramatically. It really was stolen? Miss is about to get married. What will we do? Yi Chutang remained calm. My father will find a way. He won't let the future princess marry empty-handed. She would have plenty of dowry, but it would be filled with weapons instead of gold and jewels. Hearing her words, Jean Ji and the others felt relieved. You all cook. I will go check on my father. Yi Chutang went to Yi Jingchuan's courtyard. He had already woken up, lying in bed with vacant eyes and a pale face, embodying a tragic sense of despair. Yi Chutang found it amusing and said, If I didn't know better, I would think your parents are dead. Yi Jingchuan, annoyed, sat up and replied, Would it kill you to stop making sarcastic comments? It might, so I'll say one more thing. You deserve it. Didn't Ning Chiyuan get robbed too? If you deserve it, then so do I. Yi Chuding shrugged, not too concerned. Robbed is robbed. Anyway, the consequence of taking the dowry to the palace is still being stolen by the ghost thief. Yi Jingchuan immediately countered. It's not the same. If the dowry is stolen at the minister's residence, you'll just have to marry in shame and be laughed at, like Linger. But if it's stolen in the palace, then it's the responsibility of the imperial guards and palace guards. Yi Chutang sneered. So what? Does Dad have a way to get the dowry back? Of course, Yi Jingchuan had no way, so he could only grumble in frustration. He lay back down, turning his back to Yi Chutang. Just go away, I don't want to see you. Yi Chutang kicked Yi Jingchuan's back. Yi Jingchuan, in pain, sat up and shouted, What do you want? Get up and seal off the news about the robbery at the minister's residence. If everyone finds out my dowry was stolen, but I can still take it to the prince's residence, people will suspect me. This made Yi Jingchuan break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly got up to leave. Yi Chutang was helping the emperor because she wanted to use the investigation of the prince's residence to carry out her plan for exile. She returned to Ning Chiyuan. After lunch, she took Junu out of the residence and went to Huading Academy. Song Jian was surprised by Yi Chutang's arrival. Miss Yi, aren't you busy with your wedding? How do you have time to come here? Today is the 15th, the day I promised to teach calligraphy. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time to come. With that, Yi Chutang pushed Junior forward. Director Song, can my younger brother take the entrance test today? Of course. Zigue, please take young Master Song to the preschool residence. The preschool residence is where students who want to enroll in Huading Academy take their entrance exams. On the way to the academy, Junior learned about the test. Big sister, I will definitely pass and not embarrass you. Yi Chutang patted Junior's head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go. After Zigue took Junu away, Song Jian said, Please wait a moment, Miss Yi. I'll make some arrangements. He thought that since Yi Chutang's wedding was so close, she wouldn't have time to teach calligraphy, so he canceled the scheduled class. That's fine, I have time this afternoon. Not long after Song Jian left, a refined man in his 40s entered the main hall. He saw Yi Chutang and was slightly taken aback. I heard from Ji Yan that Miss Ye's features are just like Jing Ning's. What I see today is truly no exaggeration. After saying this, he introduced himself. I am Ji Yan's father, Song Mingyu. Yi Chutang immediately stood up to bow. I have met Master Song. Miss Yi, there's no need for such formalities. Please have a seat. Song Mingyu walked to the main seat and sat down, and a young servant quickly brought tea. He waved his hand to send the servant away. Congratulations, Miss Yi, on your good fortune. I apologize for any previous offense. Yi Chutang understood that Song Mingyu was referring to the idea of pairing her with Song Jingning. It is an honor to be valued by Master Song. Song Mingyu shook his head and said, Seriously, Miss Yi, you are too modest. Jingning is not worthy of you. Young master, how you truly lives up to his name and deserves a better girl. That boy is still not ready to settle down. No matter how good a girl is, it won't matter to him. Yi Chutang was not familiar with Song Mingyu and didn't know how to respond, so she smiled politely. Song Mingyu sighed, thinking of a certain guess in his mind. I have met Miss Ye's mother. Although she did her best to help those in need and was paving the way for Yi Jingchuan, her good deeds were genuine and countless people benefited from her. It's truly a pity that she died due to treachery in the household, and then there was that eldest son. Song Mingyu intentionally mentioned Yi Chutang's late brother. If Miss Ye's brother were still alive, he would surely be as talented and renowned as you. This made Yi Chutang find Song Mingyu a bit strange. He mentioned her mother, which did not surprise her. After all, from nobles to commoners, everyone knew Tang Wanning. Many people had brought up her mother to her. But only Song Mingyu mentioned her brother. 3 days had passed since Yi Anling's wedding. Besides her mentioning her twin brother to Qi Yanzhou once, no one else had brought it up. Suppressing her confusion, she replied calmly, It's all about timing and fate. Song Mingyu was unaware that Yi Chutang was already suspicious of his intentions. He didn't dare to show it too obviously and continued to talk about the good deeds Tang Wanning had done in the past. Seeing Song Mingyu's sad expression, Yi Chutang offered some comfort. Some people are alive but have long since died. Some people have died but continue to live on. Song Mingyu looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. I didn't expect such deep insights from someone so young. After he finished speaking, he brought up what happened on Yi Anling's wedding day. Miss Yi revealed the truth that had been hidden for over 10 years, avenging your mother and brother. They must be at peace knowing this. That was the right thing to do. Song Mingyu picked up his teacup and took a sip of lukewarm tea. Since ancient times, early deaths have been seen as ominous. Just as he was about to steer the conversation towards Yi Chutang's late brother, Song Jingning arrived, his voice heard before he entered. Father, I don't agree with the matchmaking, even if you come personally. As Song Jingning entered the main hall and saw Yi Chutang, he abruptly stopped speaking. He awkwardly said, I didn't know Miss Yi was here. My apologies. Yi Chutang stood up. It's fine, you two continue talking. I will find Dean Song. With that, she left the main hall. Song Jian happened to return. Miss Yi, the calligraphy class has been arranged. Please follow me. All right. Thank you, Dean Song. Song Mingyu glared at Song Jingning, annoyed by his timing. You couldn't have come at a worse time. Song Jingning. Father, I didn't expect you, the old-fashioned one, to have a conversation with Miss Yi. What were you discussing? Can you be a bit more serious? Song Jingning immediately put on a serious face. Is this serious enough? Song Mingyu couldn't help but laugh, his warm expression brightening. All right, stop pretending. And don't forget what you said earlier. Your mother has already arranged for you to have tea with her. You must go and talk. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, Song Jingning had to agree. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. After leaving the academy and getting into the carriage, he reminded, Father, Miss Yi is about to get married, so please don't say anything inappropriate. You rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? I was discussing her late mother and brother with Miss Yi. Hearing this, Song Jingning felt unexpectedly uneasy. Do you know Miss Ye's mother? Back then, who didn't know Tang Weining? Every beautiful word could be used to describe her. It's a pity she married the wrong man and ruined her life. A few days ago, there were rumors about the Yi family everywhere, and Song Jingning knew how unfortunate Yi Chutang had been as a child. Her mother was harmed, her brother was killed. If it weren't for the timely help of Dr. Shui, she might not have survived either. He couldn't help but sigh. Miss Yi and I were born in the same month and year, just 12 days apart, yet our lives are so different. Upon hearing just 12 days apart, Song Mingyu suddenly paused. He asked, How do you know Miss Ye's birth date? Previously, when I went hunting in Maishan, Miss Yi knew that we were the same age and wanted to find out who was older, so she brought up our birthdays. Song Mingyu thought it was unusual for a woman like Yi Chutang to voluntarily share her birthday with a man. She must have had a reason. Could she have suspected Jingning's background all along? It made sense. Their similar features were hard to find in anyone else. He never imagined that the baby he found in the river years ago was actually Tang Wanning and Yi Jingchuan's son. It was the third day of the winter month 17 years ago. Song Mingyu went to Liangzhou to visit his wife, who was recovering at her family home. Not far from the capital, he heard a faint crying. He then discovered a wooden basin by the river. Inside was a baby, covered in bruises, lying cold in the basin, crying weakly. Because his wife had been ill for a long time, he knew a bit about medicine and did everything he could to save the baby, taking him to Liangzhou. After 12 days of travel, the baby had faced death several times, but managed to survive. Once in Liangzhou, he initially planned to find a suitable family to adopt the weak baby. However, his wife, Cui Shangyun, felt pity for the child and saw a resemblance to herself, so she wanted to keep him. Song Mingyu had no objections as long as she was happy. The Cui family disagreed, believing the child's origins were unclear and could bring trouble. But Cui Shangyun insisted on keeping the child. Then something miraculous happened. As the baby grew stronger, her own health improved day by day. From then on, The child became the fifth son of the Song family, with his birthday set on the day he arrived in Liangzhou. This secret was known only to Song Mingyu and his father-in-law's family. They managed to keep it from the Song family because his wife had stayed at her family home for over a year, while he visited Liangzhou every 3 months. When Shangyun learned she was pregnant, the baby was already over 5 months along. She couldn't bear to terminate the pregnancy, but worried about carrying the baby to term, so she asked me not to tell anyone. If the baby could be born, it would be a surprise for everyone. If not, it would be as if nothing had happened. Luckily, the baby fought hard and survived despite being born early. This was Song Mingyu's explanation to the Song family after he returned to the capital with the child and his wife. He and his wife had no reason to lie, so the Song family accepted it without suspicion. Dad, what's wrong? Lost in thought, Song Mingyu snapped back to reality at the sound of Song Jingning's voice. Dad, what were you thinking just now? You looked lost. Song Mingyu waved away the hand in front of him and said, I was thinking about how difficult it was for you to survive. Song Jingning, why does it sound like something bad? Dad, why are you acting so strange today? Song Mingyu was still unsure whether to tell Song Jingning about his background. He lightly tapped his son's head. If you don't get married soon, I'll go crazy. Song Jingning noticed that Song Mingyu was hiding something and wisely didn't ask more. Dad, I'm only 17. There's no need to rush into marriage, right? Look at Prince Chen. He's 21 and just got married. Then why don't you look at those who had children at 16? Song Jingning. I don't care. We agreed to look for a month, and if you don't find someone suitable, you and Mom can't pressure me. Fine, but you can't just go through the motions. While they were talking, the father and son arrived at the tea house. Song Mingyu took Song Jingning to a private room. When Madame Song saw her son, she sighed in relief. She stood up and said, Miss Fong, I'll go check if the shopkeeper has any new tea. You two chat. As she left a maid behind and gave Song Jingning a warning glance. Seeing his wife come out, Song Mingyu grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the opposite private room. Shangyun, I have something important to discuss with you. Song Jingning sat down and noticed his father's serious expression as he pulled his mother away. He recalled his father's earlier odd behavior, his brow furrowing. Was there something wrong with Miss Ye's birthday? The girl who was with Song Jingning noticed he seemed distracted and poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Song, this tea was brewed by me. Please enjoy. She tried to present her best self, her movements graceful and elegant. But Song Jingning had no time to appreciate it. His thoughts drifted to the private room across the way. The door to the private room was closed. Cui Shangyun sensed the seriousness on Song Mingyu's face and felt a bit anxious. Sir, what is the important matter you want to discuss? I've learned about Jingning's background. Cui Shangyun paused, her hand frozen mid-reach for the cup, her voice trembling. What? Jingning was born on the same day as Miss Yi. He is very likely the deceased eldest son of the Yi family. He was found as a baby by the river. There's an ancient custom that says those who die young bring misfortune and cannot be buried in high ground, as it would harm the family's fortune. They must be placed in a wooden basin and sent down the river to symbolize sending away bad luck. It was too coincidental. He couldn't help but think more about it. Cui Shangyun was unwilling to believe or accept this. It's just a coincidence. Song Mingyu knew it would be hard for his wife to accept the truth. Jingning is a child she has invested all her feelings in, raised with care, and is proud of. However, avoiding the issue will not solve it. Yi Chutang has already suspected that the truth will eventually come out. Shangyun, if you see Miss Yi, you will know it is no coincidence. They have the same features, the same birthday. One was thrown away, and the other was picked up. That river is still the only natural river passing through the capital. Song Jingning is Yi Chutang's twin brother. Cui Shangyun met Song Mingyu's determined gaze, her eyes turning red. Sir, how did you know? Does anyone else know? She cannot bear to send away the child she has raised since infancy. Currently only I know, but Miss Yi has long suspected and even tested Jingning. We can't hide it for too long. What does Sir want to do? Send Jingning back to the minister's residence and return him to that scoundrel Yi Jingchuan? Cui Xiangyun understands that ordinary people should not fight against officials. If she weren't so angry, she wouldn't insult a high-ranking official. Song Mingyu poured a cup of cool tea and handed it to his wife. Don't be upset. I never said I would return Jingning to Yi Jingchuan. I just feel that Miss Yi is quite pitiful and shouldn't be kept in the dark. How did that scoundrel Yi Jingchuan have two such excellent children? They must have taken after the Yi family. Cui Xiangyun thought of the kind-hearted Tang Wanning and took a step back. After Miss Ye's wedding, we will ask her for clarification. If Jingning is truly the legitimate son of the Yi family, we will tell him the truth and let him choose for himself. All right, it's settled then. Yi Chutang taught calligraphy for an hour at Huading Academy. The students Song Jian found are all interested in calligraphy and have some talent, showing clear improvement. If you practice diligently according to the points I taught, you will surely achieve success in calligraphy. After saying this, she left the classroom and went to the main hall. Junier's entrance exam had long been completed. He waited for Yi Chudang in the main hall while looking at the books he would study in the future. When he saw Yi Chudang, he immediately put down the book and ran over. Big sister, I passed the entrance exam and can come to school anytime. That's great. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Juno loves the dishes Yi Chudang cooks and nodded. Okay, I'll help you, big sister. Junior, please wait a moment. I need to talk to Dean Song. Zigui led Yi Chudang to Song Jian's study. Song Jian stood up and poured a cup of tea for Yi Chudang. Miss Yi, those students are not difficult to manage, right? The people Dean Song chose are excellent. If they focus on calligraphy, they will definitely succeed. Truly remarkable calligraphy is always combined with beautiful poetry. If even one or two people can achieve this, it is a great fortune. After Song Jian finished speaking, he asked, Miss Yi, is there something you need to discuss with me? I would like to speak with you alone, Director Song. Everyone, please leave. Do not let anyone enter the study. Yes, Director. Zigui was the last to leave and kindly closed the door behind him. Miss Yi, please go ahead. Yi Chudang said, I want Junior to start school and board after my wedding. Song Jian found it strange, but did not ask further. That's fine, but I remember you mentioned that your younger brother is not in good health. Yes, that's why I want to place him in your courtyard, under the care of a maid. Miss Yi, that goes against the academy's rules. Yi Chutang picked up her teacup and smiled. Then I ask you to break the rules, for I have a reason you cannot refuse. Song Jian asked curiously, what reason? I can help you complete the missing math formulas in the academy. As Yi Chutang returned from the painting academy to the main hall, she passed by the math academy. She saw a large multiplication table on the wall, along with various formulas for area and volume. The ancestors of the Song family might have had a weakness in mathematics, as many formulas were blank. Song Jian gazed at Yi Chutang, his deep eyes like a cold spring, his emotions hard to read. Is that true? I never lie to good people, so will you break the rules, Director Song? Song Jian chuckled lightly. I have already broken the rules for you once. Implying that breaking them again would not be a problem. Yi Chutang finished her tea in one gulp and stood up. Director Song, let's go to the Math Academy. Upon arriving at the Math Academy, Yi Chudang not only completed the missing formulas, but also generously provided some additional ones. She also taught quick multiplication and simplified calculations. As the head of Huading Academy, Song Jian was naturally very intelligent. Although he could not immediately grasp everything Yi Chutang said, he noted it all down to ponder later. Yi Chutang mentioned, if there's another chance, I can explain the calculation methods for irregular shapes, which are extremely useful for measuring land. Understanding calculus requires a strong mathematical foundation and detailed explanations. Knowing the formulas alone is not enough. Song Jian sensed the underlying meaning in Yi Chutang's words, and his expression changed slightly. He closed the classroom door and asked seriously, Miss Yi, will there be any issues with your wedding to Prince Chen? Is the emperor finally going to take action against the Qi family? Yi Chutang met Song Jian's anxious gaze and remained silent. She was not familiar with him and only knew about him through rumors, so she did not trust him. Song Zian said urgently, Miss Yi, please tell Prince Chun that if he rebels, the Song family will support him. Hearing this, Yi Chutang looked confused. Isn't it the Song family's principle to stay out of court politics and power struggles? Yes, but the Song family also believes that in chaotic times, one must choose a wise ruler to remain stable in the world. With every change of dynasty, no one can stay uninvolved. The Song family has lasted for 300 years because they have always chosen wise rulers and subtly supported them. Seeing that Song Zian did not seem to be lying, Yi Chutang revealed a bit of information. Prince Chun cares for the people and will not rebel, but he has ways to handle danger, so you need not worry, Director Song. Song Zian asked again, if there is no danger, why does Miss Yi want to send your younger brother to Huading Academy? Could it be that the trouble is not with the prince's residence, but with the minister's residence? That shouldn't be the case. Yi Jingchuan is a favored servant with shallow roots, and the emperor has no reason to target him. Yi Chutang smiled at the frowning Song Jian. On the day of the wedding, Director Song will understand the reason. How long will your brother stay in my academy? At least 3 years, at most 5 years. Director Song only needs to provide accommodation. The maid will take care of Junior's meals. Song Zian agreed. All right, I will ensure your brother's safety in the academy. After finalizing the arrangement, Yi Chutang took Junior and left the academy, returning to the minister's residence. Yi Jingchuan had already silenced the servants. The news of the theft at the minister's residence had not leaked at all. To prevent Yi Anling from causing trouble, he promised her 2 of the most profitable shops. Yi Anling immediately agreed to Yi Jingchuan. She was not interested in the shops but wanted to publicly expose the theft of the dowry on Yi Chutang's wedding day, making her look bad. Yi Chutang did not see Yi Anling as a rival at all. After learning that she returned empty-handed, she smiled and said, tonight's celebration at the Shisho Palace will surely be lively. After saying this, she called Junior and lured into the side room. Lure, if Juno leaves the Yi family, will you stay or continue to take care of him? Although Lure did not understand the meaning of Yi Chutang's words, she chose Yi Anjuan without hesitation. I am willing to follow the young master and take care of him. You take good care of Junior's daily needs, and I will give you 5 taels of silver each month. After 10 years, I will return your contract. Lure immediately knelt down and bowed to Yi Chutang. Thank you, miss. She is now 13 years old, and in 10 years, she won't be much older. At that time, she will have money and be free. Just thinking about it makes her happy. Yi Chutang reminded her, if you betray Juno, I will make you wish you were never born. I swear on my life, I will never betray the young master. You can go now, I need to talk to Juno. After Lure left, Yi Chutang discussed with Juno about him studying and staying at Huading Academy. Besides having Lure take care of you, I will also arrange for a bodyguard. Junior sensed something was off, and his little face showed concern. Sister, is something wrong? Yes, I will be leaving the capital for a while. Focus on your studies. How long will you be gone? Will you come back? Can Junior go with you? Yi Chutang held Junior's hand. You are still young, and studying is the most important thing. Of course, I will come back, but I can't say when. Hearing this, tears welled up in Junior's eyes. Can Junior write to you? He wanted to know where his sister was and if she was doing well. Even if she didn't return, he would know where to find her when he grew up. Yi Chutang nodded. Of course, once I settle down, I will write to you and check on your studies. Okay, it's a promise. It's a promise. After they made a pinky swear, Yi Chutang left the side room to find old Madame Yi. The Shang's residence was now managed by the old madam, and all the servant contracts were in her hands. Reluctantly, old Madame Yi handed over Lure's contract to Yi Chutang. Another 30 taels wasted. Yi Chutang ignored her words, took the contract, and left. Back at Ningchuan, she gave the contract to Junior. Keep this safe. If Lure remains loyal to you and you no longer need her, you can let her go early. Junior understands. Sister will go, do something you like to eat. After dinner, Yi Chutang climbed over the wall and left the Shang's residence. She was about to be exiled and needed to arrange everything quickly. She went to Guangzhou Xian. Entering through the back door of the restaurant, she used the jade token representing Qi Yanzhou's identity to meet the manager. In the private room, Yi Chutang stated her purpose directly. I need a highly skilled person to protect Yanjuan and teach him martial arts for a duration of 3 years. Understood. I will arrange that shortly. His master was Qi Yanzhou, as well as anyone holding the Chengwang order. Send a reliable person to coordinate with Manager Lin from Xinglin Hall and arrange for someone to transport medicinal materials to the northwest. The specific delivery location will await the prince's instructions. Understood. Yi Chutang handed over the 50,000 taels of silver notes she had counted to the shopkeeper. These notes are for the deposit and shipping costs of the herbs. Each person accompanying me will receive 100 taels. Please prepare a detailed expense report. The notes were mostly in smaller denominations, forming a thick stack. The shopkeeper respectfully accepted the notes, saying, I will follow your orders. After making arrangements, Yi Chutang left Guangzhou and returned to Ningchuyuan. She practiced martial arts for a while, then meditated before going to bathe. Jean Ji prepared hot water for her and said with concern, Miss, you are pregnant. Don't overwork yourself. Aunt Jean, I have finished my tasks. I can rest well tomorrow and work on the embroidery. Though she said this, Yi Chutang woke up early the next day to change clothes and wait at the entrance of the market. Every time a vegetable vendor arrived, she bought all their produce and stored it away. Seeing the fear in their eyes, she spoke in a hoarse voice, I am the ghost thief. Keep the money quiet, or else. She made a gesture across her throat. The vendors nodded quickly, saying, We won't say a word. Come back tomorrow with more vegetables. I want to buy them in the woods outside the city. Yes, understood. Perhaps the name Ghost Thief was too frightening. The vendors came happily, but left silently, causing no commotion. Yi Chutang successfully collected all the vegetables from the market. As for live animals, she dealt with them quickly and stored them away. Around the time of the rabbit hour, those coming to buy vegetables found the market completely empty, with no produce or people. The officials from Jingzhou Prefecture quickly came to investigate. The vendors all gave the same excuse. They were unwell and did not set up their stalls. The officials naturally did not believe this. It seemed too coincidental. Moreover, the patrolling soldiers saw many vendors bringing vegetables into the city. However, they could not identify specific individuals, and not setting up a stall was not a crime, so the investigation could not proceed. But the officials ordered the vendors to immediately sell their vegetables in the city, or they would revoke their passes for nighttime travel. When the market became lively again, Yi Chutang, who had been napping, woke up. She did not plan to go out today. After breakfast, she began to embroider a pair of mandarin ducks on a cover. The original owner was very skilled at embroidery, and Yi Chutang completed the task in just 1 day. In the remaining 2 days, she focused on stockpiling supplies. In addition to clearing out the vegetable market, she also bought grains, wine, and cooked dishes as much as possible. Of course, she visited the palace every day. Zero-cost shopping. In the palace with thousands of people, the resources were plentiful. The charcoal from the Shi Xian department, the paper money from the Bao Chao department, the weapons from the armory, the clothes from the needlework bureau, the fruits and vegetables from the garden bureau, and the food from the imperial kitchen, the herbs from the imperial hospital, plus all the valuable items from the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Yi Chutang didn't miss anything and nearly emptied the entire palace. The upgraded space quickly filled up before her eyes. She looked at the impressive results and felt very satisfied. As she prepared to leave the space, Yi Chutang noticed that her merit points, which she hadn't checked in a long time, had increased by over 100,000 points. And it was still rising. She quickly realized it was due to the prescriptions for preventing and treating the plague, which had saved countless people in Jiangnan. A voice called from the door of her room. Miss, the Crown Prince sent a letter for you. Yi Chutang emerged from the space, sat up, and lifted the bed curtains.
Come in.
The maid handed the letter to Yi Chutang. Miss, the Ministry of Rites just delivered the wedding dress and headpiece. Would you like to try them on? No need. Even if they don't fit, there won't be time to make changes. After saying this, Yi Chutang opened the letter. Qi Yanzhou wanted to meet her to discuss the plans for tomorrow. After reading it, she tore the letter into pieces and tossed it into the leftover tea on the low table. The tea blurred the ink, making the words unreadable. Even if Qi Yanzhou didn't seek her out, she planned to sneak into the crown prince's residence to see him. She needed to arrange for the maid and Jinji to head to the northwest. Sanner, go tell Aunt Jean to pack her bags. Tomorrow, before I get married, I'll let you both leave the house. Sanner knew Yi Chutang had other plans for her and Jinji. Yes, Mississippi. Yi Chutang stood up, stretched, and routinely checked her pulse. The pulse was strong. The baby was developing well. Just as she released her hand, her fingers suddenly paused, and a look of shock appeared on her beautiful face. She focused and checked her pulse carefully. But the unusual pulse seemed to have been an illusion and didn't reappear. Yi Chutang didn't take any chances and immediately returned to the space. She went to the examination room and had an ultrasound. On the screen, 2 fetal buds were clearly visible. Twins. The machine could detect whether it was twins as early as 6 weeks into the pregnancy. Checking the pulse would only reveal this after at least 2 months. Yi Chutang printed the image and wiped off the gel from her belly. Looking at the ultrasound report, her slender fingers rested on the 2 fetal buds and a smile appeared on her lips. According to genetics, the chance of fraternal twins is very high. She hoped for a boy and a girl, completing her family. After placing the ultrasound report in the lounge, Yi Chutang left the space. She changed into a slightly more elegant outfit and went to the courtyard. Jinji immediately brought out the bird's nest soup that was warming in the pot. Miss, it's not hot, just right to drink. Since learning that Yi Chutang was pregnant, she had been preparing meals according to medicinal recipes to ease morning sickness. After the daily afternoon rest, she would also prepare various nourishing soups. The effects were quite noticeable. Apart from feeling a bit nauseous in the morning, Yi Chutang had not thrown up again. She took the white porcelain bowl and drank the bird's nest soup.
I'm going out for a while.
If my father asks for me, just say I'll be back before dinner. After saying this, she left the joyful Shangsefu. Yi Chutang first went to Xinglin Hall. The shopkeeper, Lin, immediately brought the account book for her to see. Miss Yi, some of the herbs have already been shipped. Here are the details. Yi Chutang glanced at it briefly and returned the account book to Lin. I trust your character, shopkeeper Lin. I'm here today to ask for a favor. Shopkeeper Lin quickly waved his hand. Miss Yi, there's no need to be so polite. Please go ahead. My younger brother will be going to Huading Academy to study tomorrow and will be staying there, but his health is not good and he needs acupuncture treatment from time to time. I would like to ask you to send a doctor to give him acupuncture. It's a small matter. I will make sure it's done. After teaching the doctor the acupuncture techniques for her brother, she wrote down the frequency of the treatments. With acupuncture and medicine, he should recover in no more than 2 months. After saying this, she gave shopkeeper Lin 100 taels of silver as a consultation and medicine fee. Shopkeeper Lin could not refuse and had to accept it. Miss Yi, don't worry. I will take good care of your brother. Thank you for your help. After leaving Xinglin Hall, Yi Chutang went to Wanbage. The craftsman had made several sets of the concealed weapon jewelry she ordered. After taking the jewelry, she went to Guangzhou. Qi Yanzhou was already waiting for her in the private room. He poured her a cup of brewed red date tea. Tang, has there been any change in the emperor's arrangements? Yi Chutang took out the letter written by the emperor from her pocket and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. No changes. It's still about weapons, letters, and witchcraft. Qi Yanzhou opened the letter and looked at the words that imitated his handwriting, smirking. Even if this letter is not destroyed, it won't convict me. Anyone familiar with writing could see that the letter was forged. Yi Chutang had already noticed how fake it was. Since the dog emperor set this trap, he wouldn't leave such obvious flaws.
He might be testing me.
Tomorrow, these letters might be replaced with ones that closely resemble real handwriting. Qi Yanzhou thought the same and returned the letter to Yi Chutang. The letter is just a way to investigate the voodoo doll and weapons. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Yes, the most important things are the weapons and the voodoo doll. I will destroy some of the weapons and the letter. Let's replace it with this. Yi Chutang took out the letter about Yi Jingchuan colluding with the crown prince and the second prince and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. After reading it, Qi Yanzhou said, "If this letter reaches the emperor, Yi Jingchuan could lose his position or even end up in prison. Colluding with princes is a serious crime. Everything he has is given by my mother. It should be returned to her. There are more weapons hidden in the study of the minister's residence, prepared for the second prince's rebellion." Yi Chutang wanted to stir up trouble in the capital before her exile. Then she remembered the weapons hidden under the stable of the Prince Anne's residence. Several days had passed, and she hadn't heard that Zhao Mingxiu and his family were imprisoned or exiled. "Zhou, when do you plan to dig out the weapons from the Prince Anne's residence?" Qi Yanzhou met with Yi Chutang to discuss the exile tomorrow and the weapons from the Prince Anne's residence. When she asked, he said, "The emperor already knows about Zhao Mingxiu's rebellious intentions and has summoned him to the palace. We should have results before sunset." Yi Chutang curiously asked, "How did you manage to get someone to dig in the stable of the Prince Anne's residence?" Huaishuan is a top disciple of the Astronomy Bureau. It's easy for him to calculate that the emperor is in danger and point out the exact location. "I see. The emperor is timid and selfish. He won't let Zhao Mingxiu off easily." Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. If the emperor confirms that Yi Jingchuan has stockpiled weapons for the second prince, their fate won't be any better. Plus, with the evidence of exam fraud, the second prince won't be far from exile. We should hold off on revealing the exam fraud for now. If the second prince completely loses power, the crown prince will dominate and the court's balance will be disrupted. Yi Chutang took away 2 letters. Then let's strike a balance. Expose the second prince for hiding weapons and the crown prince for withholding military funds. After saying this, she remembered the notorious Da Gonggong. "Zhou, what do you think will happen if the emperor discovers that Da Gonggong secretly kept the dragon robe, the national seal, and the abdication decree?" Without hesitation, Qi Yanzhou replied, "We would have to find an excuse for Da Gonggong and endure it." The palace and court had long been controlled by Da Gonggong, and the emperor dared not confront him. But he would harbor resentment and try to consolidate power to prevent Da Gonggong from committing regicide and supporting a young prince as a puppet emperor. Yi Chutang shrugged. It's unprecedented for an emperor to be in such a situation. Qi Yanzhou suddenly thought of something. "A Tang, did the ghost thief steal the national seal?" When the emperor issued a reward to capture the ghost thief, he noticed something was off with the seal. The later edict of self-punishment and the marriage decree confirmed this. Yi Chutang nodded. "Yes, do you want it?" Qi Yanzhou did not answer but asked, "A Tang, what kind of person is the ghost thief?" "Greedy, arrogant, carefree, and occasionally just."
What does he want?
"Probably what you want, a peaceful and prosperous nation." After saying this, Yi Chutang asked again, "Do you want the national seal?" Qi Yanzhou was silent for a moment and said, "I will exchange all the wealth of the Qin Wangfu for the national seal, but I won't take it for now. The national seal is too important. It is not safe in the hands of the ghost thief." "All right, let's continue discussing the exile. Destroy some weapons, change the letters of collusion to show Yi Jingchuan conspiring with the crown prince and the second prince, and replace the materials for the voodoo dolls with royal ones." After hearing this, Yi Chutang raised a question. "In that case, the weapons will be hard to explain. With the achievements of the Qin Wangfu over the years, can we achieve exile?" Without enough reason, the emperor would not dare to punish the Qi family severely. Otherwise, it would be hard to silence the public. "It won't be enough, so I will request exile myself." This was Qi Yanzhou's best decision after thinking for a few days. If the emperor sentenced the Qi family to exile, they would surely suffer greatly. But if he requested exile himself, although it would still be painful, at least he would be free. The most important thing is that the crime is not severe enough, making future exoneration easier. Yi Chutang thought Qi Yanzhou's idea was good and nodded in agreement. "Then let's do as you say. How do you plan to arrange the servants of the Qin Wangfu? If he requests exile, the emperor's punishment for the servants won't be too harsh. If they haven't sold themselves to the Wangfu, they can leave directly. If they have sold themselves, those with money can buy their freedom. Those without money will be sold to others. Qi Yanzhou had already arranged his subordinates. Some will stay in the capital, some will secretly accompany for protection, and the rest will head to the northwest in advance. By the way, the people from Night Kill will also accompany us. Yi Chudeng asked, can we take Danner and Jinji with the group going to the northwest? Of course. When can they leave? Tomorrow after I get married. Qi Yanzhou thought for a moment and asked, do they have a lot of luggage? Not much, just some personal items. If it's inconvenient to bring, we can buy what we need outside the city. Let them take only some gold and silver with them. They can use the wedding opportunity to go to Guangzhou Xian. I will arrange for someone to them out of the city. Yi Chutang understood why Qi Yanzhou made such arrangements. All right, I trust you. The emperor was very suspicious and would definitely send someone to watch her companions. If they discovered Danner and Jinji trying to leave, they would surely be stopped. After discussing, Yi Chutang prepared to leave. Qi Yanzhou stood up and held her arm with concern. Ah Tang, have you eaten the dried fruits I gave you? Is your morning sickness any better? The dried fruits taste good. I'll bring more for the journey. I've been taking medicinal food lately, so I haven't had much morning sickness. Don't worry. The food for tomorrow's wedding banquet won't have any strong flavors, so you can relax. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's thoughtfulness, Yi Chuding smiled and asked, are you not worried that it's too obvious? What if it is? No one dares to question it. Your Highness is impressive. It's getting late. I should head back. Qi Yanzhou hugged Yi Chudang and affectionately rubbed his cheek against hers. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Don't worry. None of us will suffer. After saying this, Yi Chudang pushed Qi Yanzhou away and looked at him with a bright smile. Husband, see you tomorrow. With that, she left the private room. Qi Yanzhou was momentarily lost in thought at being called husband, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his chest. When he regained his senses, he immediately opened the window and gazed lovingly at Yi Chudang as she walked away. Yi Chutang felt Qi Yanzhou's gaze but did not turn back because she saw Qin Muyun approaching. Young Master Qin, how is your injury? Qin Muyun moved a bit and smiled. Ziqian sends a doctor to the Qin family every day. I'm recovering well and should be fully healed in a few days. Miss Yi, congratulations. He spoke sincerely, feeling no jealousy about his good friend marrying the one he loved. He knew he was not worthy of Yi Chutang. Only his good friend deserved to stand by her side. Yi Chutang smiled and thanked him. Thank you, take care. With that, she left. Qin Muyun found her words take care a bit strange and asked Qi Yanzhou when he saw him. Ziqian, is Missy planning to run away from the wedding? Qi Yanzhou laughed at Qin Muyun's thought. You should read fewer novels. That's good to hear. Is the emperor in such a hurry to marry you and Miss Yi because of something? Yes, no matter what happens tomorrow, don't step in for me. Keep your father in check. I have my own plans. This conversation fell on Qin Muyun's ears, giving him a bad feeling. Is the emperor planning something big? He's taking action against families, but don't worry, I can handle it. Qin Muyun shouted in frustration. Without the Qi family, there would be no Beichen kingdom. The royal family is truly heartless. Qi Yanzhou patted Qin Muyun on the shoulder. Getting angry is not good for your health. You should think about your own future. Qin Muyun understood the hidden meaning in Qi Yanzhou's words. I know that in this terrible world, running away is useless. He always thought being a was the best way to balance family power and keep his loved ones safe. Because the emperor does not allow any family to produce too many talented people, especially high-ranking officials. But Yi Chutang's appearance made him realize how foolish it was to hide his abilities. Backing down only makes people think you are weak and easy to bully. Being well-known, however, allows you to rise above power. Seeing that Qin Muyun had figured it out, Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, with your talent, you will soon make a name for yourself. Then he asked, will the weapons issue at the Prince An's residence affect your master? The emperor would surely suspect that the Astronomical Bureau was bribed to deal with Zhao Mingxiu. Qin Muyin replied confidently, "My master didn't say anything wrong. Even if the emperor becomes suspicious, he can't do much." "That's good to hear. Ziqian, let me read your fortune." When Qi Yanzhou saw Qin Muyin reaching into his pocket for coins, he grabbed his wrist. "Your health isn't fully restored yet, don't worry about it. Even if you stop me now, I will still read it later. Let go." Qi Yanzhou knew Qin Muyin would keep his word, so he had to release him. 3 coins were tossed 6 times. The water and sky hexagram, also called the need hexagram. It suggests being steady and waiting for the right moment. It's a good sign. Qi Yanzhou didn't understand hexagrams, but good sign was enough to assure him that tomorrow's plan would go well. "What does it mean?" Qin Muyin explained, "This hexagram is a combination of 2 different ones. The lower part is qian, representing strength. The upper part is can, representing danger. Facing danger with strength suggests being cautious and not acting recklessly, observing the situation for changes, and success is certain." After that, he provided detailed explanations on 6 aspects, including career, business, and decision-making. After listening, Qi Yanzhou simply said 2 words. "Good sign." Qin Muyin also felt it was a good sign. "Then I can relax." The 2 shared a meal and had a little drink. As they left Guangju Pavilion, they happened to see the Imperial Guard escorting Zhao Mingxiu past the entrance. Zhao Mingxiu, looking pale, stared at Qi Yanzhou with intense hatred in his eyes. "Qi Yanzhou, may you have a terrible fate. I curse you to have no descendants." Qi Yanzhou grabbed the jade pendant at his waist and struck Zhao Mingxiu in the mouth. 4 of his front teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was filled with blood. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will cut out your tongue." Before he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Mingxiu's eyes. He immediately shut his eyes, terrified, wanting to curse but too scared to do so. Qi Yanzhou asked the Imperial Guard, "What crime has Zhao County Lord committed?" Reporting to the prince, Zhao Mingxiu intended to rebel. He is now in disgrace and is being sent back to his residence for house arrest, awaiting the emperor's judgment. After saying this, they took Zhao Mingxiu away. Qi Yanzhou thought the emperor would quickly deal with Zhao Mingxiu, but to his surprise, he held back. He guessed that the emperor was worried about affecting tomorrow's wedding, which is why he delayed the decision. Qin Muyin clicked his tongue. Zhao Mingxiu has gone from a high-ranking prince and to a prisoner in just over a month. It's truly remarkable. Since the day A Tang arrived in the capital, the situation in the court and the world has completely changed. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou headed towards the Prince of Chen's residence. Qin Muyin was stunned by his words. He recalled what his master had said recently. "Muyin, while the fate of the nation cannot be calculated, you can observe the big picture through small details. Remember, the changes in fate are endless. From the moment you understand, it is merely a sign, not the conclusion." He had never fully understood the first part until now. Qin Muyin looked towards the palace and whispered, "Master, I want to study the Tue Bei Tu." Tue Bei Tu is a book of heavenly principles that can predict the future with reasonable accuracy. Only those with extraordinary wisdom can learn it. Otherwise, it could easily harm one's intelligence and lead to foolishness. Qin Muyin knew he was not exceptionally wise, but he wanted to do something for the people. Not long after Yi Chutang finished dinner, she heard the news about Zhao Mingxiu's house arrest. Sitting at the stone table, she looked at the joyful Ning Chuyuan and finally felt the reality of soon becoming a bride. "Aunt Jean, I need to go out for a bit." Jinji looked at the darkening sky and disapproved, saying, "Miss, you are getting married tomorrow. It's not auspicious to go out tonight." Yi Chutang smiled and replied, "I need to let my mother know that the child she worked so hard to raise has found a good match and is getting married. After marriage, she would have to go into exile, with no time for a proper farewell." She wanted to personally tell the original owner that the revenge for the mother and son trio has been fulfilled. Jinji was touched by Yi Chutang's filial piety, tears welling up in her eyes. "Miss, it's enough to worship at home." After saying this, she prepared to leave the house to buy incense, candles, and paper money. Yi Chutang grabbed her arm. "Let's go to the cemetery instead." When leaving the house, she also called Yi Jingchuan. Yi Jingchuan was too scared to face Tang Wanning and didn't want to go at all. In the end, Yi Chutang forced him to comply, and he quickly became obedient. On the way out of the city, Jinji bought incense, candles, paper money, and the fruits and snacks that Tang Wanning loved. Yi Chutang asked Yi Jingchuan, "How did you get rid of my brother?" Since meeting the head of the Song family at Huading Academy, she often thought about their conversation. She felt that Song Mingyu repeatedly mentioning the original owner's brother had a hidden purpose, especially when Song Jingning burst into the main hall with an unfinished sentence. Since ancient times, early deaths have been considered ominous. If she guessed correctly, the head of the Song family wanted to use the ancient views on early deaths to extract information from her. Now, she began to suspect that Song Jingning might be her real brother. Yi Jingchuan had no idea what Yi Chutang was thinking and was frightened by her cold expression, swallowing hard. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Yi Chutang's gaze suddenly turned fierce. "My brother died an unnatural death, and I want to know the details to hold a ceremony for him and establish a proper grave." Yi Jingchuan immediately remembered the eldest son who was suffocated to death by Kong Ru and then discarded by him. The tiny child, bruised and wrinkled, looked both ugly and terrifying. When the image of the child flashed in his mind, he couldn't help but shiver. Yi Chutang wished she could slap Yi Jingchuan away.
Speak.
Yi Jingchuan, scared, quickly replied, "Butler Chen knows the most." He had considered the early death of the child to be ominous and hadn't paid much attention, leaving everything to Butler Chen. After Butler Chen finished handling the matter, he wanted to report to him, but Yi Jingchuan refused to listen, not wanting to hear a single word. Yi Chutang gave Yi Jingchuan 2 words, "beast." Yi Jingchuan was scolded and didn't dare to argue, shrinking into a corner of the carriage to lessen his presence. The carriage swayed and arrived at the cemetery. The moon hung in the sky, casting a layer of silver frost on the ground, making it feel particularly cold. The night wind rustled the leaves, accompanied by the sounds of insects and birds. The lantern on the carriage emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating a small area and attracting moths. Yi Chutang jumped down, helping Jinji down, and they approached Tang Wanning's tombstone together. "Mother, your daughter has come to see you." The golden branch only came on the day of Tang Wanning's burial. Now, 15 years have passed, and the new grave has become an old one, with the tombstone showing signs of age. She immediately knelt in front of the tombstone, her heart filled with countless words, but in the end, she could only cry silently. Yi Jingchuan felt ashamed to face Tang Wanning, and hearing the soft sobs made him uneasy. Yi Chutang beckoned to the slow-moving Yi Jingchuan. "Come here, kneel and repent." "Chutao, I am your father. How can you?"
Ye Chantang interrupted ye Wing Chuan's lecture.
"Don't make me take action. I have no compassion for beasts." Yi Jingchuan felt embarrassed and reluctantly knelt before the grave, lowering his head and not daring to look at the tombstone, as if it had eyes judging his shame and cowardice. Yi Chutang squatted down and lit incense candles. As she burned yellow paper money, she recounted her plans for revenge. After finishing, she looked at Yi Jingchuan and said, "Mother, this man will not have a good ending." Yi Jingchuan immediately looked up and shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" "You will find out soon." Yi Chutang took out a double-sided embroidered handkerchief made by the original owner and set it on the incense candle to burn. She thought to herself, "Yi Chutang, you can rest now." Although Jinji found Yi Chutang's actions a bit strange, she did not ask further. She shared good news with Tang Wanning for a while. "Miss, tomorrow the young lady will be married. We should go. When the young lady no longer needs me, I will come to accompany you." Yi Chutang touched the tombstone and suddenly asked, "Mother, is my brother still alive?" As soon as she finished speaking, a strong wind blew, as if Tang Wanning was responding. On the way back to the city, Yi Jingchuan asked Yi Chutang, "Chutao, what did you mean by that last sentence?" Yi Chutang leaned against the carriage wall, closing her eyes and remaining silent. "Why do you think your brother is not dead? Did you receive some news? Is your brother really alive?" Where is he? Is he doing well? Chutao, speak up. Your brother is also my son. Yi Chutang suddenly opened her eyes, coldly gazing at the anxious Yi Jingchuan. The light in the carriage illuminated her eyes, resembling two burning flames that sent chills down one's spine. Yi Jingchuan felt as if an invisible hand was choking his neck, making it hard to breathe. Chutao. Yi Chutang let out a mocking laugh. Yi Jingchuan, do you think that with Kong Ru's cruelty, she would let my brother live? The answer was clearly no. The fear in Yi Jingchuan's eyes turned into disappointment. Then why did you ask that? Yi Chutang said slowly. Thanks to you, my brother's remains are gone. I would rather believe he is alive than see him without a proper burial. Her words struck deep, making Yi Jingchuan's face turn pale. But he still argued, burial at sea for those who die young is an ancient custom. Jinji countered, many die young during childbirth, but very few are buried at sea. Usually, they are cremated after a monk performs a blessing. Only a cruel person would let their own child become a wandering spirit. Yi Jingchuan felt ashamed and shrank back into the corner. They remained silent until they arrived at the minister's residence. Once inside, Yi Chutang said, Yi Jingchuan, let's sever our father-daughter relationship. Yi Jingchuan looked at her in disbelief. What are you talking about? If you want the antidote, write a letter to cut ties. In half an hour, you will die from the poison. Don't be ridiculous. Your life is still in the emperor's hands. Yi Chutang smirked, her smile cold and mysterious. With the emperor around, even if my father dies, it won't stop me from marrying and getting the antidote. Now that was a real threat. You can only thrive in the palace with your family's support. I don't need it. After saying this, Yi Chutang looked at Jinji. Go find Steward Chen and have him come to Ningchuyuan. Yi Jingchuan watched Yi Chutang leave, a murderous intent in his eyes. He turned and left the minister's residence to find a doctor for the antidote. Yi Chutang's poison was a mix of technology and cruelty, so she wasn't worried about him finding a cure. Back at Ningchuyuan, she took a sip of the spiritual water from her space and waited for Steward Chen. Steward Chen was busy with the wedding preparations and arrived late. Miss, what urgent matter do you need to discuss? Yi Chutang got straight to the point. Tell me how you threw my brother into the river. As soon as she said this, Steward Chen was so frightened he knelt down. Miss, please calm down. I was just following orders. Stop with the excuses, speak. Steward Chen quickly explained what happened after receiving the dead baby. The water burial was suggested by the old lady Yi, ordered by Yi Jingchuan, and carried out by Steward Chen. He wrapped the baby in a small cotton blanket and placed it in a wooden basin for washing. To prevent the basin from being swept away by the current, he even put 2 large stones at the bottom. Then he placed the basin into a river that runs through the capital. Yi Chutang asked, what is the direction of this river? It flows from west to east within the city. Did my brother have any marks on him? Did the blanket or basin have any distinguishing features? When Butler Chen heard this, he realized that Yi Chutang wanted to find the remains of the eldest young master. To him, it seemed completely absurd. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. There are no marks or features. Jin Ji angrily said, that's a lie. You didn't look closely at all. She turned to Yi Chutang and said, Miss, there's a gold ingot-shaped mark on the young master's shoulder, and his small quilt has a poorly stitched character for Ning. The quilt was personally sewn by Tang Wan Ning. For comfort, she initially didn't stitch any letters. One time, when she went to the shop to check accounts, she encountered trouble, injuring her wrist and causing distress. Despite the pain, she stitched the character Ning onto both small quilts. It represented both Tang Wanning's name and the wish for peace and longevity. After hearing this, Yi Chutang couldn't help but wonder, could it be the Ning from Songjing Ning? After getting this idea, Yi Chutang planned to verify it before leaving the capital. But not tonight. She had Butler Chen's hands tied.
Get out.
After Butler Chen left Ningchuyuan, Yi Chutang called Shaner and Jinji to her room and explained the plans for tomorrow. She took out 10 taels silver notes and gave 5 to each of them. The journey north is long. Buy what you need. Don't be too yourselves. To avoid worrying them, she didn't mention the exile, only saying they would leave for the northwest in batches. Shawnur and Jinji had many questions, but didn't ask anything. We obey, Mississippi. They both returned the silver notes to Yi Chudang. Miss, we don't need this. They had saved some gold and silver, so even without luggage, it would be enough for their expenses along the way. Yi Chudang pressed the notes into their hands, saying, "Take it. This is an order." Shawnur and Jinji couldn't refuse and had to accept the silver notes. Miss, you need to wake up early for the wedding tomorrow. It will be tiring, so you should rest early. Okay, you two prepare the bathing water. I'll talk to Junor for a bit. As Yi Chudang came out of her room, a pained Yi Jingchuan rushed into the courtyard. Wicked girl, give me the antidote. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the clean blue stone slab. Yi Chudang walked up to the swaying Yi Jingchuan and looked at him expressionlessly. I've said it before, bring the severing ties letter to exchange for the antidote. Yi Jingchuan had no intention of severing ties. He believed that with Yi Chutang's talent and beauty, she could rise to greatness and elevate the Yi family. Chuer, do you know the consequences of severing ties? Not only will the minister's family lose its reputation, but you will also be pointed at by others. As he spoke, he spat out blood, his face turning a sickly shade of green. Yi Chudang seemed indifferent. You harmed my mother and brother, sending me away to the countryside without care. I refuse to acknowledge you as my father. Yi Jingchuan, in pain, stumbled and fell to the ground. Fear of death forced him to give in. Fine, I will sever our ties. Yi Chudang crouched down and pressed a few acupressure points on Yi Jingchuan's body. This will ease your pain temporarily, enough for you to write the severance letter. She then said to Jinji, Aunt Jean, prepare the writing materials. Jinji responded and placed the materials on the stone table in the courtyard. Yi Jingchuan gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Chudang. Are you sure you won't regret this? Yi Chudang rolled her eyes, stopped talking, and just write. All right, I'll wait for you to beg me to tear up the severance letter and return to the Yi family. Once he became a lord, that stubborn girl would surely regret it. Yi Chudang ignored him completely. Once he finished writing the severance letter, she immediately signed it. Seeing her determination, Yi Jingchuan angrily signed and pressed his fingerprint. Yi Chudang looked at the still wet letter and took out the antidote, handing it to Yi Jingchuan. After I marry tomorrow, I will have nothing to do with the Yi family. Yi Jingchuan quickly took the antidote and angrily left the courtyard. Yi Chudang instructed Jinji to close the courtyard door and went to the side room.
Yuna was writing.
Upon seeing Yi Chudang enter, he immediately put down his pen and stood up. Congratulations, big sister. You are free now. Yi Chudang smiled and patted Junor's head. You will be free soon too. Tomorrow, when I say goodbye to our elders, you can reveal your identity. Big sister, won't that delay your wedding time? The Prince of Qin will come a bit earlier to pick me up, so it won't affect the timing.
Hyanglis, Yuna felt relieved.
Okay, I will listen to you, big sister. After revealing my identity, I will go to Huading Academy. Very good. Get some rest early. Yi Chudang left the side room, returned to the courtyard, and stored the dried severance letter before going to her bedroom to bathe. After bathing, Jinji helped her braid her hair. Miss, when will we meet again? At the earliest, in 6 months. At the latest, in a year. I will wait for you, Mississippi. After saying this, Jinji lowered her voice and asked, Miss, is there a chance that the young master is still alive? Before confirming the truth, Yi Chudang didn't want to share her suspicions to avoid disappointing Jinji. Aunt Jean, I hope my brother is alive, but... Jinji understood what was left unsaid. Yes, she personally confirmed back then that the young master had no pulse and no breath, so he couldn't be alive. The young lady said that on purpose to get back at the master. Thinking of this, she regretfully said, the lady made many clothes for the young lady and the young master before, but unfortunately, after changing residences, everything was lost. Otherwise, The young master's tomb could have had some items buried with him, instead of being empty. Yi Chutang held Jin Ji's hand and said, "Aunt Jin, what matters is the thought, not material things." She planned to confirm with Song Jingning before deciding whether to establish a tomb for the young master. The young lady's hair is already dry. She should rest early. After Jin Ji left, Yi Chutang quietly went to the residence of Prince Chen. She wasn't looking for Qi Yanzhou or to empty the place. Instead, she placed the cicada in the ice cellar. She would take care of it for a while and find a chance to nurture it on the way to exile, which would be enough to relieve the poison. Then, she went to the royal hot spring villa to use the hot spring water to nurture the ice leech. After finishing her business, Yi Chutang returned to the minister's residence. But she didn't go back to Ningchiyuan. Instead, she went to the old lady's bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking woke the old lady. "Who is it? Why are you knocking in the middle of the night?" "Gui Xiang, go check." Gui Xiang was the old lady's personal maid and usually slept outside to serve her. But Yi Chutang had already knocked out all the maids in the courtyard, so no one would respond to the old lady's calls.
Bang!
The bedroom door suddenly burst open, and a strong wind rushed in, lifting the bed curtains. The old lady was startled and felt a wave of fear.
Who?
"Who is it?" "Gui Xiang."
윤혜야, 수혜야.
She tightly hugged her blanket, shrinking against the wall, her cloudy eyes filled with terror. Yi Chutang, dressed in white with disheveled hair, suddenly appeared before the old lady. Faint light shone in from outside, and the wind whipped her hair around like a dance of spirits. "Mother, it's me." Her voice was ethereal and mournful, as if it came from the underworld. "Why did you throw Linner into the river? It's freezing. He must be so cold and pitiful." Hearing this, the old lady mistook the ghost before her for Tang Wanning, turning pale with fright. "It wasn't me. Don't come looking for me. Go away." Yi Chutang held out a doll soaked in icy water to the old lady. "Mother, please hold Linner. He is your long-awaited grandson." In the dim light, the old lady couldn't clearly see the child's features but could barely make out the face. She was about to go mad with fear. "Your Linner was killed by Kong Ru. Go find her." As soon as the words were spoken, icy water from the fake doll dripped onto her. A chilling sensation hit her, and her nerves snapped, causing her to faint.
Ye Chantang.
"What's with all the guilt that makes you so timid?" After saying this, she placed the cold fake doll directly into the hands of the old lady Yi. The old lady woke up from the cold, saw the baby thrown into the river, and fainted again. Yi Chutang knew that from now on, the old lady would be restless. With her goal achieved, she took the fake doll and the large fan at the door and went back to Ningchiyuan for a good sleep, resting up for the wedding tomorrow. The next day, half past the hour of the tiger, the minister's residence began to bustle, and Jin Ji came to wake Yi Chutang. "Miss, it's time to get up and get ready." The wedding dress was layered, and the makeup needed to be perfect, plus some customs, which would take at least an hour. Yi Chutang had been feeling a bit sleepy lately and struggled to get out of bed. Fortunately, after drinking a few sips of spring water, she felt more awake. Jin Ji helped her wash up. Danner asked, "Miss, what would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you." Yi Chutang wasn't very hungry, but she knew she needed to eat something to avoid going hungry. "Just make some mushroom chicken porridge and add 2 small side dishes." The small dishes were usually meant to stimulate the appetite and were suitable for her. Understood. Not long after Dana left, Yi Jingchuan arrived with 2 women. "Sure, these 2 are blessed women from the household, and they will help you get dressed and ready." On the wedding day, it was customary for women who were older and had families to dress the bride, sharing their good fortune for luck. Although the wedding was a calculated affair, they had to follow the proper procedures and not let the prince's residence see any signs of insincerity.
Ye Chantang no det, alright.
As Yi Jingchuan was leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "Sure, did you visit your grandmother last night?" "No, why?" "Nothing, just asking." Yi Jingchuan kept the fact that the old lady had fallen seriously ill after the scare a secret. The public explanation was that she had been overwhelmed by organizing 2 weddings and needed rest. Yi Chutang pretended not to know anything and let the 2 women assist her in putting on the phoenix crown and wedding robe. Jinji watched from the side, her eyes unconsciously turning red. As the 2 women dressed Yi Chutang, they also taught her about harmony in relationships. Yi Chutang listened, but didn't take it to heart. She understood much more about love than these proper women. When Dana returned to Ningchu courtyard with some light porridge and side dishes, Yi Chutang had already put on her wedding dress. She was already stunningly beautiful, with skin whiter than snow, and in her bright red wedding gown, she looked even more like a fairy tale character. Even without any makeup and with her hair down, she could easily captivate anyone. The 2 women were mesmerized and couldn't help but exclaim, "The young lady is truly beautiful." Yi Chutang admired her luxurious wedding attire in the mirror. The skirt was embroidered with clouds and peonies in gold thread, and the golden phoenix tails on the wide sleeves looked vivid and elegant. In the Beichen kingdom, only the queen could wear a gown with a complete phoenix pattern. Women of noble status could take parts of the phoenix design and have them embroidered on their clothes to show their rank. As the princess of Chun, Yi Chutang naturally had this privilege. The collar was embroidered with intertwining golden branches and jade leaves. On the back shoulder, it was embroidered with flying together. Although the wedding date was a bit rushed, the wedding dress was made with great care. Yi Chutang was very satisfied and said to the 2 women, "You can take a break. I'll eat something first." After she finished her breakfast, the women continued to style her hair and makeup. She was cautious about using ancient cosmetics. "2 ladies, please keep the makeup simple. I don't like it too heavy. The young lady is naturally beautiful, and light makeup suits her perfectly." As the day brightened, Yi Chutang's makeup was finally coming together. She had intentionally left a section of hair to be styled with auspicious phrases. 1 comb to the end, wealth and honor without worry. Another comb to the tail, harmony in life. With both ends, a life of wealth and honor. The woman recited 7 phrases before finally finishing and arranging her hair. Yi Chutang looked at the pure gold phoenix crown and quickly said, "Let's wait until we go out to wear it. It looked heavy, and wearing it for too long would surely hurt her neck." "As you wish, young lady." The emperor had requested an auspicious time from the astrologers at noon. It was said to be calculated from the birth dates of Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou. In reality, it was just a way to plan an early downfall of the Qin prince's household. With the marriage between the Ministry of Personnel and the Qin prince's residence, officials from both families had to go congratulate them, running back and forth. Fortunately, they didn't have to dine at the Ministry of Personnel this time. When Qi Yanzhou came to pick her up, they could head straight to the Qin prince's residence. As time passed, the Ministry of Personnel gradually became lively. Around the time of the snake hour, Yi Jingchuan came to Ningchu courtyard again and entered Yi Chutang's room. "You all go out. I have something to discuss with the young lady." The 2 women immediately left. Jinji and the others did not move. Yi Chutang waved her hand. "You all go out first and close the door." When the door closed, she asked, "Do you have any orders, Lord Yi?" Yi Jingchuan was worried that Yi Chutang would cause trouble, so he came to warn her. "If you don't want to die, just listen to the emperor's arrangements." Yi Chutang smirked. "Don't worry, I'll be so good that you'll be shocked."
Ye Wingchuan.
What nonsense is this girl talking about? Sure, you can't offend the emperor. Think about the consequences before you act. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yi Jingchuan was not reassured at all. Don't be reckless. After saying this, he returned to the front yard to entertain guests. Yi Chutang waited, feeling bored, and asked Danner, "Was there any excitement today?" Danner thought for a moment and shook her head. No. The second young lady returned home, looking much thinner, so it seemed she didn't have a good time in the palace. She brought this on herself. The eldest young lady is right. The second young lady's return today is probably not for congratulations.
Ye Chantang giysit correctly.
Yi Emling was not very clever and loved to do things that harmed others without benefiting herself. Don't worry about her. Yi Jingchuan won't let her cause trouble. Danner remembered something. Eldest young lady, Young Master Haoyue came to congratulate you. The Song family had never interacted with officials before. This was the first time. While the officials were discussing this, they were also eager to build connections with Song Jingning. The Song family was not an ordinary scholarly family. They had nurtured countless scholars and officials, controlling the literary world for 100 years. A word from the Song family could shake the foundation of the nation. Yi Chutang was very surprised and turned to Danner. Did young Master Haoyue come alone? Danner nodded. It seems so. If the eldest young lady wants to know more details, I can find out. Yi Chutang resisted the urge to pry into Song Jingning's clothes and nodded. Go ahead. She wasn't very familiar with Song Jingning, and even if the Song family came to congratulate, it should have been Song Jian. Danner was good at gathering information and quickly returned. Eldest young lady, I heard that the Song family came to congratulate you because you are teaching calligraphy at Huading Academy. The person who was supposed to come was Director Song, but he caught a cold, so young Master Haoyue came in his place. This explanation was reasonable. However, Yi Chutang, who was suspicious of Song Jingning's identity, felt that his visit was a bit strange. Unfortunately, she was now a bride and couldn't move around freely to find out the true purpose of Song Jingning's visit. In the front yard, Song Jingning also felt that his visit to the minister's residence was quite strange. Normally, the Song family did not socialize with officials. Even if Yi Chutang was a teacher at Huading Academy, the Song family only needed to send their regards. But his father insisted that his elder brother come in person. Song Zian immediately agreed. He still hoped to establish a girls' academy and wanted to get closer to Yi Chutang to continue persuading her. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly developed a high fever and was very ill. So, the person who came to congratulate the Yi family became Song Jingning. At 1/4 past the hour of the snake, the matchmaker announced, Miss, please put on the bridal veil. Prince Chun is here to welcome the bride. The woman quickly placed a phoenix crown on Yi Chutang's head. The bright bridal veil covered her beautiful face. A piece of red silk was handed to Yi Chutang. Miss, please follow me forward. Joyful music began to play. Although the veil blocked Yi Chutang's view, she could still see a little by looking down. Since she was familiar with the minister's residence, she quickly followed the matchmaker to the front courtyard. There were many guests, and it was very lively, but also quite noisy. When the matchmaker led Yi Chutang over, everyone congratulated her. Yi Chutang soon recognized a few familiar voices, Qin Muyun, Dr. Shui, and Song Jingning. She instinctively glanced at Song Jingning but quickly looked away and followed the matchmaker into the main hall. Song Jingning looked at Yi Chutang, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, and his eyes seemed to fill with tears. His heart felt blocked, heavy, and uncomfortable. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the moisture on his fingers, feeling puzzled. In the main hall, Qi Yanzhou, dressed in a red wedding outfit, watched Yi Chutang approach, his heart racing. How lucky he was to marry the one he loved. Tang, I have come to marry you. Hearing Qi Yanzhou's gentle voice, Yi Chutang smiled, her lips painted with red. It is truly a blessing for me to marry the prince. I feel the same way. Yi Jingchuan saw Qi Yanzhou captivated by Yi Chutang and felt that today's plan was secure. He cheerfully said, The prince and my daughter are a perfect match. I hope you will respect each other and live harmoniously after marriage. Qi Yanzhou bowed to Yi Jingchuan. With your kind words, I will surely cherish Tang for a lifetime. Yi Jingchuan sneered inwardly, but said, Now, serve tea. Don't delay the auspicious time for the wedding. The maid immediately brought the prepared tea to Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou picked up the teacup, but did not hand it to Yi Jingchuan. Instead, he poured it on the floor. To my mother-in-law, please allow me to bow to you. He deeply bowed to the empty main seat. I will take care of Tang for a lifetime, and if I ever betray her, may I be struck down. As soon as the vow was spoken, all the guests were shocked. Promises are often sweet words exchanged under the moonlight, but few dare to swear in public. This is because people's hearts can change easily. The Prince of Chun made such a serious vow in front of everyone. If he breaks it in the future, Even if there are no consequences, he will still be criticized. Moreover, the Prince of Qin offered tea to his deceased mother-in-law instead of his living father-in-law. What does that mean? While others did not understand Qi Yanzhou's intention, Yi Chutang did. He was telling everyone that without Tang Wanning, Yi Jingchuan is nothing. No wonder she chose him, he is clear-headed. From behind her red veil, she looked at Qi Yanzhou and made a promise of her own. When the mountains crumble and the rivers dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, only then will I part from you. Qin Muyin watched the two make heartfelt promises and offered his sincerest blessings. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. As soon as he said this, the guests rushed to offer their congratulations. Standing at the entrance was Song Jingning, who also spoke up. The prince and princess are so loving. They will surely grow old together in harmony. Amidst the many blessings, Yi Chutang was especially touched by this one. She tightened her grip on the red silk, feeling a stronger urge to understand Song Jingning's thoughts. Yi Jingchuan noticed that Qi Yanzhou had no intention of offering him tea and didn't want to dwell on it. He just wanted to hurry up and hold the wedding to take over the prince's residence. Sure, it's getting late. After you finish serving tea, you can head out. Yi Chutang quietly made a gesture. Juno had been watching Yi Chutang closely. Upon seeing her movement, he immediately knelt in front of Yi Jingchuan. Lord Yi, everything from the past is like yesterday's death. Everything from now on is like today's rebirth. I bid you farewell. He then bowed deeply 3 times. He held no hatred for Yi Jingchuan, nor did he feel grateful for his upbringing. Kong Ru was the executioner. Yi Jingchuan was the source. Yi Jingchuan was confused by Juner's words and scolded him unhappily. Juner, today is your elder sister's wedding. Stop causing trouble. What Lord Yi, what farewell? Did treating him make him lose his mind? Juner stood up, looked seriously at Yi Jingchuan, and delivered a shocking statement. Kong Ru is not my mother, and Lord Yi is not my father. I am not a son of the Yi family. Yi Jingchuan did not believe a word of it, thinking that Yi Anjuan had gone mad. Chenzhong, quickly take this boy who is talking nonsense away. As Chenzhong was about to step forward, Juner said, the Guanyin statue on the altar is hollow. Lord Yi will know whether the commoner's words are true or false. Inside the statue was a note that Yi Chutang discovered by chance when she went to the temple to collect her dowry. Seeing Juner speak so seriously, Yi Jingchuan immediately thought of Kong Ru's cruelty towards him, and his expression changed slightly. A tiger does not eat its own cub. If she were his real mother, Kong Ru would not be so heartless towards her son. Noticing that Yi Jingchuan seemed to believe him a little, Juner added, if Lord Yi still doesn't believe me, you can investigate Lu Desheng and Wang Xiufang in Lu family village. They are my biological parents, but were killed by Kong Ru. This was information that Yi Chutang had someone find out for her. Yi Jingchuan felt darkness cloud his vision and wished he could investigate the truth immediately. However, taking down the Qin Wangfu was more important, so he had to set aside the matter of his younger son's origins for now. I will look into what you said later. Don't delay your elder sister's departure. Yi Anjuan knelt down again. Please, Lord Yi, give me a letter of severance, so we can go our separate ways from now on. Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Anjuan, who disregarded the face of the Ministry of Rights and defied him, and stood up in anger. Impudent. Chenzhong. Just as he was about to have Chenzhong forcibly take Junie away, Yi Chutang spoke up. It won't take long to check the Guanyin statue. I believe the prince is waiting. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingchuan realized that Juner was causing this scene at Yi Chutang's suggestion. His eyes seemed to be filled with poison, and his hands clenched into fists beneath his sleeves. It is already past the hour, and the wedding procession still needs to circle the imperial city to receive the blessings of the people. If we delay any longer, we will miss the auspicious time for the ceremony. Qi Yanzhou understood that circling the city was to carry as many weapon-laden dowry boxes into the Qin Wangfu as possible. With 128 dowry boxes, it would take at least half an hour to finish. He deliberately said, no problem. We can shorten the time spent circling the city. The Ministry of Rights is now my in-law, and it's better to clarify the issue of heirs. The heir issue is my family matter, so there's no need for the prince to worry. Does the father-in-law mean that he does not consider me family? Yi Jingchuan wanted to say that he had already severed ties with Yi Chudang and truly had no connection to the Qin Wangfu. But with all the officials present, he couldn't say something so embarrassing. He then looked at Chen Zhong and gave him a subtle signal. Go and bring the Guanyin statue from the altar. Chen Zhong understood immediately. No matter what was inside the statue, it could not be made public. Yes, sir. Qi Yanzhou saw through Yi Jingchuan's intentions at a glance. He said to his trusted aide, You go too. Yes, my lord. Yi Jingchuan knew he couldn't stop it and decided to let things unfold. Go quickly and return soon. After saying this, he looked at Yi Anjuan, wishing he could swallow him whole. If he weren't his own son, he wouldn't need to live. Yi Anjuan felt uneasy under the intense gaze, but held back his fear and met Yi Jingchuan's eyes. His older sister would protect him, so he had nothing to fear. The guest's attention also turned to Yi Anjuan. He was small and thin but stood tall. Is your child foolish? He doesn't want to be the young master of the Ministry of Rights, but a commoner instead. Why choose to say this on such a joyful day? What is he trying to do? I heard that Minister Yi cares a lot for this younger son. He really has no gratitude. Exactly, Minister Yi raised him, so what right does he have to sever ties? Song Jingning listened to the harsh words and scoffed. He finally understood why the Song family had rules against associating with officials. This group only knew how to flatter and couldn't tell right from wrong. Many guests looked over at Song Jingning, their eyes showing disdain for the refined scholars. What is young Master Haoyue laughing at? Song Jingning wasn't afraid of confronting officials and boldly responded, I'm laughing at your foolishness. Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang smiled. She liked this personality. Young Master Haoyue, don't think that just because you have a high status in the literary world, you can insult others at will. Song Jingning walked into the main hall and approached Yi Anjuan. If he had revealed the truth on another day, would he still be alive? The answer was obvious. No. Such a huge scandal would naturally be kept quiet. Song Jingning patted Junior on the shoulder and added, As for severing ties, he did nothing wrong. Some people can step over their parents' graves to enjoy wealth, while others will give up riches for peace of mind. These spineless individuals, who prioritize benefits, would only beg on their knees and would never understand true integrity. Junior looked up at Song Jingning, his eyes filled with admiration. He glanced at the man who had previously insulted Song Jingning, coldness flickering in his big, dark eyes. I would rather my parents be alive than have ever enjoyed wealth. Just as the man was about to make another snide remark, Chen Zhong and Qi Yanzhou's aide returned. Chen Zhong had tried several times to damage the statue of Guanyin but found no opportunity and could only hand it to Yi Jingchuan as it was. Sir, this Guanyin statue is intact, implying that he couldn't destroy what was inside. Yi Jingchuan had already accepted the worst outcome and immediately took the Guanyin statue. He pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from the hollow space. The paper had a date written on it, along with a sentence. The date marked the day when Kong Ru had a miscarriage, which she considered the birthday of her lost child. The phrase was, May my son Anpeng find peace and reach paradise early. Yi Anpeng was the name chosen by Kong Ru and Yi Jingchuan for their boy, meaning a bright future. Later, Kong Ru had a difficult birth and claimed the child was not healthy, saying a bright future is too hard and that Jun Jielian Han was more suitable for the child. Thus, she abandoned the chosen name and called the child Yi Anjuan. Yi Jingchuan, recalling this, felt like tearing the paper in his hands. How could Kong Ru dare to do this? Not only did she lose his legitimate son, but she also gave him a false child. Was this his punishment for favoring a concubine over his wife? Yi Chutang couldn't see Yi Jingchuan's expression, but she could sense his anger. She asked knowingly, What is in the Guanyin statue? Is Junior a child of the Yi family? Yi Jingchuan looked at the evidence in his hands and couldn't lie. He admitted, Yi Anjuan is indeed not of the Yi bloodline. I will write a letter to sever ties, and from now on, Yeonjuan will have no connection to the Yi family and cannot use the Yi surname. After saying this, he had a maid bring ink and paper to write the severance letter. At the end, he looked at Yeonjuan. Choose a name for yourself. You will sign it later. Yeonjuan approached Yi Chutang and bowed. Please, Princess Chen, give me a name. Yi Chutang thought for a moment and said, there are many talented youths in Jiangdong. Who knows when they might return? You shall be called Lu Juanji. She thought Juner sounded nice, so she included that character. Lu Juanji liked the name Lu Juanji very much. Thank you, Princess Chen, for the name. Yi Jingchuan snorted coldly, finished the severance letter, and immediately signed it. Hurry up and sign, pack your things, and leave the minister's residence. He initially wanted to drive them away directly, but didn't want to be criticized for bullying an innocent child. Just a few pieces of clothing. He might as well throw them to a beggar. Yes, Lord Yi. Lu Juanji wasted no time and quickly wrote his name and pressed his fingerprint on the severance letter. He picked up the still wet letter and bowed to Yi Jingchuan. Thank you, Lord Yi, for your care over these 5 years. I will not pack my things and will take my leave now. His elder sister had arranged everything, so he would go directly to Huading Academy. Before leaving, Lu Juanji looked at Yi Chutang. I will never forget the life-saving grace of Princess Chen. I will surely repay it in the future. With that, he knelt and bowed 3 times. Then he stood up and left the minister's residence. Song Jingming looked at Yi Chutang and said, I wish Miss Yi and Prince Chen a perfect match, united forever. Farewell. He called out to Juner, who had already reached the door. Lu Juanji, you're going to Huading Academy today, right? Let's go together. This was to let everyone know that even if Juner left the Ministry of Personnel, he still had a bright future ahead. Yi Jingchuan, seeing the commotion finally end, urged, Chuer, Your Highness, you should be on your way. Yi Chutang reminded him, you haven't given us our red envelopes. She would no longer call him father, but she wouldn't let the money go. Yi Jingchuan just wanted the 2 of them to leave quickly and take the dowry to the Chen prince's residence, not wanting to fuss over the red envelopes. He took out 2 red envelopes he had prepared earlier and handed one to Yi Chutang and the other to Qi Yanzhou. I hope you both can work together and be happy. Yi Chutang happily accepted the red envelope. Qi Yanzhou, knowing she liked money, handed his red envelope to her. From now on, the Chen prince's residence will be managed by my wife, so please keep it safe. With this statement, the guests once again felt the importance of Yi Chutang in Qi Yanzhou's heart. The matchmaker handed the other end of the red silk to Qi Yanzhou. Please, groom, lead the bride out. Just as the words were spoken, Yi Anling, who had been silent, suddenly shouted, Wait. She wanted to expose in front of everyone that Yi Chutang's dowry had been stolen and that it was filled with worthless items. Yi Jingchuan guessed that Yi Amling was up to something and threatened Linger. Do you want to sever ties too? Yi Amling was not intimidated by this. She had only one thought, to humiliate the proud Yi Chutang. Not only to embarrass her in front of the guests, but also to make her lose face at the Chen prince's residence. 128 dowries. Smack! As soon as Yi Jingchuan heard the word dowry, he knew what Yi Amling was about to do. Fortunately, his body reacted faster than his mind, and he interrupted her with a slap. Shut up! The dowry rightfully belongs to your elder sister. She taking it back is perfectly reasonable. You are not allowed to cause any more trouble. Yi Amling covered her swollen face and scoffed, Father, don't deceive yourself. Before she could finish, Yi Jingchuan slapped her twice more. Chenzhong, take the second young lady away. Yi Amling was taken away by Chenzhong, her mouth covered, through the back door to the courtyard. Yi Jingchuan immediately apologized to the guests. Linger is mischievous and has been holding a grudge against Chuer for keeping the dowry, deliberately causing a scene and making everyone laugh at us. Qi Yanzhou deliberately asked, Father-in-law, why do I feel that the lady of the house does not seem unreasonable? Is there something wrong with Chuer's dowry? Yi Jingchuan felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that Qi Yanzhou would discover the truth. He quickly said, "Your Highness, don't listen to Linger's nonsense. She is just trying to get back at Chuer and doesn't want your wedding to go smoothly." After saying this, he looked at Yi Chutong. "Chuer, you should quickly explain to His Highness." Although Yi Chutong couldn't see Yi Jingchuan's expression, she could imagine how anxious he must be. "If His Highness thinks there's a problem with the dowry, perhaps you should take a look for yourself." Upon hearing this, Yi Jingchuan broke out in a cold sweat, his breath catching in his throat. What was this girl trying to do? As he thought about how to dissuade Qi Yanzhou from checking the dowry, Qi Yanzhou smiled gently. "Ah Tong is just joking. Your dowry will certainly not have any issues." He then lightly tugged on the red silk. "Let's go." Amidst the joyful sounds and the auspicious words from the matchmaker, the newlyweds left the minister's residence. Yi Jingchuan watched their departing figures, feeling a sense of relief as if he had escaped a disaster. At the entrance of the minister's residence stood a beautifully luxurious flower carriage pulled by 8 horses. Without walls, it was surrounded by thin, bright red silk curtains. A gentle breeze blew, causing the silk to sway and releasing a pleasant floral scent. Qi Yanzhou helped Yi Chutong into the carriage, sitting in the middle of the two-seater. He told the driver, "Please go a bit faster." "Yes, Your Highness," the driver replied. Hearing this, the matchmaker waved her handkerchief and called out, "Let's set off." The driver cracked the whip, and the carriage moved toward the lively street. However, Yi Chutong's dowry did not follow. It was taken directly to the prince's residence. The officials also took their leave, heading to the prince's residence. Song Jingning and Lu Juanji stood at a spot where the flower carriage would pass, looking at Yi Chutong, who was seated gracefully. "Juanji, how does it feel to send your sister off to marry?" Juanji's eyes filled with tears, his voice choked. "I feel reluctant, happy, and relieved." He felt reluctant that his sister was leaving, happy that she could marry the one she loved, and relieved that the prince cared for her wholeheartedly. Listening to these heartfelt words, Song Jingning felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. Even though he hadn't seen Yi Chutong many times, why did he care about her so much? If he didn't know he was born in Liangzhou, he might even suspect he was her tragically deceased twin brother. He watched the flower carriage grow distant and said to Lu Juanji, "Let's go back to the academy." Before leaving, he glanced back at the carriage. Yi Chutong and Qi Yanzhou were receiving the blessings of the people. The carriage passed through the busiest street and arrived at the prince's residence. "Ah Tong, we've arrived. Please wait a moment." Yi Chutong knew there were many customs to follow when getting out of the flower carriage, so she nodded. Qi Yanzhou was the first to get out of the car. He took the bow and 3 arrow shafts without tips from Nanshao. He drew the bow and shot arrows into the sky, the ground, and the carriage to drive away evil spirits. The matchmakers from the minister's residence and the crown prince's residence helped Yi Chutang down from the flower cart. Yi Chutang walked with them to the entrance of the crown prince's residence. She noticed a stone on the ground with a saddle on it and a string of copper coins placed on the saddle. "Please have the bride step over the saddle for a safe journey." Yi Chutang stepped over the saddle. Before her heels could touch the ground, the saddle was pulled away, symbolizing that a strong woman does not marry 2 husbands, just as a good horse does not need 2 saddles. Next, she had to step over a fire basin, symbolizing the removal of bad luck and wishing for a prosperous future. Officials had arrived at the crown prince's residence and were eagerly discussing the events at the minister's residence. It's strange that the prince and princess didn't offer tea to Minister Yi. Anyone can see that Lu Juanji's request for a severance letter was suggested by the princess. "I feel like Minister Yi is hiding something about the princess's dowry. I hope nothing goes wrong at today's wedding." The noisy discussions stopped abruptly as Qi Yanzhou led Yi Chutang inside. When they entered the main hall, the last part of the dowry also arrived at the crown prince's residence, taken to the courtyard where Qi Yanzhou lived. It was once called Qingfeng Courtyard, now renamed Tangzhou Courtyard. The old prince and the crown princess looked at the newlyweds approaching, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had thought their second son would not live long, but he had escaped death and quickly married the woman he loved. How wonderful! No regrets in death. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou stood before the two elders. The matchmaker's voice rang out. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Off to the bridal chamber. Yi Chutang was led by the matchmaker to the new room in Tangzhou courtyard. She sat by the bed, feeling uncomfortable as the heavy phoenix crown pressed down on her neck. The matchmaker quickly reminded her, Princess, please maintain your posture. You cannot move around before the prince lifts the veil. Qi and Zhou had arranged for two maidservants to attend to her. One of them replied, the prince said that the princess is the master of the residence and can do as she wishes. After saying this, the maid gently asked Yi Chutang, Princess, if the crown feels heavy, you can take it off, and I can help you hold the veil. The matchmaker was taken aback.
No, that would be...
She couldn't finish her sentence, as the maid's cold glare made her swallow her words. Yi Chutang looked at the maid's outstretched hand and politely declined. It's fine. The prince should be here soon. This was a once-in-a-lifetime wedding, and she didn't want the groom to lift the veil and see a bride with disheveled hair. The maid withdrew her hand and brought over a tray. Princess, the prince asked me to prepare some tea and snacks for you. Please have some. Yi Chutang was indeed a bit hungry, so she lifted the veil slightly and took a piece of delicate osmanthus pastry. As she was about to eat a second piece, hurried footsteps approached quickly. The maid reminded her, Princess, the prince is here. Yi Chutang placed the snack back on the tray and sat up straight. A pair of black brocade boots embroidered with clouds stopped in front of her, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. Qi Yanzhou said, You all may leave. Yes, your highness. The maid and the matchmaker exchanged a few congratulatory words and quickly left the bedroom. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, who sat upright on the bed, his joy almost overflowing. He picked up the joyous token from the low table and lifted the bright red veil. The tassels of the phoenix crown could not hide her stunning beauty, and the jewels on her head seemed to lose their brilliance. Yi Chutang smiled at the mesmerized Qi Yanzhou and said, Stop staring, quickly drink the wedding wine, and remove the crown. Qi Yanzhou snapped back to reality, sat beside Yi Chutang, and handed her a cup of soft fruit wine. Their arms intertwined, and they drank the wine in one go. Yi Chutang handed the cup back to Qi Yanzhou. You should go greet the guests and make sure nothing seems off. After saying that, she prepared to go to the dressing table to remove her accessories. There's no rush. Let me help you remove the crown first. His movements were careful, and his breath was gentle, afraid of hurting Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang asked, How is the plan going? Your maid has already been sent out of the city. Lu Juanji has entered Huading Academy, and the weapons in the dowry box are being handled. The plan can be executed in about 15 minutes. There won't be any unexpected issues, right? Thinking of the news he received before coming to Tangzhou, Qi Yanzhou confidently shook his head. There won't be. Yi Chutang sensed that Qi Yanzhou's answer was not very firm and turned to ask, Is there a problem? As she moved, the crown caught in her hair, causing her to let out a small sound of discomfort. Qi Yanzhou adjusted Yi Chutang's head. Don't move. Let me take off the crown first, and then I'll explain everything. Does the emperor have any other plans? Qi Yanzhou did not answer Yi Chutang and focused on removing the crown. Soon, her head felt lighter, and her neck relaxed. As the golden hairpin was removed, her neatly styled black hair cascaded down. When Qi Yanzhou took off the hairpin from Yi Chutang's head, he picked up scissors and cut a lock of hair. Then he handed the scissors to Yi Chutang. She understood and also cut a lock of his hair. I can't tie a love knot, she said. Qi Yanzhou took the lock of hair from her and smiled. I can. He practiced for an hour to tie the love knot well. After tying the two locks together, he placed them in a small pouch he had prepared earlier. Hair tied means we are a couple and our love is without doubt. After saying this, he held Yi Chutang's face and kissed her lips. It was a tender and sincere moment, brief yet meaningful. Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou's flushed ears and gently touched his warm earlobe. Qi Yanzhou felt tense and firmly held Yi Chutang's hand. His heart raced, and his voice was low. "Atang, I owe you a proper wedding night, and I promise to make it up to you. I'm sorry for making you marry me in such a difficult time." Yi Chutang pecked his lips. "We're family, so let's not hold back. Can you tell me what the emperor is planning now?" Qi Yanzhou blushed from the kiss. "Besides plotting rebellion, colluding with enemies, the emperor wants to add another charge against me." "What is it?" "Being an accomplice to the ghost thief." Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "Framing you?" "Yes, but I can handle it. It won't affect my plan to request exile." After saying this, Qi Yanzhou stood up. "I asked the kitchen to prepare some food. Make sure to eat well. The next few days will be tough." "Okay, you go greet the guests and I will cooperate. Be careful." After Qi Yanzhou left, the kitchen quickly brought in a table of delicious dishes. Yi Chutang looked at the appetizing food and felt hungry. However, she didn't eat much to avoid feeling sluggish. After finishing, she told her maid, "Clear the food away. I want to rest for a bit." "Yes, my lady." Soon, the festive wedding room was left with only Yi Chutang. Following Qi Yanzhou's hint, she entered the secret room and hid the cursed doll meant for the emperor. As for the letters connecting Yi Jingchuan with the crown prince and the second prince, she placed them in the beams above. After finishing, she lay on the couch pretending to sleep. Just as she began to feel sleepy, the sound of synchronized footsteps woke her up. She opened her eyes and whispered, "The dog emperor is here." The emperor, to prevent the Qi family from escaping, brought 5,000 imperial guards to the Qin Wangfu under the pretense of attending the wedding. As soon as the news of the collusion came out, the guards would be ready to surround the royal residence. The door to the wedding chamber was pushed open, and the close maid, Yuning, entered. "Princess, the emperor has arrived. I am here to help you get ready to greet him." Yi Chutang stood up and sat in front of the mirror. "The phoenix crown is too heavy. Just a simple hairstyle will do." "Yes, princess." Yuning quickly gathered Yi Chutang's hair, securing it with 2 golden hairpins and adding a beautiful golden ornament. "Princess, please." When Yi Chutang arrived in the front courtyard, the Imperial Guard had already secured the wedding venue. The officials and their families who came to congratulate stood in the courtyard, not daring to make a sound. The emperor sat in the main seat of the hall, his face dark with anger. He coldly stared at Qi Yanzhou. "Give me an explanation." "Your Majesty, the Qin Wangfu is not plotting against you. These 2 maids are speaking nonsense." The maids mentioned by Qi Yanzhou were the ones given to Yi Chutang as part of her dowry. The 2 of them trembled as they knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I am not lying. If I slander the Qinhuang, I would not have a good end. Plotting against the emperor is a grave crime. I would not dare to speak falsely." As she spoke, the maid pointed at Yi Chutang. "Your Majesty, the princess also saw those letters of treason." With the maid's gesture, everyone's gaze fell on Yi Chutang. Wearing a bright red wedding dress, she looked stunningly beautiful. The emperor's eyes were fixed on Yi Chutang, and his breathing grew heavy. He could clearly feel his desire, yet his body remained unresponsive. What kind of divine doctor? They were clearly a quack. Seeing the emperor lost in thought, De Gonggong cleared his throat. The emperor immediately snapped back to reality, coldly questioning Yi Chutang. "Chen Wangfei, your maid claims to have seen letters of treason from Qinhuang. Is this true?" He raised an eyebrow, waiting for Yi Chutang to confirm Qi Yanzhou's alleged treason. To his surprise, Yi Chutang shook her head. "I have not seen any letters. As for whether the maid has seen them, I do not know." This response enraged the emperor. "Do you know that deceiving the emperor is a capital offense?" He emphasized the word death to remind Yi Chutang that her life was in his hands. She should not provoke him. "I understand, and I would not dare to deceive the emperor." The emperor, frustrated with Yi Chutang's defiance, nearly lost his temper. He directed his anger at the 2 maids.
"Speak."
"Why did you deceive the emperor?" The 2 maids were terrified by the emperor's fury. They did not understand why Yi Chutang was not cooperating and could only nervously accuse Qi Yanzhou. "We did not deceive the emperor. The Chun Wangfu really has letters of treason hidden. Your Majesty, the princess of the Chun Wang must be afraid of being implicated, which is why she is lying. Yi Chutang angrily retorted, "That's nonsense. I have been covered since entering the Chun Wang's residence until the wedding chamber. What could you possibly see besides my toes? If you want to lie, at least come up with a believable story." Her words were persuasive, and someone spoke up for Qi Yanzhou. "Your Majesty, these two maids are definitely lying. The Chun Wang risked his life to recover the southern border. He could not possibly betray us." As one person spoke, others chimed in. "Yes, Your Majesty, you cannot doubt the Chun Wang, who has fought for Bei Chen, based on the words of two maids. Your Majesty, the Qi family are founding heroes, dedicated to protecting the country. They would never betray us. These two maids must be incited by someone to slander the loyal Chun Wang. Their intentions are treacherous." The emperor noted down the officials who spoke in defense of the Chun Wang's residence. He was so angry that his temples throbbed as he glared at Yi Chutang. "Princess of Chun Wang, did you truly see nothing? If this woman dared to defy him, she could forget about the antidote." Yi Chutang firmly nodded. "I have been in the wedding chamber and truly did not see any letters of betrayal." The maid glared at Yi Chutang and shouted, "Princess, you saw it. Why are you lying to deceive the emperor?" In the courtyard of Tangzhou, someone from the Chun Wang's residence accidentally dropped a letter, which was later stored in the warehouse. After speaking, the maid bowed deeply to the emperor. "Your Majesty, whether there are letters of betrayal can be confirmed by checking the warehouse." "Agreed. This matter concerns the rise and fall of Bei Chen. We ask Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. No official residence could withstand scrutiny. If investigated, there would surely be findings." The emperor thought the same. He looked at the upright Qi Yanzhou and asked, "Chun Wang, do you have a clear conscience?" "I have no guilt." "Then, do you dare let me check the warehouse in Tangzhou?" "Of course. I ask Your Majesty to investigate thoroughly and clear my name." The emperor stood up and said to Da, "Keep an eye on everyone. I will personally investigate." "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor turned to Yi Chutang. "Lead the way." "I will obey." With that, Yi Chutang left the main hall and headed toward Tangzhou. The emperor followed closely behind, accompanied by 200 imperial guards, marching in formation. Once they were far enough from the front courtyard, the emperor scolded Yi Chutang, who was leading the way.
"Stop."
Yi Chutang obediently halted and turned to face the furious emperor. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I have done everything you instructed." Hearing this, the emperor's anger subsided somewhat. He asked suspiciously, "Is that true?" Yi Chutang looked sincere. "Of course, my life is in the emperor's hands, so I would never go against His Majesty." The emperor snorted coldly. "Then what were you doing just now?" "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I couldn't let Qi Yanzhou know that I betrayed him, or his people would surely kill me." Upon hearing this, the emperor's anger completely faded, and his gaze toward Yi Chutang showed admiration. "You have thought this through. Where are those items?" "Your Majesty, the weapons are in the storeroom, the letters are in the marriage chamber's beams, and the voodoo doll is in the secret room of the marriage chamber. You chose the locations well. Lead the way." The emperor looked at Yi Chutang and grew more satisfied. Beautiful, intelligent, knowledgeable in medicine, and understanding of the situation. Having such a woman in the palace would be very beneficial for him. Yi Chutang stood still. She reminded him, "Your Majesty, it would be best to bring a few respected officials to investigate the Tangzhou estate. Otherwise, even if the Imperial Guard finds evidence, Prince Chen will accuse you of framing him." The emperor nodded in agreement. "You are right. This time only my people will go to Tangzhou. Even if we find evidence of Qi Yanzhou's rebellion, it won't convince the officials and the people." He looked at the leader of the Imperial Guard. "Call the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, the various ministers, and the censor, and also bring Qi Yanzhou." In front of the officials, he would make Qi Yanzhou a historical criminal. "I obey." The leader of the Imperial Guard quickly returned with everyone the emperor requested. They headed to the Tangzhou estate. The officials were not foolish. When the emperor decided to investigate Prince Chen's storeroom based on the words of two maidservants, they realized he was about to take action against the Qi family. However, they were confused and could not grasp the direction of the situation. From the emperor's demeanor, it seemed he was confident about taking down the Qi family. But looking at Prince Chen's expression, he showed no concern about any trouble. They soon arrived at the Tangzhou estate. Yi Chudang said, "Your Majesty, I just married into the Qin family and do not know where the storeroom is." Qi Yanzhou took over her words and pointed. "This is the storeroom." The storeroom was locked, and the Imperial Guard directly removed the door. The emperor pretended to be kind and advised, 50 of you can go in. Be careful when searching for the letters and don't damage Prince Chen's belongings." Since Qi Yanzhou had not yet been found guilty, they couldn't go too far. The Imperial Guard replied in unison, "We obey." Then, 50 guards entered the storeroom in an orderly manner. The remaining 150 guards stayed in the courtyard to protect the emperor. The emperor looked at the festive wedding room, a cold glint of anger flashing in his eyes. The weapons stored in the armory were not hidden well and were quickly found by the Imperial Guard. "Your Majesty, there are many weapons in the armory." Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou immediately acted surprised.
Impossible.
"The armory only contains my collection of gold, silver, jade, and antiques, as well as the dowry brought by the princess." As soon as he finished speaking, the Imperial Guard emerged with swords, guns, and bows. 50 members of the Imperial Guard entered the armory, each carrying a large number of weapons. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has hidden weapons in the armory, intending to rebel." Qi Yanzhou quickly denied it. "Your Majesty, I did not. These weapons are not mine." The emperor wanted to appear serious, but he couldn't help but smile slightly. He snorted coldly. "Weapons were found in your armory, and you say they aren't yours? Who would believe that?" Qin Zheng wanted to speak up for Qi Yanzhou, but, remembering his son's warning, he kept quiet. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, his gaze as cold as ice. "Why did you hide weapons in the dowry box to frame me for rebellion?" Showing discord was part of their plan. Yi Chutang quickly shook her head. "I didn't. My dowry was stolen by the ghost thief long ago. What was sent here was prepared by Yi Jingchuan. I know nothing about it." "You didn't hear any rumors, yet you claim it was stolen? Do you remember when we left the minister's residence, how Yi Anling deliberately caused trouble? She wanted everyone to think that the minister's residence was completely robbed by the ghost thief, and that my 128 dowry items were worthless, but Yi Jingchuan stopped her." After finishing, Yi Chutang looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, although my dowry is modest, it definitely does not contain any weapons." The emperor nodded in agreement. "You are right. Minister Yi is a civil official. Even if he wanted to frame the crown prince, he wouldn't be able to obtain weapons." "Your Majesty is wise." Qi Yanzhou knelt on one knee. "Please, Your Majesty, investigate this matter thoroughly." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Imperial Guard holding weapons. "Your Majesty, the weapons were not found in the dowry box. The crown prince hid them under the paintings, which were covered in dust, clearly indicating they had been there for a long time." After saying this, he handed a dusty bow to the emperor. The emperor touched the bow's arm, his fingers covered in dust. "Crown Prince, do you have anything else to say?" Qi Yanzhou's face turned pale, kneeling on the ground. "I am wronged. Please, Your Majesty, investigate the matter of the weapons thoroughly." "I will grant your wish and investigate." The emperor looked at the commander of the Imperial Guard and shouted, "Thoroughly investigate the Tangzhou courtyard. Thoroughly investigate the residence of Prince Chen. I will carry out your orders." "Wait, go call the people from the military department to surround the residence of Prince Chen. Not a single fly is allowed to escape." "I obey your command." After the commander left, the emperor maintained a stern expression and instructed the Imperial Guard to check the Tangzhou courtyard. Before long, letters hidden in the beams were found. The secret room was also discovered, but the Imperial Guard could not find the mechanism to enter. The emperor's joy was hard to hide. After taking the letters, he handed them to Qin Zheng without even looking. "Everyone, See what the letters say, and don't say I wronged Prince Chun. After saying this, he kicked Chi Yenzhou. Go open the secret room. Chi Yenzhou stood up, angrily looking at Yi Chudang. Why are there letters in the wedding room? You put them there, didn't you? I don't know what Prince Chun is talking about. Such a good excuse. Chi Yenzhou gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow Yi Chudang whole. Your Majesty, the letters are not mine. I have no intention of rebellion. The emperor smirked mockingly. I only believe in evidence. Prince Chun, go open the secret room. After Chi Yenzhou was pushed into the wedding room by the imperial guard, several ministers had already finished reading the letters in their hands. Their eyes showed shock and confusion as they continued to pass the letters around. Soon, they all finished reading the letters. Qin Zheng collected the letters and handed them to the emperor. After receiving them, the emperor happily clapped his hands with the letters. Dear ministers, tell me what the letters say. Qin Zheng, the chancellor, spoke first. Your Majesty, these letters are evidence of Minister Yi colluding with the crown prince and the second prince. Hearing this, the emperor's expression froze instantly. What did you say? Before Qin Zheng could answer, he immediately opened the letters in his hands and read carefully. Confirming that they were letters of collusion between Yi Jingchuan and his two sons, he glared at Yi Chudang. In a fit of anger, he questioned, what is the meaning of these letters? Yi Chudang certainly would not admit to swapping the letters or placing them in the wedding room. She looked at the emperor with an innocent expression. I have never seen these letters. I don't know what happened. As the emperor began to suspect that Yi Chudang had tricked him, the imperial guard returned from the secret room with a voodoo doll. Your Majesty, Prince Chen's intention to rebel is clear. Following behind, Chi Yenzhou chuckled softly. Yi Chudang, you tried 3 ways to put me to death. Why? Yi Chudang looked at Chi Yenzhou's dramatic performance and secretly gave him a thumbs up. She bit her lip, looking hurt. I didn't do it. The Minister of Justice is loyal to the emperor. When he saw the doll with the emperor's birth date written on it, his expression changed dramatically. Prince Chun, how could you be so cruel to curse the emperor? This doll was found in your secret chamber. What does it have to do with Miss Yi? You secretly kept so many weapons and used witchcraft against the emperor, yet you say you don't want to rebel. Chi Yenzhou insisted he was framed. Your Majesty, the Chun family has always been loyal and patriotic. If I wanted to rebel, I wouldn't have returned to the capital alone from the southern border. The emperor looked at Chi Yenzhou with disdain and sneered. The time for rebellion hasn't come, so you naturally wouldn't dare to bring troops into the capital. I just misjudged people. I am innocent. Whether you are guilty or not is not for you to decide. Evidence and the officials will decide. After the emperor spoke, he ordered the imperial guards. Leave 50 men to continue searching Tangzhou courtyard. The rest will follow me back to the front yard. Now that the evidence was clear, he wanted to establish Chi Yenzhou's guilt in front of the officials and punish the entire Qi family. As for the letters regarding Yi Jingchuan's conspiracy, he would deal with that later. Seeing the situation was serious, Qin Zheng wanted to speak up for Chi Yenzhou but was stopped by a look from him. He had no choice but to anxiously follow the emperor back to the front yard. At this moment, the entire Qin family estate was surrounded by the imperial guards. The servants were locked in the inner courtyard. The chief family members were pushed into a corner of the main hall and closely monitored. The officials and their families were frightened by the scene, keeping their heads down and not daring to look around, feeling very anxious. Given this situation, the emperor must have found letters of treason. The Qin family is doomed. I don't believe Prince Qin would betray. Even if there are letters, he must have been framed. Do you think the Qin estate is a place where anyone can come in and leave treasonous letters? Usually, there wouldn't be an opportunity, but today is Prince Chen's wedding. There are many people and many loopholes. Just say the person framing Prince Chen is Yi Chudang. As the officials debated, the military personnel arrived. They replaced the imperial guards outside the estate. The imperial guards rushed into the estate and began a thorough search of the entire Qin family estate. Only the old lord, the Chen matriarch, and Chi Yenzhou knew about the plan for voluntary exile. The others were greatly frightened by the extensive search conducted by the imperial guards. "Sir, do you think the Qin family will be in trouble?" Before the old lord could respond, the emperor and his entourage returned to the front yard. Qi Yanzhou was grabbed by 2 imperial guards and was taken to the main hall in a disheveled state. Seeing this scene, the Qi family felt as if their hearts had dropped into an ice pit, their faces pale. Then, a large number of weapons were thrown in front of the main hall. Guests stared wide-eyed at the pile of weapons, shocked. Even those who had supported Qi Yanzhou before could not claim he had any rebellious intentions. The old prince was skilled at acting, and tears quickly filled his eyes. He suddenly knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. The Qi family has no intention of rebellion. These weapons do not belong to the Chun Wangfu." The emperor looked at the old prince, tears streaming down his face, and threw a voodoo doll at his feet. "Open your eyes and see what this is." Guests nearby immediately leaned forward to look at the ground. The emperor had thrown a wooden puppet. The puppet wore a bright yellow outfit, and a note with the birth date was stuck with long needles. Someone shouted, "Voodoo! This birth date is the emperor's. Does Qinhuang really intend to rebel? Possessing weapons, secret letters, and voodoo spells. This is clearly a plot." The old prince sat on the ground, trembling as he asked Qi Yanzhou, "Zhou'er, what is going on?" "Father, these do not belong to the Qin Wangfu. Someone is framing us." The emperor's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. "The weapons were found in your storeroom, and the voodoo doll was found in your secret chamber. Your excuses are useless." After that, he looked at all the guests and asked, "Chunhuang has harmed the emperor and intends to rebel. How should we deal with this?" Qi Yanzhou immediately brought up the matter of the secret letter. "Your Majesty, the investigation into the Qin Wangfu started because a maid from the Ministry of Rites claimed to have seen my secret letter. But what was found were the evidences of Minister Yi colluding with the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. This is clearly a frame-up by Minister Yi, who mixed up the letters. The officials also believed that today's events were caused by Yi Jingchuan. Otherwise, it was too coincidental. Of course, they also understood that Yi Jingchuan dared to do this with the emperor's approval. So everyone remained silent, watching the scene unfold to avoid getting into trouble. Both the Crown Prince and the Second Prince attended the wedding banquet and looked slightly changed upon hearing Qi Yanzhou's words. They cursed Yi Jingchuan in their hearts. What a scoundrel! Not only was he indecisive, but he also left behind evidence. They quickly walked to the emperor, saying, "Father, we did not." Qi Yanzhou replied, "The ministers who just went to Tangzhou courtyard have seen the letter, and your Majesty has seen it too. There is no room for the Crown Prince and the Second Prince to argue." The Crown Prince suddenly had an idea and said, "Prince Qin, you must have forged letters about forming a faction as soon as you learned that the letters revealing your treason were exposed, trying to turn the tables on us." Prime Minister Qin Zheng interjected. "The maid said the letters were in the storeroom, but they were actually found in the wedding chamber, and the handwriting is definitely that of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. There's no mistake." He was just stating the facts, not helping Prince Qin. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince were anxious, unsure of what evidence Yi Jingchuan had against them, especially with Qin Zheng's pressure. "Prime Minister, as a scholar, do you not know that handwriting can be imitated? I am the foremost scholar and can certainly tell the difference." The emperor, wanting to eliminate the Qi family without complications, quickly interrupted Qin Zheng. "Prime Minister Qin, I will investigate the matter of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince forming a faction. For now, we will address Prince Chen's rebellion." Qin Zheng bowed and replied, "I obey your command." He then turned to Qi Yanzhou and asked, "You claim that the weapons and the witchcraft dolls were framed by Minister Yi. Do you have any evidence?" Naturally, Qi Yanzhou could not provide evidence. The evidence needs to be investigated by the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review. The head of the Court of Judicial Review scoffed, "The evidence is clear. What more is there to investigate?" Yi Chutang, who had been silent, spoke up. "We need to check the source of the weapon quantities, the fabric of the witchcraft dolls, and continue searching for the missing letters." As soon as she finished speaking, the Dowager Empress exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the fabric on this doll is specially made for the dragon robe. Only the palace has it." She picked up the witchcraft doll and handed it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this fabric is the same as your dragon robe. The real threat comes from those in the palace who have access to the dragon robe. The weaving of the dragon robe is very complex, and only special looms in the palace can create it." The emperor, seeing the fabric that matched his dragon robe, felt a surge of anger. That fool Yi Jingchuan actually used dragon robe fabric for a witchcraft doll, as if he wanted everyone to know that Prince Chen was being framed. But wait, how did Yi Jingchuan have fabric for a dragon robe? He remembered that all the clothing from the tailoring bureau had been stolen and squeezed out 2 words, "ghost thief." His voice was low, but everyone around the emperor heard it. The old prince, who had been slumped on the ground, regained his composure and quickly knelt. "Your Majesty is wise. The ghost thief can do anything. The weapons and the witchcraft dolls must have been placed in Zhou's courtyard to frame him." The emperor did not expect the situation to escalate like this, and his chest ached with anger. Fortunately, he had ordered Yi Jingchuan to place over 10,000 weapons in the dowry box. Even without evidence of collusion or witchcraft, it is enough to bring down the Chun Wang mansion. The weapons are all covered in dust. They clearly haven't been touched in a long time. Don't think you can just blame it on the ghost thief. Qi Yanzhou looked at the pile of weapons and said, "Your Majesty, there are at most 3,000 weapons here. Even if the Chunwang mansion has skilled fighters, they cannot defeat the Imperial Guard and the palace experts." The emperor kicked the weapons with his foot. "Does the Chunwang really not know how many weapons he has hidden?" He said to the leader of the Imperial Guard, "Bring all the weapons here and see how the Chunwang will argue." The leader of the Imperial Guard leaned close to the emperor and whispered, "Your Majesty, this is all there is."
Impossible.
The emperor almost shouted those words. "Are you sure? Have you checked thoroughly? Could the weapons have been stolen by the ghost thief?" "There are no more weapons in the storeroom. I do not know if there are any hidden elsewhere in the Chunwang mansion." The emperor's gaze fell on Qi Yanzhou, increasingly convinced that the ghost thief was connected to him. The evidence of collusion was changed, the witchcraft dolls were swapped, and the rebellious weapons were fewer. At that moment, more Imperial Guards brought in weapons. They clanged loudly as they were thrown on the ground. A smile appeared on the emperor's face. "Chunwang, what else do you have to say?" Qi Yanzhou looked at the assorted weapons on the ground, a cold smirk crossing his face. "Your Majesty, these weapons are a collection from the Chunwang mansion spanning 100 years, and there are no more than 100 in total." After saying this, he glanced at the mountain of weapons. "Whether you believe it or not, these weapons do not belong to the Chunwang mansion." He wore a face that seemed to say, "What crime can't be fabricated?" The emperor snorted coldly. "What, do you want to say that Minister Yi is framing you? Then tell me, how did Minister Yi manage to hide so many weapons in your storeroom without your knowledge?" When the dowry was delivered to the storeroom, the Chunwang mansion sent 2 people to supervise. Under Qi Yanzhou's careful planning, both were people placed in the Chunwang mansion by the emperor. The weapons were openly hidden in the storeroom. When the minister's people left, Qi Yanzhou's men took most of the weapons through a tunnel that had been prepared in advance. Facing the emperor's questioning, Qi Yanzhou said in a deep voice, "I have no way to defend myself." What a clever way to avoid responsibility. Does the Chunwang know that these weapons are enough to bring down the Qi family and wipe out their entire lineage? To strengthen imperial authority, the law states that no household's guards can exceed 1,000 and weapons cannot exceed 500. If they do exceed these limits without a reasonable explanation, they can be punished for treason. Qi Yanzhou calmly looked at the emperor, his eyes mocking. "Are you saying that if weapons were taken from the Ministry of Rights, you would wipe out the entire family of the second prince?" This was a bold statement, and the emperor, furious, raised a sword to Qi Yanzhou's neck. How dare a subject compare himself to the royal family? Such foolishness. Who gave you the courage to threaten the royal family? The blade grazed Qi Yanzhou's neck, blood staining his ceremonial robes. Qi Yanzhou didn't want to hesitate any longer and directly addressed the emperor's intentions. I know you have always wanted to eliminate the Qin prince's residence, but with just 3,000 unknown weapons, do you dare to destroy the Qi family? The emperor was enraged. I am the son of heaven. What do I have to fear? With that, he aimed to behead Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou pulled out a life-saving token from his pocket. This was granted by our ancestor, the emperor. Do you dare to go against his decree? The emperor looked at the token and sneered. One token can only save one person. After saying that, he spared Qi Yanzhou and turned his attention to the old prince. The old prince quickly dodged the sword aimed at him. Have you forgotten? The Qi family also possesses the treasured sword given by our ancestor, capable of striking down tyrants and treacherous officials. The treasured sword can protect the Qi family, but only if they do not commit treason. As he spoke, he continued to attack the old prince, but was stopped and restrained by the suddenly defiant Qi Yanzhou. No one expected Qi Yanzhou to suddenly seize the emperor. Everyone turned pale with fear. The chief of the Dali temple shouted, Chen Wang, don't be impulsive. Let go of the emperor. The imperial guard immediately restrained those from the Chen prince's residence. Chen Wang, if you harm a single hair on the emperor, there will not be a single survivor in the Chen prince's residence. The emperor was greatly frightened, and the sword fell from his hand. Qi Yanzhou, do you want to kill the emperor? Qi Yanzhou gently tightened his grip on the emperor's neck and shook his head. I have said before, the Chen prince's residence has no intention of rebellion, nor would we harm the emperor. He then let out a cold laugh. If you insist on destroying the Chen prince's residence without knowing the truth, I wouldn't mind killing the emperor. The emperor realized Qi Yanzhou was not just trying to scare him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The weapons were found in the Chen prince's residence. That is the truth. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Qi Yanzhou slipped the life-saving token into the emperor's robe. Your Majesty, why did you steal the life-saving token granted to the Chen prince's residence by our ancestor? The emperor replied. Qi Yanzhou, what are you doing? In front of everyone, Qi Yanzhou took the life-saving token from the emperor's robe. The death exemption medal was found in the emperor's possession, and the evidence is clear. How does the emperor plan to argue against this? The emperor. It was you who took advantage of my unawareness. Before he could finish, Qi Yanzhou interrupted. Your Majesty, weapons also appeared in the Prince of Chen's residence. Seeing is not always believing. If you want to accuse the Prince of Chen of treason, please provide solid evidence. Otherwise, it will be hard to silence the public. After saying this, he released the emperor and knelt on one knee. I had no choice but to offend your Majesty. Please forgive me. The emperor felt deeply humiliated and wished to punish Qi Yanzhou severely. But he couldn't, because Qi Yanzhou had a death exemption medal. The Qi family was not only a founding contributor, but also had significant military achievements, with a special sword as protection. Just having 3,000 unknown weapons was not enough to destroy the Prince of Chen's residence. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. The emperor suppressed his anger and said, Prince of Chen, I hope that when the Imperial Guard finds solid evidence, you can still be so confident. As soon as he finished speaking, the Imperial Guard arrived quickly, carrying a bundle. Your Majesty, we found this in the Prince of Chen's study. The Imperial Guard opened the bundle, revealing priceless tribute from the southern region. Most of the tribute sent to the emperor had been taken by Yi Chutang during the capture of the ghost thief. But those were leftovers chosen by the emperor. The best tributes had long been taken by him and given to favored concubines. To frame Qi Yanzhou as being connected to the ghost thief, the emperor had asked his concubines to return the tributes and distributed them to the Imperial Guard as a trap. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Prince of Chen, these tributes were stolen by the ghost thief long ago. Why are they in your study? Qi Yanzhou already knew the emperor's plan. He suddenly realized and said, Your Majesty, I understand. Whether it is weapons, letters, witchcraft, or tributes, they were all placed in the Prince of Chen's residence by the ghost thief to create discord between us. The Prince of Qin really knows how to make excuses. I can't help but feel you are in cahoots with the ghost thief. Your Majesty, the ghost thief is clearly framing me. Then he bluntly added, if you want to accuse me, there are always reasons. If you do not trust the Qi family, I have no way to defend myself. I voluntarily request exile. This statement came out of nowhere, leaving everyone stunned. The old prince was especially anxious. Zhou'er, what are you talking about? Our Qi family stands tall and upright. We are not afraid of investigation. If exiled, the people will think the Qi family has done wrong. Princess Qin also echoed, Zhou'er, don't be impulsive or confused. The century-old reputation of the Qi family cannot be ruined by exile. The concubines and the illegitimate children all oppose the exile. Exile is a serious crime, indicating that the Qin Huangfu has committed a grave mistake. Your Highness, you are mistaken. Please think carefully, Your Highness. The Emperor is wise and powerful. He can restore the Qin Huangfu's honor without the need for exile. Your Highness, the Qin Huangfu has been framed. If exiled, the charge of rebellion will be confirmed. I would rather die in the capital than be exiled to a wild place. The Emperor looked at the weeping Qi family members and had a new idea. Given the current situation, it was possible to charge the Qi family with rebellion. However, the number of weapons was too few, and the Qi family had military achievements and a life-saving talisman, making it impossible to punish their entire clan. At most, they could have their titles stripped and be imprisoned. But imprisonment meant the Qi family would remain in the capital, with a chance of being exonerated at any time. Exile, on the other hand, would not only push the Qi family far away, but could also lead to their deaths along the way. After all, exile is harsh, and it is normal for some to die. Thinking this, the Emperor looked at Qi Yanzhou, and his long-held anger vanished. I approve. The old prince and Princess Qin immediately knelt before the Emperor to put on a show. Your Majesty, Zhou'er was just speaking out of anger. The Qin Huangfu has no intention of rebellion and has not colluded with the ghost thief. Please thoroughly investigate the weapons and tributes. The Emperor ignored them and asked Qi Yanzhou, is the Qin Huang still the head of the family? Implying that his request for exile could be valid? Qi Yanzhou nodded firmly. My decision is the decision of the Qin Huangfu. If anyone is unwilling to stand with the Qi family, they can take a divorce letter or sever ties and leave the Qin Huangfu, no longer associated with our honor or disgrace. Concubine Su, an informant for the Emperor, had no desire for exile. Just as she was about to ask the old prince to write a divorce letter, the Emperor's cold glare silenced her. Seeing that no one wanted to leave the Qi family, Qi Yanzhou spoke again to the Emperor. I request exile. The Emperor was overjoyed but asked sternly, since the Qin Huang has a clear conscience, why request exile? Because Your Majesty does not trust the Qi family and has long wanted to the Qi family of their title and eliminate them completely. This statement was direct and sharp, exposing the Emperor's uncomfortable thoughts. Although the Emperor thought this way, he would not admit it. Nonsense. If I lacked the capacity to tolerate others, I would not have given you military power to lead troops into battle. Qi Yanzhou thought that since he had already fallen out with the Emperor, there was nothing he couldn't say. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Let me take the fewest soldiers to deal with the fiercest bandits and fight the most uncertain battles. The Emperor replied, I believe in your abilities, which is why I have entrusted you with this important task. Qi Yanzhou looked at the guests with a mocking tone. Your Majesty, why not ask them if they believe it? Anyone with clear eyes and a sound mind could see that the royal family had long intended to eliminate the Qi family. The Minister of Justice, loyal to the Emperor, quickly responded, I believe. Many officials echoed in agreement. I believe. Qi Yanzhou had long lost hope in the corrupt court and was used to the flattery of officials. He felt that saying more was a waste, so he turned to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I request to be exiled. From now on, you need not worry about the Qi family amassing power or causing trouble, and the Qi family need not fear making mistakes that could lead to disaster. The emperor was unsure if Qi Yanzhou was sincere or not. But it didn't matter. Exile suited him better than imprisonment. I didn't expect Prince Chun to have such a deep misunderstanding of me. Since you are determined to be exiled, I will not persuade you otherwise. The emperor looked at the officials in the courtyard and declared, from now on, Prince Chun is stripped of his title, his ancestral rewards of the death exemption medal and the treasured sword are revoked, all his property is confiscated, and he will be exiled on a chosen date. However, regarding weapons and tributes, I will send people to investigate further to give the people an explanation. He said this casually. It was impossible to clear the Qi family's name. Qi Yanzhou bowed to the emperor. Thank you for your decision, Your Majesty. Until the decree of exile is issued, no one from the Qi family may leave the front courtyard. After the emperor spoke, he looked at the Minister of Justice. Minister Kong, you will handle the confiscation of property. I accept the order. Lord Da, assist him. I will obey. The emperor then instructed the commander of the Imperial Guard, keep a close watch on everyone from the Qi family. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou said, Your Majesty, I am requesting exile voluntarily, not as a criminal. Please spare the innocent servants of the Prince Chen's residence. To the emperor, this was just a matter of words. Everyone in the Prince Chen's residence will be thoroughly investigated. If they are innocent, I will not trouble them. After speaking, the emperor looked at Yi Chudang. Miss Yi is not yet on the Qi family tree and is not a member of the Qi family, so she may leave. All eyes turned to Yi Chudang, and no one was surprised by the emperor's suggestion for her to leave. They were not foolish. They had already seen that the Prince Chen's residence was framed with a charge of treason, a scheme orchestrated by the emperor and Yi Jingchuan. Everyone thought Yi Chudang would quickly distance herself from Qi Yanzhou. Instead, she said, I have married Ah Zhou with proper ceremonies and vows. Even if I am not yet in the family tree, I am still a member of the Qi family. When she said this, everyone except the three who knew the truth was shocked. The emperor has spoken, yet Yi Chudang does not appreciate it. What is she thinking? Who would willingly seek trouble? Doesn't she know people can die on the way to exile? Qi Yanzhou believes the Ministry of Rights has framed him, yet Yi Chudang wants to follow him into exile. Is she crazy? She must be blinded by love, wanting to support her husband no matter what. Hearing the officials' discussions, the emperor's anger surged, and his face darkened. Yi Chudang, are you sure you want to go into exile with the Qi family? Yi Chudang recognized the emperor was using a threat to persuade her to enter the palace as a consort. She replied, Your Majesty, I have important matters to discuss privately. The emperor took Yi Chudang to a pavilion in the garden. The Prince of Chen's residence was under strict guard, and while there were people checking the garden, it did not stop their conversation. On the stone table in the pavilion was a white jade teapot. The emperor swept it off the table with a slap. Yi Chudang, do you want to die? Why would you choose exile? Is it because you have feelings for Qi Yanzhou and are trying to sabotage my plans? Why would she give up being a consort for the danger of exile? The emperor couldn't help but think more deeply. Facing the emperor's fury, Yi Chudang remained calm. Your Majesty, you think too highly of me. Even if I wanted to help Qi Yanzhou, I wouldn't be able to get the letters connecting Yi Jingchuan with the prince or the fabric for the dragon robe. You may lack that ability, but you could inform me of my plans, and Qi Yanzhou has the means to ally with the ghost thief to turn the tide. Yi Chudang kicked aside the broken teapot and sat on the stone bench. Please sit, Your Majesty, and allow me to analyze this for you. The emperor looked at the beautiful Yi Chudang, suppressing his anger, and sat across from her. Go ahead. Before she spoke further, Yi Chudang asked the emperor, Your Majesty, what do you think is the purpose of the ghost thief appearing in the capital? Without hesitation, the emperor replied, to steal money. No, it is to destroy the nation. As soon as she said destroy the nation, the emperor's expression darkened as if ink could drip from his face. He coldly stared at Yi Chudang. How did you come to this conclusion? Money is the foundation of a nation. Without funds, we cannot buy food or pay the soldiers, which leads to discontent among them. Your Majesty should understand the consequences. Hearing this, The emperor suddenly realized the truth. Turns out the ghost thief had this idea. I underestimated him. Yi Chutang rolled her eyes internally and asked, Your Majesty, why do you think Qi Yanzhou requested exile? The emperor had considered this question. Naturally, he is worried that I might use the matter of hidden weapons to imprison the Qi family and find a chance to eliminate them all. He feared that if the Qi family remained in the capital, they could be vindicated, and Qi Yanzhou would be concerned about being completely wiped out during his imprisonment. Requesting exile and distancing himself from the capital was the best choice for the Qi family. Yi Chutang nodded and concluded, so the ghost thief and Qi Yanzhou are not in cahoots. The crime of rebellion would not benefit the Qi family. Qi Yanzhou's goal can't just be exile, right? The emperor agreed, with a nod. Qi Yanzhou had no reason to ruin the Qi family's 100-year reputation and go into exile to suffer. Continue, he said. I suspect the ghost thief targeted the crown prince's residence for 2 reasons. First, to take revenge on Qi Yanzhou for capturing him, and second, to set a trap for you, Your Majesty, making you despised by the people. The emperor didn't understand. What do you mean? Your desire to eliminate the Qi family is obvious. Now that 3,000 unidentified weapons have been found in the crown prince's residence, if you take action against the Qi family because of this, the ghost thief will surely release evidence proving the crown prince's innocence, and you'll be seen as a tyrant persecuting loyal subjects. After hearing Yi Chutang's analysis, the emperor felt a chill run down his back. What a wicked scheme. Indeed, it is wicked. As long as you act against the Qi family, you will be labeled a tyrant. Now that Qi Yanzhou has requested exile, if you don't take the opportunity to harm the Qi family, you can resolve the crisis. If you want to deal with the Qi family, there will be plenty of chances along the way to exile. Yi Chutang explained all this to prevent the Qi family from being accused of rebellion. If the Qi family is innocent, they won't have to suffer the burdens of exile and will endure much less hardship. The emperor found Yi Chutang's reasoning very sound and admired her even more. He reached out to touch her face. How do you think the decree for exile should be written? Yi Chutang suppressed her disgust and swatted his hand away before he could get angry. Does Your Majesty still wish to discuss serious matters? The emperor, understanding, withdrew his now red hand. Please enlighten me, Miss Yi. The middle-aged man tried to act gentlemanly, making Yi Chutang feel quite uncomfortable. The decree should just state the facts. It is true that 3,000 weapons were found in the crown prince's residence, that Qi Yanzhou requested exile to prove his innocence, that you confiscated items from the crown prince's residence to fill the treasury, that you spared the servants of the crown prince's residence, and that you showed compassion to the Qi family by allowing them an easier exile. The emperor nodded repeatedly. Indeed, first put on a show, then strike hard behind the scenes. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Yi Chutang and asked, Why do you want to go into exile with the Qi family? I don't want to compete with the 3,000 beauties of the harem for a man, nor do I want to be trapped in the palace without freedom. The emperor understood that Yi Chutang was different from ordinary women. He said, I will give you the greatest favor, grant you the title of imperial noble consort, and allow you to leave the palace 3 times a month. Yi Chutang firmly refused, no need. This response made the emperor's expression turn cold. Are you interested in Qi Yanzhou? How could I be interested in a dying person? Hearing this, the emperor suppressed his excitement and asked knowingly, What dying person? Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. Isn't the fire poison you gave Qi Yanzhou? Don't you know he has little time left? Really? Based on Qi Yanzhou's health, he won't live more than a month. The emperor became more curious. Then why do you want to go into exile with him? Yi Chutang casually replied, I want to ask for a favor after helping you eliminate the Qi family. What favor? I want a piece of land to rule. The emperor looked at the ambitious Yi Chutang and said, I can eliminate the Qi family without your help. Then let's make a bet. If you can eliminate the Qi family without me, I will return to the capital as the imperial noble consort. If you need my help, grant me the land. How about that? I agree. Then let's write it down. The emperor, knowing Yi Chutang's life was still in his hands, dared not betray her and agreed. He ordered the imperial guard to fetch ink, paper, and a brush. Yi Chudeng asked, "Have you decided where to exile the Qi family?" The emperor, feeling unguarded, shared his analysis with her. It turned out to be the same as Yi Chutang's guess. The exile location would be the northwest desert. Yi Chutang said, "The Qi family will definitely not reach the northwest. You can use Tianshan County as the final exile location to show your great grace."
All right, Tianshan County it is.
As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the Imperial Guard brought the ink, paper, and brush. Yi Chutang personally wrote down the bet. The emperor signed it with his reign title, Emperor Yongchang, and pressed his seal. Yi Chutang accepted the bet and stood up, saying, "Your Majesty, I should return to the front courtyard now." "Go ahead, I will wait for you to return to the capital as my imperial noble consort." Before leaving, Yi Chutang reminded, "Your Majesty, do not issue the exile decree too soon. You should first investigate the origin of the weapons. Otherwise, it may seem too hasty, and the people will start to doubt. She needs to make time to empty her enemy's storage." The emperor nodded at Yi Chutang, who always thought of him. "I understand. Don't worry, on the way to exile, I won't let you suffer. Your Majesty, Qi Yanzhou is very suspicious by nature. It's better to treat the officials equally. They can search the house, but please don't search the people." As Yi Chutang spoke, she adjusted the golden hairpin on her head. The emperor understood her meaning. "Rest assured, I will leave the Qi family some gold and silver to use on the road." But whether the Qi family can keep the gold and silver is uncertain. When Yi Chudang returned to the front yard, the tables and chairs set for the banquet had been cleared, replaced by treasures seized from the Prince of Chen's residence. The Imperial Guards were still moving items out one by one. Since the emperor hadn't left, the officials and their families also stayed. They all crowded in the side hall and the main hall, amazed at the immense wealth accumulated by the Qi family. When the emperor returned from the garden, he was also dazzled by the riches. He had always known that the Qi family was wealthy, but he didn't expect them to have more than his own private treasury. Such a vast amount of treasures could not only fill the national treasury, but also enrich his private collection. Thinking of this made the emperor feel pleased. But soon, worries crept back into his mind. Would the ghost thief target these treasures? The emperor briefly explained his handling of the Qi family to the officials. "I believe the Prince of Chen's residence did not have any rebellious intentions, but it is a fact that weapons were found. I cannot ignore the law and pretend nothing happened. If evidence of framing the Prince of Chen's residence is not found within 3 days, the Qi family will be exiled to the northwest Tianshan prefecture, never to return to the capital." After speaking, he instructed Da, "Search the house, but do not search the Qi family's people. This is my final courtesy to them." Da did not know what Yi Chutang and the emperor had discussed that caused such a significant change in his attitude. Of course, he would not defy the emperor in front of everyone and immediately agreed. "I will obey." The emperor then looked at the leader of the Imperial Guards. "Do not move the gold and silver in the yard for now. Wait for the imperial decree in 3 days. "Understood. Keep a close watch on the Qi family. If there is any mistake, bring their heads to me." The leader of the Imperial Guards immediately knelt on one knee. "I will not let your Majesty down. The servants of the Prince of Chen's residence can be released after the investigation shows no issues." After the emperor finished speaking, he left the Prince of Chen's residence, surrounded by the Imperial Guards. The officials and their families who had come to attend the wedding banquet also left. Yi Chutang walked into the main hall, approached Qi Yanzhou, and winked at him to indicate that the plan was going smoothly. She looked at the several tables of food in the main hall and said, "Don't be discouraged, let's eat quickly. After the exile, it will be hard to enjoy these delicious dishes again." The old prince and the concubine Chen took their seats nearby. "Let's all sit down and eat. Only when we are full can we find a way to clear the name of the Chen family." They had been busy since morning and were truly hungry. Concubine Su kicked the stool in annoyance. "I'm too upset to eat." As she said this, she glared at Qi Yanzhou, angry that he had chosen exile. It was just 3,000 weapons. The emperor could at most imprison the Qi family, which would be much better than exile to a desolate place. The old prince slammed his hand on the table. Shut up. If you want to eat, eat. Concubine Su didn't dare to argue further and reluctantly sat down, but she had no appetite. Her daughter, Qi Jingyao, sat beside her and tugged at her sleeve. Mother, there are still 3 days left, don't worry. Concubine Su knew very well that the emperor would not spare the Qi family. Even if they found evidence of the Qin family being framed, he wouldn't reveal it. Exile was a done deal. But she couldn't say this and could only nod gloomily. Concubine Su and her son, Qi Hian, took their seats. Concubine Gao and her son, Qi Yunan, also sat down. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chudang with a cold glare. What did you say to the emperor? Is this disaster for the Qi family you're doing? He said this deliberately for the imperial guards standing outside to hear.
Ye Chantang snorted inanmayanca.
If it were me, I would have left you the letters of treason, not those involving Yi Jingchuan and the prince. The fabric on the which doll wouldn't be imperial silk, but ordinary cloth, leaving you with no way to argue. Seeing the tension between the two, concubine Qin quickly intervened. Zhou'er, Tanger is willing to share your troubles. You shouldn't doubt her. With that, she stood up and pulled Yi Chutang to sit beside her.
Tongar, don't blame Zhou'er.
The Qi family faced this disaster on the day of the wedding, and he can't help but think too much. Mother, concubine Chen, Chu Yuzhu, immediately corrected Yi Chutang's address. Tanger, the Qi family has lost their title and become commoners. From now on, just call them by ordinary names. Okay, Mother, thank you for believing in me. I understand Zhou's doubts. After all, the Qin family was thoroughly investigated because 2 maidservants from the Ministry of Rights insisted there were letters of treason. Today's incident must be related to Yi Jingchuan, but he is just a... Chu Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt Su coldly snorted, You are Yi Jingchuan's daughter. I don't believe you know nothing. Yi Chutang took out the letter of severance. I have no father-daughter relationship with Yi Jingchuan. If I had known his plans, I would have made sure they failed.
You.
Chu Yuzhu unhappily scolded Aunt Su for stirring trouble. All right, I believe Chutang. After that, she looked at Qi Yanzhou. Zhou'er, let's eat. Although the food was already cold, it was still a delicacy and tasted great. The 10 members of the Qi family ate in silence. Yi Chutang had eaten in the wedding room before and wasn't hungry at all, just moving her chopsticks symbolically. She had woken up too early today and was feeling very sleepy. Seeing this, Qi Yanzhou called for the imperial guards. Could you please bring a few blankets from the wedding room to the east side hall? The emperor had restricted the Qi family's activities to the front yard. There were 2 side halls and 1 main hall. The main hall was used for receiving guests, filled with tables, chairs, and food, making it unsuitable for living. Only the 2 side halls could accommodate them, and Qi Yanzhou planned to separate the men and women for convenience. Since the Qi family had not officially committed any crimes, it was fine to ask the imperial guards for a little help. The imperial guards did not immediately agree to Qi Yanzhou and went to ask Da. De glanced at the main hall and said, in terms of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, try to meet their needs. Since the emperor wanted to put on a show, let's do it well. Soon, the imperial guards brought all the blankets from the wedding room to the east side hall. The side hall was used for receiving guests and was divided into an outer room for tea and chatting and an inner room for resting, which had a daybed. Qi Yanzhou made the daybed comfortable and brought in a few ice basins for Yi Chutang to rest. Yi Chutang was extremely tired and fell asleep immediately. Qi Yanzhou closed the door to the side hall and went to the main hall to discuss their next plans with the Qi family. The whole city was buzzing about the hidden weapons in the Qin Wangfu and the stripping of its title. Qi Yanzhou had a high reputation among the common people, and no one believed he would rebel. Everyone was secretly discussing that the emperor could not tolerate Qi Yanzhou's achievements and had deliberately set up the Qin Wangfu. As dissatisfaction with the emperor grew, rumors spread that a ghost thief was framing them. The emperor even issued a notice, widely seeking clues to clear the Qin Wangfu's name. This way, he restored his own reputation. At this time, in the Song family, the head of the Song family, Song Mingyu, learned of the news and immediately went to Huading Academy to find Song Jian. Jian, what do you think about the Chen Wangfu incident? Song Jian was already aware of the details and outcome of the Chen Wangfu's troubles. He knew that today's situation was set up by Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang, with the emperor as a dad, Prince Chen. Thinking of the Qi family's loss of title, he quickly changed his words. Qi Yanzhou is very clever. The emperor cannot outsmart him. Song Mingyu immediately understood, a game within a game. After saying this, he frowned deeply. Why would Prince Chen make this move? If he stays in the capital, the emperor wouldn't dare to act easily, giving him more time to plan. Song Jian could understand Qi Yanzhou's actions. Dad, there's no such thing as a thief that lasts 1,000 days, but there are always those who guard against them. The emperor's intentions to eliminate the Qi family can no longer be hidden. Staying in the capital isn't safe. Moreover, many things can only be done effectively after leaving the capital. Song Mingyu sighed softly, but it shouldn't mean going into exile. Prince Chen must have his reasons for this choice. Tianshan County is a prosperous place in the northwest. It won't be too harsh. At this point, Song Jian greatly admired Yi Chutang's strategic ability. She managed to maintain the Qi family's dignity during their difficult times and chose Tianshan County as the place of exile, which was truly impressive. But the Qi family must survive to reach Tianshan County. Song Mingyu wasn't being pessimistic. Exile isn't necessarily safer than staying in the capital. If Qi Yanzhou could return from the southern border, he can safely reach Tianshan County. After saying this, Song Jian furrowed his brows slightly. What I'm most worried about now is that Qi Yanzhou may not have the ambition to become emperor. Looking at the entire Beichen kingdom, only Qi Yanzhou has the ability to overthrow tyranny and become a wise ruler. Song Mingyu picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Qi Yanzhou cares for the people. When the situation demands it, he will surely step up. As soon as he finished speaking, a small figure burst through the tightly closed door and rushed in. Lu Juanji had red eyes from crying and looked at Song Jian. Director Song, my elder sister won't be in danger, will she? Although he had known for a long time that his sister was leaving, he hadn't expected it to be for exile. Song Jingning, who had followed him, comforted Juanji. Don't worry, your sister is very clever. She will definitely turn danger into safety. He was also startled when he learned about the sudden change at the Prince Chen's residence. But thinking about how both Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang were brave and wise, he quickly calmed down. Juanji blinked his tear-filled eyes. Is my sister really going into exile? Song Jingning shook his head. Exile is her own choice. Exile is so harsh and tiring. Why would my sister choose this path? Just thinking about his sister suffering and being oppressed by the officials made him feel heartbroken. She must have her own reasons for doing this. Junior pressed his lips together and cautiously asked, I heard that we can say goodbye to our family outside the 10-mile pavilion. Can I go? He still had some silver notes and wanted to give them all to his older sister. Song Jingning also wanted to meet Yi Chutang. Just as he was about to agree, Song Mingyu said, Jingning, you take Junior to see them off. As Song Jingning was about to respond, doubts arose in his mind. Why should I go? Isn't it more suitable for my older brother to go? Your older brother is unwell and may not recover in 3 days. You should go in his place. Song Mingyu originally planned to tell Song Jingning about his background after Yi Chutang's wedding, allowing him to choose whether to stay with the Song family or return to the Yi family. However, after Yi Chutang's incident and the solid evidence of Yi Jingchuan colluding with the prince, Song Jingning's background had to be kept secret for now, or he might be implicated by Yi Jingchuan. But he had new plans for this adopted child. Song Jingning looked at the not-so-happy Song Jian and nodded. All right, I'll go. After saying that, he prepared to take Junior to school. Song Mingyu stopped him. Jingning, your father needs to discuss something with you. Junior understood and politely excused himself. Song Jingning looked at Song Mingyu warily. Father, you're not going to make me go on another blind date, are you? Not a single day missed. truly his biological father. Song Mingyu rolled his eyes at Song Jingning. What I want to discuss is serious. So, a blind date is not serious? No matter how you put it, you can't escape the blind date. Song Jingning sighed deeply. Fine, fine, a man keeps his word. If we agreed on a month, then it's a month. After that, he asked, Father, what serious matter do you want to discuss? After a month, if you still don't want to stay in the capital, I won't stop you, but you must listen to me about where to go. All right, where does father want me to go? What should I do? Tianshan County, to open a school. Song Jingning frowned slightly. Isn't Tianshan County a place of exile arranged by the emperor for the Qi family? It all seemed to be related to Yi Chudeng, which raised concerns. Yes, your father wants you to go to Tianshan County because of Qi Yanzhou and also Yi Chudeng? Song Mingyu replied, both. Song Jingning sat down at the round table and poured himself a cup of tea. Father, please continue. Jingning, when the country is in danger, our Song family will choose a wise ruler to support in ascending the throne. Qi Yanzhou is the wise ruler chosen by the Song family. You'll go to Tianshan County and subtly assist him. With martial skills, you can stabilize the country. With literary skills, you can govern the nation. You will establish a school in Tianshan County and invite Yi Chudang to be a female teacher or help her open a women's branch to help her gain fame and attract talented individuals. Song Mingyu knew very well that with Yi Chutang's intelligence, it wouldn't be long before she discovered that Jingning was her twin brother. Sending Jingning to Tianshan County would fulfill their sibling bond. Thinking about the 5 brothers of the Song family, Song Jingning realized he was the only one who hadn't started a family, making him the most suitable to go to the northwest. So he agreed. Dad, there's no need to wait a month. I can leave right now, he said. Song Mingyu smiled and lightly tapped his head. We agreed to wait a month. You can't run off. He didn't really want to force Song Jingning to go. He just wanted him to stay at home a little longer. Once he left, it would be uncertain when they would meet again. Seeing the reluctance in Song Mingyu's eyes, Song Jingning understood his father's true intention. Dad, the Qi family's exile is on foot, and it will take at least 6 months to reach Tianshan County. I want to spend more time at home before I leave. All right, let your mother arrange a few more matchmaking meetings for you. Hearing Song Mingyu's teasing, Song Jingning laughed and said, no problem. After all, looking doesn't cost anything.
Stop joking.
Go study the mathematics left by Miss Yi. At the Chun Wangfu, Yi Chutang woke up to find it was already dark outside. As she sat up, Aunt Sue grumbled, You bring bad luck. Yi Chutang looked at the resentful Aunt Sue with a smirk and walked up to her, giving her a slap on the face. Aunt Sue covered her face, her eyes wide in disbelief. A newly married woman dares to hit an elder. After saying that, she raised her hand to strike Yi Chutang. Smack. After exchanging slaps, Yi Chutang shook her hand. It's been a while since I've done that. I missed it. Aunt Sue looked at her limp right hand and then screamed in pain.
Ah,
my hand. Her scream attracted the Qi family and the Imperial Guards. What's going on? Yi Chutang grabbed Aunt Sue's wrist with one hand and held her hand with the other. With a snap, she put the dislocated hand back in place. She squeezed Aunt Sue's wrist lightly but firmly, warning, behave yourself. If you provoke me again, it won't just be your hand that gets broken but your neck. Aunt Sue, feeling the pain in her wrist and seeing the murderous intent in Yi Chutang's eyes, nodded repeatedly. I understand. Yi Chutang forcefully released Aunt Sue's hand. And remember, you're just a concubine. You have no right to act like my elder. Aunt Sue didn't dare to argue back. I know I was wrong. Yi Chutang hit her mockery and turned to the Imperial Guard who had asked the question. The Qi family's foolish concubine doesn't know better and has embarrassed the official. The Imperial Guards naturally would not interfere in the affairs of the Yi family, but they still reminded Madame Qi, before the imperial decree arrives, please do not cause any trouble. The common woman understands and will not trouble the officials, she replied. The Imperial Guards warned Aunt Sue, don't cause any more issues, or you will regret it. After saying this, they left the East Side Hall. Old Master Qi looked coldly at Aunt Sue. If you disrespect Tanger again, I will give you a divorce letter. Aunt Sue had wanted to leave with a divorce letter when the incident at the Prince of Chen's residence happened. But she belonged to the emperor. As long as the emperor did not allow her to leave the Qi family, she dared not go. So, she immediately knelt before old Master Qi, crying pitifully. Master, the Qi family is facing great difficulties. I am upset and sad, which is why I clashed with the young mistress. I know I was wrong. Please do not send me away. Old Master Qi helped Aunt Sue up. If you know your mistake, then apologize to Tanger. Aunt Sue appeared obedient, but was actually reluctant as she apologized. Young mistress, I have offended you. Please forgive me. Do not make the same mistake again. If you do, you'll be the first to suffer on the road to exile. Qi Yanzhou took the opportunity to act, scolding Yi Chutang. The head of the Qi family is not for you to decide yet. Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou, who was acting seriously, and stepped forward to link her arm with his, smiling brightly. When can I take charge then? On the wedding night? Or is it when a mother's status is elevated by her children? She teased Qi Yanzhou's strong arm, noticing his ears turning red, and her smile grew even brighter. It was so amusing to tease a serious man. Qi Yanzhou seemed stern, but his slightly lowered eyelids hid the helplessness and affection in his eyes. Once we confirm you mean no harm to the Qi family, you can take charge. Yi Chutang released Qi Yanzhou. All right, I will wait. After saying this, she touched her flat stomach. It's getting late. When will we have dinner? Qi Yanzhou replied, the kitchen is already preparing it. It will be ready soon. Let's go wait in the main hall. Yi Chutang left the side hall. In the courtyard, there were only the belongings searched from the Prince of Chen's residence. The tables, chairs, and food were all gone. The courtyard and roof were filled with imperial guards. On one hand, they were watching the Qi family, and on the other, they were protecting the belongings. The main hall had returned to its original state. Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang discussed the situation at the Prince of Chen's residence. The servants who had not sold themselves to the prince had already packed their things and left. Those who had sold themselves to the prince had to wait for the emperor's decree before arrangements could be made. The leftover food from the wedding banquet was eaten by the imperial guards. In the next 3 days, the servants staying at the Wang residence were responsible for preparing meals for the Qi family and the imperial guards. Soon, the food was served. There were 5 dishes and a soup, but the presentation was not appealing. It looked like a large pot of stir-fried food. Except for Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou, the others who had never experienced hardship found it unappetizing. However, old Master Qi and the old lady still picked up their chopsticks. Come on, sit down and eat. Ordinary families don't have this many dishes, said the old lady. The family gathered around the table. Qi Hian, the illegitimate son, was a delicate scholar who had been raised with care. He picked up his chopsticks but then put them down again. Father, this food is really... Just as he was about to say unappetizing, Qi Yanzhou shot him a cold glance. If the officials can eat, why can't you? This startled concubine Sue, who quickly placed the chopsticks back in her son's hands. Here, eat your meal. The 2 aunts and their children, not wanting to offend the imperial guards, quickly picked up their chopsticks and pretended the food was delicious. With many people and little food, there was hardly anything left after the meal. Yi Chutang, who was pregnant, had no appetite for the large pot of food and barely managed to eat a couple of bites. Qi Yanzhou felt sorry for her and asked the imperial guards. The emperor said that during the 3 days of investigating weapons, we shouldn't be harsh on the Qi family's food and drink. Is that still true? The imperial guards frowned and nodded. Of course, it still counts. I'm not full. Can I go to the kitchen to get something to eat? He asked. The emperor has ordered that the Qi family must not leave the front courtyard. This answer was expected by Qi Yanzhou. He then asked, can I spend money to have food delivered from an outside restaurant? The imperial guards did not answer immediately, but went to consult their commander. The commander said it's allowed. Qi Yanzhou took off his jade pendant to give to the imperial guards, but Yi Chutang stopped him. She took off one of her gold hairpins and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. The jade pendant is too valuable. This will do. After giving the jade pendant to Yi Chutang, Qi Yanzhou handed the gold hairpin to the imperial guards. Please, could you run to the pawn shop and Guangzhou to have the restaurant send 2 good dishes for lunch and dinner for 3 days? The remaining money is yours. The gold hairpin looked quite valuable, and after deducting the cost of the dishes, there would still be a good amount left. The imperial guards thought that since the emperor hadn't restricted the Qi family's food, they agreed readily. Qi Yanzhou wrote down a menu for the 3 days and gave it to the imperial guards. The dishes he wrote were not only suitable for pregnant women, but also helped alleviate morning sickness to some extent. The imperial guards took the menu and the gold hairpin and left. After a little more than half an hour, a servant from Guangzhou delivered 2 dishes, sour and spicy tripe soup and carrot stew with beef. The lid of the food box was opened, and a tempting aroma wafted out. Aunt Sue, who had originally eaten enough, felt hungry again after smelling the food and sat down at the table. This dish should have been served before the meal, and there isn't enough for the whole family, she complained. Qi Yanzhou looked at Aunt Sue, who was frowning, and said, "This dish is for a Tang." He then placed the food in front of Yi Chutang. "A Tang eat up." Aunt Sue was quite upset. "Second young master. What do you mean? Are you letting the young madam eat alone?" Qi Yanzhou replied, "A Tang didn't eat much earlier, and she exchanged her gold hairpin for this dish, so she can enjoy it alone. Is it true that if you don't speak up about bad food, you can eat delicious dishes? I've learned something." Yi Chutang picked up a well-cooked carrot, tasted it, and found it quite good. She corrected Aunt Sue, "You're wrong. If you want to eat well, you have to be willing to spend money. No one is stopping you from eating alone, but can you afford it?" Aunt Sue had been favored before, receiving many gifts from old Master Qi. However, with the legitimate son's wedding, the clothing of concubines and illegitimate children in the household had to follow certain rules and could not be too extravagant. So, Aunt Sue's total worth was less than 500 taels. Facing exile, she couldn't afford to spend now. Thus, she tried to shift the blame. Thinking of good food, without considering the elders, is unfilial. Qi Yanzhou coldly looked at Aunt Sue, who was stirring trouble, and questioned, "This dish is for a Tang. If anyone is unfilial, it's me.
You should focus on me."
Aunt Sue didn't dare to criticize Qi Yanzhou and looked at old Master Qi with a pitiful expression. "Master, I meant no harm. I just think we shouldn't disrupt the respect for elders." Old Master Qi slapped Aunt Sue on her already swollen face. "In the Qi family, you are the one who is lowly." After that, he turned to Yi Chutang with a loving expression. "A Tang, you don't look well. Eat more and ignore unimportant people." Just because Yi Chutang could save Yanzhou, was willing to share his hardships during exile, and helped the Qi family maintain their dignity, she deserved to be treated well by the family. Old Madame Qi, usually gentle, was angry for the first time. "Remember, if it weren't for a Tang, you wouldn't be able to keep your clothes and jewelry. A Tang is the Qi family's lucky star. If anyone goes against her, don't blame me for being rude." Aunt Sue covered her burning face and ran back to the east side hall. Old Master Qi said, "It's already dark. Everyone go wash up and sleep." Yi Chutang couldn't finish 2 dishes and said, "Is there anyone who hasn't eaten enough? Let's share." Qi Hian wanted to eat but was pulled away by Aunt Sue. Soon, only old Master Qi, the old lady, Qi Yanzhou, and Yi Chutang remained in the main hall. "Father, Mother, Zhou, this dish is good. Let's eat together." Facing Yi Chutang's warm invitation, the 3 did not refuse. After the meal, Yi Chutang said, "Those concubines each have their own thoughts. The Qi family is like a scattered sand pile. Shouldn't we find a way to bring everyone together?" Qi Yanzhou knew the Imperial Guard was eavesdropping and replied, "I don't have time to worry about them. We only have 3 days, and clearing our name is more important than anything." What he really thought was that in a scattered state, it was easier to tell people from ghosts. Yi Chutang followed up on Qi Yanzhou's words and asked, "Is there any progress?"
"None."
"If it really was the ghost thief, it will be hard to find evidence. The Qi family is already blamed for the rebellion." Old Master Chi sighed. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. After saying that, he got up and returned to the west side hall. The outer room of the side hall was covered with quilts, giving a feeling of a large dormitory. The inner room was set up as a bathing area for washing and changing clothes. Chi Hyun was bathing and could clearly hear the sound of water. The bathing water was brought by the servants who had not left. Chi Yunin sat on a moved-out concubine couch, with his head lowered, lost in thought. Seeing old Master Chi come in, he quickly got up and offered the couch. Father, it's chilly at night, and the ground is damp. You should sleep on the concubine couch. After saying that, he cautiously asked, Father, is the exile certain? Old Master Chi knew his younger son was selfish and calculating. Yuner, you have always been smart. You should understand the emperor's attitude toward the Chi family. Chi Yunin fiddled with a lamp wick on the low table, the flickering flame making his face appear uncertain. If we are exiled, it will be hard for us to survive until we reach Tianshan County, right? Yuner, don't think too much. The emperor is generous. We will certainly survive until we reach Tianshan County. Understood. Old Master Chi noted his younger son's unusual behavior. Before long, Chi Enjo also entered the side hall. He actually wanted to spend more time with Yi Chudang, but with the Imperial Guard watching, they couldn't talk much. Father, you've worked hard all day. You should rest early. Old Master Chi glanced at his younger son, hinting for Chi Enjo to keep an eye on him. Chi Enjo understood the kind of people in the Chi family and nodded slightly. At that moment, Yi Chutang and Old Lady Chi returned to the east side hall. There were many women, 6 in total. The outer room was almost covered with bedding. Yi Chutang's resting couch was moved to the outer room, placed by the window. Mother, you can sleep on the couch. Old Lady Chi held Yi Chutang's hand. Tanger, I prefer sleeping on the floor. The couch is for you. I'm not used to having so many people around. I'll sleep in the inner room after everyone finishes bathing. No, the floor will be too damp after bathing. Yi Chudang smiled and said, It's okay. I'll just ask the Imperial Guard for a few more blankets. Sleeping separately would make it easier for her to leave at night. Old Lady Chi thought that with ice to cool down, adding more blankets wouldn't make it hot, so she stopped insisting. After a long day, everyone lay down after bathing. Yi Chutang had slept all afternoon and felt wide awake. She lay on the soft bedding, waiting for all the women to fall asleep. Before the hour of the pig, all the women were asleep. Yi Chutang quietly got up and applied a sleeping pressure point on each of them, ensuring they wouldn't wake for at least 2 hours. She returned to the inner room, took out 3 pillows and a t-shirt with her face on it from her space. She put the t-shirt over one of the pillows and stuffed the other 2 into the bedding. She used foundation to cover her open eyes. The ceiling was nearly 2 zhong high, and with the dim light, it was impossible to tell that someone else was lying under the blankets. After setting everything up, Yi Chutang pried open the wooden floor and slipped away from the prince's residence. Her first stop was the minister's residence. The red silk decorations at the minister's residence had not been taken down, giving it a festive look, but it was eerily quiet. The Imperial Guard had surrounded the minister's residence. Although the emperor had not ordered a search, it was only a matter of time before the Yi family faced disaster. Yi Chutang returned to Ningchiyuan and took all the valuable items, including the dried meat she had prepared earlier. There was nothing left to take from the minister's residence, so she headed to the palace. In the underground of Shisho Palace, she hid some weapons. As she was about to leave, she heard Yi Amling's screams and the sound of a whip striking her body. You useless wretch, you're of no help at all. The voice of Da was sharp and thin, ringing in Yi Chutang's ears like a beautiful melody. Yi Amling begged for mercy, but received no sympathy. Yi Chutang made a round in the palace, taking anything that was easy to grab. Then she went to the Song family. It was close to midnight, and the Song family was very quiet. Not knowing which courtyard Song Jingming lived in, she could only search slowly. When she found the main courtyard, she overheard a conversation between Song Mingyu and Shui Shangyun. Sir, the Northwest is poor. Even Tianshan County isn't much better. Are you really willing to let Jingming suffer? Jingning studied abroad for 5 years and faced many hardships. Going to Tianshan County will benefit his future path. That's true. He is not a child of the Song family and doesn't have to follow their rules. He can retire. As soon as Cui Shangyun finished speaking, Yi Chutang jumped through the window into the bedroom. Although she didn't make much noise, the night was quiet, and Song Mingyu immediately noticed. Just as he was about to call for the guards, Yi Chutang spoke up. Master Song, it's me, Yi Chutang. Song Mingyu was startled and sat up, pulling back the bed curtain. The room was dark without any lights, and only a little light from the lantern outside came in, making it hard to see anything. He fumbled to light the oil lamp and saw Yi Chutang standing by the bed.
Yi.
Miss Yi, what are you doing here? Cui Shangyun quickly sat up and looked at Yi Chutang. Seeing the same features as Song Jingning, she felt mixed emotions and asked, Did you hear what we just said, Miss Yi? Yi Chutang nodded calmly. I heard. Song Jingning is not a member of the Song family. Which family does he belong to? Upon hearing this, Song Mingyu got out of bed and put on his outer robe. Miss Yi, it's a long story. Please come and sit. They both sat down at the round table. Cui Shangyun also got up and sat at the table, pouring a glass of cold water for Yi Chutang. Song Mingyu adjusted his robe and asked, Miss Yi, weren't you under house arrest at the Chinwangfu? Why did you sneak over to the Song family? Yi Chutang replied straightforwardly, I came to find Song Jingning and see if he has a birthmark shaped like a gold ingot on his back. Yes, Jingning had a very noticeable birthmark when he was young. It faded a lot as he grew up, but you can still see it. Hearing this, Yi Chutang confirmed that Song Jingning was indeed the original's twin brother. She stood up and deeply bowed to the Song couple. Thank you both for saving my brother. Given Song Jingning's situation at the time, it wasn't easy to save and raise him. Cui Shangyun immediately helped Yi Chutang up, her eyes filled with tears, and said, It was your brother who saved me. Why do you say that, Mrs. Song? Song Mingyu and his wife then told Yi Chutang in detail about what happened after they found Song Jingning. Miss Yi, I really didn't expect Jingning to be Tang Wanning's son. Back then, no one knew that Tang Wanning had given birth to twins, and one son had died young. He also didn't realize that the ugly character Ning on the small blanket wrapped around Song Jingning was from Tang Wanning's name. My mother once had an accident, injuring her hand and almost losing the baby. Despite the pain, she personally embroidered the character, Ning for peace and longevity on the small blanket. I see. Song Mingyu curiously asked Miss Yi, Why do you think Jingning is your twin brother? Yi Chutang smiled and replied, We look too much alike, which made me suspicious. To confirm, I followed my brother to Maishan for a hunt. After talking about our birth dates and places, I realized I was mistaken and dropped my doubts. She paused, took a sip of the cold water in front of her, and continued, When I met the head of the Song family, you kept bringing the conversation back to my brother, which made me suspicious again, leading to my visit to the Song family tonight. Song Mingyu found it amusing. Miss Yi, you're clever. I thought I was being subtle and that you would notice. The head of the Song family learned about my twin brother and my birth date, which is how he confirmed that Song Jingning is my brother, right? That's correct. After you left Huading Academy that day, I learned your birth date from Jingning, and I also found out he is Yi Jingchuan's son. Yi Chutang asked confidently, My brother still doesn't know about his background, does he? This made Song Mingyu feel a bit ashamed and he nodded. Yes, to be honest, I don't want him to recognize his roots. It wasn't because he raised Song Jingning and didn't want to give up the famous first son. It was because Yi Jingchuan was not a good person and didn't deserve to be Jingning's father. Thinking of this, he looked at Yi Chutang seriously. Miss Yi, I never intended to keep this from Jingning. I originally planned to tell him after your wedding, so he could choose his path. But then, there were issues with the Prince of Chen's residence and the Ministry of Rights. So, the head of the Song family sent my brother to Tianshan County to find me? Song Mingyu poured Yi Chutang another cup of tea. That's one reason. The Song family wants to support Qi Yanzhou as the new ruler, which is another reason. They also want to use your help to establish a women's academy, which is the third reason. Yi Chutang thought about how the Song family saved her brother's life and agreed to the third reason. I agree with the idea of establishing a women's academy. The head of the Song family has good intentions in sending my brother to the Ministry of Rites to congratulate them and to me for my wedding. That's only right. Now that Miss Yi knows Jingning's background, what are your thoughts? Just as Song Mingyu finished asking, Cui Shengyun anxiously said, Miss Yi, Minister Yi is colluding with the prince and hiding weapons. He will definitely face consequences. If Jingning recognizes his roots now, he will be unfairly implicated. If Song Jingning had grown up in the Yi family, it would be expected for him to be affected. But he hadn't received any help from the Yi family, not even a grain of rice or a drop of water, and he even died in the Yi family. If he were to be implicated just because of blood ties, it would be too unfortunate. Yi Chutang looked at Cui Shengyun, who was worried and anxious, and felt a surge of emotion. Madam Song, Song Jingning is a member of the Song family, was one in the past, is one now, and will be one in the future. After saying this, she stood up and bowed again. Head of the Song family, Madam Song, please keep this a secret and do not tell my brother about his background for now. This statement shocked Song Mingyu greatly.
Why?
Miss Yi, even if you don't want Jingning to return to the Yi family, shouldn't you at least acknowledge him? You tested Jingning before because you wanted to find your brother, right? If she didn't want to acknowledge him, she wouldn't have come to the Song family tonight. Yi Chutang straightened up, a faint smile appearing on her beautiful face. The time isn't right. The more my brother knows, the more it will restrict him. When the world is peaceful, I will acknowledge him. Song Mingyu nodded in agreement. That's fine. Even if you don't acknowledge each other, you can still get along well in Tianshan County. After that, he shifted the conversation to business. Miss Yi, on the day of exile, Jingning will take Juner to Shirley Pavilion to see you off. If you need anything, I can have them bring it. No need. Zhou and I are well prepared. Song Mingyu understood Yi Chutang's double meaning, and his worries faded away. That's good to hear. Head of the Song family, Madam Song, I apologize for the disturbance. I hope we meet again. Cui Shengyun quickly said, Miss Yi, safe travels and take care. Yi Chutang left as suddenly as she arrived. When the window opened and closed again, Cui Shengyun grabbed Song Mingyu's arm and asked, Sir, should we tell Jingning the truth? She was quite conflicted. She didn't want Song Jingning to be involved with the Yi family, but she also felt that such a significant matter should be his decision. Song Mingyu gently brushed aside the hair that covered her face, smiling softly. Let's listen to Miss Yi. Besides, with Jingning's intelligence, we won't be able to keep it from him for long. When Jingning asked during the day why he had to take Juner to see Chutang off, he knew the boy was starting to suspect something. Once he has doubts, he will surely investigate further.
Cui Shengyun nodded, all right.
After Yi Chutang left the Song family, she went to the prince's residence. The prince's residence was brightly lit. In the study, the prince was restless, pacing back and forth. The letters taken by the emperor hung over him like a sword, making it hard for him to eat or sleep. Thinking about how Yi Jingchuan had stockpiled supplies and weapons for the second prince made him very angry. If it weren't for the Ministry of Rites being surrounded by the Imperial Guard, Yi Jingchuan would have been in serious trouble. He looked at the two advisors who were dizzy from his pacing, his expression dark. Weren't you both very talkative usually? Why are you all silent today? The advisors had been wanting to speak. But the prince was very angry, and they were afraid of getting into trouble, so they stayed quiet. Now that they had a chance, they quickly spoke up. Your Highness, don't worry. The Emperor is only targeting the Ministry of Rites, which is a good sign. Even though the Emperor has evidence against you and the second prince, I am sure he won't act against either of you. Right now, you and the second prince are in a standoff. If something happens to both of you, the court will be thrown into chaos, and that is not what the Emperor wants. Your Highness, forget about those letters. Your main task is to win the Emperor's favor. The prince, still feeling anxious, replied, Even if my father wants to downplay this, the officials and the people won't agree. Withholding supplies and embezzling military funds are serious crimes. Of course, as the prince, he couldn't be executed, but he could very well lose his position. The advisors couldn't argue with him, so they quickly reminded him, "Your Highness, to avoid the emperor sending people to investigate, you must deal with the risks immediately." No prince would avoid colluding with officials. To prevent their own officials from turning against them, princes always kept some leverage. This leverage was a tool for controlling officials and also evidence of their wrongdoing. The prince nodded in agreement. It must be dealt with. After saying this, he opened the door to the secret chamber. However, the chamber was pitch black, and the illuminating pearl had gone out. The prince's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Bring a lamp." Two advisors sensed something was wrong. One quickly brought a lamp to the entrance of the chamber. The prince held 2 lamps and descended the stairs into the chamber. The chamber was empty, and his footsteps echoed. Although he had guessed this outcome, he still felt a wave of darkness. "Thieves." After squeezing out those 2 words, he immediately checked the hidden compartments in the walls. The compartments were also empty. The evidence against the officials hidden inside was gone. The prince struggled to breathe, dropping the oil lamp to the ground as darkness closed in. If that evidence fell into his father's hands, he couldn't bear to think about it. Just the thought made his head ache. Suddenly, an advisor's voice came through. "Your Highness, hurry out of the chamber. The study is flooding." The study was filled with books and papers, and after being ignited by Yi Chutang, the fire quickly grew. The prince looked at the flames at the entrance of the chamber and forgot about the stolen evidence, rushing out of the chamber. 2 advisors protected him as they exited the study. Disguised as a man, Yi Chutang appeared in the study, collecting the untouched books along with the bookshelf into her space. The prince knew the fire in the study was beyond saving and said, "Don't let the fire spread." He dropped that sentence and quickly walked to his yard. As he expected, all the valuable things were gone. The storage room had been completely emptied. He kicked the wall in frustration. Ghost thief. With so much gold and silver in the prince's residence, why didn't he steal from there? Yu Chutang, who was emptying the crown prince's residence and preparing to leave, kindly explained, "I enjoy watching helpless mortals get flustered." She spoke in a deep, hollow male voice, as if it came from the underworld. The crown prince broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Someone, there's an assassin." Yu Chutang ignored the frightened crown prince and vanished to the second prince's residence. Unlike the anxious crown prince, the second prince appeared very calm and was already asleep. However, his yard was surrounded by layers of guards. They were likely preparing for a sudden attack from the emperor, ensuring his escape. Colluding with high-ranking officials and hoarding weapons and supplies was a capital offense. Even if the emperor showed mercy due to their father-son relationship, the best outcome for him would be lifelong imprisonment. The second prince's setup made it easier for Yu Chutang. In less than 15 minutes, she had completely looted the second prince's residence, not even sparing the surrounded yard. The guards could stop outsiders, but they couldn't stop her from vanishing. As she left, Yu Chutang neutralized the second prince's sleeping potion. While he was still half asleep, she whispered in his ear, "Don't blame me. It was the crown prince who wanted to kill you." After saying that, she took out a dagger stolen from the crown prince's residence and made a quick cut on the second prince's neck. His survival instinct allowed him to dodge the fatal, but he was still injured. "Someone, there's an assassin." Before he finished speaking, the guards burst in. Yu Chutang threw the dagger at the second prince, vanished, and returned to the prince's residence. With too many enemies, she took her time moving the supplies, not in a hurry. After nearly 2 hours of chaos, she quickly fell asleep. The next day, Yu Chutang was awakened by noise. She vaguely heard something about morning greetings and the new bride serving tea. She sat up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and instinctively wanted to call for Dan, but then remembered she was in the prince's residence. Yu Chutang put on her bright red formal attire, folded the bedding neatly, and placed it in the corner. She came out from the inner room and greeted the old lady Chi. "Mother, I woke up late." Old lady Chi was not angry at all and smiled. "It's fine. Being late is no problem." After that, she told Yu Chutang to wash up. The servants had prepared water and placed it at the corner where the main hall and the side hall met. The chief family members were all ready, leaving only her. Yu Chutang didn't feel embarrassed. She just hadn't gotten used to brushing her teeth with willow branches. She went to Tianshan County to make a toothbrush. After washing up, the servant brought breakfast. It was mushroom and chicken porridge with vegetable buns. The porridge was soft and smooth, and Yi Chudang thought it was good, eating 2 bowls. After the meal, the chief family had nothing to do and stared at each other. Yi Chutang, feeling bored, asked the imperial guard to bring her some writing supplies to compose poetry. She used various calligraphy styles and wrote 5 poems, each with 10 lines. After finishing, she drew a realistic sketch of Qi Yanzhou with charcoal. Qi Hian was amazed when he saw it. It looks just like him. Can you teach me, sister-in-law? He was very interested in poetry and painting, but unfortunately, he lacked talent and was still at the stage of entertaining himself. Previously, he scoffed at the praise for Yi Chutang, thinking it was exaggerated. After seeing her work today, he wished he could slap himself. Yi Chutang was not familiar with Qi Hian and simply replied no. After that, she handed the finished sketch and the 50 poems to the imperial guard, along with 2 pieces of silver. Please take these to the poetry house and give them to the manager to sell for me. Each poem is worth 500 taels, and the poetry house takes a 20% commission. If anyone wants a portrait, it's 1,000 taels. Since she had some free time, she thought she might as well make some extra money. Once they left the wealthy capital, earning money wouldn't be so easy. The imperial guard knew that Yi Chudang had a special relationship with the emperor and didn't mind the small amount of silver as he accepted the paintings and poems. Rest assured, Madam Qi, I will deliver them to the manager of the poetry house. After the guard left, Yi Chutang stretched her wrist out to Qi Yanzhou. It hurts, help me massage it. Aunt Sue, with a bruised face, mocked her. Isn't the young lady from the countryside? Why are you so delicate? Painting and writing poetry, such elegant tasks, have turned into hard labor for you. Yi Chutang looked at Aunt Sue, who never learned from her past. My hard work is worth a high price. How much is your elegance worth? As she spoke, she flicked the ink brush like a sword towards Aunt Sue. It was so fast that she couldn't react in time. The brush cut across her delicate face, staining the small wound with ink. No wonder you're the famous slim horse of Yangzhou, so delicate. Ever since Aunt Sue entered the prince's residence and gained favor, no one mentioned her past. Now, being publicly humiliated by Yi Chudang, she felt extremely embarrassed. Seeing Aunt Sue's flushed face and her humiliation, Yi Chutang added, the road to exile is long. Without money, you will have no place to be buried. This scared Aunt Sue, making her face turn pale. She realized that the value of her and her daughter's jewelry combined was not even worth one of Yi Chutang's paintings, so she immediately knelt down. Young madam, I'm not very clever. Please don't hold it against me. Right now, Yi Chutang was the richest in the Qi family. If they wanted to enjoy a good life during their exile, they needed to win her over. While enjoying Qi Yanzhou's massage, Yi Chutang casually said, I tend to hold grudges. If you want my forgiveness, you'll need to show some real effort. She didn't want to deal with scheming every day, and using Aunt Sue as an example was just right. Aunt Sue suppressed her humiliation and crawled to Yi Chutang's feet. Young madam, my massage technique is quite good. Would you like to try? Qi Jingyao couldn't bear to watch her mother's flattering behavior and went to another room. Yi Chutang nodded, then let's give it a try. Although Aunt Sue could be annoying, her massage skills were impressive. Before long, Yi Chutang felt drowsy. Qi Yanzhou looked at her delicate wrist and felt a bit sorry for her. He didn't stop Yi Chutang from making money because he wanted her to have control over finances and the confidence to lead the Qi family. Life in exile was tough. Whoever had money was king. Before long, a member of the imperial guard returned from the poetry house, looking excited. He handed Yi Chutang a thick stack of silver notes. Madam Qi, your artwork has been sold out. The manager of the poetry house didn't take a cut, so here are 25,000 taels in silver. Please count it. Not just the guards, but even the Qi family members were shocked, their eyes wide. Earning 25,000 taels in an hour was something no one else in the entire Beichen kingdom could match. Yi Chutang had already anticipated this outcome and calmly accepted the silver notes. Are there people wanting portraits? Yes, but most of them want portraits of their elders. However, Madame Qi cannot leave the prince's residence. After saying this, the guard handed Yi Chutang a list of people who wanted portraits, which had over 30 names. These people were the first to hear the news at the poetry house. If the word spread, many more would want portraits. Yi Chutang looked at the list and smiled. I can't leave, but the people wanting portraits can come here. Qi Yanzhou didn't want Yi Chutang to tire herself out. We have enough money. There's no need for portraits. He had already arranged everything for their journey, so they wouldn't lack for silver. Yi Chutang knew Qi Yanzhou was reluctant to see her work hard. She smiled and said, no one will complain about having too much silver. It's just a bit of effort. If I can earn it, why not? With that, she handed the guard a 50-tael silver note. Please, could you run to the poetry pavilion again and ask those who want a portrait to come to the entrance of the prince's residence? The guard, earning only 10 taels of silver a month, quickly took the silver note to get the job done. After he left, Qi Hian curiously asked, writing poetry is faster and earns more money. Why does my second sister-in-law want to do portraits? A portrait takes half an hour to earn 1,000 taels, while writing poetry can earn 25,000 taels in the same time. Qi Yanzhou answered for Yi Chutang, things are valuable because they are rare. 2/4 of an hour later, the guard brought many people who wanted portraits. Yi Chutang stood at the entrance of the prince's residence and said, I can draw one in half an hour, 6 a day, totaling 15. Those who pay first get a spot, and then the others can come according to the schedule I set. There were more than 15 people, but few had 1,000 taels of silver in hand. Madam Qi, please wait. I have sent someone to get the silver. Please save a spot for me. I only look at the money, not the people. Around noon, Guangju Pavilion delivered 2 dishes. Yi Chutang's 15 spots were just filled. She arranged the portrait times based on the order of payment. Everyone, I won't wait past the time. After saying this, she collected the silver notes and returned to the main hall for lunch. After Yi Chutang showed her ability to earn money, those who were hostile towards her hid their thoughts. They also stopped complaining about her enjoying the good dishes. Yi Chutang didn't eat alone, but she didn't share with everyone either. From the dishes sent by Guangju Pavilion, she only shared with the 2 elders of the Qi family and Qi Yanzhou. After lunch, she took a walk in the corridor to digest. Then she went to the East Side Hall for a nap. When Yi Chutang woke up, she began to paint portraits. In 2 hours, she completed 3 portraits. Those who received the portraits praised her work and left happily. Qi Yanzhou noticed her inky hands and handed her a clean cloth soaked in water. Are you tired? Yi Chutang shook her wrist and smiled. I rest after finishing each one, so I'm not tired. While she wiped her hands, Qi Yanzhou tidied up the painting tools and placed them in the corridor of the main hall. For dinner, there was braised fish. As soon as the dish was served, Yi Chutang felt a bit nauseous from the faint fishy smell. Seeing her pale face, Qi Yanzhou quickly helped her to stand. Are you feeling a bit tired? Let me help you to the side hall to rest for a while. Yi Chutang held back the rising nausea and nodded. Okay, I feel a bit dizzy. Qi Yanzhou picked up Yi Chutang and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, you eat first. Don't worry about me and Chutang, just leave the dishes sent by Guangjuxuan. After saying this, he carried Yi Chutang to the East Side Hall. Aunt Sue couldn't help but mutter, just to have a meal alone. He even pretends to be sick.
Bang!
Old Master Qi slammed his chopsticks on the table. If you can't keep your mouth shut even during a meal, then don't eat. If it weren't for wanting to know the Emperor's actions from Aunt Sue, he would have already sent this restless woman away. Seeing that the old master, who used to dote on her, now looked at her disapprovingly, Aunt Sue felt wronged and tears filled her eyes.
Master.
Just as she was about to act spoiled, the old master scolded, Get out. Aunt Sue, who came from a well-known family, quickly realized he was truly angry and dared not say anything more, immediately leaving the main hall. Old Master Qi worried she would disturb Yi Chutong's rest and added, "Stand outside and reflect on yourself." Then he turned to old Madam Qi. "Chutang looks unwell. You should check on her and see if we need to call a doctor." "Yes, master." Old Madam Qi hurried to the east side hall. Hearing footsteps, Yi Chutang pressed some acupressure points to suppress the discomfort. "Chutang, where do you feel unwell? Do you need a doctor?" Seeing Yi Chutong's face improve, Qi Yanzhou reminded, "Mom, Chutong's medical skills are unmatched." Old Madam Qi gave Qi Yanzhou a light slap on the back. "How can you not care for her? Chutang is unwell, and you still let her treat herself." Yi Chutang forced a faint smile and made up an excuse. "Mom, I'm fine. I probably just didn't rest well after choosing a bed last night. The Imperial Guard is quite accommodating. Should we have them bring the wedding bed to the side hall? There's no need to go through all that. I can just sleep a couple more nights." Old Madam Qi interrupted Yi Chutang. "Chutang, you definitely didn't rest well on the journey. If you can enjoy comfort, there's no need to suffer." After saying this, she left the side hall and looked at the Imperial Guard who had taken Yi Chutong's gold hairpin. "Please, could you move Chutong's wedding bed to the side hall? She's been sleeping on the floor, and her health has worsened." Yi Chutang wanted to stop her, but Qi Yanzhou said, "Sleeping on a bed is indeed more comfortable. All right, there's no need to force yourself to endure hardship." The Imperial Guard, already worried about Yi Chutong's condition, quickly agreed. Soon, the wedding bed, draped in bright red curtains, was brought into the side hall. It was placed in the corner and didn't take up much space. Qi Yanzhou prepared the wedding bed and gently placed Yi Chutang on the soft mattress. "Sit here, I'll get the food." He brought the dishes from Guangzhouxuan to Yi Chutang. "Chutang, you can just eat the food from Guangzhouxuan in the future." After saying this, he took a small piece of braised lion's head and offered it to her lips. After she finished eating, she asked, "You are so nice to me. Aren't you worried that the Imperial Guard will tell the Emperor and raise suspicions?" Qi Yanzhou fed her another spoonful of lion's head. He smiled and said, "You now hold 40,000 taels of silver notes. If I pamper you, you'll have money to spend, and the Qi family will prosper." To the Emperor, he could bend or be flexible, and to please a woman for the sake of the Qi family was something he could do. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "So you don't mind me making money from poetry? This is your plan. If you make money, I can treat you well openly, and you can take charge of the Qi family. It's a win-win." Yi Chutang took another bite of the braised lion's head. "Let's eat together. I can't finish it alone." The two chatted and shared the food from Guangzhouxuan. After eating, Yi Chutang strolled in the yard to digest. Qi Yanzhou inquired about the progress of the Imperial Guard's investigation into weapons. Upon learning there was no progress, he felt anxious and helpless. After finishing his performance, he practiced martial arts in the corridor. Yi Chutang, feeling bored, joined him, meditating to practice her internal energy. Now that she was pregnant, she couldn't train vigorously, so practicing internal energy was good enough. In the following 2 days, Yi Chutang painted portraits during the day, practiced internal energy in the evening, and at night, she emptied her enemies' storerooms. She was busy and fulfilled. Everyone thought the ghost thief would target the prince of Chen's residence. However, the decree for exile was almost issued, yet none of the valuables in the front yard were missing. Then someone noticed that the officials whose wealth had been stolen had some grievances with the Qi family. As a result, they reported Qi Yanzhou during the morning court session on the 3rd day. "Your Majesty, although I have no evidence, those who were robbed today all had conflicts with Qi Yanzhou." "Yes, Your Majesty, there can't be such a coincidence. The ghost thief must be connected to Qi Yanzhou. The ghost thief framing the prince of Chen's residence is completely unfounded. Qi Yanzhou must have rebellious intentions. Your Majesty, Qi Yanzhou is exploiting the lack of evidence to find loopholes. He cannot be trusted." Although the emperor was pleased with the accusations, he knew that a case needed evidence to be judged. Even false evidence would suffice. But these ministers were only speculating, which made him increasingly irritated. Qinzheng noticed the emperor's displeasure and interrupted the chattering officials. Gentlemen, if you are just guessing, then please stop. Otherwise, I could also say that you are involved with a ghost thief, and that you intentionally let them steal from your home to clear your name. Lord Qin, just because you have a good relationship with Qi Yanzhou doesn't mean you can slander us without proof. So Lord Wang knows the term slander, too. I thought you didn't understand it.
You.
The emperor, annoyed by the noise, shouted, "Enough. This is the Golden Hall, not a marketplace." The bustling Golden Hall immediately fell silent. The emperor asked daily, "Have you found the source of the weapons from the Prince of Chen's residence?" The Minister of Justice and the governor of the capital stepped forward. "I am incompetent." Qinzheng moved a step forward, standing in the center of the Golden Hall, and bowed to the emperor. "I have found a clue." The clue was given to Qinzheng by someone from Qi Yanzhou. He was told to send a low-ranking official to deliver the clue to the emperor, but he ended up presenting it himself. The emperor's expression darkened visibly. The chancellor is quite skilled. The Minister of Justice and the governor of the capital found nothing, yet you have a clue. Qinzheng extended the clue forward. "I just got lucky." At the emperor's instruction, I took the clue from Qinzheng and handed it to Lord Da. After reviewing it, Lord Da passed it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this is not much of a clue. It's all speculation." The clue from Qi Yanzhou was about Yi Chutong's dowry of 128 items. The dowry boxes seemed heavy when they were carried into the Prince of Chen's residence, and the servants struggled with them. However, the boxes contained only a few light items. One box was full of dust, which matched the dust on the weapons. This suggests that the weapons were likely smuggled into the storeroom by Yi Jingchuan through the dowry boxes to frame Qi Yanzhou. Of course, clues and speculation cannot serve as evidence. After reading the clue, the emperor's tension eased, and he looked coldly at Qinzheng. "Chancellor Qin, you are indeed meticulous, but unfortunately, these clues do not prove that the weapons did not come from the Prince of Chen's residence." Qinzheng replied, "Your Majesty is correct, but I believe that further investigation will yield results. The 3-day deadline has passed. Do you want me to break my word?" The emperor's authority was overwhelming, and Qinzheng immediately knelt. "I dare not, The emperor interrupted Qinzheng, displeased. "Dear Qin, I keep my promises. If you can find evidence of the Prince of Chen's innocence before noon, I will immediately restore the Qi family's title." Qi Yanzhou achieved his goal of handing over the clues to Qinzheng. He wanted to use the emperor's sense of crisis to settle the exile matter quickly. Qinzheng bowed deeply, saying, "I obey your command." After that, he stood up and mentioned Yi Jingchuan, who was confined in the Ministry of Personnel. "Your Majesty, the matter of Minister Yi and the 2 princes has been on hold for 3 days." This statement completely angered the emperor. He slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne, exclaiming, "Is the Prime Minister teaching me how to do my job?" "I dare not," Qinzheng replied. "Qin Aiqing has overstepped his bounds. I order you to return to the Grand Tutor's residence for 10 days of reflection and a month's salary deduction." Qinzheng had expected this outcome. "I thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." He knew that after the emperor dealt with the Qi family, he would turn against those closely related to them. Qin Muyun and Qi Yanzhou were good brothers, and the Grand Tutor's residence would be the first target. So, he deliberately angered the emperor, willingly accepting punishment to avoid the emperor's wrath during his peak anger. After Qinzheng left the Hall of Golden Yuan, no one dared to provoke the emperor again. The emperor inquired about the flooding in Jiangnan. The Ministry of Revenue quickly responded, "Your Majesty, the rain in Jiangnan has stopped. Although there has been an outbreak of disease, food and medicine have been delivered in time, and the situation is under control. Do not let your guard down. All incoming and outgoing personnel in the capital must be strictly checked." After the emperor finished speaking, he prepared to leave the court.
Bang, bang, bang.
The deep sound of drums echoed. Someone was beating the drum at the palace entrance. The officials were very curious about who was drumming. Before long, the guards at the drum arrived outside the Hall of Golden Yuan. During this time, The drumming continued. The emperor, not waiting for the eunuchs outside to announce, said, "Come in and speak." "Why has the drumming not stopped?" The guard immediately entered the hall, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, there are more than 10 people beating the drum, and each has someone to accuse." Upon hearing this, all the officials were shocked. The emperor asked, "Who are they? Do they know the consequences of beating the drum?" "They are the families of court officials, accusing other ministers." "Be clear. The household of Lord Wang has been robbed, and his servants saw Lord Wang's favorite Ru porcelain bowl being used to feed dogs at the door of Dr. Chen's residence." The officials explained each accusation clearly. In short, the stolen items from several officials were openly found in other people's homes. Normally, in such a situation, they should report to the authorities. Instead, they came to beat the drum and disturb the emperor, clearly indicating someone was behind this. The officials immediately knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, the servants beating the drum did not act on our orders. They must have been misled by the ghost thief." As soon as he finished speaking, another officer guarding the drum arrived at the palace. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report." The emperor sensed it was not good news and rubbed his forehead in annoyance.
Speak.
The officer quickly presented a recently received secret letter. "Your Majesty, someone placed a secret letter on the drum, which fell out with the drum's vibrations. The letter reveals that several officials are plotting rebellion. Please review it." Hearing the word rebellion made the emperor's head ache. "Present it." But upon reading the letter, he angrily threw it down in the palace. The ghost thief is relentless. The letter, supposedly written by the ghost thief, claimed that during his thefts at the officials' homes, he found hidden weapons and even specified their locations. After reading the letter, the officials bowed their heads in loyalty. "Your Majesty, I swear on my family's life that I have no intention of rebellion and do not possess any weapons. I have always been loyal to you, Your Majesty, and have never harbored any ill thoughts. Please see my loyalty." This is a frame-up by the ghost thief. As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials immediately thought of Qi Yanzhou. The emperor knew that the ghost thief was trying to frame the officials to destroy the court and bring down the Northern Star Kingdom. He ordered De to retrieve the letter and publicly tear it up. "All of you may rise. The ghost thief has malicious intentions, and I will not fall into his trap. To prevent anyone from making a big deal out of this, I will send the Imperial Guard to visit your residences. If the weapons are non-existent, that would be good. If they do exist, they must be quietly removed to avoid giving certain people a chance to clear the name of the Chenwang mansion." The officials understood the emperor's thoughts and immediately bowed in gratitude. "We obey your command." The emperor wanted to avoid any further issues and quickly ended the morning court session. As the officials left the palace, they saw the servants who had beaten the drums severely punished, nearly losing their lives. At noon, the emperor's decree was delivered to the Chenwang mansion. By the will of heaven, the emperor declares that the Chenwang mansion has secretly stored 3,000 weapons. I am grateful for the... There is a lot of unnecessary talk, but the main point is that the Qi family is plotting rebellion. The emperor, being kind-hearted, decides not to punish the entire family due to their ancestors' merits. Now, all the assets of the Chenwang mansion are confiscated, and the Qi family will be exiled to the northwest Tianshan County, departing early tomorrow. After reading the imperial decree, Granda said, "Qi Yanzhou, the emperor has graciously allowed the Qi family to send one person to gather supplies for the journey." Qi Yanzhou took the decree. Long live the emperor. Although the Qi family requested exile, it is not a vacation. Be mindful of your behavior and do not think of escaping. I obey. Granda looked at Yi Chutang and said, "The emperor wishes to request a piece of your calligraphy." Yi Chutang bowed. "Please wait a moment, I will be right back." She wrote a satirical poem and handed it to Granda. As he took the poem, he secretly passed her a small pouch. Yi Chutang felt it was an antidote for a temporary paralysis remedy. After hiding the pouch in her sleeve, she stepped back to the flowering tree at the door and bowed. "I respectfully send off the Grand." Granda waved to the imperial guards, "Take these confiscated items to the treasury." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire courtyard quickly collapsed into the ground. All the valuables and the guarding imperial guards disappeared, leaving only a large, square black hole. Yi Chutang pretended to be frightened and sat down on the ground. She touched the soil under the tree, transmitting a recorded message from her space underground. The message played, "With a foolish ruler, the North Star Kingdom is doomed." Once the recording finished, Yi Chutang stored the device back in her space. Qi Yanzhou immediately came over to help her up. "Are you okay, Tang?" Yi Chutang shook her head and pulled back her foot that was hovering over the black hole. "I'm fine, just a little startled." Qi Yanzhou had heard stories about the ghost thief causing entire houses to sink underground. He found it hard to believe until he saw it with his own eyes and was deeply shocked. So, he didn't think much of Yi Chutang being scared, as he was also startled by the sudden collapse. Fortunately, the ghost thief is not our enemy. Otherwise, we could be gone in an instant. Yi Chutang needed to focus on using her earth powers and didn't respond to Qi Yanzhou. The massive black hole was visibly filling up with yellow soil at a rapid pace, becoming level once again. But the bluestone slabs are gone, the valuables are gone, and the Imperial Guard is also gone. The Stunda regained his senses and shouted angrily, "Get someone here. Hurry and dig." He knew it was pointless, but he had to do something. The Imperial Guards outside the mansion rushed into the prince's residence, using their swords to dig in the dirt. The tools were inadequate, and digging turned into a joke. Dill looked at the group of fools, feeling dizzy with anger. "Quickly go find shovels and hoes." Just as he finished speaking, a guard's head popped out of the ground. His face was covered in mud, and dirt was all over his head, making it hard to see his features. Soon, many more heads appeared from the ground. The leader of the Imperial Guards counted and found 53 people, matching the number of missing guards. He approached Qi Yanzhou and asked, "Young Master Qi, where are the shovels and hoes in the mansion?" They needed to dig the people out quickly. Otherwise, the dirt pressing on their chests could be fatal. Qi Yanzhou, who was not familiar with these tools, genuinely didn't know where they were kept. The officials should ask the servants in the mansion. After saying this, he ignored the matter of the stolen valuables and called the Qi family members to the main hall to discuss purchasing supplies. The Qi family already understood that exile meant hardship. The path of exile was fixed. Besides reporting to each state for supplies, they usually took back roads and occasionally had to cross mountains. So, even if they had money, they couldn't buy food all the way. They needed to prepare pots, bowls, rice, flour, oil, and seasonings to cook for themselves. If they didn't want to cook, they would have to eat the steamed buns provided by the officials. They wouldn't starve, but they would wish they could. Moreover, the journey was long, conditions were harsh, and it was easy to get sick. So, they also needed to prepare some common medicinal herbs. The Qi family, used to a life of comfort, had no idea how to live. Yi Chutang, this countrywoman, made a shopping list for them. It was densely packed on 2 pages, making their eyes hurt. "You don't know how to choose these items, so I'll go buy them." As soon as she said this, Aunt Sue was the first to agree. The lady grew up in the countryside. She is the best person to buy what is needed for exile. Whoever goes to buy things means they will spend the money. In her view, Yi Chutang had plenty of silver notes, so it was only natural for her to cover the family's expenses. Yi Chutang had no objections, but she wouldn't be taken advantage of. The items purchased will be used by everyone, so the costs should be shared equally. Aunt Sue frowned. "Is it really necessary to be so precise within a family?" "You're right, Aunt. A family shouldn't be so calculating, so you can buy these things." "No way." Yi Chutang laughed mockingly. "So, you just want to take advantage, huh?" Su Inyang's cheeks flushed from the ridicule. "I don't want to take advantage. I just think it's unfair for us 3 concubines to share the costs. Due to regulations, the jewelry worn by concubines and illegitimate children cannot compare to that of the elders and the newlyweds." She already had little jewelry, and sharing the expenses felt like a loss. Yi Chutang looked at the calculating Su Inyang and said nonchalantly, "If you don't want to contribute, then don't." Su Inyang looked at Yi Chutang suspiciously, thinking she was trying to trick her. "Really? I don't have to give anything?" If you don't want to, then don't. Who else would want to share? Although Gao Inyang hadn't interacted much with Yi Chutang, she knew she wasn't someone to be taken advantage of. So she remained silent. Su Inyang asked, Madam, if we don't share the costs, does that mean we can't use the things we buy? Yi Chutang nodded. Of course, if you want to use them, you'll have to rent them. If you want to eat food cooked with these tools, you'll need to buy them. Upon hearing this, Su Inyang asked cautiously, How much is the rent? And how much to buy? That depends on what you rent. If it's just pots and bowls, it's not expensive, about 10 coins for one use. But if you want rice or flour, it will be at least 3 times the market price. You're being too greedy, aren't you? You don't have to buy anything. I won't force you. Gao Inyang's son, Chi Yun, chimed in. In the middle of nowhere, it's great to find anything to buy. 3 times the price isn't too much. Su Inyang muttered, Then I'll just buy some in the capital and bring it along. She thought that with just her and her daughter, they wouldn't eat much, so sharing wasn't worth it. They could buy a little and restock in each state they visited. Yi Chutang was more than happy to cook for fewer people. That's fine. Once I'm done shopping, you can buy whatever you need. Then she asked Su Inyang and Gao Inyang, What about you two? Gao Inyang asked, Madam, our clothes aren't worth much, and we definitely can't afford the expenses for the journey. If we run out of money, will we only be able to eat the flatbreads given by the officials? Of course not. As long as you work hard and do your part, there will be food to eat. This reassured Gao Inyang and Su Inyang. Old Madam Chi handed all her jewelry to Yi Chutang. Some were hers, and some belonged to the old master. Chutang, from now on, the Chi family will be under your care. After hesitating for a moment, Su Inyang also handed over all her jewelry to Yi Chutang. Madam, you can sell these. Money is more useful. She was previously a secondary wife and had many valuable pieces of jewelry, worth at least 2,000 taels. If she didn't give them to Yi Chutang, it would be enough for her and her son to live frugally until they reached Tianshan County. But she was smart and knew it wasn't wise to distance herself from the main family. Chi Hian followed her example. He gave Yi Chutang his gold crown, jade pendant, and gemstone belt. This is all I have, I hope you don't mind, second sister-in-law. In fact, he had hidden a few silver notes in his clothes for emergencies. Yi Chutang accepted the gifts from Aunt Su and her son. As long as you both are honest and hardworking, Zhou, and I will take good care of you. Then she turned to Aunt Gao. Have you made your decision? After a moment of silence, Aunt Gao nodded. Like Sister Su, I want to buy things for our exile. She knew the emperor would not spare the Qi family. They might not survive, so instead of living a hard life, it was better to enjoy what they could. If they were lucky enough to escape the pursuit, their husband would surely take care of them. After the family discussed everything, they began to have lunch. Due to the incident at the Chunwangfu, the waiter at Guangji Xian was stopped by the Imperial Guard and couldn't deliver food. Yi Chutang had a quick bite and then left the Chunwangfu under the watch of 4 Imperial Guards. In ancient times, newlyweds had to wear bright red clothing for the first month of marriage. Dressed in red, Yi Chutang attracted a lot of attention, and she could hear various comments along the way. Miss Yi is so unfortunate. She hasn't even enjoyed a day as Princess Chen before having to suffer with the Qi family in exile. I heard, she volunteered. What loyalty! The Qi family can't carry or lift anything. Miss Yi will surely have a hard time on this journey. Sigh. How come young Master Qi and Miss Yi, who care so much for the people, don't get rewarded? Listening to the people's discussions, Yi Chutang went to the transport shop. She bought a cart for carrying goods, had it reinforced, and purchased the strongest donkey. The officials responsible for the exile would use the cart for transport, and since the Qi family requested the exile, using a cart wasn't against the rules. Yi Chutang led the donkey to Xinglin Hall and bought some commonly used medicines. Shopkeeper Lin refused to take any money and even gave her some internal and external injury medicine, along with a century-old ginseng for emergencies. Madam Qi, take care. Yi Chutang met Shopkeeper Lin's reluctant gaze and waved her hand casually. We'll meet again, if fate allows. After that, she went to the grain and oil store across the street. She stocked up on enough rice, flour, and oil for half a month, along with various seasonings. She went to the dry goods store, the vegetable market, the blacksmith shop, the clothing store, the tool shop, the vegetable market, and the fruit stand. Her cart quickly filled up with items. Yi Chudang checked her list and bought everything she needed. On her way back to the prince's residence, she stopped by a pastry shop. Then she heard some big news. I thought the emperor wouldn't take action against the minister's family, but unexpectedly, they were suddenly exiled. Colluding with the prince, hoarding food and weapons. How could the emperor let Yi Jingchuan go? With Yi Jingchuan down, what about the two princes? Why haven't we heard anything about them? The ones most likely to take the throne are the crown prince and the second prince. The emperor needs them to balance the court, so he won't touch them. The Yi family wasn't completely destroyed, they were only exiled. It seems Yi Jingchuan took the blame for the two princes. After paying for her pastries, Yi Chutang came out and asked the people discussing at the door, "Excuse me, where has the Yi family been exiled to?" The group recognized Yi Chutang and quickly replied, "Northwest, to Linzhou City." Linzhou City is a border town in the northwest, known for its constant warfare and harsh conditions, very different from Tianshan County. Yi Chutang understood that the emperor arranged for Yi Jingchuan to be exiled to the northwest to deal with the Qi family. "Thank you." After saying that, she went to the nearby restaurant and reserved a large table of delicacies. Coincidentally, she overheard another big piece of news. The prince's family has been imprisoned in Dingzhou. Their lives are essentially over. The emperor has shown some mercy to his brother, providing food and drink, but they are not free. Yes, the son and daughter sentenced to a year in prison are also going to Dingzhou, which is a kind of pardon. To get to the northwest, they must pass through Dingzhou. Will the Qi family and the Zhao family travel together? Hearing this, Yi Chutang understood everything. The emperor's arrangement was to use Zhao Mingxiu to eliminate the Qi family. Whether it succeeds or fails, the emperor can hide comfortably. Yi Chutang could already imagine how lively the journey to exile would be. "Boss, please send the meal to the prince's residence at 7:30. After saying that, she paid the bill and left. Back at the prince's residence, Yi Chutang led the donkey to the stable, fed it some hay, and then went to the front yard. The imperial guard buried in the ground had been dug up. The front yard was left with several holes. Since there was no need to guard the valuables, many of the imperial guards had withdrawn. The servants sold by the prince's residence were also arranged to leave. Those with money paid double to redeem themselves and left the prince's residence. Those without money would be sent to serve in the homes of other officials. Yi Chutang handed the shopping bill to Qi Yanzhou. Here are the details for everyone to see. She bought mostly high-quality daily necessities, which were not cheap, totaling nearly 300 taels. For snacks and a reserved meal, she spent over 100 taels from her own pocket. Before leaving the capital, they should enjoy a good meal. Qi Yanzhou didn't look at the details and passed it to Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue didn't take it and respectfully said, "Madam is in charge. All expenses are decided by her." She knew her place well and wouldn't do anything to annoy others. Seeing Aunt Sue being so sensible, Yi Chutang took back the bill. If no one knew how much she bought, no one would suspect the quantity used didn't match. The food prepared in the space could then be put to good use. Of course, the difference in quantity couldn't be too large. Otherwise, with Qi Yanzhou's sharpness, he would definitely notice. She yawned, "I'm a bit tired from shopping. I'll go rest for a while." Aunt Sue quickly called out to Yi Chutang, "Madam, can I see the shopping list?" She wanted to know what items were needed and their prices for reference. Yi Chutang noticed Aunt Sue's intentions and replied with 2 words, "Not allowed." After saying that, she glanced at Qi Yanzhou and entered the East Side Hall. Aunt Sue pouted, "If you won't show it, then fine." After that, she went shopping under the watch of the Imperial Guard. Qi Yanzhou noticed Yi Chutang had something to say and called out to her back, "Atang, I need to talk to you. Come in and talk." Yi Chutang leaned against the headboard of the bed, while Qi Yanzhou sat on the edge, helping her with a leg massage. She closed her eyes in comfort and shared 2 pieces of news she had heard with Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou pressed her legs gently. Tang, don't worry. No matter how many changes occur, everything is under control. I trust you, but I'm afraid the news of the pregnancy can't be hidden for long. Once the emperor learns about the pregnancy, she, as an insider, would no longer receive inside information. If it can't be hidden, then let it be. You can relax a bit.
Lie down and sleep.
After becoming pregnant, she felt sleepy quickly. She replied with a soft and lay down. Don't massage anymore. My legs aren't tired. Go tell them it's time to pack. Okay, you sleep. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Yi Chutang slept for half an hour. When she woke up, she happened to see Aunt Sue returning from shopping. Aunt Sue was struggling under heavy bags, panting and out of breath. Her delicate clothes had been replaced with coarse linen, nearly soaked with sweat. Yaoer, come help. Qi Jingyao looked at the disheveled Aunt Sue with a frown of disapproval and reluctantly took the burden from her. Mother, what did you buy? It's so heavy. Pots, bowls, and food. I bought enough for half a month. It's so heavy. Will we even be able to walk after carrying this? Why didn't you buy a donkey? A donkey isn't expensive, just a few silver coins. Aunt Sue wanted to buy one too, but the Imperial Guard wouldn't allow it. They said that letting the Qi family buy a donkey for transport was already a mercy from the emperor. Yaoer, I'm of low status and don't deserve to buy a donkey. Qi Jingyao pouted unhappily. Then you should at least get a small cart. It would be easier than carrying it. Aunt Sue hit her head in frustration. I forgot. I'll go buy one right now. But the Imperial Guard said, you can't go out again. The Qi family only has one last chance to go out. Hearing this, Aunt Gao said, I'll go. She hadn't done her shopping yet. Aunt Sue quickly handed Aunt Gao a piece of silver. Sister, please bring back a small cart. I'm sorry for the trouble. Although she wasn't sure about prices, she knew a wooden cart was a common tool and shouldn't be too expensive. Aunt Gao looked at the silver in her hand and bluntly said, it's not enough. It should be enough. A small cart costs at most 300 coins, and this piece of silver is worth at least 500. 5 taels, and I'll help you bring the cart back. Aunt Sue widened her eyes in anger. 5 taels? Are you trying to cheat me? Aunt Gao was indeed trying to get more money. The more money she had, the better her journey would be. If you don't want to, then forget it. Seeing Aunt Gao turn to leave, Aunt Sue angrily called out to her. It's just 5 taels. I'll give it to you. Aunt Gao took the silver and happily went to shop. By the time it was past the hour of the rooster, the restaurant arrived on time with the meals. 10 signature dishes, all delicious and fragrant. As soon as the waiter left, Guangzhexuan also came to deliver the dishes. Since the lunch dishes hadn't been delivered, they brought 4 dishes in the afternoon. The table was filled to the brim. Yi Chutang invited the 2 elders of the Qi family and Qi Yanzhou to sit down. After they were seated, she planned to call Aunt Sue and Qi Hian. But Aunt Sue, smelling strongly of sweat, quickly pulled Qi Jingyao to sit down first. She greedily looked at the dishes on the table. The restaurant's food always smells better. Just the smell makes me hungry. Qi Yunan saw Aunt Sue about to pick up her chopsticks and quickly reminded her, my mother hasn't returned yet. Aunt Sue huffed in annoyance, thinking about the 5 taels of silver she lost. She walked slowly. We can't make everyone wait for her. If the food gets cold, it won't taste good, right, sir? Old Master Qi looked coldly at concubine Sue and scolded, leave the table with Yao Yao. Master, I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you angry with me? Concubine Sue said, feeling wronged, and glanced at Yi Chutang. Madam, who knows when concubine Gao will return? We can't wait for her forever. Yi Chutang mocked concubine Sue. Everyone who is eating is here, so we certainly won't wait. She then turned to concubine Sue. Aunt, come sit with third brother. Concubine Sue knew the food on the table was expensive and realized she was not planning to invite concubine Sue and concubine Gao to eat. She deliberately said, Madam, there's no need to spend so much, implying that concubine Sue and concubine Gao had not contributed money and did not deserve to eat. Yi Chutang smiled and replied, this is the last meal before leaving the capital, so spending is appropriate. Old Lady Chi nodded in agreement. Chu Tang is right. Consider it a farewell meal. She then looked at concubine Su, who had a grim expression. Su, if you want to eat, you need to pay. The Chi family can no longer afford to provide free meals. Concubine Su knew the meal was expensive and feared she would have to pay 30 taels. She was unwilling to spend the money. With a dark expression, she pulled her daughter Qi Jingyao to leave. If they didn't eat, it was no big deal. Food would soon be sent from the kitchen. Qi Yunan left the main hall with an awkward face. Once the annoying people had left, Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Let's eat while it's hot." Just as they began to eat, concubine Gao returned, pushing a small cart. At that moment, the kitchen's dishes were also ready. The four of them enjoyed a meal of 5 dishes and a soup, and it was quite satisfying. After the meal, Yi Chutang said, "I paid for this meal myself. I didn't use the family's money." She explained this to avoid being misunderstood as spending recklessly. Old Lady Qi gave Yi Chutang a playful glare. "We all ate this food. How can we let you pay?" Qi Yanzhou echoed. "Chutang, feel free to spend the family's money. If it runs out, I will find a way." Yi Chutang nodded. "Okay, is the luggage packed?" All packed. The valuable items from the prince's residence were confiscated. Anything of worth was not allowed to be taken. So the Qi family only packed some clothes and shoes. The imperial guards also restricted how much they could take, fearing they would sell items for silver. Not to mention they could only take 2 sets of clothes for the season, and they had to choose the old ones. Though there wasn't much, due to the thick winter clothing, each person had a bulging bundle. Qi Yanzhou said, "Atang, you only have summer clothes. When the weather gets cooler, I will buy you new ones." Yi Chutang nodded. "Okay, I bought some coarse cloth outerwear for everyone." On their journey, they couldn't dress too lavishly, as it would attract the attention of thieves. She took the coarse clothes from the cart and distributed them to the 5 people. "Rest early today to regain your strength." As night fell, everyone in the Qi family went to sleep. After a nap, Yi Chutang woke up, leaving the 5 people in the East Side Hall in a daze, and quietly left the prince's residence. She visited the royal summer resort to retrieve the plump leeches she had raised. Then, she strolled around the palace and collected a few dishes from the royal kitchen. After that, she took all the newly replenished medicinal herbs from the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Yi Chutang went to the ice cellar. Due to the cicadas, the ice blocks had mostly melted. She found the cicadas and put both the cicadas and the leeches back in the herbal room in her space. She also stored the intact ice blocks in her space. Finally, she collected the valuables she had buried underground today. Yi Chutang lay on her bed and entered her space. The growth of her merit points had slowed down significantly, indicating that the plague in Jiangnan was under control. She organized the gold and silver treasures from the prince's residence and left her space to continue sleeping. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chutang was startled awake by the sound of approaching footsteps. A long bamboo tube extended between the bed curtains. White smoke billowed from the opening of the bamboo tube. It was a sleeping powder. Yi Chutang suspected someone was after her money, so she had been cautious in recent days. Tonight, they finally showed up. She quickly blocked the smoke's exit and kicked the intruder away.
"Ah!"
A woman's scream rang out. Yi Chutang paused for a moment and pushed aside the bed curtains. The woman's scream not only woke the people in the East Side Hall, but Qi Yanzhou also rushed in immediately. Following him were the Imperial Guards carrying lanterns. The lanterns illuminated the East Side Hall. The women quickly wrapped themselves in blankets to avoid being seen by the men. Qi Yanzhou entered the inner room and immediately smelled the faint scent of the sleeping powder in the air. He covered his nose, held his breath, and opened the window. Before the Imperial Guards entered, he closed the bed curtains, shielding Yi Chutang, who was in her undergarments, inside. Before the Imperial Guards reached the inner room, they caught a whiff of the faint scent of the sleeping powder. "What happened?" Yi Chutang said, "You should ask Qi Jingyao about that. Ask her why she used sleeping powder on me." As soon as she said this, the Imperial Guards held their breath and approached the inner room. Qi Jingyao held her stomach, which had been kicked, and rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. She was only wearing an undergarment, which had become slightly loose, revealing her fair skin, and a pink undergarment. The Imperial Guard watched with excitement, unable to look away. One person stepped forward to help the sweating Qi Jingyao up. Although she was a concubine, she had been raised delicately. Her figure was slender and soft. The Imperial Guard felt that even a little pressure would break her arm and couldn't help but touch her again. "Miss Qi, what happened just now?" Qi Jingyao, in pain, struggled to stand and had to lean on the Imperial Guard. She felt disgusted but lacked the strength to push him away. Noticing the man's inappropriate gaze, she endured the pain and closed her open garment. "Sir, I heard a noise from inside and smelled a faint fragrance. I was worried something happened to my sister-in-law, so I came to check. But as soon as I reached the bedside, I was kicked down." Yi Chutang listened to Qi Jingyao's twisted words and sneered. "Are you saying the officials are just for show? That they didn't notice someone breaking into the prince's residence?" Qi Jingyao, now accustomed to the pain in her stomach, pushed the Imperial Guard away in disgust. Her eyes were red, filled with grievance. "Sister-in-law, I didn't mean that. I was worried that it was a ghost thief who broke in." Yi Chutang never expected that one day someone would use ghost thief to describe her military. She was both angry and amused. "Sir, if you want to know if Qi Jingyao is lying, just smell her breath. When I discovered someone was using a bamboo tube to sleeping powder into the bed curtains, I quickly blocked the opening with my finger. If the sleeping smoke couldn't escape, it would flow back, leaving a trace on the perpetrator's lips." Qi Jingyao thought her excuse was flawless, but she was caught by Yi Chutang. Her mind raced, and tears instantly flowed down her face. "Sister-in-law, I was worried about you, which is why I appeared inside. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but why accuse and humiliate me? I would rather die to prove my innocence." After saying this tragically, she slammed her head against the wall. Yi Chutang immediately pushed aside the bed curtains and leaned out. She saw Qi Jingyao sliding down the wall to the ground. The impact was heavy. Her forehead was injured, and blood flowed down her cheek into her mouth. The smell of blood masked the fragrance. The impact was also light. It only broke the skin, and there was no risk of a concussion or a life-threatening injury. The Imperial Guard was startled and quickly took out a first aid kit to treat Qi Jingyao's wound. The powder was sprinkled on the wound, causing sharp pain. Qi Jingyao trembled from the pain, letting out pitiful whimpers that tugged at the heart. At that moment, Aunt Sue, wrapped in a coat, entered the room. She held Qi Jingyao, whose face was covered in blood, crying loudly. "My dear daughter, why are you so troubled? How could you be so cruel as to leave me? Anyone unaware might think Qi Jingyao was already dead. Sir, you must stand up for Yaoer. She shouldn't suffer injustice." The Imperial Guard glanced at the unconscious Qi Jingyao and then at the smirking Yi Chutang. Currently, there was no evidence to prove Qi Jingyao's claims or to show that Yi Chutang was lying. They could only remain neutral. "This is your Qi family's matter. Handle it yourselves." After saying this, the Imperial Guard left with the lantern. The oil lamp in the east side hall had already been lit, brightening the room. Qi Yanzhou coldly watched Aunt Sue, who was crying sadly, and asked Yi Chutang, "Chutang, how do you plan to deal with these two?" Yi Chutang replied, "It's a bit noisy. Knock them out and throw them out."
All right.
"Chutang, there's still an hour until dawn, so sleep a bit more." Aunt Sue, seeing Qi Yanzhou approach, stepped back in fear. "Madam, are you trying to kill us both?" Yi Chutang's gaze was sharp. "Yes, hurry up and go away. You're annoying." With that, she closed the bed curtains. Qi Yanzhou knocked out Aunt Sue and Qi Jingyao with a swift move and tossed them into the courtyard. The door to the east side hall was shut. Old Madam Qi said, "Put out the lights and rest." With the lights off, Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao couldn't sleep at all, looking toward the inner room. They had a new understanding of Yi Chutang, feeling a sense of fear. Truly ruthless, she had brought ruin to the Yi family. Yi Chutang didn't care how others viewed her and quickly fell asleep. An hour passed and dawn arrived. The Imperial Guard called the Qi family to wake up. They were told to wash up, eat, and prepare to leave on time. Aunt Sue and Qi Jingyao also woke up. After lying in the courtyard for an hour, they felt sore all over and were covered in mosquito bites. Knowing no one would help them and feeling sorry for themselves, they quickly got up to tidy up. At dawn, the officers arrived to the Qi family into exile. There were 50 of them. From their strides, it was clear they were skilled and not ordinary guards. Qi and Zhou had never seen these people before and guessed they were from the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard is even more mysterious than the Emperor's Shadow Guard, specifically handling matters that benefit the country but must remain hidden from public view. For example, eliminating the Qi family members suspected of treason. Of course, the Dragon Guard will not take any action until they are far from the capital. The 10 members of the Qi family left the capital under the of officials. Qi Yanzhou drove a donkey cart, which was heavily loaded with several blankets, making it look quite full. Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao also brought a lot of items, each pushing a small cart behind. Qi Jingyao had her forehead wrapped in bandages, with faint blood seeping through, looking fragile and pitiful. Many citizens stood by the street to send off Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chudang, offering gifts. The two refused all items, saying the cart had no more space. Once they left the imperial city, Zhao Mingxiu's family and Yi Jingchuan's family were also being escorted at the city gate, waiting for the Qi family to join them for the journey north. There were quite a few guards escorting the two families, totaling 60 people. 50 of them were from the Dragon Guard, and 10 were official escorts for the exiles. The head of the escorting officials, Wu Qinggang, briefly explained the situation and arranged the formation. It's getting late. Let's set off. Zhao Mingxiu's family walked at the front. He was a flirt, having married 2 concubines in addition to his main wife and taken many others as well. However, his main wife, Zhu Rong, was very skilled in managing the household, so he only had 3 daughters from his concubines besides his legitimate children. When the edict for their confinement in Dingzhou was issued, all the concubines who had not borne children were dismissed. Now, only 10 people were heading to Dingzhou. Zhao Ximin hated Yi Chudang intensely, often glancing back with a fiery gaze. Her face, scarred from a fire and not properly treated after imprisonment, looked terrifying. The Qi family walked in the middle. Yi Chudang met Zhao Ximin's gaze and smirked mockingly, smiling provocatively. This journey into exile would surely not be boring. Yi Jingchuan's family walked at the back, shackled with chains. The Yi family was now small, consisting only of Yi Jingchuan, the elderly matriarch, Aunt Jiang, and Yi Xin. When Aunt Lu was surrounded by the imperial guards at the minister's residence, she knew trouble was coming. She bought a divorce certificate for 1,000 taels of silver. Aunt Jiang had previously been slapped 50 times by Yi Chudang, leaving her face disfigured, and it was still covered in scabs, looking quite tragic. Yi Xin, like Zhao Ximin, was spared from imprisonment by the emperor and went into exile with her family. She had often been bullied in prison, losing a lot of weight and covered in injuries. After walking for a short while, her face turned pale and she looked weak, as if she couldn't go on. But seeing Yi Chutang's back, her anger gave her strength, and she managed to keep up. Among the 3 families, only Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou had experienced hardship. The others usually traveled by sedan chair and rarely walked, taking breaks every few steps. With the hot weather, their pace slowed after walking 2 miles. Zhu Rong panted heavily. Sir, can we take a break? I really can't walk anymore. Zhao Ximin, with her injuries still healing, was sweating and in pain. Sir, let's stop for a moment and drink some water. Wu Qinggang snorted. We've already been walking slowly. Why take a break? We need to cover 50 miles a day. If you want to go day and night, that's not my problem. He struck the ground with his whip, sending dust flying. If you don't want to be punished, behave. I'll let you rest when it's time. Zhu Rong and Zhao Ximin dared not say anything more and gritted their teeth to continue walking. The ones who suffered the most were the Yi family members. With shackles and chains, they were not only burdened but also restricted in their movements. Their necks and ankles were bleeding from the chafing. After about half an hour, The elderly matriarch of the Yi family could no longer hold on and collapsed on the ground. Oh no, this is terrible. Seeing that most people were pale, Wu Qingang said, "Let's rest here for a short while." He then told the Yi family, "Hurry and apply medicine. Wrap your necks and ankles with cloth, or your wounds will get worse." The hot weather made it easy for wounds to get infected, and if not treated properly, it could be life-threatening. Yi Jingchuan, who had never endured such suffering, nodded with a pale face. "Thank you for the reminder, sir." He helped the matriarch up and called for Jiang to apply the medicine. The old matriarch held Yi Jingchuan's hand and whispered, "Chuaner, can you get some silver to bribe the guards and have these shackles removed? Otherwise, I won't survive 2 days."
Don't worry, mother.
"Once we are 100 miles from the capital, I will try," he reassured her. Right now, they were still in the capital, and the guards wouldn't dare take bribes. The Yi family helped each other with the medicine and bandaging, and once they finished, they continued their journey. It usually took an hour to walk from the royal city to Shirley Pavilion, but this group of pampered people took an hour and a half. This made the relatives waiting at Shirley Pavilion for the wedding party wait a long time. "They're here," someone shouted, and everyone stretched their necks to look toward the royal city. Junna, being short, couldn't see anything. He shook Song Jingning's arm and asked, "Sir, have you seen my older sister?" Song Jingning, tall and slender, looked at the approaching group, focusing on the middle. It was too far away for him to see clearly who was who, but he had a feeling that Yi Chutang was among them. As the group got closer, he realized he was right and couldn't help but smile. "I see her in the middle, wearing a straw hat, not getting sunburned." Junna stood on his toes to look in the direction Song Jingning pointed, but he only saw the guards surrounding the group. Fortunately, the exiled group arrived quickly. Wu Qingang said, "Let's rest for a quarter of an hour." As soon as he spoke, the family members knew he was in charge and rushed to give him money. "Sir, if it's convenient, I would like to say goodbye to my daughter." Everyone who handed over money said the same thing, though the person they wanted to say goodbye to varied. Wu Qingang graciously accepted the money and nodded. "Go ahead, keep it brief. Don't delay our journey." "Thank you, sir." The family members hurried to their loved ones.
Song Jingning po Junna to Yi Chutang.
"Mrs. Qi, I didn't expect to see you again at the 10-mile pavilion." Yi Chutang looked at the handsome Song Jingning and smiled. Yes, life is so unpredictable. After saying that, she took off her straw hat, crouched down, and looked at Junner, whose eyes were red. "Real men don't cry easily, hold it back." Junner nodded seriously, trying hard to hold back his tears, wiping his eyes with his hand. "Sister, when I grow up, I will come to find you in Tianshan County." "Okay, I'll be waiting. You must eat well, study hard, practice martial arts, and take care of yourself." Junner felt like crying again, looked up, and tried to hold it in. "I will remember what you said, sister." Then, he gave Yi Chutang all his savings. "Sister, I can't help much, and I don't have much money, but you must take it all." Yi Chutang smiled and playfully tapped Junner's nose, tucking the money into his arms. "This little bit of money isn't enough for your sister. Save up until you have 100,000 taels, and then give it to me." Song Jingning watched their interaction, feeling a bit jealous. He tightened his hand at his side, resisting the urge to pat Yi Chutang's head. Junu understood that Yi Chutang wasn't looking down on his money. She cared for him and didn't want him to be short on cash. "I will work hard to grow up, earn money, and make my sister's life better. All right, I will write to you when I have time." Yi Chutang said this, and reminded Junner a few more things. She stood up and looked at Song Jingning. "Young Master Song, thank you for bringing Junner to see us off. He will be a bother to the Song family from now on." Song Jingning looked at Yi Chutang's flushed face from the heat and frowned slightly. "Junner is a student at Huading Academy. It's only right to take care of him." After saying this, he handed over the bundle on his shoulder. Inside are some preserved fruits and nuts, as well as food and herbs to cool down and relieve the heat. "It's not worth much, so take it." Junner quickly added, "Elder sister, the teacher picked only the best and even bought some snacks that are only available in the capital." He wanted to pay, but the teacher wouldn't allow it. Song Jingning felt a bit embarrassed by Jun'er's words and cleared his throat. Traveling can be tough. You should have something good to eat. After Yi Chutang took the bundle, he took out 2 silver notes from his sleeve and handed them to her. This is a token of my father's goodwill. It's not much, so please don't refuse, Madam Chi. Although there were only 2 notes, each was worth 5,000 taels. Yi Chutang certainly wouldn't take the Song family's money. Please keep these silver notes, young Master Song, for when you build the academy in Tianshan County. The Song family has enough money for the academy. If you don't take this, I won't be able to explain to my father, and I might get in trouble. With that said, Yi Chutang had no choice but to accept the silver notes. Please tell the head of the Song family that this 10,000 taels will surely be worth it. All right, I will definitely pass that on. After Song Jingning finished speaking, he called Jun'er to the pavilion.
Get to work.
Teacher, I'm here. Yi Chutang was puzzled and looked toward the empty pavilion. The pavilion was slightly elevated, surrounded by trees, so she couldn't see what Song Jingning and Jun'er were doing. After a while, she saw Jun'er carrying a tray of sliced watermelon to distribute to the officials escorting them. Each time he handed one out, he would say, "My elder sister is Yi Chutang. Please take care of her." Yi Chutang watched Jun'er going back and forth with the watermelon, smiling. This brother was worth all the love. She shifted her gaze to the other family members who came to see them off. The most people came to send off Zhao Mingshu's family. After all, he was the emperor's brother, and who knows when he might be released from confinement and return to the capital. Plus, sending them off didn't cost much. So, his wife and concubines' families were all present, making it quite lively. In contrast, the Qi family was much quieter. Everyone knew the emperor wanted to eliminate the Qi family, so they kept their distance to avoid getting involved. Aside from the Qi matriarch's relatives, only Qin Muyun remained. Qin Muyun's injury hadn't fully healed. She looked thin and pale. He knew that Qi Yanzhou lacked nothing, so he didn't buy anything and instead stuffed some banknotes into his hands. "Ziqian, I am leaving the capital too." Qi Yanzhou was a bit surprised. "Huaixian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Is Master Qin not forcing you to marry anymore? I want to establish my career before starting a family." After kneeling in the ancestral hall for 2 days, I got my grandfather's approval. "That's great. You've spent over 10 years for the Qin family. It's time for you to go out and explore." Qin Muyun glanced at Yi Chutang, a smile appearing on his face. "Someone once told me that family is important, but I shouldn't be limited to one place for the rest of my life." Everyone was moving forward, and he couldn't stay in one spot. This difficult world needed to change, and he wanted to contribute. Qi Yanzhou placed his hand on Qin Muyun's shoulder and sincerely apologized. "Huaixian, I'm sorry about Tang." Qin Muyun lightly tapped Qi Yanzhou's chest. "Miss Yi has already clearly rejected me. You don't need to apologize. I'm genuinely happy for you. Treat her well, and don't let her down." No matter how many people he met in the future, he would never encounter Yi Chutang again. "Don't worry. Even if I let everyone else down, I won't let her down." Hearing this, Qin Muyun recalled the letter his master sent him yesterday. He leaned closer to Qi Yanzhou and whispered in his ear, "My master used the divination chart to predict the fate of the nation yesterday." Qi Yanzhou's expression became serious, his brows furrowing slightly. "Is your master all right? What was the outcome?" "From the writing, my master's condition isn't good, but he told me not to visit him. The result is that within 10 years, the Beiqin kingdom will surely fall, and a new emperor will rise." "Who is it?" "My master sent me a secret letter, probably to avoid being discovered. He didn't write it clearly, or maybe he couldn't predict it." "Ziqian, you know that predicting the fate of a nation is a serious taboo in our practice. To know the details, one might have to risk their life. If someone dies, knowing more won't matter. It becomes meaningless." Qi Yanzhou, having interacted with Qin Muyun often, understood divination well. "Huaixian, tell your master to take care of himself and wait for peace in the nation." "Okay, take care. You too, stay safe while you're out." Just then, Wu Qinging shouted loudly, "A quarter of an hour is up. Prepare to depart." Song Jingning saw that each officer had enjoyed watermelon and gave the remaining 2 to Yi Chutang. There's not enough time. You can eat on the road. All right, may we meet again. Yi Chutang put on her straw hat and set off with the group. The family members bidding farewell waved their hands, looking reluctant. Half of it was an act, and half was genuine. The Yi family had no relatives in the capital, and the one coming to see them off was the dismissed concubine, Aunt Lu. She wasn't there out of sentiment, but to deliver the 1,000 taels of silver for the divorce papers and reclaim her contract. As the escorting group moved further away, the people who came to bid farewell gradually left. Song Jingning and Juner were the last to depart. As they left, he felt a sense of loss, and his mood turned heavy. Juner felt the same, keeping his head down, looking unhappy. Yi Chutang, who was leaving, was unaware of their feelings and walked slowly with the group. ChiEnzhou, worried she might be too tired, said kindly, "Tang, let me carry you." "No need, I'm not a fragile lady. Walking won't tire me out. But your health. If I can't walk anymore, I'll let you know." Though Yi Chutang said this, she wouldn't let ChiEnzhou carry her. The ground was right beneath her feet, and with her earth-based abilities, walking was easy. Seeing that Yi Chutang wasn't just putting on a brave face, ChiEnzhou nodded. "All right, just don't overexert yourself." As noon passed, everyone grew hungry and found it harder to walk. Wu Qingang said, "If we walk another 2 miles, there's a river where we can rest and eat for half an hour." If they were ordinary exiles, he wouldn't have been so accommodating. He would have used a whip to hurry them along. But today's group were all moneymakers, so there was no need to push too hard. As long as they met the daily travel requirements, it was fine. Hearing Wu Qingang's words, the weary group suddenly felt energized. After a quarter of an hour, they reached the riverbank, where many lush trees provided shade. As they descended, they felt a refreshing coolness. Yi Jingchuan immediately handed silver to Wu Qingang. "Sir, when we rest, could you unlock our shackles so we can catch our breath?" Wu Qingang weighed the silver in his hand and let out a mocking laugh. "The journey north is long. This amount of silver isn't enough." Yi Jingchuan knew that 10 taels wouldn't buy comfort over 3,000 miles. He whispered, "Sir, once we're 100 miles from the capital, I'll offer more. If we can get rid of the shackles and chains, we won't slow down the journey." Wu Qingang patted Yi Jingchuan's shoulder. "You're sensible." Although exiled prisoners had no freedom, as long as they had enough silver, they could make their suffering a bit lighter. Using the silver of exiled prisoners to gain some convenience was an unspoken agreement between the officials and the prisoners. As long as the officials follow the rules when reporting to the county and deliver the exiles to their destination, they have completed their task. No one cares about the process. After all, escorting exiles is tough and dangerous. If there's no reward, who would do it? So even though there were royal officials accompanying them, Wu Qingang did not hold back at all. He stuffed silver into his belt and had his men unlock the shackles and leg chains of the Yi family. Then he arranged for his men to distribute black buns and pickled vegetables to the Qi, Zhao, and Yi families. Each person could take 2 if they wanted, or they could give them to someone in need. The 3 families had brought enough cooked food for the day, so no one wanted the hard buns. The escorting officials had decent food, with beef jerky and steamed buns to fill them up. Yi Chutang took a large bamboo tube and 2 water bags from the cart. "I'm going to get some water from the river." ChiEnzhou wanted to go with her, but was refused. "Azhou, please divide the meat pies and get the clay pot ready to start a fire." Chi Hian asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, why are we starting a fire on such a hot day?" "To brew some tea to cool down. Otherwise, walking in the heat can easily cause heat stroke." "You always think ahead, sister-in-law. I'll go gather some dry branches." Aunt Sue heard this and immediately went to the river to move stones for the stove. ChiEnzhou took the clay pot from the cart and arranged the stones Aunt Sue brought into a suitable circle. Upon hearing Yi Chutang's words, the Zhao and Yi families followed suit. However, Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao were taken aback. They had only bought everyday food and supplies, and their medicinal herbs were for external injuries. They hadn't prepared anything for cooling off. The 2 of them thought in unison, They would have to shamelessly ask for some later. Yi Chu-tang arrived at the river. The water was shallow and clear, with small fish swimming by, showing their shiny bellies. Although there were live fish, she took a sip before filling her water bags. The unpolluted river water had a faint sweetness and was safe to drink. Yi Chu-tang placed the 2 water bags in the river, pretending to collect water while actually filling them with the spiritual spring water from her space. After filling them up, she took a sip. The spiritual spring water was incredibly sweet, instantly revitalizing her tired body. She filled the bamboo tube with water and returned to the large tree. Seeing Yi Chu-tang return with water, Yi Xin felt safe enough to go get some herself. The emperor would seize any opportunity to deal with the Qi family, and she was afraid of being mistakenly harmed. Since Yi Chu-tang was skilled in medicine, anything she used would surely be safe. Yi Chu-tang noticed Yi Xin's little intentions, but chose to ignore them. She couldn't let herself be timid just to prevent others from stealing her ideas. Qi and Zhou had already built a stone stove for the clay pot. The 2 elders of the Qi family and Qi Hian were still gathering dry branches. Seeing the 2 elders sweating, Yi Chu-tang quickly said, "Dad, Mom, that's enough dry branches. Come over and rest, have some meat pie." Old Mr. Qi waved his hand. "Tanger, you all eat first. We'll gather a few more branches to store." Although he had become a lord known for his love of food and drink, he had fought alongside his father in his youth and knew a bit about surviving in the wild. Summer rains could come suddenly, so it was wise to stock up on dry branches to avoid damp wood that wouldn't catch fire. Yi Chu-tang didn't insist further and took a meat pie to eat. The cold meat pie was no longer crispy, but had a good chew, making her jaws ache. Seeing Yi Chu-tang eating slowly, Qi Yanzhou guessed the reason. He smiled and said, "Tang, once the fire is going, I'll roast it for you." Hearing this, Yi Chu-tang immediately put down the meat pie. If she could have something better, she wouldn't settle for less. She stood up. "I'll go get the ingredients for the cooling tea." In ancient times, unlike today, there weren't many varieties of ingredients. They usually made tea with dried tangerine peel and perilla leaves, or cooked mung bean and lily soup with some rock sugar for flavor. The latter was better for home cooking since mung beans were heavy and needed to be soaked in advance. So, Yi Chu-tang bought the former. She gathered enough dried tangerine peel and perilla leaves for 6 people and quietly took out a grilling rack from her space, returning to Qi Yanzhou's side. Qi Yanzhou had already started the fire and was breaking branches to prepare for roasting the meat pies. Yi Chu-tang handed him the grilling rack and casually said, "Use this. I specially had it made at the blacksmith's for grilling." During their journey, they had spent nearly half their time in the wilderness, where hunting and grilling were essential activities. Qi Yanzhou took the smooth, shiny double-layer rack, placed the meat pie in the middle, held the handle, and began to grill it. The open flame required careful attention to avoid burning the pie. His hands were constantly busy. The height of the meat pie fluctuated with the size of the flames, and he had to keep flipping it. Soon, the surface of the meat pie began to sizzle and release a delicious aroma. "Tang, it's done. Let it cool a bit, it's hot." Not far away, Zhao Ximin watched Qi Yanzhou's attentive care for Yi Chu-tang, her eyes reddening with unspoken resentment. Such a good man should have been hers. Zhao Qingshu shifted his body to block Zhao Ximin's view and warned, "If you want to regain your status as a princess, behave yourself and stop having bad thoughts. They say you learn from your mistakes." But his sister doesn't seem to understand, repeatedly hitting the same wall without turning back. Zhao Ximin scoffed, "I don't know what's so great about that woman. Even the emperor treats her differently. She is better than you in every way." Zhao Qingshu's words were not just anger. They were the truth. In looks, talent, martial arts, medicine, generosity, and intelligence, his foolish sister couldn't compare to Yi Chu-tang at all. Zhao Ximin, frustrated, kicked Zhao Qingshu. "Whose brother are you? You can't possibly like that." She was frightened by Zhao Qingshu's cold glare and swallowed her words, changing her tone. "Brother, don't worry, I won't act recklessly." She was looking forward to seeing Qi Yanzhou's reaction when he found out that Yi Chu-tang had never truly cared for him and would want to kill him to protect herself. Zhao Qingshu calmed down and said gently, "Sister, just be patient. I will help you get your revenge." Their family ended up in this situation because of Yi Chutang. Once they used this woman to destroy the Qi family, they would take her life. Zhao Ximin clung to Zhao Qingshu's arm and acted sweetly. "You're the best brother." Zhao Qingshu looked at Zhao Ximin's unfortunate face and pulled his arm away in disgust. "Remember to apply the medicine the doctor gave you, so you can marry a good husband in the future." Zhao Ximin also wanted to regain her beauty, but she knew it was impossible. The burns were too severe to heal. So, she not only hated the thief who set the fire but also her brother who had pushed her into the flames. Zhao Ximin lowered her gaze to hide her anger and replied obediently, "I understand, brother." By the time the siblings finished talking, Yi Chutang had already brewed some refreshing tea. The two elders from the Qi family and Qi Hian had gathered plenty of dry branches and were sitting under a tree eating meat pies. Yi Chutang handed a water pouch to the old lady Qi. "Mother, the river water is sweet. You and father should have some." The old lady refused. "Tanger, you drink it. We'll go to the river ourselves to fill our water later." On the way to exile, they couldn't always find water. So everyone had prepared 2 water pouches to ensure they had enough for the day. Yi Chutang reached out. "Father, mother, give me the water pouches. You can eat slowly." Seeing Yi Chutang's filial behavior, the old lady smiled, her sunburned face lighting up. "It's too hot. Let Zhou go instead." With that, she took the 2 empty water pouches from Old Man Qi and handed them, along with her own, to Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou was about to take it when Yi Chutang snatched it away first. "Ah, Zhou, come teach the third brother how to tie up the dry branches." "I'll go get some water." Qi Hian. "All right, learning survival skills isn't a bad thing." Yi Chutang filled the water bags of the 2 elders with spring water. On her way back, Aunt Su approached her. She respectfully bowed and said, "Madam, if you need Hian for anything, please feel free to ask." Although this child doesn't know much, he is always eager to learn. Aunt Su was the least noticeable person in the prince's residence, but she was very perceptive. She understood that for her son to have a good life, he needed to get along with Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Aunt. As long as the third brother doesn't slack off, we won't leave him behind."
Thank you, madam.
Yi Chutang glanced at the water bag in Aunt Su's hand and had no intention of filling it with spring water. She wouldn't share good things until she acknowledged Aunt Su and her son. Back at the tree, she returned the water bags to the Qi elders. "Dad, Mom, drink some water and rest for a bit. The journey this afternoon will be tough." Old Madam Qi took the water bag and patted the spot beside her. "Chuanger, come over and rest. Let Zhou make the cooling tea. Just boil enough water to make half a pot." After reminding Qi Yanzhou, she sat down next to old Madam Qi, leaning against the sturdy tree trunk. Her gaze fell on Qi Hian, who was tying the dry branches. Having only used a pen before, Qi Hian was clumsy with manual work, sweating profusely. But he didn't ask for help and worked hard to tie the scattered branches together. When Aunt Su returned with the water, he tied a tight knot with the stubborn rope. She didn't scold her son but handed him the water bag, struggling to untie the knot. "Hian, this is how you should tie the knot." After demonstrating, she untied the rope. "Now you try." After 2 attempts, Qi Hian succeeded and was very happy. "Mom, I did it." After saying that, he picked up the tied branches and secured them firmly to the cart. Yi Chutang closed her eyes and pretended to nap. In a daze, she heard someone arguing with the officials. "The bushes here are too sparse and low. I can't use the restroom at all. I want to go over there." The speaker was Zhao Mingxi's youngest illegitimate daughter, Zhao Xinyan. She held her stomach with one hand and pointed at the bushes with the other, her face turning red. Wu Cheng, thinking about Zhao Xinyan's royal blood, called over his subordinates. "Take Miss Zhao over there for a short time." Zhao Xinyan widened her eyes in disbelief. "I don't feel well. A short time is too little." Wu Chenggang saw her pushing her luck and snorted coldly. "Then, don't go." Zhao Xinyan quickly changed her mind. "That's enough. As she walked towards the dense bushes in the distance, Yi Xin unsteadily stood up. Sir, I also need to use the restroom. Wu Qinggang pointed to the nearby bushes. Go ahead. Yi Xin looked at the bushes that barely concealed her figure and turned pale. Sir, this… What do you mean? Remember, you are not royalty. You are in exile. A prisoner must accept their situation and cannot be picky. Yi Xin pressed her pale lips together. I'm not going. After we set off, she would find a better place to go. Wu Qinggang snorted. Go if you want. Aunt Jiang saw that Yi Xin was struggling and took out a dark coat from her bundle. Ener, go ahead. I'll use my coat to cover you. Yi Xin felt too embarrassed and didn't want to go. Mother, just go. You need to get used to it. These words made Yi Jingchuan's heart ache, and his weary face looked several years older. He had thought that marrying Yi Chudang to Qi Yanzhou would bring him honor. Instead, he ended up in disgrace and exile. If it weren't for his usefulness to the emperor, he might have faced execution. Yi Xin could not bear the thought of using the restroom in public and shook her head. I'll wait until we set off and find a better place. Old Lady Yi drank a lot of water and was struggling to hold it in. Jiang, go block for me. The Yi family had already lost face. What was a little humiliation? A living person couldn't be made to suffer. After greeting the officers, Aunt Jiang took Old Lady Yi to the bushes. She chose a good angle and used her coat to shield the old lady. The officers listened to the intermittent sound of water and spoke in crude terms. Their eyes subtly glanced at Aunt Jiang and Yi Xin, their expressions lewd. Realizing this, Yi Xin quickly lowered her head, feeling very anxious. She needed to find a capable ally. Otherwise, on this journey of exile, she would surely be mistreated by the officers. Thinking this, she looked around. In the group of exiles there were only 4 men. Yi Xin quickly ruled out Qi Yanzhou. This man was not only smart but also skilled in martial arts. He was not someone she could provoke. Soon she also ruled out Qi Yinan. He was a son pushed aside by the Qi family and had little value. So, she decided on Zhao Qingshu and Qi Hian. Zhao Qingshu is the only son of the Zhao family, so his status is quite high, and he is well protected. However, getting close to him is not easy. Although Qi Hian is a secondary son, he is closer to the old Master Qi. The key is that he seems a bit simple-minded, making him easier to approach. Yi Xin decides to get close to Qi Hian first while also testing Zhao Qingshu. If she can attract the latter, she will choose the former, ensuring she doesn't lose out. Yi Chudang, leaning against a tree, notices Yi Xin's gaze. Her intuition tells her that this woman is up to something, so she needs to be cautious. Estimating that it's time to start, she gets up to grab 6 bamboo cups and a spoon from the cart. Each cup has a name on it to avoid mix-ups. The tea has cooled down. Everyone should get up and have some, she says. As she scoops tea into the cups, Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao arrive. Madam, we forgot to buy some cooling medicine and would like to ask for a cup, Aunt Sue says. Yi Chudang refuses without looking up. We only made enough for 6 people, so we can't share. Aunt Sue sees that each cup is full of tea and pouts. Can everyone just drink a little less to share? Qi Yanzhou coldly looks at Aunt Sue. If the amount is reduced, it won't be effective for cooling. With his words, Aunt Sue turns and leaves. Aunt Gao looks at Yi Chudang and respectfully asks, Madam, do you have any cooling medicine? I would like to buy some. Yi Chudang indeed has some, given to her by Manager Lin. Although the medicine is convenient to take, it has a strong taste compared to cooling tea. Sure, it will be 3 times the price. Aunt Gao nods in agreement. All right, how much silver? Yi Chudang takes out a brown medicine bottle and hands it to Aunt Gao. 15 taels. Ordinary cooling medicine costs about 1 tael per bottle. The best one that Manager Lin gave her is worth around 5 taels. Aunt Gao takes the medicine bottle and pays the silver promptly. She and Aunt Sue rest under a tree, pouring out 2 pills of cooling medicine to hand to her. Here, take it. We can help each other on the way. Being alone is nice, but when it comes to work, it's better to have support. If someone shares the burden, it becomes much easier. Aunt Sue understands Aunt Gao's meaning and takes the pills. All right, we will help each other. Meanwhile, Yi Chutong's group has finished the cooling tea, and Chi and Zhou goes to wash the pot in the river. Old Madam Chi stands up with the help of the tree, her face showing discomfort. Aunt Sue notices and asks with concern, "Old Madam, do you need to use the restroom?" After drinking too much water on the way, she also needs to go. Madam Chi shook her head. The surroundings aren't good. Let's forget it. Even if they could walk further, it would only be slightly better than the bushes nearby. And with the officials watching, she really couldn't. Yi Chudang stood up. "Mother, I bought a simple toilet from the carpenter's shop." After saying this, she pulled out 4 wooden boards that were connected together from the bottom of the cart. The boards were about chest height. When arranged together, they provided privacy for using the toilet, so no one outside could see in. Yi Chudang had asked the carpenter to make this after learning about the exile. After buying the supplies yesterday, she had secretly hidden the boards under the cart. She felt safe to use them openly, because the Imperial Guard who accompanied her was not around, so no one knew what she had bought. Madam Chi looked at the boards with satisfaction. "Tanger, you are very thoughtful." "Mother, you should go now. We need to leave soon." Yi Chutang greeted the officials. Wu Qinggang nodded in agreement. The Qi family's self-imposed exile was different from ordinary exiles. They received more freedom and respect. As long as they didn't escape or leave the official site, they would be fine. Aunt Sue took the lightweight boards and went with Madam Chi to a nearby open area. The officials followed them. Aunt Sue quickly pulled Qi Jingyao along to go to the toilet as well. Although the mother and daughter couldn't use the simple toilet, they were relieved that they wouldn't be seen by the officials. When they returned to the riverbank, Wu Qinggang shouted, "Prepare to leave." After that, he instructed his men to put shackles and leg chains on the Yi family members. Due to the earlier incident, Aunt Jiang and Yi Xin were also touched by the officials. The midday sun was scorching, and the heat was clearly visible rising from the ground. Not only the Qi, Zhao, and Yi families, who had never suffered, but even the officials were feeling dizzy from the heat. However, the officials were strong and trained, so they could endure. But most of the families were struggling to move, especially the Yi family members with leg chains. If it weren't for the officials threatening them with whips, they wouldn't have been able to move at all. After walking slowly for an hour, the old lady collapsed and lost consciousness. Her face was pale as paper, but her neck and below were very red, and her body was twitching. Wu Qinggang realized that the old lady Yi had suffered from heatstroke and immediately helped her to rest under a tree by the roadside.
Pause. Take a break.
It was the officials' duty to the exiles to the designated location. Although many prisoners did not survive to reach the exile site, if someone died, they had to report the cause of death to the local authorities along the way. After the local officials' examination, if they find that the prisoner's death is related to the escorting officers, not only will they lose their positions, but they will also go to jail. That's why Wu Qing acted quickly to save the old lady. He called for Aunt Jiang, unbutton her outer garment, and pour water on her. Aunt Jiang had little water left in her pouch and didn't want to waste it on the old lady. As she unbuttoned, she grumbled. If she took the heat relief pill, how could she still suffer from heat stroke? Did she buy fake medicine? Wu Qing heard this and explained, "She's old and in poor health. Even with the heat relief pill, it might not help much." After that, he urged Yi Jingchuan to pour water on the old lady. Yi Jingchuan, being a dutiful son, quickly complied. He emptied his own water pouch and even poured out Aunt Zhang's and Yi Xin's water. Seeing the old lady Ye's complexion improve a bit, Wu Qing spoke again. "Turn her over and rub her neck to help cool her down." He had escorted exiled prisoners year-round and knew how to handle simple emergencies. Sure enough, not long after, the old lady woke up. Her temples throbbed, and her head felt like it was going to burst from the pain. "What happened to me?"
Ye Wing Chuan's Noriye acid.
"Mother, you're weak, and the heat has affected you, causing you to faint." "Chuaner, my head hurts badly and I feel weak. I can't walk." This was a bit exaggerated. She feared that if she continued, she might not survive. Wu Qing looked at Yi Jingchuan. "I'll remove your shackles. You can carry your mother." The pace was already slow, and if they delayed further, they wouldn't reach the inn 30 miles from the capital before dark. Just as Yi Jingchuan was about to nod, the old lady said, "Sir, my son is not young anymore. Carrying me might be too much for him." After saying this, she greedily glanced at the cart from the Qi family. Aunt Jiang followed the old lady's gaze and understood her intention. She looked at Yi Jingchuan and said, "Sir, the eldest lady has a cart that can carry the old lady for a while." Yi Jingchuan showed a troubled expression. There are so many things on the cart. It can't carry a person. He hadn't told anyone about breaking off his engagement with Yi Chutang. He originally planned to announce it after becoming a lord, making Yi Chutang regret it. However, not only did he fail to become a lord, but he was also exiled. In this situation, he didn't want anyone to know about the broken engagement. With the connection to the Qi family, the officers would still give him some consideration. Aunt Jiang did not understand Yi Jingchuan's thoughts and shot a glare at Yi Chutang. A married daughter is like spilled water. The old lady is so sick, yet the young lady remains indifferent. That's very unfilial. Yi Jingchuan warned Aunt Jiang with a stern look. Enough. Old lady Yi knew that Yi Jingchuan and Yi Chutang did not get along. She understood her son's reluctance to soften. "Chuaner, you don't need to speak. I will talk to Chutang." Yi Jingchuan quickly disagreed, his tone urgent. "Mother, please don't trouble Chutang." Old lady Yi dismissed his concern. "I can see that Chutang is in charge of the Qi family now. Making room for a seat on the cart is just a matter of her saying a word. It won't cause much trouble." "Mother." Yi Jingchuan wanted to stop her, but was interrupted by Wu Qinggang. "Old lady, please go quickly. If we delay any longer, we'll have to sleep outside." Yi Jingchuan quickly said, "Sir, the two elders of the Qi family aren't on the cart, so how can I let my mother sit? I can carry her." Old lady Yi coldly huffed, "If you carry me, we'll both die on the road." After saying this, she closed her open coat, buttoned it up, and wobbled to her feet. "Jiang, help me over there." Yi Jingchuan wanted to stop her again but received a warning look from Wu Qinggang. He had to keep quiet and hoped that Yi Chutang would still care about family ties. After all, family bonds can be strained, but blood ties remain. Aunt Jiang supported old lady Yi as they walked toward Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang was resting not far from the Yi family and heard their conversation clearly. She smirked, watching the two approach. Before old lady Yi could shamelessly speak, Yi Chutang refused. "If you want to ride on the cart, forget it." Old lady Yi was taken aback for a moment, her expression darkening. She harshly said, "Chutang, only a beast would turn their back on family," implying that if Yi Chutang did not let her ride, she was a beast. Yi Chutang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's beastly." The term beast was well-deserved by all the Yi family members. Seeing that her provoking tactic didn't work, old lady Yi quickly changed her strategy and pretended to be pitiful. "Oh, my life is so hard. I'm about to die, yet I can't even get a bit of sympathy from my granddaughter. I might as well just die." If this were in a crowded place in the capital, her words would have been effective. In Beichen, filial piety is highly valued. If one is unfilial, they are not only scolded but could also face imprisonment. So, few dared to take on that reputation, fearing public condemnation and losing their standing. But now, in the wilderness, no one was there to criticize Yi Chutang on old lady Ye's behalf. Her lament sounded like a joke. "Lady Yi, you should save your strength for walking." As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, Wu Qinggang approached. "Madam Qi, please clear a spot on the cart for the old lady to sit." Hearing his commanding tone, Yi Chutang retorted, "I have no relation to her. Why should I?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jingchuan became anxious. He quickly walked over, trying to pull the old lady away, but she shook him off. "Chuaner, why are you pulling me?" "Mother, stop making a scene. Since Chutang doesn't want to, let's forget it. I can carry you." The old lady ignored Yi Jingchuan and sternly asked Yi Chutang, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean no relation? Does that mean Tang Wanning's child is illegitimate?" Without waiting for Yi Chutang's response, She grabbed Yi Jingchuan's arm and asked, "Who is that man?" Yi Jingchuan. Before he could react, Yi Chudang slapped the old lady hard across the face. The force was strong, and 2 teeth flew out. The old lady was stunned by the pain on her face brought her back to reality, and she raised her hand to slap Yi Chudang in return. "You ungrateful child." Blood filled her mouth as she spoke. Yi Chutang aimed for her incoming hand and swiftly struck it away. Then she turned and slapped the old man as well. 2 bloody teeth flew into the bushes, disappearing from sight. The old lady's face swelled visibly, with clear fingerprints. She stared blankly at her limp hand and then let out a horrified scream.
Ah!
Aunt Jiang looked at the old lady's miserable state and scolded Yi Chudang. "Miss, how could you hit an elder?" Yi Xin spoke up with righteous indignation. "Eldest sister, in Beichen, we value filial piety." Yi Chutang didn't want to hear Yi Xin's lecture and interrupted her. "Only if they are truly elders can we talk about filial piety." After saying this, she reached into her sleeve and took out the severance letter. "I have already severed ties with Yi Jingchuan. The old lady is not my elder, so how can we discuss filial piety?" The old lady looked incredulously at the severance letter presented to her. "When did this happen?" Her face swollen, she spoke unclearly and slowly turned to Yi Jingchuan. "Is this severance letter real?" At this point, Yi Jingchuan could only nod in acknowledgement. "It's true. Chutong believes I am responsible for her mother and brother's deaths and that I abandoned her in the countryside, unworthy of being her father." Madame Yi immediately twisted the truth upon hearing this. "Both Tang Wanning and the eldest son were harmed by Kong Ru. What does that have to do with you? You sent Chudong to the countryside to protect her from her stepmother's mistreatment. What was wrong with that?" Qi Yanzhou walked over to Yi Chutong and held her hand. "Favoring a concubine over a wife is wrong. Being ungrateful is wrong. Bringing a child into the world but not raising them is wrong. Allowing servants to mistreat their masters is wrong. Arranging a marriage swap is a mistake upon a mistake." After saying this, he scoffed. "What use is a father who is so selfish and cruel? It's best to cut ties." Madame Qi also stepped forward to support Yi Chudong. Although the Northern Qin Kingdom values filial piety, it is based on a kind father and a loving child. Why should children show respect to a parent who has never treated them well? Old Master Qi then spoke up. "Since the ties are severed, we are strangers now. Do not come near." Yi Jingchuan felt embarrassed by the criticism and quickly said, "Mother, I'll carry you." He then helped Madame Yi back to their place in the Yi family. Madame Yi had dislocated her hand and was bleeding, her cries weak. "Chuana, mother is dying. Please help me." Wu Qingang, having watched the commotion, glanced at Yi Chutong and approached Madame Yi. He reset her hand and freed Yi Jingchuan from his restraints. "Let's go." Although the journey was slow, there were no further incidents. When they reached the inn, they were an hour later than Wu Qingang had expected, and it was already dark. Seeing their destination, Yi Jingchuan sighed in relief. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Qingang knocked on the inn's door. "Open up." The innkeeper and his staff were drinking in the main hall. Hearing the knocking, they quickly guessed who it was. He set down his cup and instructed his staff, "There are many officials staying tonight. Go prepare more dishes." After that, the innkeeper went to open the door. Wu Qingang handed the exile document to the innkeeper. After reading it, the innkeeper immediately opened the door. "Welcome, officials, please come in." The inn was larger due to its proximity to the capital, barely accommodating over 100 people. 7 carts were left outside the inn. One belonged to the Qi family, while the others were for the officials, guarded by the staff. The leader of the Dragon Guard, Han Chong, stationed 30 men outside the inn to prevent the Qi family from escaping. The remaining people entered the courtyard. There were too many people, and the main hall was overcrowded. So many sat in the corridor to rest. The 3 families of Qi, Zhao, and Yi had to sit on the ground. Except for Yi Chutong and Qi Yanzhou, everyone else's feet were covered in blisters. After the blister was popped, it stuck to the sock, and touching it caused sharp pain. Yi Jingchuan lay on the ground, motionless. If it weren't for his chest rising and falling, one might think he was dead. Wu Cheng just sat in the hall and instructed the courier, quickly prepare food and drinks. The courier has gone to prepare, but since there are many officials today, it might take a while. There are resting rooms on the second and third floors. That's fine. There are no guests in the rooms, right? No, there are 5 rooms on each of the second and third floors, and 3 more in the backyard. The station had never hosted so many officials at once, so the courier had to clear out his and the courier's rooms. Even so, there weren't enough rooms. He had done what he needed to do. How the rooms were allocated was not his concern. Wu Cheng discussed with Han Chong. He took 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. Although it was a bit crowded for 5 people in one room, it was better than sleeping outside and getting bitten by mosquitoes. Han Chong had no objections. All right, I'll handle the guard duty. After saying that, he went to arrange the shifts. Wu Cheng poured himself a glass of wine, and after drinking, he went to the yard to arrange resting places for the 3 families. The Yi family will stay in the stable, the Qi family in the front yard, and the Zhao family in the backyard. The stable, while providing shelter from the wind and rain, had a bad smell and many mosquitoes, making it the least desirable of the 3 locations. The front yard was spacious and suitable for the larger Qi family. Once arranged, Wu Cheng instructed his subordinates to serve black rice cakes and pickles. Still, no one wanted any. He didn't push it, saying, there is a well in the backyard. Zhao Mingxi's wife, Zhu Rong, immediately asked, Sir, is there a place to bathe at the station? After a day of travel, their clothes were soaked with sweat, dirty and smelly. The station's rooms had bathtubs, but they couldn't be used for prisoners. Figure it out yourself. After Wu Cheng said this, he went back to the hall to drink and eat peanuts. Zhu Rong, unable to stand her dirty and smelly state, limped to find the courier. She exchanged a couple of silver coins for 3 buckets of hot water and the chance for her family to bathe in the supply room. Sir, the station is too busy to sell us food right now. Should we move our luggage to the backyard? Zhao Mingxiu didn't want to move and weakly waved his hand. Let's rest for a bit. I'm just too tired. After resting for a while, Yi Chutang stood up. Ah Zhou, go and let the officers know we want to cook outside the station. Even though the 2 elders of the Qi family had drunk the spring water, they were still exhausted and needed something good to recover. Qi Yanzhou went to find Wu Cheng and was allowed for 2 of them to go out and cook. Just as Yi Chutang was about to call Qi Yanzhou, Aunt Su said, Madam, let me help you.
All right.
She and Aunt Su went outside to the inn. At the entrance of the inn, 2 lanterns hung, casting a warm light over the small area. Yi Chutang took a wooden bucket off the cart. Aunt, please take this to Ah Zhou and ask him to fetch some water. Aunt Su took the bucket and left, while Yi Chutang took out the vegetables she bought yesterday. The weather was hot, and some of the greens had wilted, but the potatoes were fine. The fried meatballs smelled delicious and were still good. She also took out a large piece of beef jerky from her storage. When Aunt Su returned after delivering the bucket, she saw Yi Chutang preparing cooking utensils and hurried to help. Yi Chutang refused, saying, Aunt, you handle the vegetables. Let's work together for better efficiency. Okay, what should we have for dinner? I'll take care of it. Aunt Su was a lady from a wealthy family who rarely did any cooking. When she occasionally cooked for old Master Qi, it was just for fun, and she always had help from the maids. So even with Yi Chutang directing her, she was making a mess and was almost in tears. Qi Yanzhou brought the bucket of water over and stood at the inn's entrance, saying, Aunt, please give me the vegetables. He was used to cooking for himself while away from home. Although he wasn't a great cook, he knew how to handle different ingredients. Feeling embarrassed, Aunt Su brought the vegetables to the door. Second young master, I want to help too.
Please teach me.
All right, first give the water to Ah Tang. Yi Chutang quickly gathered everything needed for cooking. On a tripod as tall as her calf, she placed an iron pot. An overturned basin was on the ground, holding seasonings for stir-frying and a cutting board. She sliced the beef jerky into thin pieces and prepared a bowl of sauce. She also chopped some and garlic for cooking. With Qi Yanzhou's help, The vegetables were processed quickly. While Aunt Sue washed the vegetables, Yi Chuding used some dry twigs she had collected at noon to start a fire. As the twigs caught fire, she asked, "Aunt, can you chop vegetables?" Aunt Sue shook her head awkwardly. "I've watched, but I've never done it." She felt foolish, unable to do anything. Yi Chuding had already guessed this outcome. In ancient times, it wasn't just men who stayed away from the kitchen. Even daughters of nobility did the same. She said gently, "If you don't know how, just take your time to learn. But it's too late today. I'll chop the vegetables, and you can make the meatball soup." Upon hearing this, Aunt Sue wished she could disappear. I can't do that either. I'll teach you." After saying this, Yi Chuding placed a spoon in Aunt Sue's hand and picked up a sharp knife. Exiled prisoners are not allowed to carry sharp tools. The chief family is special, so the officials did not intervene. Yi Chuding sliced potatoes while watching the pot. Aunt Sue, worried she might cut her fingers while multitasking, tightened her grip on the spatula. "And the pot is hot. Add half a spoon of oil. Once the oil starts to smoke, add some and garlic to bring out the aroma, then pour in a large bowl of water." Okay. Although Aunt Sue's movements were stiff, she followed Yi Chuding's instructions carefully without making mistakes. When the water was poured into the pot, Yi Chuding finished cutting the potatoes. She soaked the potato strips in water to remove the starch. "Aunt, I'll take care of the rest. Please pay close attention and remember what I teach you." Aunt Sue quickly handed the spoon to Yi Chuding.
Don't worry, madam.
"I will learn to cook with all my heart." As Yi Chuding cooked, she explained everything in detail, quickly preparing 2 dishes and a soup: garlic greens, spicy and sour potato strips, meatball soup, and sauced beef. There weren't many types of dishes, but the portions were generous. After finishing the dishes, she boiled water to cook rice. Aunt Sue sat nearby, quietly observing how Yi Chuding cooked. She had a good memory and quickly remembered everything. While waiting for the rice to cook, she practiced her knife skills with the leftover potato slices. Noticing Aunt Sue's grip on the knife was incorrect, Yi Chuding offered some guidance. Aunt Sue smiled, saying, "Holding the knife this way is indeed easier and more comfortable." After saying this, she looked at Yi Chuding with admiration. "Madam, you know everything. It's truly impressive." Yi Chuding gazed at the bubbling rice soup and thought of the original owner's suffering. "The more you know, the more you have endured. Compared to hardship, I would rather be a carefree child." She spoke this on behalf of the original owner. After all, in ancient times, women didn't need to master many skills. Having someone to care for them was enough. Standing at the inn's entrance, Qi Yanzhou felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Chuding's past. Realizing he was also causing her hardship filled him with guilt. Aunt Sue, aware of some of Yi Chuding's circumstances, said, "Madam, you will surely have a sweet reward after all this hardship." Though exiled, she believed the Qi family had a plan and would not fall easily. Yi Chuding nodded confidently, "Of course." Afterward, she scooped a spoonful of rice soup. Seeing that the rice was cooked through, she used a bamboo sieve to separate the soup, then returned the rice to the pot to steam on low heat. "Aunt, the rice will be ready soon. Please bring in the dishes." Aunt Sue carried the dishes while Yi Chuding cleaned up the seasonings and cutting board. After tidying up the wooden basin, she used it as a table for the dishes. Soon the fragrant rice was ready. The 6 members of the Qi family sat around the bowl, enjoying their meal. The delicious smell of the food made others drool. Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao looked at the dried meat and steamed buns in their hands and suddenly lost their appetite. "It's so dry. I wish I could have a bowl of soup," Aunt Sue said. Aunt Gao knew Aunt Sue was being intentional, trying to make her the one to buy the soup. She swallowed the dried meat in her mouth and said, "I bought some heat relief pills at noon. Why don't you go get some soup, Sister Sue?" Her words were straightforward, and although Aunt Sue was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll go ask." She endured her foot pain and wobbled over to Yi Chuding. "Madam, do you sell meatball soup?" Yi Chuding replied without looking up, "If we don't finish it, we can sell it, so just wait." The implication was that even if Aunt Sue wanted to buy, she could only get leftovers. She rolled her eyes and said, I don't want it. Yi Chutang didn't care about making money. Take it or leave it. Just then, lying on the ground, Yi Jingchuan said, If there's extra soup, I want some. He was so hungry but had no appetite for the dry buns. Yi Chutang didn't refuse, okay? Selling to anyone was still selling. In the end, the food she made was so delicious that Chi Hien couldn't stop eating. Even when he was full, he finished the last bowl of soup. Burp. He rubbed his full belly and let out a satisfied burp. I'll take care of the dishes, Aunt Sue said, looking at her son, who had become more sensible and obedient, happily adding, Mom will help you. Yi Chutang stood up and said, Boil some more hot water. I'll take a bath later. Taking a hot bath when exhausted was such a pleasure. The Chi family thought they had misheard and asked in unison, a bath? Yes, I bought a modular bathtub. This was made quickly along with a portable toilet by the carpentry shop. Chi Yenzhou, hearing this term for the first time, curiously asked, What is a modular bathtub? Yi Chutang took out the bundled wooden boards from the cart and assembled them into a bathtub. The joints were all mortise and tenon structures, tightly connected without leaking. Everyone was amazed. Even Wu Qinggang, who was drinking in the hall, said, I've lived over 40 years and never seen a bathtub like this. Yi Chutang smiled and said, Because usually no one takes a bathtub when they go out. There's no market for it, so no one sells them. Ordinary people can use bathtubs, add-ins when they travel. After praising Yi Chutang for a bit, Old Lady Chi asked, Chewer, where do you plan to bathe? Let's spend a little money and go to the storage room. Chi Yenzhou quickly went to find the courier. Since he only needed a space and not hot water, he spent just a couple of silver coins. Yi Chutang, feeling bored, wandered around the courtyard. Chi Yenzhou walked with her and eventually took her hand. In a voice only they could hear, he said, Tang, even though we are only 30 miles from the capital, the emperor might not act, but we should still be careful. I know, we will take turns keeping watch at night. The emperor was very determined to eliminate the Qi family and might not follow the usual rules. Chi Yenzhou squeezed Yi Chutang's hand. You should rest well. I, along with my third brother and father, will keep watch. Old Master Qi's indulgent behavior was all for the emperor's eyes. Although his health was weak, he had martial art skills and could manage the night watch. Yi Chutang needed more sleep and nodded. All right, if you get too tired, wake me up. Chi Yenzhou didn't respond, his gaze fixed on Yi Chutang's belly. Are you tired today? Yi Chutang understood what he was asking and her expression softened. I'm not tired, don't worry. This wasn't a comfort Chi Yenzhou, but the truth. She had earth-based abilities, so walking didn't tire her at all, though she felt a bit hot from the sun. Chi Yenzhou gently touched Yi Chutang's head, his eyes filled with concern. Don't push yourself. If it's too hard, I'll carry you. Yi Chutang leaned on Chi Yenzhou's shoulder and nodded. Okay, but don't say you're tired later. I wouldn't mind carrying you for a lifetime. Just as he finished his heartfelt declaration, Chi Hien rushed over and said, Second brother, second sister-in-law, the hot water is ready. Chi Yenzhou released Yi Chutang's hand and said, I'll go take a bath first. He was worried there might be issues in the storage room and wanted to check it out first. Yi Chutang had no objections. All right, you go ahead. Chi Yenzhou found a change of clothes and scooped some hot water into a bucket. Third brother, come with me to the back courtyard and keep watch at the door. Chi Hien thought about the Zhao family staying in the back courtyard and how Zhao Ximin had feelings for Chi Yenzhou, so he quickly nodded. Okay, second brother. Yi Chutang called out to the two of them, took out a handmade mugwort essential oil soap from her bag, and handed it to Chi Yenzhou. Use this. It can wash both your hair and body. The handmade soap was a transparent green and emitted a pleasant mugwort fragrance, which made Chi Hien exclaim in surprise. Second sister-in-law, what is this? Yi Chutang casually said, I made the soap with mugwort in the countryside. It looks great, you're amazing, sister-in-law. Chi Yenzhou looked at Yi Chutang with suspicion, but didn't ask more. He called out to Chi Hien, let's go wash up quickly. It will get crowded soon. The dragon guards exchanged glances as they saw Chi Yenzhou leave. Their mission from the emperor was to eliminate the Qi family, and Chi Yenzhou was the main target. So, they wouldn't miss any chance to act against him. Yi Chu-tang never stopped observing the officials escorting them. She quickly noticed something unusual. She thought the officials would ask for her help, but there was no movement at all. The emperor was wary of her. Yi Chu-tang didn't follow to the backyard to tell Qi Yanzhou about the officials' odd behavior. She trusted this man's abilities and believed he wouldn't be easily deceived. So, she rested peacefully in the courtyard. When Qi Yanzhou and Qi Hian arrived at the backyard, the Zhao family was still waiting for dinner. Zhao Ximin looked at the almost godlike Qi Yanzhou with mixed feelings, unable to take her eyes off him. Noticing this, Qi Hian quickly positioned himself to block her view. The storage room was in the northwest corner, small, and looked dirty and worn. Qi Hian pushed the door open, and with a creak, thick dust floated up, making him cough repeatedly. "Second brother, it's too dirty." Qi Yanzhou set down the bucket of hot water. "It's fine, I'll clean it up." After saying that, he handed Qi Hian a change of clothes. "You wait outside." He wasn't worried about his half-brother. He wanted to check the storage room himself to eliminate any risks. Although the storage room was dirty, there wasn't much clutter. After Qi Yanzhou cleaned up, the usable space increased significantly, and he found no dangers. He carried several buckets of well water to wash away the dust on the floor. The messy storage room became clean. Without hot water, Qi Yanzhou took a cold shower. It was a bit chilly, but bearable. The transparent soap, with a fresh mugwort scent, felt slippery on his skin, making him feel like he couldn't get clean, which was a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Ximin, hearing the sound of water, unconsciously glanced toward the storage room. What she saw was Qi Hian glaring at her. The fleeting romantic thoughts in her mind instantly vanished, and she awkwardly looked away. Qi Yanzhou was unaware of the brief confrontation between Qi Hian and Zhao Ximin. He focused on washing himself thoroughly to avoid smelling bad around Yi Chu-tang. When he finished his shower and was about to get dressed, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. The noise was very faint. If he hadn't been alert to his surroundings, he would have missed it. Following the rustling sound, he looked towards the recently organized pile of items. The lighting in the storage room was dim, barely allowing him to see, and he couldn't make out the hidden dangers in the shadows. He held his breath, fully alert. Suddenly, a small black snake darted out from the pile, moving quickly and aggressively. Qi Yanzhou knew the black snake must be venomous, so he quickly pulled out a hairpin from his hair and threw it. The hairpin struck the snake in a vital spot, cutting it in half. Worried that the venom might drop to the ground, he swiftly used a dirty piece of clothing to flick the snake's head away. The head landed deep inside the pile. Even if the venom dripped onto the ground, it would be absorbed by the dust and wouldn't harm anyone. Once he confirmed there was no danger, Qi Yanzhou quickly took a shower and got dressed. For ease of movement, he wore a fitted undershirt and a coarse outer robe. He pulled out a white jade hairpin, casually his loose hair, and left the storage room. Perhaps because the well water was too cold, he carried a chill about him that made others hesitant to look directly at him. Qi Hian noticed something was off with Qi Yanzhou and asked, "Second brother, is something wrong?" As soon as he spoke, the Zhao family members turned to look at Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou shouted, "Officer, there's a venomous snake." His voice, amplified by his inner strength, echoed throughout the inn. Yi Chu-tang appeared by Qi Yanzhou's side immediately, asking, "Where is the snake?" "It's in the storage room." After saying this, Qi Yanzhou went back in and pulled out the half-snake. Yi Chu-tang examined the black snake, which was only as thick as a thumb, and said, "This is a black-bellied snake. It's highly venomous. If bitten, one might not die, but could become foolish." Just then, Wu Qingang arrived, chewing on some meat, his thick lips glistening with grease. "What venomous snake? Is anyone hurt?" Yi Chu-tang looked at Han Chong, who was following Wu, and said, "It's a black-bellied snake, which prefers warm, humid environments and lives in southern marshes. It's extremely poisonous." The implication was clear. The snake's presence at the inn was intentional. Han Chong pretended not to understand Yi Chu-tang's meaning and waved his hand dismissively. That snake can run pretty well. It's traveled from south to north. As long as no one is hurt, you all should hurry and wash up to rest. We depart tomorrow at dawn. The emperor wanted to eliminate Qi Yanzhou and the Qi family, and he could only pretend to be blind to it. Yi Chutang had already guessed that the officials wouldn't intervene, so he offered a warning. Officer, snakes don't understand human nature. Today, it wanted to bite my husband. Tomorrow, it might want to bite you. This was a warning, but Wu Qingang didn't take it seriously. It's just a little snake. It wouldn't dare bite me. With that, he left the backyard. Qi Yanzhou exposed the matter of the poisonous snake not to seek justice, but to make it a bigger issue. If it happens once, no one might pay attention and think it was an accident. But what about after 2 or 3 times? Once everyone knows someone wants to kill him, he will lead the blame to the emperor. Under public scrutiny, the emperor won't dare to act openly. The journey north will be much quieter. Yi Chutang didn't know what Qi Yanzhou was thinking. She only saw his dark expression. She picked up the spicy strips on the ground, peeled them, and took out the snake's gallbladder. The black-bellied snake was long and thin, with no meat, leaving only the useless parts. She deliberately threw it by Zhao Ximin's feet, startling her into jumping up and screaming. Yi Chutang, what are you doing? Just scaring you, Yi Chutang said provocatively, pulling Qi Yanzhou into the storage room. She knew someone was on the roof and whispered in his ear, "Where is the snake's head?" Her warm breath on his neck was teasing, making Qi Yanzhou tense up. He held his breath and pointed to the pile of items. "I was worried the snake venom would drip on the ground and cause problems, so I threw it in the back." After saying that, he asked, "Teng, what do you need the snake's head for?" Feeling Qi Yanzhou's stiffness, Yi Chutang intentionally blew a breath into his ear. An eye for an eye. Since they were talking boldly, it was time for the officials to feel some pain. Qi Yanzhou's ears turned red from her teasing, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. The chill from the well water was dispelled. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time for romance. He took a step back. "I'll go find the snake's head. Making a big show of it is too obvious. Let me handle it," Yi Chutang said, pulling Qi Yanzhou out of the storage room. "Husband, you did a great job cleaning inside. I'll go get the bath bucket." After saying that, she left the backyard. Qi Yanzhou called after her, "Teng, wait for me to finish washing my hair. Let me come, don't tire yourself out." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Qi Yanzhou used cold well water to wash his hair quickly. He was skilled in martial arts, using his inner strength to dry the hair close to his scalp to avoid catching a chill. After getting ready, he ran back and forth between the front and backyards several times. He fetched the bath bucket, carried hot water, adjusted the water temperature with well water, and stood at the door with Yi Chutang's clean clothes. While bathing, Yi Chutang used her abilities to collect the venom that dripped onto the ground and was absorbed by the dust into her space. After her bath, she said, "Husband, please bring my clothes in." This was deliberately said for Zhao Ximin to hear. If anyone dared to covet her man, they would have to deal with the consequences. Qi Yanzhou's face turned red unexpectedly. He opened the storage room door, stepped inside, and walked over to the bathtub, handing over the clothes. Yi Chutang laughed at his innocent expression and stood up from the tub. The sound of splashing water filled Qi Yanzhou's ears, disrupting his thoughts. He took a deep breath to calm his rising emotions. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's desire mixed with restraint, Yi Chutang decided not to tease him further. She needed him for the future, and it wouldn't be good if he got too worked up. She quickly got dressed and kissed Qi Yanzhou's cheek. "Husband, I'll leave the rest to you." With that, she left the storage room. Qi Yanzhou hurriedly stopped Yi Chutang, took out a cloth from his pocket, and helped her dry her hair with his internal energy. Yi Chutang touched her slightly warm hair and missed her lost internal energy. "I'll meditate for an hour before sleeping." After she left the backyard, Qi Yanzhou emptied the water from the tub and cleaned it again. Zhao Ximin watched everything, feeling jealous to the point of madness. While eating, she put down her chopsticks and said sarcastically, "How can Yi Chutang make brother Yen serve her by pouring bathwater? That's so dirty. If it were me, I would." Qi Yanzhou interrupted Zhao Ximin's remarks. Miss Zhao, are you really trying to lower yourself for a man? It's not impressive to give. Making others give is. Zhao Ximin's face turned red from embarrassment, and she retorted, Brother Yen, how can you be so unfair?
I'm just worried about you.
Worried about me? Fine, from now on, you can take care of my wife, serve her food and drink, pour her bathwater, and help her wash clothes. Zhao Ximin. Brother Yen, Yi Chutang doesn't deserve your kindness.
She.
Zhao Qingshu sensed what Zhao Ximin was about to say and changed his expression. Little sister, stop. Zhao Ximin snapped back to reality, swallowing the words she hadn't said. Qi Yanzhou feigned ignorance. What were you about to say, Miss Zhao? Why did you suddenly stop? It's something you wouldn't want to hear or believe, so it's pointless to say. If it's slander against my wife, then there's really no need to say it. With that, Qi Yanzhou left the backyard. Zhao Ximin glared at his tall figure, gritting her teeth. Qi Yanzhou, when you find out the truth, you'll realize how good I am to you. Just then, she was slapped by Zhao Qingshu. If you can't control your mouth, I won't mind making you silent. Also, Qi Yanzhou is destined to die. So, keep your feelings to yourself. Zhao Ximin covered her hot face and said with red eyes, Brother, I will be more careful in the future. She wanted to keep her feelings to herself. But Qi Yanzhou had been her thought since childhood. She couldn't let go. Zhao Qingshu gave one last warning. There won't be a next time. I understand. Seeing her son and daughter at odds, Zhu Rong quickly tried to ease the tension. Don't let outsiders cause trouble between us. Let's eat. When the Zhao family finished their meal, the Qi family had just finished bathing. Since only Yi Chudang was soaking in the bath, it was quick. The clothes that were changed were quickly washed with everyone's help. The damp clothes were hung over the edge of the tub. They were light and would dry overnight. After finishing, Yi Chutang took out a bottle of ointment and handed it to old Madam Qi. Mother, this is ointment for external injuries. Apply it to the wounds to help them heal faster. Chutang, you should use it first. Mother, I'm tough. I didn't get any blisters, so I don't need it. Old Madam Qi took the ointment and gently patted Yi Chutang's hand, feeling sorry for her. You suffered in the Yi family, and marrying Zhou'er was also hard. It will get better. After Yi Chutang said this, she reminded old Madam Qi to pop the blisters and apply the ointment afterward. Then she said to Qi Yanzhou, Zhou, you set up the bedding while I sprinkle some mosquito repellent around. Just as Qi Yanzhou was about to agree, Aunt Su jumped in. Madam, let me handle this heavy work. Yi Chutang quickly stopped Aunt Su from getting up. Your foot is injured. Don't overdo it. Rest after applying the ointment. We have to travel tomorrow. After saying this, she and Qi Yanzhou went outside the inn to get the bedding and mosquito repellent. Qi Yanzhou took the ointment from her, saying, Leave it to me. You just supervise. Medicines can be harmful, so it's better for pregnant women to avoid them. Yi Chutang smiled and nodded at the considerate Qi Yanzhou. With limited resting space, Qi Yanzhou only laid out 2 beds, separating the men and women. Then he sprinkled a circle of light yellow powder around. It could keep snakes, insects, and mice away. Yi Chutang squeezed the snake gall she had taken earlier into a wine bowl and offered it to the Qi family. Fresh snake gall wine is great. It can clear the liver and improve vision, detoxifying the body. I've tried it, and it's not bad. You should have a sip too. She couldn't drink liquor because she was pregnant, so she was lying to the Qi family. Except for Qi Yanzhou, the other 4 were somewhat hesitant about the snake gall wine, but didn't want to say so. Qi Yanzhou took the bowl and had a sip first. Ah Tang's medical skills are excellent. If she says this wine is good, it really is. After saying this, he passed the bowl to old Mr.
Qi.
The old man took a deep breath and tried a sip. It wasn't as bad as he had imagined. After finishing, he passed the bowl to Qi Hian. Qi Hian, afraid of snakes, looked at the greenish drink in the bowl and felt uneasy. Can I not? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the old man. You must drink it. If you're a man, hurry up. My arm is getting tired. After bravely taking a sip, Qi Hian wiped the rim of the bowl and handed it to the old lady. The remaining drink was consumed by the old lady and Aunt Sue. The guards watching the Chi family were quite distressed by the scene, failing to achieve their goal. When Yi Chudang saw that the snake gall liquor was finished, she filled the empty bowl with spring water. This drink is strong. Have some water to balance it out. With the spring water, not only would the effects of the snake gall liquor be enhanced, but their injuries would also heal faster. After drinking the spring water, the Chi family felt refreshed, thinking it was the liquor's effect. This drink really works well. It was Chi Hyun's first time trying spring water, and he smacked his lips, wanting more. This water is nice too. It's sweet. Chi Yunjo, being a martial artist, felt the effects of the spring water even more. His body felt light, and the fatigue vanished, as if he hadn't traveled at all that day. Noticing him staring at the empty bowl, Yi Chudang asked knowingly, "Ah Zhou, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I'll put the bowl away. You all rest. I'll keep watch during the first half of the night." After a long day, the Chi family quickly fell asleep. Yi Chudang sat cross-legged, practicing her inner strength. Chi Yunjo sat beside her, also practicing. At that moment, Yi Xin came out of the stable with some clothes, heading to the backyard. She glanced at the Chi family's location. Seeing that Chi Hyun was already resting, she pouted in disappointment. In the backyard, the Zhao family of 10 was still taking turns bathing. Zhao Qingshu sat in the kitchen corridor, gazing at the incomplete moon, lost in thought. Yi Xin pretended to twist her ankle.
"Ah!"
Her sudden exclamation caught Zhao Qingshu's attention. When he looked over, he saw her bent over, her clothes slightly open, revealing a hint of her fair skin. He wasn't a gentleman and didn't immediately look away. Noticing his gaze, Yi Xin quickly adjusted her clothes to cover herself. To avoid appearing too obvious, she squatted down, rubbing her uninjured ankle. Zhao Qingshu watched her delicate, slightly flushed ankle, his gaze deepening. But he soon looked away, returning to admire the moon. Yi Xin knew very well that getting Zhao Qingshu to take the bait wouldn't happen overnight. She knew when to stop and patiently waited for her turn to bathe. After the Zhao family finished, she took a bucket to the kitchen to fetch hot water and then mixed it with well water to adjust the temperature. The storage room was damp, and the hard floor was very slippery from the water. Perfect for slipping. Halfway through her bath, Yi Xin steeled herself and fell to the ground with a loud thud.
"Ah!"
Her fair skin touched the dirty ground, creating a strong visual impact. The sound of her fall was loud enough for the Zhao family to hear, but no one paid attention. Zhao Qingshu glanced at the storage room, but did not move further. Although he enjoyed intimate moments, he knew the current situation was not the right time for such thoughts. The guard on duty could not ignore the situation and approached the door, asking what happened. Hearing the firm voice, Yi Xin guessed it was an officer. She remembered how the officer had been rude to her when he put her in chains before and quickly pressed her hand against the door in fear. A voice with a hint of tears came from the storage room. "I'm fine, I just fell. I just need a moment." The guard was indifferent, focused solely on protecting the royal family and the country, with no interest in Yi Xin. He coldly replied, "Call if you need anything." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Noticing that the officer had no intentions toward her, Yi Xin quickly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Then, she stood up and poured the water from the bucket over her dirty body. She opened the door and handed the bucket out. "I got dirty from the fall, and I need more water. Please bring me another bucket." Fearing the officer would refuse, she added, "I'll pay 50 coins. Though not a lot, that amount was quite high for a bucket of water. The guard ignored Yi Xin's outstretched arm and took the bucket. He wasn't interested in the 50 coins. He just didn't want to reveal his identity. After all, the real exiled officers loved money the most. Yi Xin's arm remained outside the door. Zhao Qingshu looked at her tempting fair skin, swallowed hard, and closed his eyes to suppress his desire. The guard handed Yi Xin a bucket of cold well water. She shivered from the cold, and tears streamed down her face. At that moment, her hatred for Yi Chudang peaked. If it weren't for Yi Chudang sending her to prison, She could have severed ties with her family when the trouble at the Yi family happened and married Zhang Huai. She wouldn't have to suffer this exile. Yi Chudang, you have harmed me this way. I will not let you go. After cursing silently, Yi Xin poured the cold water over herself. Her delicate skin turned red from the cold, with goosebumps rising. She got dressed and pushed the door open. The feet covered in blisters stood on the threshold, using the remaining water to wash off the dirt. The delicate feet were injured, and the sight was heart-wrenching. Zhao Qingshu took a deeper breath, closed his eyes, and chose not to see. Yi Xin quietly glanced back. Zhao Qingshu had already shut his eyes, and she noticed nothing. After washing her feet, she left with the dirty clothes. When she reached the spot closest to Zhao Qingshu, she intentionally let out a soft hiss. Although Zhao Qingshu did not open his eyes, his body shifted slightly. Seeing this, Yi Xin smiled faintly. Passing through the front yard, she noticed Yi Chutang meditating, unable to hide the hatred in her eyes. Yi Chutang sensed the piercing gaze and immediately opened her eyes. They locked eyes with Yi Xin. Startled, Yi Xin quickly averted her gaze and walked away briskly. Back in the stable, she gave 50 coins to the guard who helped her fetch water, as agreed. Yi Chutang did not pay Yi Xin any mind and continued to practice, with her eyes closed. An hour later, Yi Chutang exhaled a breath of stale air and released her crossed legs. Ajo, I'm going to sleep now. If you feel tired, wake me up to switch with you. Okay, rest easy with me here. After becoming pregnant, Yi Chutang's sleep quality improved significantly. She knew that around the time of the rooster, Elder Qi and Qi Hian would take turns keeping watch over Qi Yanzhou. She intended to ask something but was too sleepy to keep her eyes open. When she woke up again, it was already a quarter past the hour of the rabbit. Wu Cheng was shouting loudly, "Hurry up and get up, pack your things, and get ready to leave." The weather was cool, perfect for traveling. The inn became lively, brightly lit. Qi and Zhou took the opportunity to go to the backyard to fetch water before anyone else woke up. Yi Chutang asked the two elders of the Qi family, "Father, Mother, how are your foot injuries?" If she hadn't mentioned it, they would have forgotten, as they felt no discomfort. They quickly took off their shoes to check. The spots where the blisters were no longer hurt, the redness and swelling had gone down, revealing a thin layer of scab. Elder Qi's wife exclaimed, "That external medicine is really effective. If we hadn't been walking, this injury might have healed in just 3 days. Even with walking, it would likely only take 5 days." Seeing that the injuries on the elders' feet were healing well, Yi Chutang was very pleased. If they walked on their injured feet, it would only worsen the injuries. She explained, "This is the best external medicine from Xinglin Hall. Its effects are naturally excellent." Elder Qi nodded in agreement. Some medicines from Xinglin Hall are indeed better than those used in the palace. "Father, Mother, apply this medicine once in the morning and once at night, and the injuries will heal even faster." The 4 people with blisters on their feet obediently applied the medicine. The injured areas felt cool and refreshing. At that moment, Qi Yanzhou returned with a full bucket of water. Old Madame Qi, having put on her shoes, asked, "Tanger, did you buy a lot of this ointment?" Her feet would need at least 10 days to adjust to walking every day. If the ointment was limited, they would have to use it sparingly. Yi Chutang understood the old lady's concern and replied, "Don't worry, Mother. There's plenty of ointment. Even if the ones from the clinic ran out, she could make more herself." Aunt Gao, who was tidying up the bedding, overheard this and immediately had an idea. She had also bought some good ointment for injuries, but it didn't work very well. If she accidentally bumped her injury while sleeping, it would wake her up in pain. Even after a night, the injury still ached. Aunt Gao approached Yi Chutang and gently asked, "Madam, could you sell me some of your ointment?" Yi Chutang immediately refused. "No. Good medicine is hard to come by, and it's wise to be prepared. I'm willing to pay 10 times the original price. 10 times is just 100 taels of silver. Do you think I need that money?" Aunt Gao knew Yi Chutang didn't lack silver. But she persisted, asking, What would it take for you to sell me some medicine? She could endure the pain herself, but she didn't want her son to suffer too.
Ye çantan şuk her finger.
No negotiation, I won't sell. Even if she wanted to make money, she would make the four of them suffer first before selling to them at a high price. Seeing Yi Chutang's firm attitude, Aunt Gao turned to old Master Qi with a pitiful expression. Master, Yuner hasn't slept well all night because of the pain. Please have mercy and sell me a bit of ointment, will you? Old Master Qi had indeed noticed that Aunt Gao and the others had trouble sleeping while keeping watch. But what did that have to do with him? Since they chose to separate, they should stick to it. No one should ask for favors. Old Master Qi ignored Aunt Gao's act and said coldly, Tanger is in charge. Her decision is the decision of our Qi family. Aunt Gao didn't expect that bringing up her son would be useless and felt a bit panicked. The journey to the Tianshan region in the northwest was long, and the money from selling her jewelry wouldn't be enough. If her money ran out before the emperor dealt with the Qi family, and old Master Qi didn't care about her and her son's well-being, what would she do? Master, Yuner is your most beloved son. Qi Yunan is the youngest child in the Qi family. He is sweet-tongued and often stays close to the old Master Qi, which earns him the most affection. However, this does not mean he will always be spoiled by his father. Gao, the path of self-sufficiency is your choice, and Yuner did not oppose it. Seeing the old Master Qi's cold expression, Aunt Gao's heart sank. The bond between father and son is not genuine. I understand, she replied, wiping away the tears she had used for her act and giving up on asking for medicine. Aunt Sue's disappointment flashed to her eyes, but she stubbornly said, Sister Gao, let's hold on a little longer, and we will get through this. Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang smirked with a hint of sarcasm. In less than 3 days, reality would show Aunt Sue just how naive her thoughts were. With the hot weather, his injured foot was trapped in tightly wrapped shoes, and the sweat would only make the injury worse. As for the Qi family, they had the best ointment for external wounds and spiritual water to aid recovery, which made their situation different. Qi Yanzhou went to the cart to fetch bamboo cups for drinking and willow branches for brushing teeth. He reminded everyone, we don't have much time. Let's hurry and freshen up. The 6 members of the Qi family each took a cup and willow branch, filled them with water, and went to the courtyard wall of the post station to rinse their mouths. The officials took turns washing up at the well in the back courtyard. Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao did not want to compete with others for water in the back courtyard, so they set their sights on the Qi family's water but felt too embarrassed to ask. After all, they had been refused more than once or twice. Buying water felt like a waste of money. The Qi family noticed Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao's gaze, but chose to ignore it. As time passed, Aunt Sue and the others eventually took their bowls and cloths to the back courtyard for their meal. People must take responsibility for their choices. After the Qi family finished washing up, they got to work. The clothes that had been drying overnight were completely dry, just as expected. Old Madame Qi organized the clothes, while Aunt Sue and Qi Hian tidied up the bedding. Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang took apart the bathing tub for storage. Old Master Qi went outside the post station to feed the donkey. The 6 of them had clear roles, and in less than 15 minutes, everything was ready. Thinking it was still early and the officials wouldn't serve breakfast yet, Yi Chutang took out some snacks from the bundle to share with everyone. When Aunt Sue and her group returned from the back courtyard after washing up, they saw the Qi family enjoying their meal. The pastries were from the most famous Wufu Zhai in the capital. The sweet aroma and the unique sense of the various pastries could be smelled from afar.
Grr.
Qi Yunan's stomach protested, feeling unbearably hungry. Qi Jingyao was very hungry and asked Aunt Sue, Mother, is there anything to eat? If we don't eat, we won't be able to walk later. Thinking about walking all day again, her feet hurt even more. Of course there is, I'll get you something, Aunt Sue replied. Qi Jingyao looked at the plain steamed bun handed to her and turned her face away in disgust. Is there no pastry? Aunt Sue bought only buns and flatbreads to save money. Yaoer, just eat a little for now. When we pass the market, I'll buy you some pastries. I don't want it, it's unappetizing. Aunt Gao had bought some pastries, but She wouldn't give them away for free to Aunt Sue and her daughter. Yunner, come here and have some pastries and sweet soup. The pastries she bought were ordinary, although not very tasty. They could be stored longer. Chi Yunin was favored and had only eaten the best before. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. He took a bite and threw it away, saying it's awful. Hearing this, Aunt Gao's face darkened as she scolded, Yuna, you are no longer a young master of the Wang family. Stop being so picky. Chi Yunin glanced at the Chi family enjoying their food and scoffed. Isn't it nice to be together as a family? Why make things difficult? Now we can't eat or sleep well. Are you satisfied? Chi Jingyao felt the same way. Exactly, refusing to eat delicious food and insisting on eating plain meals. How idle. Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao felt ashamed after being criticized. They suggested separating because they thought all the work would fall on the three aunts, feeling exploited. They also didn't want to give up their own resources and be controlled by others. In the end, their cleverness backfired. If they had known that Yi Chutang was not only reasonable but also well-prepared, they wouldn't have chosen to separate. Yes, they regretted it. But it was too late for regrets. At the third hour, the exiled group set off on time. The sky was dimly lit, just enough to see. The post station was only 30 miles from the capital, and on the road, they would often encounter people entering the city. Some rode horses, some took carriages, some walked, and others drove carts to collect and sell goods. When travelers saw the exiled group, they couldn't help but comment. Those who are upright need not fear shadows. The Chi family voluntarily exiled themselves, which is quite unwise. Yes, if you didn't know better, you'd think the Chi family was really plotting rebellion, afraid of being discovered by the emperor. What nonsense! Who doesn't know the Chi family is loyal to the emperor and has no rebellious intentions? What a pity! Good officials suffer unjustly under the sky. The Dragon Guard heard this and immediately drove away the gossiping citizens. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chi Yanzhou tossed a note into the window of a passing carriage. The note was written by him with a charcoal pencil while hiding in the storage room to avoid being watched. He almost got bitten by a poisonous snake. Shouldn't the world know about it? The carriage was heading towards the capital. The citizens discussing the matter were driven away by the guards. The convoy continued to move forward. As the sky brightened and the sun rose, the temperature increased. After walking for more than an hour, their speed noticeably slowed down. Wu Qinggang said, "There's a tea stall ahead. Let's stop there for breakfast." Hearing this, Yi Chutang immediately guessed that the stall owner knew the escorting officials. After all, it was common for escorting officials to collaborate with roadside vendors to make some extra money. So, whatever they ate would surely be overpriced. The group soon arrived at the tea stall. It was quite large, with about 10 tables set up. There weren't many customers. Some were drinking tea, while others were having breakfast. When they saw a group of stern-faced officials approaching, they quickly made way. The stall owner immediately came forward and respectfully asked, "What would you like to eat, gentlemen?" Wu Qinggang replied, "The usual, a big bowl of wontons." After saying this, he looked at the leader of the guards, Han Chong. "This tea stall has a good variety for breakfast, porridge, noodles, wontons. Choose whatever you like." Han Chong firmly refused, saying, "No need. I'll just eat the rations I brought." The escorting officials could only eat for free at the post stations and government offices. Anywhere else, they had to pay. Before departing, Wu Qinggang had been ordered to assist with and not to interfere with anything else. "All right, eat whatever you want." He looked at the three families under guard and said, "If you want black rice cakes, go to Sun Fu. If you want something better, buy it yourself. We'll leave in 15 minutes. The Zhao and Yi families were willing to spend money on noodles and wontons since they weren't expensive. Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao quickly ordered noodles and wontons as well. Chi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang and asked, "What do you want to eat, a tang?" Yi Chutang didn't respond to Chi Yanzhou and instead asked the stall owner, "How much are those breakfast items?" The stall owner, busy with his work, replied, "Porridge is 30 when a bowl. Noodles and wontons are 50 when a bowl." "That's too expensive. I won't buy it." Yi Chutang had asked the price on purpose. successfully making the others feel uneasy, and then looked at Chi Yanzhou. "Bow some water. We'll cook the noodles ourselves." It wasn't that she couldn't afford the price, she just didn't want to be overcharged. The stall owner shot her a glance, feigning a smile, and said, "A pot of water is 31. Yi Chutang ignored the sly stall owner. She said to Chi Yanzhou, "Azhou, bring the water from the bucket." Cooking noodles was not something she said lightly. Before leaving the inn, she had asked Chi Yanzhou to fetch half a bucket of cold water to chill the watermelon for hot days. The watermelon was already washed, and the well water was clean, making it perfect for cooking noodles. As for the pots and bowls, they could wash them later by the stream. When Chi Yanzhou went to get the water, Yi Jingchuan said, "Shopkeeper, your prices are too high." Although he had eaten out before and spent quite a bit, he had enjoyed good meals that were worth the money. But for ordinary noodles and wontons, he knew they should only cost a few coins. Zhao Mingshu agreed. "It really is too expensive. Wontons in the capital only cost 3 to 5 coins. The shopkeeper, unhappy, threw the ladle into the boiling pot of noodles. "You ordered the noodles and wontons. Now that they are cooking, you have to pay even if you don't eat." Hot broth splashed from the pot, nearly hitting Zhao Mingshu's feet. He stepped back in fright and looked at Wu Qinggang.
Sir.
Wu Qinggang understood what Zhao Mingshu wanted to say and looked at him coldly. "No one forced you to order, right?" Zhao Mingshu was at a loss for words and realized the shopkeeper dared to charge so much because of Wu Qingong's backing. He could only accept his bad luck for not asking beforehand. So, he took out some silver and paid for breakfast for the Zhao family of 10. Although it wasn't much for him, being overcharged made him unhappy. The shopkeeper happily accepted the silver and looked at the 4 from the Yi family and the 4 from Aunt Sue's side. They quickly paid up as well. Chi Yanzhou set up the pot for cooking and took out the watermelon from the bucket, pouring in half a pot of water. Aunt Sue used dry branches to start a fire. Seeing that there weren't many dry branches left, Chi Hian and the 2 elders from the Chi family went nearby to gather more. While Yi Chutang searched for dry noodles in the basket, she took out 6 peeled, marinated eggs from her space. The shopkeeper didn't lie. These eggs made with his recipe can last for several days. She then deliberately handed one to Aunt Sue to smell. "Does it smell fresh?" Aunt Sue sniffed the fragrant egg and smiled, nodding. "Very fresh, not spoiled." Before long, the water in the pot boiled. Aunt Sue added the noodles, and Yi Chutang put in some seasonings and added a bit of beef sauce. "Dad, Mom, it's time to eat." After hearing the response, Chi Yanzhou came over with bowls to scoop the noodles. Yi Chutang added a marinated egg and chopped green onions to each bowl, making it look very appetizing. The 3 who went to gather dry branches quickly returned, each carrying a small bundle. Chi Hian skillfully tied the dry branches into a bundle and placed it on the cart. The 3 of them washed their hands with the little water left in the bucket and eagerly picked up their bowls to eat. "This noodle is so delicious. Is there any more?" As soon as Chi Hian finished speaking, he noticed there was only a little soup left in the pot. Yi Chutang explained, "Walking is tiring work, so we shouldn't eat too much." "I understand. Can I have a little soup? The beef is a bit salty, so drinking too much soup might make you thirsty." Chi Hian smiled and said, "Then I'll have just half a bowl." Aunt Sue looked at her son, who was only thinking about food, and teased him, "If I didn't know better, I would think you were on a leisurely trip." Although it's not a leisurely trip, it's much more interesting than staying in the capital. After saying this, he felt inspired and recited a poem. Aunt Sue, after hearing it, widened her eyes in surprise. "Here, your poem is quite good." Chi Hian pouted and looked at Aunt Sue. "Mother, which of my poems do you think is not good?" "Onsu diplit." She cleared her throat, not daring to admit that her previous compliments were insincere. "The poems nowadays are better, they have more spirit." Then she turned to Yi Chutang. "What do you think, madam?" Yi Chutang didn't know Chi Hian well, but she had heard Chi Yanzhou talk about him. He was passionate about poetry and painting, but his talent was average, mostly for his own enjoyment. So, even if she thought it was just okay, she nodded. "It's fine, but the choice of words could be improved." She pointed out 4 important verbs in the poem, but didn't directly suggest changes to Chi Hien. Third brother, you might want to think about these 4 words and replace them with something more meaningful. Chi Hien was thrilled to receive Yi Chutong's approval. Thank you, second sister-in-law, for your advice. I will think it over carefully. Yi Chutang suggested, third brother, you should keep the poems you write on the way to exile. It's progress and a way to remember this time. Perhaps one day, some of these poems could be passed down through the ages. Okay, I'll listen to you, second sister-in-law. I'll write them down during the lunch break. After the Chi family finished their noodles and cleaned up the bowls, it was time to rest. Wu Qingang quietly accepted the share of profits handed to him by the shed owner. He stood up and said, "Get ready to set off." The Yi family were exiles, and they hadn't eaten much. Hearing it was time to leave, they quickly swallowed their food without worrying about it being hot, nearly burning themselves. Seeing everyone looking sluggish at the mention of departure, Wu Qingang quickly threw out a tempting offer. If you can cover 30 miles by noon, you can rest a bit longer for lunch. As soon as he said this, all 3 families perked up and immediately fell back in line to set off. Chi Hien wore a straw hat and focused on the 4 words he needed to change. When he thought of a suitable word, he would fit it into the poem and read it out loud. Zhao Simin was annoyed by the noise and immediately criticized him, saying, "If you can't show off your writing skills, don't embarrass yourself." It was so noisy. The weather was already hot, and the constant noise made her feel like she could explode. Chi Hien knew Zhao Simin was talented and humbly asked for her opinion. "Miss Zhao, which word do you think is better to replace?" Zhao Simin thought, "Is this person really foolish? It would be best if you just kept quiet." Chi Hien retorted, "No one is laughing at you for not knowing, so why are you so upset?" Zhao Simin instinctively wanted to prove herself. She blurted out the word sway, then realized this was Chi Hien trying to provoke her. "Shameless. Thank you for the compliment. My method may not be elegant, but it works well," Chi Hien said proudly, changing the word move in the poem to sway. "This sway word is really good." Hearing his smug comments, Zhao Simin was extremely frustrated. As time passed, the sun became hotter, and the blisters on their feet hurt more and more. Everyone gritted their teeth and kept moving at the same pace. Yi Chutang noticed the faces of the 2 elders from the Chi family were turning pale and reminded them, "Mom, Dad, drink some water." The water pouch was filled with spring water, which could replenish their energy. The old lady Chi had already drunk a lot and felt she could hear the water sloshing in her stomach as she walked. She shook her head, "No more, just a little longer, and we can rest." Yi Chutang noticed the old lady needed to use the restroom. She said to Wu Qingang, "Sir, could we take a break? I need to use the restroom." After saying this, she slipped him a couple of silver coins. Yi Chutang was generous because she wanted to keep Wu Qingang satisfied during their journey. However, she only saw him as a means to save money. Once they reached Tianshan County, she would take back all her silver. Wu Qingang, unaware of Yi Chutang's plan, happily accepted the coins and ordered the group to stop. "Pause for a break. We will set off again in a bit." Everyone had drunk plenty of water and rushed into the nearby woods to use the restroom. Yi Chutang took a portable toilet and called for the old lady Chi and Aunt Sue to join her in the woods. The dragon guard closely monitored the area, not worried that they would escape. After using the restroom, Yi Chutang returned to the group first. She rummaged through the vegetable basket and picked 6 fresh apples from the fruit trees in her space. "Dad, Ajo, third brother, this is the red heart apple one bought in the capital. You should all try it. This is a sugar heart apple, a variety that didn't exist in ancient times." It was the first time Chi and Zhou saw it, and he curiously said, "I've only heard of the red apple." Yi Chutang lied without changing her expression. "This is also my first time seeing it. I thought it looked nice, so I tried one. It's sweet, sour, and crunchy, much better than the red apple." After saying this, she wiped the apple on her clothes and took a bite. It was sweet and juicy, with an enticing fruit aroma. Qi Yanzhou imitated Yi Chutang and rubbed off the waxy layer on the apple with his clothes. After taking a bite, his eyes widened in surprise. It tasted better than he could have imagined, surpassing all the fruits he had ever eaten. Moreover, a familiar feeling washed over him. A bit of fatigue disappeared, and the heat lessened significantly. Just as Qi Yanzhou was about to ask more about the red heart apple, Aunt Sue and old Madame Qi returned. Wu Qinggang urged everyone to continue their journey. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. After tasting the sugar heart apple, Qi Hian praised it as the best fruit ever. "I've never eaten such delicious fruit, fragrant and sweet, with a hint of refreshing sourness." The strong fruit aroma made many people swallow hard. Yi Xin was one of them. While she hated Yi Chutang, she also envied her. Even in exile, she could enjoy a carefree life, being pampered. Thinking of this, her gaze fell on the cheerful Qi Hian. During the lunch break, she planned to win over this foolish guy. The exiled group had been traveling for over an hour. They were nearing noon. Familiar with the route, Wu Qinggang relaxed as they completed the 30-mile task. He said, "There's a small lake ahead. We'll rest there for 2 hours." Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. Resting for 2 hours would help them avoid the hottest part of the day. Soon, Wu Qinggang led the group to the lakeside. As usual, he reminded them, "Don't run away. If caught, you'll face severe punishment." Everyone found shade to rest. Qi Hian drank too much water and needed to use the restroom, so he rushed into the woods. Yi Xin, having removed her shackles and leg irons, quietly followed him. Yi Xin thought everyone was too busy finding a place to rest to notice her. But as soon as she entered the woods, Yi Chutang spotted her. Yi Chutang wasn't watching Yi Xin. She had glanced in that direction when Qi Hian ran into the woods, just to be cautious. She said to Qi Yanzhou, "Yi Xin is probably causing trouble. You should go check on Sandy." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xin came screaming out of the woods. "Ah, go away. Quickly go away." She waved her arms and ran around in a panic, as if trying to escape something. At first, everyone just watched her, thinking it was funny. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. Someone shouted, "It's wasps." So many wasps. Yi Chutang quickly grabbed a rain cover from the cart and covered the Qi family members. "Squat down." Wasps are very venomous. Although their stings aren't deadly, they can cause extreme pain. Moreover, if someone gets stung too many times or is unfortunate enough to be stung in sensitive areas, it could be fatal. The Qi family immediately squatted down, tucking in the edges of the cover to keep the wasps out. Aunt Sue thought of her son, who had gone to the restroom, and became anxious. "What about here? He's still outside." As soon as she said this, she realized she had misspoken. Of course, she would save her son. "I will go find here. I'll move slowly, so the wasps won't get in." The yellow cover let in a little light, clearly showing wasps resting on it. The stingers of the wasps were poised to strike at any moment. Yi Chutang grabbed Aunt Sue's arm. "Aunt, let Zhou go. He is skilled." Her decision wasn't to put Qi Yanzhou in danger, but because the wasp's sudden appearance was suspicious and needed caution. Hiding under the cover could protect them from wasps, but not from other dangers. Qi Yanzhou understood Yi Chutang's meaning and nodded. "I won't call you. Don't come out." Yi Chutang quickly reminded him, "There's another cover on the cart. Wasps are afraid of smoke, so soak the grass for the donkey and light it." "I understand. You be careful too." After saying this, Qi Yanzhou quickly crawled out from under the cover. He tucked in the edges tightly, ensuring no wasps got in. Their conversation alerted Grandpa Qi to something being wrong. He asked worriedly, "Tanger, are the wasps man-made?" Yi Chutang shook her head, unsure. "Father, I'm not certain, but it's possible." After speaking, she placed her hand on the grass to sense everyone's positions. The footsteps were chaotic, with everyone running desperately. Occasionally, there was a splash, likely someone jumping into the lake to escape the wasps. Crying and shouting filled the air, drowning out the sounds of danger approaching. Aunt Sue was so nervous she was sweating, holding back tears. She sincerely prayed, "The second young master, and here must be safe." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chutang smelled the smoke from damp grass that was not burning properly. Just as she was about to move the three of them away from the thick smoke, Qi Yanzhou shouted, "A Tang, get down." Before her brain could react, Yi Chutang's body moved quickly, pushing the three of them down to the ground. Whoosh! A faint sound passed overhead. It wasn't an arrow. It was a short, small hidden blade. Yi Chutang knew that hiding under the oilcloth would only leave them vulnerable. "Mom and Dad, stay hidden. I'm going out to help Zhou." Aunt Sue, worried about Yi Chutang, instinctively reached out to grab her. As soon as she touched the edge of her clothing, Yi Chutang vanished. Yes, she disappeared. Aunt Sue thought she might be seeing things and rubbed her eyes hard. The more she rubbed, the blurrier it became. Seeing Aunt Sue's eyes turning red, old Madam Chi quickly grabbed her arm and asked, "Sue, what's wrong with your eyes?" "Madam, I think I just saw." Aunt Sue started to say, but didn't finish. No one would believe her. Plus, after being pushed down by Yi Chutang, she hit her head on the ground and felt a bit dizzy. Maybe she was mistaken. Perhaps the lady's skills were so high that she moved like she vanished. Old Madam Chi, not hearing the rest, pressed Sue. "What did you see?" Aunt Sue replied, "I didn't expect the lady to be so skilled. She got out from under the oilcloth in an instant." Old Madam Chi was surprised that Aunt Sue had held back for so long just to say something so trivial. She wasn't sure how skilled Yi Chutang really was, but she had shown some ability when teaching Luo Ro at the Chenwangfu. "Let's stay hidden and not cause trouble for the children." Aunt Sue understood that rushing out wouldn't help, so she nodded. After Yi Chutang quickly emerged from under the oilcloth, she stood by the burning damp grass, facing the wind. She held her breath, closed her eyes, and let the thick smoke surround her. Qi Yanzhou, worried about Yi Chutang's safety, fought off the poisonous hidden blades aimed at him while using the smoking grass to drive away the hornets. "A Tang, the enemy is to the east. Quickly hide behind a tree. I'll handle the rest." His people were following closely and would arrive soon. Just as Yi Chutang was about to respond, she sensed danger. She quickly moved away from the smoke. 3 flying darts zipped past her, accidentally hitting an officer. Yi Chutang swiftly hid behind a large tree. Then she saw a terrifying scene that looked like the end of the world. The wasps swarmed like locusts, blocking out the sun and chasing people to sting them. The buzzing of their wings was everywhere, making people feel anxious and their hearts race. Those who couldn't fight were stung and rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. Those who could fight ran away in panic, but still couldn't escape being stung. The smarter ones jumped into the lake to avoid the wasps by holding their breath. "Get in the water," Wu Qing shouted as he jumped into the lake. He had escorted exiles for over a decade, but this was the first time he faced such a terrifying swarm of wasps. He couldn't believe it was not man-made. Suddenly, the closest person to Yi Chutang, the old lady Yi, spat blood and fainted. Seeing this, Yi Chutang's expression changed. Resonance. When the buzzing and heartbeat synchronized, it could cause a heart to burst. No wonder her heart raced when she heard the buzzing. This meant someone was controlling the wasps. "Everyone, cover your ears." Although Yi Chutang's inner strength was weak, her shout was enough for everyone to hear. She crouched down, placing her hand on the ground, trying to find the person controlling the wasps. But she sensed no one still on the ground. That person was in the tree. When Yi Chutang reached the small lake, she observed her surroundings. To the northwest was a towering tree, and to the east were hills. If the person controlling the wasp stood in either place, they could see everything happening by the lake. How could she avoid everyone's sight and find the person? While Yi Chutang thought, the Qi family members quickly covered their ears. Qi Yanzhou knew the wasps chasing him were a problem, but he couldn't ignore them. Compared to the wasps, hidden arrows were more dangerous. The attacker was mainly targeting him but was also attacking everyone indiscriminately, as if wanting to trap everyone there. This didn't seem like the Emperor's style. Qi Yanzhou had no time to think further as another wave of wasps attacked, and his supplies were running low. Meanwhile, Two men in black rushed toward the tree where Yi Chutang was. The wasps automatically avoided the black-clad men, clearly indicating they were enemies. "Ah Tang, be careful." Yi Chutang had already sensed someone approaching with her abilities. When Qi Yanzhou warned her, she quickly replied, "Ah Zhou, don't worry about me. It's a diversion. Watch out for the southwest." Qi Yanzhou wanted to protect Yi Chutang, but the wasps were already there. If he went over, it would put her in more danger. "Okay, take care of yourself." Just as he finished speaking, a spiked iron ball was thrown at him, and a hidden arrow shot toward him. The two attackers in black suddenly changed direction and headed towards Qi Yanzhou. Seeing this, Yi Chutang used earth to bind their feet and took out a tranquilizer needle from her space, hitting both of them. Once the two men in black fell to the ground, she quickly retrieved the used needle. Qi Yanzhou not only dodged the hidden darts, but also used his sword to entangle the chain controlling the iron ball. However, his hand holding the sword was stung several times by wasps. He pulled the chain, which straightened and then snapped under the force. At that moment, Nan Xiao arrived with his team. To avoid revealing their identities, they were also dressed in black and wore masks. Knowing the situation by the lake in advance, their clothes had been smoked with thick smoke to keep the wasps away. If Yi Chutang hadn't recognized Nan Xiao, she would have attacked them. Seeing that Qi Yanzhou had help, she said, "Ah Zhou, I'll go find third brother." After speaking, she used her lightness skill and quickly entered the forest. Once in the dense woods, she could disappear. Before Qi Yanzhou could stop her, Yi Chutang's figure vanished. He wanted to chase after her, but the wasps followed closely. Nan Xiao noticed this and threw Qi Yanzhou a smoke-covered night outfit. Qi Yanzhou caught it and quickly put it on while pursuing Yi Chutang. Confident in his lightness skill and tracking ability, he thought he would catch up soon. However, Yi Chutang seemed to have vanished without a trace. "Ah Tang, where are you?" His voice, filled with internal energy, echoed for 5 miles. Yi Chutang, now under a giant tree, heard Qi Yanzhou but couldn't respond. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain why she appeared a mile away in the blink of an eye. She looked up but saw no one. This meant the person controlling the wasps was on the hill to the east. Yi Chutang instantly teleported to the top of the hill. With many trees around, she couldn't determine which tree the wasp controller was in. But she quickly thought of a solution. To control the wasps, one could use either scent or sound. The distance from the lake was about 2 miles, making it difficult to use scent. Low-frequency sounds are inaudible to the human ear. She quickly entered her space and found a device to measure sound frequencies. Yi Chutang emerged from her space and soon located the person controlling the wasps. Instead of rushing in, she used her powers to silently spread earth along the tree trunk, weaving it into a net. Capture. The wasp controller was instantly ensnared by the earthen net, his mouth sealed, and he fell to the ground. The bone whistle he had been playing also dropped. Yi Chutang teleported over and picked up the special bone whistle from the ground. She looked down at the rugged face covered in a thick beard. The man glanced at the dirt on his clothes, his eyes filled with fear. He thought Yi Chutang was a monster and dare not look at her, struggling violently. The dirt net binding him tightened more and more. He felt a sharp pain in his skin as blood soaked through his black clothing. "You were so skilled at controlling the wasps to kill earlier. Why are you scared now?" Hearing Yi Chutang's mocking voice, the man thought, "How can I not be afraid when facing someone with such powers?" But he wouldn't say that out loud. Yi Chutang lifted the man's chin with her toe. "Northern barbarian, why are you here? And why do you want to kill the Qi family?" After asking, she released his mouth. The man knew he could not escape death. He gathered his strength, trying to warn his companions to flee quickly. But Yi Chutang noticed his intention and sealed his mouth again. Suddenly, she realized the man's beard was fake. She yanked it off. The fake beard was stuck too tightly, pulling some skin off his face and causing it to bleed. "Your skin is delicate and pale, which means you haven't faced the harsh northern winds in many years." Saying this, she threw the beard on the ground. "I guess you are a hidden spy from the north who has been lurking in the capital for years. Why did you expose yourself? Every country places spies and others to gather information, but usually they get discovered and eliminated quickly. Those who can hide for years are rare. They wouldn't reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. The man's body trembled violently from the pain, blood staining the green grass beneath him. He wanted to bite down on the poison hidden in his teeth. Yi Chutong's toe was against his chin, and she noticed his movement. She grabbed his jaw and dislocated it. "Wanna die? Don't rush. If you give me the answers I want, I can help you." After saying this, she took out a silver needle and stabbed it into his pressure point. The man's eyes widened in pain, veins bulging on his face. Taking advantage of this, Yi Chutang directly blinded one of his eyes. She stuffed mud into his mouth. The mud kept piling up, forcing out his teeth. "I have many ways to torture, so if you speak up early, you can suffer less." Although the pain was unbearable, the man never thought of betraying anyone. A qualified spy must endure various tortures without speaking to be sent on missions. So, even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't say a word. Yi Chutang looked at the man with his eyes closed, knowing that torture wouldn't be very effective on him. So, she decided to use a truth serum. She loosened the soil net tightly wrapped around the man and closed his jaw. She also moved some of the dirt from his mouth to make it easier for him to respond. Yi Chutang prepared the syringe and injected it into the man's neck. The clear liquid in the syringe gradually decreased, and the man's body relaxed. Sleepiness washed over him, and his consciousness faded little by little. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, but he couldn't muster any strength. Yi Chutang used her thumb and index finger to hold open the man's uninjured eye. Seeing his gaze become unfocused, she knew the truth serum was working. She asked directly, "How many accomplices do you have?" The man's lips moved, but he didn't say a word. His unfocused pupils trembled slightly, clearly resisting the effects of the serum. "Impressive. Your willpower is strong," she remarked. Then, Yi Chutang extended her index finger in front of the man's eye. "Focus on my finger." This command didn't involve any secrets he wanted to keep, so he immediately complied. His eyes followed Yi Chutang's finger as it moved side to side, and the struggle in his gaze quickly faded away. Yi Chutang was satisfied and withdrew her finger. It's rare to find someone who can withstand both the truth serum and hypnosis in the entire Northern Star Kingdom. "Tell me, how many people came to deal with the Qi family?" The man immediately replied, 16. "How many northern barbarians are still in the capital?"
None.
All the northern barbarian spies were sent to deal with the Qi family. They thought that as long as the officials didn't help the Qi family, they would be safe, but they still failed. "Are there any more helpers?" "I don't know." Yi Chutang asked again, "Why did you expose yourself to kill the Qi family?" "Because the Qi army once killed the northern barbarian king, forcing them to surrender. This was an event from the time of Qi Yanzhou's great-grandfather. It was the greatest shame for the northern barbarians. Only by reclaiming their city and eliminating the Qi family could they regain their honor. Now that the opportunity had come, the man certainly wouldn't let it slip by." "Who gave you the information about the exiled group stopping here?" "Yesterday around noon, I learned that the exiled group would stop here." When the man received the news, he had doubts about its authenticity. But the opportunity was rare, so he chose to take the risk and set up here in advance. If the disappearance was a trick, a ploy by the emperor to lure them in, he could still escape. If the news was true, he would avenge the northern barbarians' shame. Yi Chutang clearly knew that the news was released by the emperor. He wanted to use others to eliminate his enemies. After all, many wanted to destroy the Qi family. However, the emperor did not know who would take action, so he was afraid to cooperate directly, fearing that someone would discover his intentions against the Qi family. Fortunately, he was timid, and the northern barbarians wanted to kill everyone. Otherwise, if the two sides worked together against the Qi family, she would have to escape using the name of the ghost thief, spending countless merit points. After feeling relieved, Yi Chutang asked the man, "Qi Yanzhou is very skilled. How do you plan to kill him?" "The northern barbarians have their strengths. I am good at controlling wasps, Hejia is skilled with poison, and Amin is good with hidden weapons. After introducing everyone, the man continued, "Wasps are raised on poison, and their stings are very toxic. If someone is stung too many times without timely antidote, they will surely die." The sound of wasps flapping their wings can not only affect a person's mind, but can also cause sudden death. Today's wasps are carrying poison powder that can trigger fire poison. Qi Yanzhou won't survive for long. After hearing this, Yi Chutang gave the man a thumbs up. If she hadn't suppressed Qi Yanzhou's fire poison in advance, he might not have escaped today. Where is the antidote? It's with Haja. To avoid harming his companions, he would naturally prepare the antidote. Yi Chutang thought for a moment and realized she had no more questions. So, she took the bloodied man and quickly moved to the base of a towering tree. To be safe, she erased all traces of their presence. Qi Yanzhou's voice continued to call out a tang. His throat was already hoarse, revealing his obvious anxiety. Yi Chutang handed the bone whistle to the man and ordered, "Summon the wasps back and sting yourself." The man placed the whistle to his lips. Without teeth, he struggled to intuit. Blood quickly stained the whistle, resembling a call from the underworld. Soon, a swarm of wasps flew in. She searched the man for anything valuable but found nothing. When the wasps arrived, Yi Chutang shouted loudly, "Azhou, I'm here." After calling out, she smeared a bit of the man's blood on herself and then ran toward Qi Yanzhou. Upon hearing Yi Chutang's voice, Qi Yanzhou's tense nerves relaxed for a moment. He used his lightness skill to the fullest and quickly reunited with Yi Chutang. Without time to ask more questions, he immediately picked her up and moved away from the approaching wasps. When they reached the lakeside, the pale-faced Qi Yanzhou set Yi Chutang down. He wanted to touch her face, but as he lifted his hand, he fainted. The wasps are no longer by the lake, and the sky is clear and breezy. A thin layer of wasp bodies covers the ground, showing the frightening scene that happened earlier. Nan Shao and his group had already left when the wasps returned to the woods. Many from the northern barbarians were captured, some injured, and some dead. In the entire exiled group, besides the two elderly members of the Qi family and Aunt Sue hidden under the oilcloth, everyone else was stung by the wasps. The Dragon Guard is skilled, so their injuries are not severe. One officer and a lady from the Zhao family died. Old Lady Yi is struggling to breathe. If she is not treated soon, she won't survive much longer. The cries of pain are continuous, like on earth. Aunt Sue is caring for Qi Hian, who is stung by the wasps, and tears are streaming down her face. Don't worry. The lady is very skilled in medicine. Once she returns safely, she will help you. Qi Hian is lying on the ground, his bottom swollen and red, feeling embarrassed as he buries his face in the dirt. "Mother, usually there is a doctor among the officers, so there's no need to trouble my sister-in-law." He feels too embarrassed about where he was stung to let a woman see. When the danger struck, Qi Hian had just taken off his pants to relieve himself. Suddenly, the wasps flew out from the dense forest and stung him several times on his bare bottom. Frightened, he quickly pulled up his pants and ran. Then he saw all the wasps flying toward the lake. The deeper he went into the woods, the fewer wasps there were. Noticing this, he ran deeper into the forest and avoided further trouble. Later, his second brother found him while searching for his sister-in-law and rescued him. Aunt Sue, worried and flustered, forgot about the modesty between men and women. "I misspoke. Let the lady help you with the poison, and let the master treat your wounds." After saying this, she looked at the two elderly members caring for Qi Jingyao and Qi Yunan. Although Aunt Sue and Aunt Gao chose to live separately on the exile road, the two children are still from the Qi family and cannot be ignored. Aunt Sue and the others cannot fight or swim, so they cannot jump into the lake to save themselves and are quite injured. But their lives are not in danger. The bag filled with medicinal herbs was found by the two elders. However, none of them know medicine, so they can only stare at the bulging bag helplessly. Old Lady Qi looked around, searching for an officer who knows medicine. Just then, she saw Qi Yanzhou fainting, caught by Yi Chutang, who had blood on her. Old Lady Qi was so startled that she immediately stood up. Master, you take care of them. I will go check on Zhou'er and Tanger. Hearing this, old Master Qi quickly asked, did Zhou'er find Tanger? Old Lady Qi didn't have time to answer him and swiftly picked up the bag on the ground, running quickly toward Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang quickly supported the fallen Qi Yanzhou and laid him flat on the ground. Her blood-stained fingers rested on his pulse. Qi Yanzhou was not in good condition. He had been stung by a wasp. After being poisoned, he did not use his internal energy to expel the toxin. Instead, he used his energy to enhance his agility and searched for her everywhere. This caused the poison to spread rapidly throughout his body. After finding her and confirming her safety, the tension Qi Yanzhou had been holding released, and he fainted. Fortunately, he had a strong constitution and was somewhat immune to both medicine and poison. Yi Chutang took out an antidote pill from her space and fed it to Qi Yanzhou. Although it wasn't the perfect remedy, it would still have some effect. This gave her enough time to find Hizhe and get the proper antidote. Tanger, are you okay? What happened to Zhou'er? I brought the medicine you bought. Can it be used? Old Lady Qi arrived, her voice filled with concern. Yi Chutang stood up and quickly supported the old lady, who almost stumbled from rushing. Mother, don't worry. Zhou is not seriously hurt. You take care of him here, and I will go find the antidote. Old Lady Qi grabbed Yi Chutang's arm, asking with worry, Tanger, will it be dangerous? Seeing her mother-in-law still worrying about her son despite the situation, Yi Chutang felt warm inside. Mother, don't worry, it's not dangerous. Then hurry back. If Zhou wakes up and doesn't see you, he will be anxious. Okay, I'll be quick. Yi Chutang approached Han Chong, whose face was swollen from the wasp sting. Can we talk privately? Although Han Chong had not revealed his identity, she knew he was connected to the emperor. Han Chong had something to say to Yi Chutang and nodded. They moved away from the crowd to a large tree by the lake. Before Yi Chutang could speak, Han Chong scolded her unhappily. Miss Yi, have you forgotten that you are a weapon the emperor placed in the Qi family? But from the black belly snake to the wasp, this woman had been helping the Qi family. You had many chances to kill Qi Yanzhou. Why did you save him? Yi Chutang looked at Han Chong as if he were foolish. If I openly kill him, I would ruin my reputation. Han Chong frowned. Then you should at least stay out of it instead of helping the Qi family. I am now Qi Yanzhou's wife. If I don't help him, who will? I need the antidote from the emperor and want to leave without any blame. This is an agreement I made with the emperor long ago. And you have plans but didn't inform me. How was I supposed to know you needed cooperation? Han Chong was left speechless by her response. Yi Chutang stared at his swollen face, smirking as she got to the point. Do you know why wasps attack indiscriminately? Han Chong had already thought about this and found the answer. Of course, it's to mislead others. If only the dragon guards were injured, it would seem too deliberate, and the blame would surely fall on the emperor. Yi Chutang shook her head.
Wrong.
Those men in black are from the northern barbarians. They don't intend to let anyone leave alive. Han Chong paused for a moment, but quickly understood the emperor's actions. Using others to do the dirty work. What's wrong with that? It's an honor for us to serve the emperor. From the moment the dragon guards received their mission, they never thought about coming back alive. The best way to bury a secret is to eliminate everyone. The emperor did nothing wrong. Yi Chutang looked at the oblivious loyalists and coldly laughed. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but if anyone wants me dead, I will make sure they die. This made Han Chong exude a fierce aura. What? Do you want to harm the emperor? If he wants to kill me, then he is no longer the emperor. He is my enemy. This made Han Chong think Yi Chutang would pose a threat to the emperor, and he immediately attacked her. You're seeking death. Yi Chutang coldly watched Han Chong unmoving. Do you dare to kill me? The sharp sword was pressed against Yi Chutang's slender neck, unable to come any closer. Without the emperor's command, Han Chong truly did not dare to kill Yi Chutang. After all, she hadn't actually done anything against the emperor. I will keep an eye on you. After Han Chong said this, he prepared to retract his sword. But Yi Chutang unexpectedly snatched the sword and stabbed it into Han Chong's chest. However, She didn't go for a fatal. The tip of the sword only penetrated half an inch into his skin. You don't dare to kill me, but I dare to kill you. After saying this, she threw the blood-stained sword on the ground. Han Chung stared at his blood-soaked chest, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had always thought he was not afraid of death. But at the moment the sword pierced his skin, the fear of death surged from his limbs to his heart, making it hard for him to breathe, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When he realized it was Yi Chutang playing a joke on him, relief flooded over him. He steadied his emotions, picked up the sword from the ground, and stabbed it into a tree trunk. This was to clean the blood and to intimidate Yi Chutang. Miss Yi. Before he could finish his warning, Yi Chutang interrupted him. Now your life is not only the emperor's but also mine. Han Chang's brows furrowed into a chan shape.
What do you mean by that, Miss Yi?
Do you have the emperor's decree to command us? Yi Chutang looked at the lake's surface, where wasp bodies floated, and shook her head. I don't have a royal decree, but I saved your life. Han Chung scoffed. Not getting stabbed by a sword is saving my life? Yi Chutang chuckled lightly and responded with a question. If the wasps kept attacking you, would you still be alive? Although the dragon guard was skilled, a person's stamina is limited. When they can no longer run or wield their swords, they naturally cannot protect their lives. Han Chung looked at Yi Chutang warily. Can you control the wasps? I can't, but I can kill the person who controls them. So, I not only saved your life, but everyone else's too. How will you prove that? Yi Chutang turned and pointed to the tallest tree, saying the body is under that tree. Then she asked, how many people did you capture? 12. 7 are dead. There were a total of 16 people. I killed the one controlling the wasps, but we still need to find 3 more. They are all spies sent by the northern barbarians to the capital, and we must find them all. No matter how corrupt the northern Qin kingdom is, it cannot allow foreign forces to take advantage. Han Chung immediately said, let's go find them and verify if you're lying. With that, he strode away. Stop, I haven't finished speaking. Han Chung hesitated for a moment, then turned and asked, what else does Miss Yi want to say? Give me the authority to interrogate the 5 captives you caught. She needed to find the antidote, and interrogation was the quickest way.
Why?
Yi Chutang casually replied, the wasps are fed with poison. I need to know what kind of poison it is to create the antidote, and my medical skills are much better than the accompanying doctor. Han Chung did not deny this. Follow me. He took Yi Chutang to meet Wu Qinggang. The wasps are poisonous, and Madame Qi can help. Don't stop her. Wu Qinggang had been stung badly, his face swollen and unrecognizable, and he couldn't speak. He made a couple of sounds in agreement. Han Chung sent away the lightly injured dragon guards to capture the northern barbarian spies. Yi Chutang looked at the 5 captured northern barbarians, crouched down, and picked up a dry twig from the ground to check their teeth. After confirming that the poisoned tooth had been removed, she chose a woman and closed her jaw. She simply asked, where is Hezha? The woman was terrified.
Ugh.
She tried to spit at Yi Chutang's face, but Yi Chutang quickly grabbed her chin and turned her head. The disgusting spit landed on her companion's face. She was not angry, even though she had been treated poorly by women, but she found nothing useful. The bones are soft, but the temper is tough. After saying this, Yi Chutang took out a black bottle from her pocket. Xiao Chuncheng, the best love potion in the capital. You will definitely like it. She poured out 2 black pills. I know you're skilled, so you need to take double the dose. The woman struggled desperately. You wretched person, if you have the ability, just kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just need you to undress under the men of Beichin Kingdom and bear a child. No, no way. She would rather die 1,000 times than suffer such humiliation. Yi Chutang held the woman's face and forced her mouth open with strength. With fear in her eyes, she fed the 2 pills into her mouth. Her fingers slid down to her throat. The pills went down. Yi Chutang released the woman and smiled at her. Gesang, I have killed Rug, and no one will come to save you. You can either live in humiliation or confess and die quickly. It's your choice. The woman named Gesang did not believe Yi Chutang's words and shook her head vigorously. Impossible. Rug is so powerful. He can't be dead. Rug had been hiding in the capital for 12 years, skilled and cunning, and could control wasps. How could he possibly be dead? Don't think you can trick me, I. Before Gasang could finish her sentence, she tried to bite her tongue to end her life. Yi Chutan quickly struck, knocking out half of the woman's teeth. Rug betrayed all of you. She shared all the information she had obtained from Rug with Gasang. Then she watched as the belief in Gasang's eyes slowly crumbled. Gasang spat out a mouthful of blood, her white teeth mixed with the blood, like a cruel mockery. The effects of the potion were taking hold, and her exposed skin began to glow with a charming pink. Her strength was gradually fading, fear was growing, and she uncontrollably let out soft moans. Yi Chudang reached out to caress Gasang's face, her smile wicked. You people from the north hate the Qi family deeply. How about having you bear a child of the Qi family? This made Gasang's gradually fading gaze regain focus. Let me die, please. Yi Chutang looked at the 4 angry men from the north, her smile widening. How about the brothel being your final resting place? At that moment, she swiftly took a knife from the waist of a nearby officer and cut the tendons of the 4 men. Now you can't escape. A little softening will turn you into playthings for men. This made the 4 men struggle wildly. But aside from speeding up the blood flow to the wound, it has no other effect. Yi Chutang closed the jaws of the 4 men and stood up. With a whoosh, the blood-stained sword was sheathed. She looked down at the 5 men and said, "Who can tell me where Hizhu is? I will spare them from humiliation." After saying this, she began a countdown. 3, 2. Gassan, not wanting her body and spirit to be humiliated by the dirty northern people, cried out, "I'll tell you. When I was captured, I saw Hizhu escape towards the eastern hillside. He is cunning. You won't catch him." She then broke down in tears. "Give me the antidote, please." Yi Chutang looked at the naive Gassan and sneered. "Dirty northern spies. No one will touch you. Suffer as you will." The northern people wanted to kill her, and she would be crazy to keep her promise. She kicked away the bodies piled on top of Hizhu and crouched down to check if he was truly dead or just pretending. Taking the opportunity to search, she collected the bottles and jars from him. There was no heartbeat, no pulse, and his body temperature was very low. If Gassan hadn't said Hizhu was pretending to be dead, he could have deceived everyone. Yi Chutang had already obtained the antidote and directly broke Hizhu's neck. Merit points plus 5,241. Deservedly so. As soon as she finished speaking, the dragon guard, who was watching her, questioned, "Why did you kill him?" Yi Chudang stood up and smiled at the dragon guard. "He was just a corpse. How can you talk about killing?" But that woman clearly said he was pretending to be dead. "So, you would rather believe the northern spy than me?" The dragon guard was left speechless. They had checked these bodies before and confirmed they were all dead. He asked, "The person who poisoned him is dead. How will Miss Yi detoxify?" "I have my own methods." After saying this, Yi Chutang returned to Qi Yanzhou's side. She opened the bag filled with medicine, and while rummaging through it, she placed the 5 bottles she found from Hizhu inside. After removing the stoppers and smelling each one, she quickly identified which bottle was the antidote. Just to be safe, she first poured out a pill and handed it to Yi Jingchuan. "Your mother is dying. This medicine might save her, or could harm her. It's your decision whether to give it to her." Yi Jingchuan looked at the black pill in Yi Chutang's palm, his eyes filled with struggle. Seeing this, Yi Chudang added, "Those wasps are fed with poison. The longer the toxin stays in the body, the greater the chance of death. If this medicine can save your mother, it can save you too." Implying that Yi Jingchuan had to choose between himself and the old Lady Yi to test the medicine. If he chooses to test the medicine on Lady Yi and it doesn't work, he will be blamed for killing his mother. If he tests it on himself and it fails, he will die. Yi Jingchuan hesitated for a long time before reaching out with his swollen hand to take the antidote. He endured the pain and fed the antidote to Lady Yi. Yi Chutang knew how selfish Yi Jingchuan was, so she was not surprised by his choice. She reached out to check Lady Yi's pulse. The pulse was weak and irregular, but it was not a sign of death. She withdrew her hand and said to Yi Jingchuan, "The antidote is effective." Yi Jingchuan's face, resembling a toad, showed a fierce joy.
Give me the antidote.
His mouth was swollen like a sausage, making his words unclear. Yi Chutang shook the bottle in her hand, estimating the number of antidotes. There should be about 30 or 40 pills. That was enough to save those with severe symptoms, including Yi Jingchuan. Yi Chutang raised one finger, 500 taels each. Pay first. Yi Jingchuan. His total wealth was only a little over 1,300 taels. Even if he used all his money, he couldn't afford 3 pills. While Yi Jingchuan hesitated, Yi Chutang returned to Qi Yanzhou's side. She helped him sit up and fed him 1 pill. Lady Qi nervously asked, "Tanger, will Zhou'er be fine after taking the antidote?" She actually wanted to ask about the fire poison. But there were too many people around, so she discreetly blinked at Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang understood her hint and nodded. Yes, Zhou will be fine after resting for a day or 2. As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his beloved. He immediately sat up straight, placing his hands on Yi Chutang's shoulders, looking her over. "Tang, are you okay? Why is there blood on you?" He had wanted to ask earlier but fainted from the poison. Yi Chutang helped Qi Yanzhou up. "I'm fine. The blood is from Ruger, the northern spy who controlled the wasps." "Those men in black were spies sent by the north?" Yi Chutang nodded. "Today turned out to be a blessing in disguise. We cleared out the spies from the north in the capital." "What about Ruger?" "He's dead, under the tallest tree, getting stung to death by the wasps." She knew Qi Yanzhou had many questions, but she didn't have time now. "Zhou, you rest first. I need to go help others." Yi Chutang quickly walked towards Qi Hian. Qi Hian was still lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Aunt Su saw Yi Chutang coming and asked with concern, "Madam, are you hurt?" Yi Chutang shook her dress and replied, "It's not my blood." "How is third brother?" He got stung by a wasp and is in a lot of pain." Qi Hian turned to look at Yi Chutang, his face as red as a cooked shrimp. "Second sister-in-law, I'm fine. A man can handle a little pain." Yi Chutang looked at his swollen backside and asked, "Is that the only injury?" "Yes, after I got stung, I ran deep into the woods to escape." After saying that, Qi Hian awkwardly scratched his head. "Second sister-in-law, I didn't abandon you. I thought it would be a burden to come back, so I wanted to protect myself first. You did the right thing. Don't feel guilty." Yi Chutang took out an antidote and handed it to Qi Hian. "This is the antidote. Take it and the swelling will go down. I will check on the others." Old Master Qi approached Yi Chutang. "Tanger, how are you and Zhou'er?" "We're fine, don't worry." "How are the ants?" "Su and Yun were stung badly. Their bodies are hot, and they are confused. Gao and Yao are a bit better." Yi Chutang looked down at the relatively conscious Gao and Qi Jingyao. "I have the antidote, 500 taels each. Do you want it?" Qi Jingyao weakly replied, "We're family, and you still want money?" Yi Chutang looked at Qi Jingyao's still healing injury and scoffed. "How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that? Don't forget what you did the night before the exile." Qi Jingyao stubbornly retorted, "I proved my innocence with my life. What will you do? Then don't buy the antidote, and just wait to die." This made Qi Jingyao panic, and she quickly said, "I'll buy it. I will." She crawled to Aunt Su's side and took out all the banknotes from a hidden pocket in her belt. After counting, it was about 800 taels, not enough for 2 antidotes. She stared at the few banknotes, feeling embarrassed. My mother, and I only have this much." Yi Chutang took the banknotes. "I'll give you the antidote first. The remaining 200 taels can be paid back with work later." Qi Jingyao felt humiliated, but didn't dare to argue. She was afraid of dying. So she bit her lip and reluctantly said, "Okay." Yi Chutang took out 2 antidotes and handed them to Qi Jingyao. Aunt Gao saw Qi Jingyao take the antidote, and her pale face quickly regained some color. She hurriedly said, "Madam, I want to buy 2 antidotes." Although the family avoided sending off the bride at the 10-mile pavilion to avoid suspicion, While she was out shopping, someone secretly gave her 3,000 taels in silver. This was enough for her to enjoy good food and drink during her exile. So, Aunt Gao readily took out 1,000 taels to buy 2 doses of the antidote. Yi Chutang went to the Zhao family's territory and got straight to the point. 500 taels for 1 dose of antidote. Do you want it? It wasn't out of kindness. The wasp's venom wasn't immediately deadly, and the officials had enough time to call a doctor to help them. She was just taking advantage of everyone's fear to make some profit. With one of their own dead, the Zhao family was terrified, fearing they might be next. Zhao Mingxiu, looking pale, quickly agreed, "Yes, I want it." He was the emperor's brother and had been assigned to eliminate the Qi family. Before he left, the emperor had given him a lot of silver. During the wedding at Shirley Pavilion, his family had also sent plenty of gifts. So, the Zhao family wasn't short on money. Yi Chudeng asked, "How many do you need?" Although Zhao Mingxiu was reluctant to part with his silver, he didn't want anyone else in the Zhao family to die. 9 doses. He pulled out a stack of large banknotes and counted out 4,500 taels for Yi Chudeng. After handing Zhao Mingxiu 9 doses of the antidote, she shook the bottle in her hand and said, loud enough for Yi Jingchuan to hear, "There aren't many doses left." Yi Jingchuan immediately became anxious. "I want 2 doses." He didn't want to die. Yi Xiyin was his only child, and he couldn't let her die either. As for Aunt Jiang, that was her own fate to deal with, as he really couldn't offer more silver for the antidote. After earning another 1,000 taels, Yi Chutang left feeling satisfied. On her way back to Qi Yanzhou, she passed by Wu Qinggang. "Officer." She started to speak, but was interrupted by Wu Qinggang. "I don't have 500 taels." Although the salary for escorting exiles was decent and he could make some profit, he hadn't received his salary yet, and the exile had just begun, so he hadn't earned much. Yi Chudeng smiled and said, "You misunderstood, officer. I meant that the remaining antidote can be diluted and taken to reduce swelling and alleviate some of the poison. How much will that cost?" "Free, as long as you help me during the exile. As long as you don't run away or cause trouble, that's fine." "Of course, just wait a moment." Yi Chutang went to Qi Yanzhou, took his right hand, and checked his pulse. Yi Chutang quickly released Qi Yanzhou's wrist. "Ah Zhou, you were busy looking for me and overused your internal energy, which caused the poison to affect your heart. There's still some residual poison in your body, but once your internal energy recovers, it will be expelled." Qi Yanzhou was frantic looking for Yi Chutang, running through the woods until he was exhausted, yet his face still looked bad. He weakly nodded, "Okay." Yi Chutang handed her water pouch to Qi Yanzhou, which was filled with spirit spring water. "Ah Zhou, you are still weak. Drink some water and sit down to rest. I will go help the officials with the antidote and be back soon." Old Madame Qi quickly grabbed Yi Chutang's hand and asked softly, "Tanger, what are you doing for them?" In her eyes, those officials were bad people targeting the Qi family. Yi Chutang gently patted old Madame Qi's hand. "Mother, I have my reasons for this. Don't worry, I won't act without a purpose." This made old Madame Qi laugh. "You child, you shouldn't speak like that about yourself. It doesn't matter how I say it. Mother just needs to know that Ah Zhou and I are united. Of course, I trust you. Just don't overexert yourself, and let me know if you need help." Yi Chutang nodded, "Okay." After that, she went to the cart, took the water bucket, and headed to the lake. The bodies of wasps floating on the lake were blown to the north by the summer breeze. The water on the east side was cool and clear. Yi Chutang filled most of the bucket and added the remaining 20 or so antidote pills. Then she filled the rest of the space with spirit spring water to enhance the antidote's effect. She broke a branch from a nearby tree to stir the antidote. "Officials, come drink the antidote." Wu Qinggang was the first to reach the bucket, bringing his own bowl. He looked at Yi Chutang suspiciously. Can such a small amount of antidote really work in such a large bucket of water? Yi Chutang took Wu Qinggang's bowl, scooped a little less than half, and handed it to him. "Once you drink it, you'll know." Wu Qinggang took the bowl and hesitated. "If there's poison in this water, won't we all be affected while watching you escape?" "Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. Do you think we can escape anywhere? If the chief family runs away, even if we are cleared in the future, it will become a reason for others to speak against us. These two statements convinced Wu Qinggang, and he drank the small bowl of water in one go. A sweet taste filled his throat, and the pain from the stings noticeably eased. He handed the empty bowl to the person next to him. This antidote is fine, drink it. Yi Chutang saw an official scoop a large bowl of antidote water and quickly grabbed his wrist, tilting it to spill some of the water out. Sir, there are many of you, and since the poisoning isn't severe, each person only needs to drink a little less than half a bowl, or there won't be enough. Wu Qinggang didn't want to have a conflict with Han Chong over the antidote, so he immediately reminded his people. Listen to Madam Qi. Don't be greedy. Yes, Wu head. Yi Chudang saw that she had nothing else to do and said, You all enjoy your drinks. I need to go make lunch. I've been busy for so long, and I'm tired and hungry. Hearing her, everyone realized they were also very hungry. Wu Qinggang noticed everyone looked worn out and knew they couldn't continue traveling, so he said loudly, We won't be leaving today. Let's rest here. Upon hearing this, the families of Qi, Zhao, and Yi were very happy. Yi Chutang found a spot not far from the lake, shaded by a big tree, to set up camp. Seeing her busy preparing lunch, old Madam Qi quickly said, Tanga, you rest. I'll make lunch. Although she rarely cooked, she felt she should try, otherwise she would never learn. Mom, can you cook? Old Madam Qi honestly shook her head at Yi Chutang's doubtful question.
No, but you can teach me.
Yi Chudang was a bit tired and didn't want to refuse, so she agreed. Okay, thank you, Mom. I'll go get the ingredients for today and teach you well. You've always been the one cooking. You're the one who works hard. At that moment, Aunt Sue hurried over. Old Madam, I will help you cook. Having someone to help was exactly what old Madam Qi wanted.
All right.
Qi Yanzhou initially wanted to take over cooking but was turned down by Yi Chudang, who said he needed to rest. He remembered he hadn't washed the dishes from breakfast and said, I'll go wash the dishes. Before he could start, Aunt Sue took the dishes away first. Second young master, you and Madam should rest. Don't do anything. Yi Chudang saw Qi Yanzhou wanting to help and looked at the watermelons on the cart. Zhou, I want to eat watermelon. Can you cut one for me? Sure, just wait. The cart had been placed in the shade, so the watermelon wasn't cold, but also not hot from the sun. Qi Yanzhou cut the watermelon in a messy way. Yi Chutang felt speechless watching him. If she had known he was so clumsy, she wouldn't have asked him to do it. Just then, she saw Qi Yanzhou take the sweetest part from the center, cut it into small pieces, and hand it to her. The center was not only the sweetest, but also had no seeds. Yi Chudang stared at the red watermelon flesh. How did you? Before she could finish her sentence, Qi Yanzhou placed the bowl in her hands. This watermelon was given to you by Song Jingning. We get to enjoy it because of you, so eat up. Old Madam Qi smiled at her son's thoughtfulness towards his wife. Tanger, you've helped the Qi family a lot. You deserve to eat the best. After saying this, she looked at Qi Yanzhou. Zhou, there should be fish in this lake. Can you try to catch a couple for soup later? Qi Yanzhou knew that Yi Chudang couldn't stand the smell of fish, so he immediately refused. Mom, the lake is too deep, and it's hard to catch fish. I'll check the woods instead. Maybe I can find some game. That's fine, but take care of yourself and don't overdo it. I know, Mom. Let's eat some watermelon before I start cooking. Hearing this, Yi Chutang suddenly remembered something. Mom, Aunt Sue and Qi Jingyao owe me 200 taels of silver. They can work off their debt by doing the hard tasks. After saying this, she added, Keep an eye on those two. They can be trouble when working. Old Lady Qi nodded while eating watermelon. Okay, I understand. Although the watermelon was large, Qi Yanzhou did not share it with Aunt Sue and the others. Just as Yi Chudang was finishing her bowl of watermelon, Han Chong returned with 3 scouts and Ruger, who looked unrecognizable due to his stings. He threw Ruger in front of Yi Chudang. Did Madam Qi do this to him? Yi Chudang had previously used earth powers to create a net-like wound on Ruger. After being stung by wasps, his wounds had swollen and opened up, resembling a waste flower. I did this. You should believe me now. I saved everyone, right? Han Chong believed her, but Ruger's wounds looked too strange to be natural. How did you injure him like this? With an extremely sharp iron wire. After saying this, Yi Chutang touched her waist and took out a small roll of fine steel wire with a sharp edge. This was indeed her weapon used for cutting zombies in the apocalypse. Back then, she had strong powers and could easily dismantle zombies. She waved the shiny wire in her hand and asked, "Would the officer like to try it?" Han Chong felt that Yi Chutang was lying. He ran his finger along the fine wire, leaving a small cut. "It's very sharp. I want to try it." "All right, let me finish my watermelon first, and then you can feel it." Yi Chutang finished the remaining watermelon and placed the empty bowl on the cart. "Please come this way, officer." She led Han Chong to an empty spot and shook her wrist with force. The wire wrapped around Han Chong like a living thing, tearing his clothes and digging into his skin. Blood quickly stained his uniform. His subordinates changed color and shouted, "Stop." Yi Chutang ignored them and shook her wrist, retracting the wire. Immediately, she shook her wrist again, and the steel wire wrapped around Han Chong in the opposite direction. She looked at the grid-shaped scars on Han Chong's body and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you believe me now, sir?" Han Chong was highly skilled, but he couldn't create such evenly spaced wounds like those on Ruger, which made him doubt Yi Chutang. He looked at his own wounds and nodded, "I believe you." Yi Chutang retracted the blood-stained steel wire, wiped it clean on her coarse clothing, and tucked it back at her waist. A true man stands tall in the world and must repay kindness, right? Han Chong pressed his thin lips into a straight line and countered, "How did Lady Chi make Ruger face the consequences of his actions?" Logically, when the bee controller died, the wasps should have scattered and left. Why did they attack the bee controller as a group? Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Because I am a healer and have a potion that can influence people's minds, making them obey. Otherwise, how do you think I knew there were 16 hidden spies and their names?" After saying this, she asked, "Would you like me to prove it?" Han Chong already believed Yi Chutang, but he still wanted to verify to ensure she wasn't colluding with the northern barbarians. Yi Chutang sighed. Why is it so hard to earn a life-saving favor? Then she took out a bottle of truth serum from her pocket. Han Chong looked at the clear liquid in the transparent glass bottle and asked, "What is this?" "A good thing that will make you obedient, sir." After saying this, Yi Chutang pointed to a dragon guard. "You cut your neck." After getting Han Chong's consent, the dragon guard used his sword to make a small cut on his neck. Yi Chutang poured some of the truth serum onto the wound. Covering the wound with her palm, she forced the potion into the dragon guard's body and used her internal energy to activate its effects. The dragon guard's eyes became dazed at a visible speed.
Who are you?
Han Ten belonging to. Before he could finish introducing himself, Han Chong struck the back of his neck with a swift move, knocking him out. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any more questions, sir?" "No, I owe Lady Chi a life. If you need anything, feel free to ask."
Good.
There's an antidote in the bucket by the lake. Each person should drink a small bowl. Han Chong cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you." Then he left with his subordinates and the northern barbarian spies. Yi Chutang smiled at Chi Yanzhou's puzzled expression, saying, "I'll explain it to you in detail later." Chi Yanzhou nodded and looked at Yi Chutang's waist. "Ah Tang, why do you always hide so many things on you?" Yi Chutang sensed he was testing her. She didn't blame Chi Yanzhou for being suspicious, since she often pulled out strange items from her person. But what she took out in public were all small items, which could be easily explained away. "The journey of exile is not safe, so I naturally need to carry things for my protection." This explanation was reasonable, and Chi Yanzhou did not ask further. "I had been to that towering tree before, but I didn't see anyone." He shared the same thought as Yi Chutang. The person controlling the wasps must be in a high position, overseeing everything. So when he entered the woods to look for her and Chi Hian, he also searched for the wasp controller. Yi Chutang was not surprised that Chi Yanzhou went to the giant tree. "After I found Ruger in the giant tree, he escaped, and I chased him for a long time before I caught him. I heard you calling me, but I had to focus on Ruger and couldn't respond. After catching him, I was busy extracting secrets from him. Sorry. What Qi Yanzhou wanted was not Yi Chutong's apology, but her honesty. He didn't fully believe her explanation, but he didn't press further. I'll go check the woods to see if I can catch some game. After saying that, he left. Yi Chutang took out the vegetables for lunch and handed them to old Madam Qi. Mother, everyone is tired. Let's just have something simple for lunch. Steamed pumpkin eggs, cabbage with vermicelli, and cold shredded radish. Mother will listen to you. Whatever you say to make is fine. After saying this, old Madam Qi instructed old Master Qi. Sir, the officials have finished their antidote. Please wash the water bucket and bring some water. Old Master Qi responded and headed towards the lake. At that moment, Aunt Sue returned with clean pots and bowls. Yi Chutang began to teach her and old Madam Qi how to cook. Qi Hian came over to help. His injury had swollen down, but it still hurt a bit. Second sister-in-law, thank you.
Ye Chantang vavet herhan dismissiveli.
We're family. No need to be polite. Aunt Sue set down the pumpkin and respectfully bowed to Yi Chutang. Madam, you saved my and Hear's lives. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will not refuse. All right, let's get cooking. I'm a bit hungry. Under Yi Chutong's guidance, the Qi family prepared 3 dishes quite well. While cooking rice, Qi Yanzhou returned. He had caught 2 small wild boars and picked a lot of prickly raspberries. Ah Tang, you must have eaten this before in the countryside. Here you go. The prickly raspberry branches had many small thorns, but he had removed them. He also wrapped them in leaves so they wouldn't hurt hands. Yi Chutang looked at the yellow and red raspberries, recalling their sweet and sour taste, and immediately reached out to take them. After tasting one, she nodded, delicious. Although the modern variety is seedless and a bit sweet, it lacks the original fruity aroma. When the weather cools down, she plans to dig up 2 plants and plant them in her space. Seeing that Yi Chutang enjoyed eating, Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, I'll go pick some more for you later. Okay, let's go together. After saying this, her gaze fell on the chubby wild boar piglet. We'll roast the piglet for dinner. Qi Yanzhou had the same idea. Sounds good. The wild boar piglets weren't big, and 2 would be just right for their family of 6. Qi Hian curiously asked Yi Chutang, Sister-in-law, you're so capable. Why do you choose to suffer in the countryside? As soon as he said this, the 2 elders of the Qi family also looked at Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang stuffed several raspberries into her mouth. I kept a low profile, so I let the Yi family slander my name. I wanted to distance myself from them, but before I could carry out my plan, I was brought back to the Yi family. I see. Luckily, sister-in-law came to the capital. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to match with my second brother. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou exchanged glances, both hiding smiles in their eyes. Yes, it's all fate. Who would have known that their connection had begun back in the countryside? The meal was quickly prepared. Yi Chutang also finished sharing the berries. She took out some dried deer meat she had made while at the Yi family, hiding it the night before her wedding, and brought it along for everyone to try. This is what I made when I was at the Yi family. I hid it before my wedding night and brought it along. You all should try it. After she explained, the Qi family members believed her. The 6 of them sat around a wooden basin. They were all hungry, but their upbringing was ingrained in them. Even when eating quickly, they maintained their manners. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, stirring appetites. The sounds of growling stomachs echoed back and forth. Except for the 6 of them, everyone else was too sore from being stung to cook. They drank water from the lake while nibbling on steamed buns and flatbreads, eating pickled vegetables. Aunt Sue watched the 6 of them enjoying their meal and regretted her decisions deeply. Now, not only did she have no money and had to eat simple food, but she also had to serve Yi Chutang. If she had known this would happen, she would have surrendered her jewelry back then. Unfortunately, there are no remedies for regret. After finishing her meal, Yi Chutang took a walk in the shade to help with digestion. She left the cleanup task for Aunt Sue. Wash the pots and bowls clean, That will count as 5 coins. Aunt Sue was shocked and held up 5 fingers. Only 5 coins? When will I ever pay back the 200 silver? Chi and Joe said, Annie, have you forgotten that the lowest servant in the house only earns 500 coins a month? That means they make about 17 coins for a day's work. Don't take advantage and act innocent. This left Sue Auntie speechless. Although she didn't manage the household finances, she was aware of the servants' wages.
I'll go wash it, she said.
Yi Chuting noticed her dismissive attitude and reminded her, if it's not clean, wash it again.
Su auntie looked reluctant.
Madam, I understand. In her heart, she was screaming, why hasn't the emperor's person come to find me and give me a task? If I had a task, I could make requests and escape the situation. After accompanying Yi Chutang for a while, Chi and Zhou said, Tang, I'm going to kill the pig and marinate it for half a day. The wild boar has a strong smell, so it needs to be marinated first. Yi Chuting nodded, okay, you handle that and I'll do the marinating. When it comes to barbecuing, she is the best. Chi and Zhou was worried that the pork would smell too strong and upset Yi Chutang's stomach. You talk and I'll do the work. Then he said to Aunt Sue, Aunt, please help me boil a pot of water. I need it to remove the hair from the pig. Sure, I'll boil the water as soon as Sue finishes washing the pot. After Chi and Zhou responded, he carried 2 piglets toward the lake. Chi Hien eagerly followed him. Second brother, I'll help you. Old Madam Chi laid out 2 oilcloths on the ground. Tanger, come over and rest. After Yi Chutang sprinkled insect repellent powder around the oilcloths, she lay down to rest. The large tree provided ample shade, blocking the harsh sunlight. The summer breeze blew, rustling the leaves, and tiny patches of light danced through the gaps. In the shifting light, dust floated in the air. Yi Chutang looked toward Han Chong, who was questioning a spy from Beichun at the lake's entrance. Since she was far away, she couldn't hear the questions, but from Han Chong's expression, it was clear the interrogation wasn't going well. After all, those who could be spies were tight-lipped. If it weren't for her use of truth serum combined with hypnosis, she wouldn't have been able to extract any information. Noticing Yi Chutang's gaze, Han Chong strode toward her. At that moment, Sue Auntie finished washing the pot, and Aunt Sue immediately started boiling water. Chi and Zhou cut the piglet's neck and let it bleed out. Although the smell was strong, he was downwind, so the camp didn't catch the scent. However, when Han Chong reached Yi Chutang, a sudden gust of wind carried the strong smell to the camp. Aunt Sue, who was boiling water, pinched her nose. This wild boar's blood is really pungent. Just as she finished speaking, a gagging sound was heard.
Gag.
Yi Chutang immediately got up and ran to the woods downwind, feeling very sick. This sudden change frightened the 2 elders of the Qi family. Old Lady Qi quickly came to Yi Chutang's side and asked with concern, Tanga, what's wrong? After asking, she immediately raised her hand to pat Yi Chutang's back. Yi Chutang hadn't felt nauseous for a long time, and when it hit her, it was hard to stop. She almost brought up her stomach bile. Old Lady Qi, having experienced this before, immediately suspected that Yi Chutang might be pregnant, especially since there had been rumors about her pregnancy before. Although she had clarified those rumors and even had Zhao Ximin and Yi Xin imprisoned because of them, Yi Chutang was skilled in medicine and could easily change her pulse. This thought made Old Lady Qi feel uneasy, but she didn't show it. Han Chong came over and asked Yi Chutang, Madam Qi, did you eat something bad? He actually wanted to ask if she was pregnant, but since she had just married Qi Yanzhou and they hadn't yet consummated their marriage, he chose different words to avoid harming her reputation. Yi Chutang felt terrible and didn't want to say a word. Qi Yanzhou, while dealing with a wild boar, had given the piglet to Qi Hien and came to find Yi Chutang. He stood not far away, afraid to approach her, worried that the smell of blood on him would make her nausea worse. Ah Tang, what's wrong? Qi Yanzhou's sudden voice caught the attention of Old Lady Qi and Han Chong. Yi Chutang took this opportunity to use a silver needle to block her sense of smell. The effect was immediate, and her nausea faded. She straightened up and took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth.
Atsu, I'm fine.
I might have eaten too many different things and upset my stomach. Chi and Zhou guessed that Yi Chudang had blocked her sense of smell and quickly walked to her side. It's my fault for giving you too much watermelon. It must have been too cold for your stomach. Watermelon is known to be a cooling fruit. Old Lady Chi and Han Chong immediately dismissed their suspicions about Yi Chudang being pregnant. The old lady glared at Chi and Zhou. I know you care for Tanger, but too much of anything is not good. Please be more careful in the future. Mother, I understand, Chi and Zhou replied, supporting Yi Chudang back to the tree and pouring her a glass of water. After she rinsed her mouth, Yi Chudang asked Han Chong, Sir, what do you need from me? I would like to borrow that bottle of obedient potion from Miss Yi to interrogate the spies from the northern barbarians. Sir, you are just officers escorting exiled prisoners. Shouldn't the spies be sent back to the capital for the Dali Temple to investigate? Yi Chutong's question made Han Chong break into a sweat. He quickly explained, I have a deep hatred for the northern barbarians and just want to extract information quickly. I momentarily forgot the rules and overstepped. Thank you, Lady Chi, for the reminder. The duty of the Dragon Guard is to maintain the stability of the monarchy and ensure the peace of the country. Investigating spies from various nations is part of their responsibility, as is interrogating them. So, upon realizing that the man in black was a northern barbarian spy, he momentarily forgot his current identity.
Han Chong lohank Chi Chutangegen.
Thank you, I am Han Chong, and I owe Lady Chi another favor. In his view, Yi Chutang was a person of the emperor. Whether he owed her his life or a favor, it would not affect the emperor. That's why he spoke so openly. Yi Chutang knew Han Chong was lying, but did not expose him. I will remember that. Han Chong returned to the group to discuss how to deal with the spy and the two corpses with Wu Qinggang. A wasp had killed one of Zhao Mingxi's concubines and an officer escorting her. Their bodies needed to be sent to the nearest county office for reporting and removal from the registry. Regardless of the spy's fate, he also had to be sent to the county office, escorted to the capital by the county officials. After discussing, Wu Qinggang warned the Qi, Zhao, and Yi families a few times, then took 20 dragon guards to the spy and the corpses to the nearest county office. After they left, Han Chong sent a message to the capital to inform the leader of the situation. Yi Chutang watched the white dove fly away and thought about wanting some stewed pigeon. Chi and Zhou saw through her thoughts and gently said, as night falls and the birds return to their nests, it's a great time for bird hunting. Choose a plump one. Stir-frying it will be delicious. All right, Atang, you just threw up a lot. Do you want to eat something? Yi Chutang wasn't very hungry and shook her head. I'll wait until I feel better and can eat. Then you rest first. I'll take care of the wild piglets. To avoid bothering Yi Chutang again, Chi and Zhou took the boiled water and walked a bit farther with Chi Hian. Seeing Yi Chutang's pale face, old Madam Chi scooped her a bowl of hot water. Atang, drink something warm. It will help your stomach. Thank you, Mother. Yi Chutang took the bowl and sipped slowly. Aunt Sue said with concern, Madam, there's still some hot water in the pot. Shall I make you some dumpling soup? It will warm your stomach and fill you up. Sure, that would be great, Aunt. It's no trouble, but it might not taste very good. That's all right. I can teach you. After saying that, Yi Chutang handed her water pouch to Aunt Sue. The water bucket was taken by Azhou, so use the water from here to make the dumplings. Under her guidance, Aunt Sue quickly made the dumpling soup. The dumpling soup made with spiritual spring water is especially fragrant. Adding some spices and sesame oil makes it a delicious dish. After finishing a bowl, Yi Chutang immediately felt comfortable in her stomach. After eating, she released her sense of smell. Then she wrote down the steps for marinating wild boar meat with a charcoal pencil and handed it to Aunt Sue. Aunt, I'm a bit tired. Please give this to Azhou later. Okay, Madam, rest well. After lying down, Yi Chutang found a book, opened it, and covered her face to block the light. Before long, she fell asleep. At this time in the capital city, the news that Chi and Zhou almost got bitten by a black-bellied snake last night had spread throughout the city. The black-bellied snake is only found in the south. Its sudden appearance in the north must be man-made. I heard the black-bellied snake is as thick as a chopstick, with a very fast attack speed and great toxicity. If it hides in the dark, almost no one can escape. If bitten, it could lead to death or madness. Luckily, Prince Chun has great martial skills and avoided disaster. As soon as the Qi family left the capital, someone took action, which further proves that the rumors of hidden weapons are false. They are afraid the Qi family will find evidence to clear their name. Definitely. If Prince Chun wants to seize the throne, he would have many supporters and would need to hide weapons. It seems the rumors are true. The marriage proposal was a trap set by the emperor to frame the Qi family for treason and punish their entire clan. Such discussions filled the capital and soon reached the palace. The emperor, furious, knocked the memorials on his desk to the ground. Fools. A bunch of fools. The Dragon Guard was not living up to its name. Not only did they fail to kill Qi Yanzhou, but they also brought him trouble. Do advised, Your Majesty, the rumors are intentionally spread by Qi Yanzhou. If you get angry, you're playing right into his hands. After saying this, he opened a brocade box. Inside were 8 golden pills, exuding an enticing herbal fragrance. Your Majesty, these are golden pills refined by the immortal Shansuan, which can prolong life and clear the body of impurities. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately calmed down, his eyes shining with interest. Shansuan? Is he the one who lived over 100 years, yet looks like a young man? Yes, I originally wanted to invite him to the palace, but he said the palace is too polluted for his practice and declined. However, he promised to prepare a batch of pills for you. The emperor was somewhat displeased. I will issue an order for him to come to the palace immediately. How could the palace, the true home of the dragon's energy, be considered polluted? The reminded, Your Majesty, you know that these extraordinary individuals are quite capable and do not fear the emperor's power. If you push him too hard, he might leave, and you would lose the elixir. That's true, the emperor replied, looking at them with suspicion. It is said that Master Shansuan is elusive. How did you find him? After the incident with Master Zhang, he became very cautious about alchemy, fearing a repeat of past mistakes. After Master Zhang's death, I sent a letter to the head of Qingyun Temple, asking him to keep an eye out for Master Shansuan. To my surprise, he actually found him. The then took out a letter from his pocket. This is a letter from the head of the temple, sent when he delivered the elixir to Your Majesty. The emperor immediately took the envelope and pulled out the letter. After confirming it was indeed from the temple head, he began to read it carefully. The elixir was indeed sent by Master Shansuan, and the temple head also invited him to Qingyun Temple for quiet cultivation during the summer solstice. The summer solstice is the time of the strongest yang energy, the best opportunity for men to cultivate. Most importantly, Master Shansuan would also be at Qingyun Temple. Your Majesty, if you can sincerely persuade Master Shansuan, he might agree to come to the palace and help you with your cultivation, was the last line written by the temple head. After reading it, the emperor was very excited. Summon the Minister of Revenue to meet me. After Yi Jingchuan was dismissed and exiled, Xie Jingyi was promoted to minister. The emperor promoted him because the Xie family had a long-standing and rich heritage. They glanced at the emperor, who seemed foolish. As you command. With that, he left the Hall of Governance. The emperor immediately summoned the imperial physician to examine the elixir. He was now cautious of anything he consumed had to be carefully considered. The physician cut a small piece of the elixir and examined it in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, there is no problem with the elixir. It is made from the finest herbs and indeed has the effect of prolonging life. As for whether it could clear impurities from the body, he was unsure, as he did not understand cultivation. The emperor wanted the physician to check the elixir to verify its safety for consumption. This elixir doesn't contain anything like child's blood, does it? Although it had good effects, he felt that too much killing was detrimental to cultivation. His impotence must have been a backlash. The physician quickly knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground. Your Majesty, rest assured, this elixir is made from herbal ingredients. Being loyal to He would not reveal the truth about the elixir to the emperor. After hearing this, the emperor asked, "Has Dr. Xue not returned yet?" Xue Dong entered the mountains under the pretense of gathering herbs for the emperor after Yi Chutang and Shi Yanzhou got married. "Your Majesty, Dr. Xue has not returned yet." He then subtly reminded, "Your Majesty, since the imperial hospital was robbed, the supply is insufficient, and we cannot produce the medicines the ladies often use." The emperor realized that the doctor needed money to buy medicine. He waved his hand in annoyance. "I understand, you may leave." Everyone was asking him for money, not considering that he had also been robbed by the ghost thief. The thought of the empty treasury gave him a headache. And then there was the Qi family. The emperor recalled the rumor that if the Qi family rebels, they will surely have many supporters, and his desire to eliminate the Qi family grew stronger. He said to the attending him, "Bring me writing materials." The emperor wrote 4 secret letters. One for Yi Chutang, one for concubine Su, one for Han Chong, and one for Zhao Mingshu. After tomorrow, the exiled group would be just 100 miles away. At that time, they would find a suitable place to strike down the Qi family, believing they could not escape. Afterward, they would arrange it to look like bandits were causing trouble. After all, it was reasonable that Qi Yanzhou, who had eliminated countless bandits when he first entered the officialdom, would face retaliation now that he was in trouble. The emperor handed the secret letters to the shadow guard. "Deliver one every 2 hours." "Yes, Your Majesty." Just as the shadow guard left with the letters, Da entered the Golden Lawn Hall with Minister of Revenue Xie Jingyi. Without waiting for Xie Jingyi to bow, the emperor directly asked, "Now that the treasury is empty, do you have any quick solutions to replenish it?" He also mentioned the incident where Yi Jingchuan confiscated the wealth of the richest family in Jiangnan, the Tang family. Xie Jingyi understood the emperor's intention, but he was not Yi Jingchuan and did not need to rely on sacrifices to gain favor. "Your Majesty, I have 2 plans to replenish the treasury." Hearing this, the emperor immediately became interested. "Please tell me." First, strictly investigate corrupt officials and confiscate their assets. Second, punish unscrupulous merchants and seize their wealth. This way, Your Majesty can replenish the treasury and gain a good reputation. Minister Xie's plan is indeed excellent, much more useful than collecting taxes. Xie Jingyi bowed. "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor waved his hand. "You may leave." After Xie Jingyi left the Hall of Diligent Government, the emperor looked at Da. "Go summon the censor and the market administration for an audience." The censor oversees the officials and knows well who the corrupt ones are and whose assets are the richest. The market administration manages trade and is well aware of the merchant's wealth. Da, also in need of money, immediately accepted the order and left. The emperor resolved a lingering worry and took a golden pill from a decorative box. The effects were immediate. He felt warm and light, as if he were floating in the clouds. His fatigue vanished, and he felt an abundance of energy. Truly, this is an excellent elixir crafted by Master Shanskin. He then beckoned a nearby maid with a gesture. "Come here." The maid understood the emperor's desire and felt a thrill of joy as she approached quickly. If she gained the emperor's favor, she could escape her status as a servant and become a mistress. She pretended to stumble and fell into the emperor's embrace. "Your Majesty." Her elongated tone was sweet and charming, which the emperor enjoyed. He couldn't help but let his hand wander into her clothing. The maid let out a soft sound. "Your Majesty, I feel so uncomfortable." She nestled closer to the emperor, playfully blowing into his ear. Most maids had dreams of rising from humble beginnings and knew how to please men. The emperor lifted the maid and told when the officials arrive, have them wait outside. "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor carried the maid to the inner chamber. However, despite the strong desire, he found himself unable to perform.
Slap.
The emperor struck the maid's face. "Useless servant, you are not worth keeping." Afterward, he grabbed a jade pillow and ended her life. He angrily cursed. "What kind of doctor is this? A quack." Seeing the maid's unblinking eyes, he quickly dressed and stepped down from the bed. "Someone, take care of the servant." The attending hurriedly called for others to remove the maid's body and clean the inner chamber, lighting incense as well. When the officials arrived at the study, the hall had been tidied up. As the emperor and several officials discussed which corrupt officials and merchants to investigate, Yi Chutang woke from her nap. She removed the book from her face, yawned, and sat up, glancing around to see most people still asleep. Qi Yanzhou was sleeping close to her. Noticing she was awake, he also sat up. "Are you hungry, Tang?" Yi Chutang had eaten a bowl of soup before her nap, so she wasn't very hungry. She shook her head. "Not hungry. What time is it?" Qi Yanzhou looked at the shadows on the ground and said, "It's late afternoon. Summer days are long, and the sun was still high and hot." He added, "I've marinated the wild boar meat according to your recipe." "Great. Let's start grilling once the sun sets." Yi Chutang finished speaking and got up to wash her face by the lake. After washing, she went to find Han Chong. "My husband and I will go into the woods to find food, and we'll be back in half an hour." Han Chong nodded. "All right, if you don't return in half an hour, we'll treat it as if you have escaped, and the Qi family will be executed on the spot." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "If I wanted to escape, I wouldn't have saved you at all." After that, she returned to the camp and pulled Qi Yanzhou into the woods. "Let's go pick some prickly pears." Although the sun was strong, there was shade and a gentle breeze in the woods, so it wasn't too hot. Qi Yanzhou noticed someone following them and asked Yi Chutang, "Should we ignore them or try to lose them?" Yi Chutang glanced back. "No need to worry. They are far enough away that they won't hear our conversation." "Okay, what does a Tang want to talk about?" Yi Chutang asked directly, "Do you know who Han Chong and the others are?" Qi Yanzhou glanced back and lowered his voice. "If I'm not mistaken, they should be the Dragon Guard." "The loyalists who obey the emperor?" "Sort of, but it's a bit different. The Dragon Guard not only wants to protect the emperor's power but also ensure the country's safety." The latter part was supposed to be one and the same, but for the current Beichen kingdom, it was contradictory because the royal family was persecuting the common people. Yi Chutang found it laughable and laughed out loud. How can they protect the emperor's power and the country's safety at the same time? Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand and said, "I guess they only take on tasks that can achieve both." For example, this time, the Dragon Guard believed the Qi family was plotting rebellion, which was harmful to the emperor's power and the country's peace, so they took on the task to deal with the Qi family. Yi Chutang understood and asked, "For the Dragon Guard, which is more important, the emperor's power or the country's safety?" "It should be the emperor's power. Otherwise, they would have acted against the royal family long ago." "That's true. Do you think there's a chance of persuading them to change sides?" After thinking for a moment, Qi Yanzhou said, "The chances are slim, but it's worth a try." "Then let's give it a try." Yi Chutang had previously thought that those sent by the emperor to kill the Qi family must be full of evil deeds. After killing Lu Go and saving everyone, her merit points fluctuated. Saving good people increased her points. Killing bad people increased her points. Saving bad people decreased her points. She thought that with so many of the emperor's minions, her merit points would surely drop significantly. However, the details of the changes surprised her. Not a single one of the 100 Dragon Guards had a decrease in merit points. Some had thousands, while others had dozens. At that moment, she guessed that although Han Chong and the others were the emperor's minions, they were not bad people. She patiently tested Han Chong and went to great lengths to make him acknowledge the life-saving grace. After confirming her suspicions, she began to think about turning him to her side. Hearing Qi Yanzhou's words strengthened her resolve. Qi Yanzhou supported Yi Chutang's idea, saying, "If you need my help, just let me know." Yi Chutang intertwined her fingers with Qi Yanzhou's. "Great. Where are the prickly pears? I want to eat some." Qi Yanzhou took Yi Chutang to the place where they had picked prickly pears before. It was a large area, beautiful with a mix of yellow and red. "A Tang, don't move. The branches of the prickly pears have many small thorns. I'll handle it." After saying this, he reluctantly let go of Yi Chutang's hand. "You pick them here. I'll look around to see if there are any other wild fruits. Be careful. There might be snakes." "I know, I'll be back soon." Yi Chutang wasn't there to eat. She was there to catch wasps. The dog emperor had given her such a big task, so she had to repay him. After Ruger died, the wasp colony was left without a leader and hid in the corners of the woods. Because there were so many wasps, it was quite easy to find them. Yi Chutang spent about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea and caught nearly 500. She put them in a breathable bamboo basket and stored it away. She wasn't skilled at beekeeping, but she was good at using poison. Just as the northern barbarians could make wasps carry fire-inducing poison, she could make them carry toxins too. After finishing, Yi Chutang called out to Qi and Zhou nearby, Zhou, I need to use the restroom. Keep an eye on the officials and don't let them come close. Qi and Zhou walked a few steps toward her. Okay, just call me if you need anything. After Yi Chutang replied, she instantly moved to the palace. It was 50 miles away, and the round trip would cost about 10,000 merit points, which was about what she earned that day, so she didn't mind. She guessed the emperor would be in the study at this time, so she went to the inner hall. Yi Chutang pushed aside the wooden board under the bed. There were no shoes by the bed, indicating the emperor wasn't in the inner hall. She heard the emperor's voice from the outer hall. Then it settled. For the officials, we will target the Minister of Works, the Minister of Agriculture, and the Deputy Minister of Rights. For the merchants, we will focus on the Huang and Qin families. I will not disappoint your majesty and will raid these corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants. I will only give you 10 days. The Court of Judicature will cooperate with you. Prepare yourselves. I obey, your majesty. Although Yi Chutang only heard a few sentences, she understood what the emperor was planning. To gather silver, he truly would stop at nothing. Your majesty, it's getting late. Should we return to the palace and have dinner? As soon as they finished speaking, the emperor replied with a grunt. He had been busy all day and was quite tired. Let's head back to the palace. Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang knew it was now or never. She quickly moved to the lower part of the front hall and pushed aside a wooden board under the table. She released the wasps. The wasps buzzed out of the bamboo basket in a frenzy. At the same time, she deliberately created a loud noise in the inner hall to cover the buzzing of the wasps. The expression tightened as he shouted, "Who is in the inner hall?" Half of the emperor's shadow guards stayed to protect him, while the other half rushed to the inner hall to investigate. However, they found nothing. By this time, enough wasps had already flown out. The Knot only heard the buzzing but also saw the frantic wasps. He quickly waved his sleeve and exclaimed, "Why are there wasps in the hall?" Before he could finish speaking, wasps were everywhere. The emperor was quite frightened and shouted, "Get rid of these wasps." The shadow guards protected the emperor while searching for the source of the wasps. It seems they came from under the table. Before the shadow guard could say more, Yi Chutang had already changed her position and was now at the emperor's feet. Due to his extreme nervousness, he didn't notice that the wooden board beneath him had been pushed aside. The wasps squeezed through the gap and flew directly into the emperor's robe. Ah! It hurts. I've been stung. After being stung by the wasps, the emperor jumped around in pain. The wasps inside his robe became agitated and stung even more. Yi Chutang achieved her goal and released the remaining wasps into the courtyard before quickly disappearing into the woods. She was gone for less than half a stick of incense, and no one noticed her departure. The emperor in the study fainted from the pain. The shadow guards and the attending maids and eunuchs were also stung quite badly. Even the had been stung twice on his face. Seeing the emperor unconscious and being attacked by the wasps, he shouted angrily, "Quick, wrap the emperor in a blanket." Also, wasps are afraid of fire and smoke. As soon as he said this, the shadow guards quickly took off their clothes to ignite them and drive away the wasps. The eunuchs carried the unconscious emperor to the dragon bed and covered him with a blanket. Thanks to the efforts of the shadow guards, the wasps were soon cleared away. When the imperial physician arrived at the study, the emperor had already developed a high fever. After removing the dragon robe, the emperor's stings were revealed. Everyone gasped in shock. His body was covered in welts, especially on the inner sides of his legs, which were quite alarming. Even the area around his thighs was swollen. The court physician was so shocked by the emperor's condition that he was breathing rapidly, his hands trembling. This must not be an ordinary wasp. De touched his swollen and hot face, kicking the physician to the ground. Stop talking nonsense and think of a way to treat the poison. The physician fell face first, hitting his forehead on the ground. He quickly got up on his knees and turned to Da, saying, "I am incompetent. We need to summon the entire imperial hospital." The emperor was gravely injured, and it was uncertain if he could be saved. He couldn't bear the blame for inadequate treatment alone. Without his command, the shadow guards immediately went to find someone from the imperial hospital. De looked at the dead wasp on the ground and said, "This wasp's venom is very potent. First, give the emperor a detox pill, then use internal energy to expel some of the toxins." The physician quickly found a detox pill from the medicine box and fed it to the feverish emperor. He instructed go get some ice water. The emperor needs to cool down. The shadow guards quickly approached the dragon bed, using their internal energy to help the emperor expel the poison. The emperor's body was too weak. They didn't dare to use too much force and could only expel a small amount of toxins. Seeing that the emperor showed no signs of improvement, with his neck feeling cold, the physician felt a sense of impending doom. Soon, the attending physicians arrived at the Hall of Governance. After De used his internal energy to expel the poison, the swelling at the sting site had gone down, but the pain was increasing. Feeling something was wrong, he immediately asked to bring a copper mirror. In the mirror, the area where he was stung was the size of an egg and was oozing blood. "This poison is really strong." Hearing this, one of the physicians quickly came over to treat Da. At that moment, the leader of the Dragon Guard brought Han Chong's pigeon message to the Hall of Governance. He was supposed to present the letter to the emperor. However, since the emperor was critically ill and the news from Han Chong was closely related to the wasp sting incident, he presented the letter to Da instead. "Great, this is Commander Han's pigeon message, and it concerns the wasps." Upon hearing this, Da immediately took the rolled-up letter and opened it. After reading it, he slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. "It's actually the Northern Barbarians." "Great. Now that Yi Chutang has used up all the antidote, what'll happen to the emperor? Weren't a few Northern Barbarian spies captured? We should be able to extract some information." The leader of the Dragon Guard glanced at the dragon bed, looking anxious. "I worry that given the emperor's current condition, we won't have time to wait." De looked at the letter with a calm expression. "Only 2 people died in the exiled group. This wasp's poison won't kill anyone." This did not reassure the leader of the Dragon Guard. The attack on the emperor was clearly different from the one on the exiled group. But he did not argue with the words. "I will immediately investigate these northern spies and hope to find the antidote with the physician Hija." De waved his hand, "Go ahead." While the entire palace was in a panic due to the emperor's serious illness, Yi Chutang found a mountain apricot tree. The apricots were past their ripe season. However, the temperature in the woods was low, and a few yellowish-red fruits still hung from the branches. Just as she was about to climb the tree to pick them, Qi Yanzhou arrived. "Chutang, let me do it." He handed 2 large handfuls of thorns to Yi Chutang and climbed the tree to pick the mountain apricots. Taking this opportunity, Yi Chutang pulled a thorny bush and stored it in her space. After Qi Yanzhou picked all the mountain apricots from the tree, they walked toward the lake. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou discussed the situation in the court. Then she took the chance to ask about the 3 officials the emperor wanted to punish. They were all corrupt officials. The Minister of Works had built countless temples while cutting corners, amassing a fortune. The Minister of Agriculture, in charge of all farming matters, often sold grains and vegetables, monopolizing fertile land. The Deputy Minister of Rights had a favored imperial concubine who frequently profited from various ceremonies. After learning that the 3 were corrupt officials, Yi Chutang sighed quietly. What a pity. 10 days later, she would be 500 miles away from the capital. Using teleportation to return and empty the 3 families would cost at least 100,000 merit points, which was not worth it. Moreover, clearing them out would take time, and given her current situation, she couldn't disappear for that long. Seeing Yi Chutang looking gloomy, Qi Yanzhou thought she was worried about the court. Chutang, the roots of Beichen Kingdom have long rotted. Half of the officials are corrupt, 30% are indifferent, and the remaining 20% struggle to survive. Because that half of the officials wanted to drive the remaining 20% out of the court. Yi Chutang did not explain why she felt down. She moved closer to Qi Yanzhou and whispered in his ear, "I'm waiting for you to turn things around. All right, within 5 years, Beichen Kingdom will surely fall." Although Qin Muyun said 10 years, he would find a way to shorten the time. The sooner the change of dynasty, the less suffering the people would endure. However, he had no clue about the new emperor's star calculated by the astrologers. Yi Chutang knew Qi Yanzhou had the ability, "I believe in you." After saying this, she suddenly remembered his fire poison. The wasps today carried a drug that triggers fire poison. Luckily, your fire poison is completely under control, so you weren't affected. But your time is running out. Can the Miao doctors find you before the poison takes effect? Qi Yanzhou met Yi Chutang's worried gaze, his expression gentle. Don't worry, Shiza has already gone to find Aman. Yi Chutang knew that Shiza was going to Jiangnan to help the people with remedies for the plague. Has the flooding in Jiangnan been controlled? Yes, relief supplies have been distributed, and funds for rebuilding are being used. The plague is under control. Hearing this, Yi Chutang felt relieved. This way, the people can get through this difficult time. Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Yes, if it weren't for your remedies, the damage from this flood would have been unimaginable. Shiza has completed his mission and is heading south. The people of Jiangnan are lucky. If I were still in the countryside, this plague would have spread widely. Tang, because of you, everything is just right. Sometimes, Qi Yanzhou felt a bit anxious. Was Yi Chutang really there in front of him? She was too perfect, unlike ordinary people. Looking at her and touching her made his unease disappear. So, he took Yi Chutang's hand to feel her presence, but she immediately pulled away. Rabbit. Qi Yanzhou saw a plump rabbit darting into the bushes. He used his agility to chase the rabbit and caught its long ears. Yi Chutang looked at the struggling wild rabbit and exclaimed, "This is a mother rabbit still in the feeding stage." After saying this, she looked around. The rabbit's nest should be nearby. We can catch the little rabbits too. We can raise them until they are fat. Qi Yanzhou didn't understand Yi Chutang's meaning. The little rabbits don't have much meat. It's not worth the trouble. It's not for eating now. We keep them until they grow fat. Rabbits grow quickly. They can be eaten in 3 months. Thinking about how easy it is to raise rabbits on grass, Qi Yanzhou released the mother rabbit. Startled, the mother rabbit instinctively ran back to her nest. Then, a family of 5 was caught in one go. Qi Yanzhou tore a vine and tied the 4 little rabbits together. He carried the baby rabbits in one hand and the mother rabbit in the other, returning to the camp by the lake. Old Madame Qi asked in surprise, "Zhou, why did you bring back such small rabbits?" In fact, the baby rabbits were not that small. They had been fed by the mother rabbit for about a month and each weighed over a pound. Tanger said to raise them for later. Although the old lady felt it was not quite right, since it was Yi Chutang's idea, she did not argue. "Tanger, how should we raise these little rabbits? Raising rabbits on the way to exile seems a bit unrealistic." Yi Chutang placed the prickly pears on the oilcloth. "Mom, don't worry, they are easy to care for." After saying that, she looked at Qi Yanzhou. "Zhou, I'll roast the pig. You go chop some branches to make a rabbit cage." Qi Yanzhou was concerned that Yi Chutang might feel sick from the smell of the pork. "It's still early. I'll chop the branches for the cage first, then roast the pig." He added with a smile to avoid suspicion, "Tang, my grilling skills are top-notch. I want to show you." Yi Chutang understood his meaning. "Okay, we'll wait for you to come back." Qi Hian was a bit eager to eat the roasted pig. "Second brother, I'll help you. We can do it faster together." After the 2 brothers left, Yi Chutang tossed the mountain apricots into the bucket and called the 2 elders of the Qi family and Aunt Sue to eat. Everyone looked at the yellow-red fruit with appetite. However, after one person took a bite, they almost found it too sour. This apricot smells so fragrant, but I didn't expect it to taste so sour. Yi Chudang tasted one and found it to be pleasantly sweet and sour. Mom, Dad, Aunt, I like sour things, so please leave all the mountain apricots for me. Using mountain apricots to make plum wine would be perfect, but unfortunately, there weren't enough to make any. Old Mrs. Chi wiped her mouth and nodded. All right, but don't eat too many at once. They're too sour and can upset your stomach. After saying that, she threw away the mountain apricots that were too sour to eat. Then she pointed to the large bunch of prickly pears and asked, Tanger, did you pick so many to save for tomorrow? After finishing one apricot, Yi Chudang tossed away the brown pit and shook her head. She took a large ceramic bowl from the cart. Mom, Dad, Aunt, please help me pick the prickly pears. I want to make some jam. Although the three didn't understand what jam meant, they clearly heard her request to pick the prickly pears. With 4 people and 8 hands, they quickly finished picking the prickly pears. The large bowl wasn't enough, so they used 2 rice bowls as well. Yi Chudang said to Aunt Sue, Aunt, please help me start a fire. I'll make the jam. Okay. While Aunt Sue was starting the fire, Yi Chudang washed the prickly pears. Once the fire was ready, she poured all the fruit into the pot, smashed them with a spatula, and added a suitable amount of sugar to stir-fry. When no one was watching, she squeezed in some lemon juice. The fruit quickly began to bubble, releasing a sweet and sour aroma. Aunt, simmer it on low heat.
All right.
At that moment, Chi Yenzhou and Chi Hian returned, carrying 2 bundles of branches the thickness of fingers. Yi Chudang took a bundle of thin iron wire from the cart. Use this to tie it up. Chi Yenzhou took it. He was very skilled with his hands, and with Chi Hian's help, they quickly made a cage that could hold a family of 5. Chi Yenzhou untied the vines and placed the rabbit inside the cage. Third brother, the bark off the remaining 2 branches and wash them by the lake. After saying this, he went back into the woods and cut 6 tree trunks as thick as his wrist to make 2 tripods. Then, using the 2 cleaned branches, he skewered the marinated piglet and placed it on the tripods. With the preparations done, they started to light a fire. Third brother, go collect some dry twigs from the woods, and you, go cut some grass by the lake. Both the donkey and the rabbit can eat it. Yi Chudang stopped the 2. Let those who owe money do this kind of hard work. After saying this, she called out to Aunt Sue, Sue, it's time to work. Aunt Sue saw that Yi Chudang was treating her like a servant and looked very unwilling. She hesitated and walked over.
What do you want now?
Since you're so unwilling, then pay your debt. Aunt Sue looked at Yi Chudang's outstretched hand and immediately lost her temper. If she had money, she wouldn't be in this situation. Tell me, what do you want me to do? How much will I get paid? Collect a bundle of dry branches and cut 2 bundles of grass for 10 coins. Hearing it was only 10 coins, Aunt Sue felt dizzy and almost fell over. At this rate of paying off her debt, she would never finish paying the 200 taels. No, she had to find a way to make money. What should I use to cut the grass? First, go collect the dry twigs. We need to roast the piglet quickly. You should bring Qi Jingyao along for better efficiency. Aunt Sue didn't want her daughter to suffer. I can do it myself. That's fine, but let me remind you, it's impossible to pamper a girl while on the road to exile. As for me and Yaoer, you don't need to worry about it, madam. After saying this, Aunt Sue went into the woods to collect dry branches. Yi Chudang checked the jam and found it was almost ready. She tasted it. It was sweet and tangy. Aunt, the jam is ready. Please put out the fire. Old Lady Chi looked at the sticky pot and had no appetite. Tanger, how do we eat this? Mix it with water as a tea drink. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It tastes good. After saying this, Yi Chudang picked up some with chopsticks and offered it to the old lady. Give it a try. Old Lady Chi took a bite, her eyes brightening. It's really good. I didn't expect wild fruits could be made like this. Yi Chudang brought a bamboo cup, added some jam, and poured in some spring water. When we eat roasted suckling pig later, it will be perfect to balance the richness. Dad, Mom, what main dish do you want? Chi Yenzhou suggested, Barbecue is a bit dry, so let's have something soupy, like clear noodle soup or flatbreads. Chi Hien couldn't stop thinking about the beef sauce noodles made by Yi Chudang. Before he could speak, Yi Chudang made a decision. Let's cook a pot of soup. Flatbreads are better since noodles can get mushy if cooked too long. The Chi family had no objections. The dragon guards also caught some game in the woods to roast. Seeing that it was getting dark, Chi Yenjo shared some tips on grilling with Chi Hien. Third brother, pay attention to the heat and turn the meat evenly. I'll go catch some birds. The woods were dark due to the thick branches and leaves. But for the skilled Chi Yenjo, it was no problem at all. Before long, he caught nearly 20 plump birds, enough for a good meal. He plucked the feathers from their wings and tied their slender legs together, like skewered treats. As Chi Yenjo was about to return to the camp, he spotted a messenger pigeon. He quickly caught the pigeon and took a sealed letter from the bamboo tube on its leg. It was a secret message from the emperor to the dragon guards, sealed with wax. If he opened it, he couldn't give it to the dragon guards without being noticed. After hesitating, he decided to open the letter and let the pigeon go. The message was simple. The dragon guards were to act against the Chi family without hesitation once they were 100 miles from the capital. If the task wasn't completed within a month, they would face severe consequences. He tucked the letter into his clothes and carried the string of birds back to the camp. By now, it was dark. All around were bonfires, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of roasted meat. Yi Chutang looked at the plump birds and said, "Let's keep them for now. We can kill them when we want to eat." Chi Yenjo nodded and tied one end of the string to the cart's handle. Then, he pushed Chi Hien aside to continue roasting the suckling pig. Seeing that the jam in the pot was no longer hot, Yi Chutang rummaged through the cart and found a patterned glass jar. The jar was something she had taken from her space, and the lid was also glass. Although it wasn't perfectly sealed, using a soft plastic lid would have leaked. Seeing this, old Madame Chi curiously asked, "Tanger, where did this glass jar come from?" It was her first time seeing such clear glass, and the design was beautiful. Yi Chudang didn't want to say much, simply replying, "I bought it." After that, she filled the jar with jam. Aunt Sue took the initiative to wash the pot and boil water. Yi Chudang taught her how to make the soup for the flatbreads while preparing a dipping sauce herself. When the soup was ready, the roast pig was also done. The pig skin looked crispy, sizzling with oil, and the smell of the meat mixed with spices made everyone hungry. Chi Yenjo cut a piece of hind leg meat, sliced it thin, and handed it to Yi Chudang. "Chutang, give it a try. Wild boar meat has a slight gamey taste, but since it was marinated long enough and it was a piglet, there was no strange smell." Yi Chutang tasted a slice. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, well seasoned and very tasty. "It's delicious. Everyone should try some." After saying that, she picked up another slice and dipped it in sauce. While the Chi family happily enjoyed the roast meat, Chi Jingyao was drooling with envy. She wanted to ask for some but felt shy and worried about being turned down. At that moment, Aunt Sue finally finished picking up dry branches. Seeing the Chi family eating roasted meat and pancakes while drinking fruit tea made her feel hungry. "I'll take a break before going to cut grass." Although it was completely dark, the lakeside was filled with campfires and visibility was still good. Aunt Sue returned to her chosen spot, tired, and sat down on the ground. "Yaoer, give me the water pouch and take out the steamed buns and sauce meat from the bundle." Chi Jingyao didn't want to eat steamed buns or drink lake water. "Mom, since you helped them, isn't it fair to ask for some food?" Aunt Sue glanced at the 6 people enjoying their meal and swallowed hard. "I'll go give it a try." Chi Jingyao grabbed Aunt Sue's arm. "Wait. Mom, I still have something to say." Aunt Sue sat down and asked, "What do you want to say, Yaoer?" "Mom, if they don't give you food, just stop working. Being a nuisance is better than working for free." Aunt Sue had thought about refusing to work, but before the emperor's orders were given, she couldn't confront the Chi family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to complete her task or change her current situation. She was also afraid of angering Yi Chudang, which could put her life at risk. "Yaoer, if I offend the Chi family and get dismissed, I might not even keep my reputation." Hearing the words get dismissed, Qi Jingyao huffed in annoyance. If we had known this, we should have left the Qi family before the exile list was finalized. Now stuck with no way out, it was truly frustrating. Aunt Sue had also wanted to leave the Qi family back then, but the emperor wouldn't allow it. What could she do? Yaoer, don't worry. I will definitely change our current situation. Qi Jingyao thought Aunt Sue was just boasting and didn't take her words to heart. She urged, Mom, go ask for food quickly. Aunt Sue stood up and approached old Master Qi, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, looking anxious. Master, Yaoer has suffered greatly today. Could you please give her some food? Old Master Qi had previously favored concubine Sue because he knew she was close to the emperor. Now that he was exiled, there was no need to pretend to be affectionate anymore. Sue, if you want free food, you should ask the guards. Concubine Sue looked at the indifferent old Master Qi and felt that the years of favor had been like a dream. Master, Yaoer is your daughter. How can you be so cruel to her? Old Master Qi looked at Concubine Sue, whose eyes were red, and chuckled lightly. I gave her 16 years of love, sending her all the best things, but since the Qi family fell into trouble, has she shown me any respect? Though he and the concubines played their roles, his love for the two children was genuine. With the families of Sue and Gao splitting, the children remained silent, which had already chilled his heart. After the exile, his daughter didn't express any concern for him, yet now she wanted to benefit from him. How ridiculous. Concubine Sue felt embarrassed and forced herself to explain. Master, the Qi family has faced a huge change. Yaoer hasn't come to terms with it. She didn't mean to. Old Master Qi was too tired to argue with Concubine Sue and simply dismissed her. If you don't want to rest, go cut the grass. Upon hearing this, Concubine Sue knew old Master Qi would not give her food. Master, I apologize for the disturbance. Don't worry, I will cut the grass. With that, she returned empty-handed. Qi Jingyao had already guessed this outcome, especially since she had offended Yi Chudang. Resigned, she took out a steamed bun and some pickled meat from her bundle. She ate a bite of bun, a bite of pickles, and a sip of water, tears streaming down her face. Concubine Sue sighed lightly, wanting to comfort her daughter, but unsure of what to say. She silently finished her meal and prepared to cut the grass, only to realize she hadn't taken any tools. She had to find Yi Chudang. Madam, what should I use to cut the grass? Yi Chudang had already eaten and was walking nearby to digest. Hearing this, she said to Aunt Sue, Aunt, give the kitchen knife to Sue. Then she turned to Concubine Sue. If there are no proper tools, make do with the kitchen knife. Concubine Sue took the knife and began to bargain. Cutting grass with a kitchen knife is both hard and time-consuming. I want more pay. Yi Chudang nodded. Fine, I'll give you 5 more coins, but no more than that, or I'll take your belongings to settle the debt. Upon hearing this, Concubine Sue swallowed her words about asking for more. All right, a total of 15 coins. Yi Chudang tossed her a rope for bundling the grass. Go ahead. Concubine Sue endured her humiliation and went to cut the grass. Her hands quickly developed blisters, and when one burst, the pain made her want to lose her temper. At that moment, Han Chong arrived with an imperial decree. Madame Sue, filled with resentment from cutting grass, didn't hear the footsteps at all, until a pair of official boots appeared in front of her. She was startled for a moment before slowly looking up. The distant firelight cast shadows on Han Chong's cold face, making him look eerie and frightening. Madame Sue was so scared that she fell to the ground and hurriedly explained, Sir, I didn't mean to run away. Han Chong handed her the decree he had read, saying, The Emperor has a message for you. Please take a look. This made Madame Sue extremely happy, and she cried tears of joy. The Emperor finally remembers me. After saying that, she immediately took the decree. To help her see better, Han Chong lit a fire stick. The content of the decree was simple. She was to assist Han Chong in eliminating the Qi family. After Madame Sue finished reading, Han Chong quickly burned the decree. Looking at the ashes scattered at her feet, she anxiously asked, Sir, What will happen to me and my daughter after the Qi family is gone? She was also part of the Qi family now, and she feared the emperor would silence them. Han Chong shook his head. What happens to you will be decided by the emperor. Hearing this, Madame Su breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the emperor didn't say she had to accompany the Qi family in death, she and her daughter would have a chance to live. She eagerly asked, when does the Sir plan to take action against the Qi family? If there is a suitable opportunity, I will inform you to cooperate. All right, I will definitely cooperate. Han Chong extinguished the fire stick and left. Madame Su watched his back, feeling an indescribable joy, and even cut the grass with more effort. She glanced in the direction of the Qi family and unexpectedly made eye contact with Qi Yanzhou. Startled, she immediately looked down, and her cutting speed increased significantly. After taking a bath, Yi Chutang walked over to Qi Yanzhou and asked, "What are you looking at?" Qi Yanzhou leaned closer to her ear, smelling the fresh fragrance she emitted. "The emperor can't wait to take action against the Qi family. You should receive a decree soon." Yi Chutang was not surprised. She asked, "Your people will surely exaggerate today's events and spread them throughout the capital, right?" Of course, the news about the black-bellied snake has already spread, and the rumors of the emperor colluding with the northern barbarians will be everywhere by tomorrow morning. Qi Yanzhou was curious about the emperor's expression when he learned he was accused of treason.
Ye çantan kadustet her klotin, a mischievous simile appearing on her lips.
The news can be a mix of truth and lies. Things that never happened can also be pinned on the emperor. Qi Yanzhou gently brushed her nose. "You are still clever, my dear. You go rest first, and I will wash your clothes." Aunt Su quickly interjected, "Madam, I will take care of your clothes from now on." With someone eager to help, Yi Chutang was naturally pleased. "All right, thank you, Aunt." After that, she turned to Qi Yanzhou, "You go chop some branches to hang the bed curtain later." She knew they would have to spend the night outside during their journey, so she took 2 bed curtains from the prince's mansion. If conditions allowed, they would use them to keep away mosquitoes. Although she had mosquito-repellent medicine, it could be harmful. As a pregnant woman, she preferred to avoid using medicine if possible. "Okay, I'll be right back." Qi Yanzhou quickly went into the woods. Before long, he returned with a bunch of straight branches about the thickness of. He quickly built 2 frames for the bed curtains based on the length of the oilcloth. Then he and Qi Hian hung the bed curtains and spread out the bedding. Old Madame Qi said, "Tanger, Zhou, you 2 are newlyweds, so sleep on the same bed tonight." Qi Yanzhou quickly refused. "Mother, it would be too cramped for all 4 of you. It's better for men and women to sleep separately." "Separate? Just listen to your mother." "Mother." Old Master Qi felt it was disrespectful to decide without consulting Yi Chutang. He immediately asked for her opinion. "Tanger, how do you think we should arrange it?" Yi Chutang thought that since they were just sleeping under a blanket, it didn't matter who she slept with. "Then let's listen to Mother." Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's ears turned red with embarrassment. He couldn't refuse Yi Chutang and had to agree. "Ah, Tang, you go rest first." Yi Chutang noticed Qi Yanzhou's awkwardness and nodded, "Okay." She chose a spot on the ground and settled down to rest. Since they were by the lake, the humidity was high and the temperature was a bit lower. So even with the bed curtain blocking the night breeze, it wouldn't feel too hot. Yi Chutang thought about Han Chong coming to find her, so she didn't rest. As a result, she waited until Qi Yanzhou finished and came in, but she still hadn't seen Han Chong. Qi Yanzhou thought Yi Chutang was asleep, but when he lifted the bed curtain and entered, he found her wide awake. "Ah, Tang, why aren't you resting?" Smelling the pleasant scent of mugwort on Qi Yanzhou, she teased him. "I was waiting for you." Saying this, she lifted the thin blanket and patted the space beside her. Qi Yanzhou's face flushed, and he awkwardly walked over to lie down next to Yi Chutang. He lay very stiffly, with his hands crossed in front of him, looking as if he were preparing for a serious situation. Yi Chutang took Qi Yanzhou's hand and placed it on her pulse. "Do you feel it?" Qi Yanzhou, who had become skilled in medicine from his long illness, naturally took her pulse. However, since the child was still small, he could not detect twins, only the joyful pulse. The pulse was strong and flowing, like beads rolling on a plate. As he felt the joyful pulse, his tension gradually faded, and he unconsciously pulled Yi Chutang into his embrace. Gentle words fell on Yi Chutang's ears. "Ah Tang, thank you for your hard work. I care for you." Yi Chutang withdrew her wrist and hugged Qi Yanzhou, saying, "I feel lucky to have met you." Just as she finished speaking, Han Chang's voice rang out. "Madam Qi, my brother has been poisoned, and I would like you to take a look." Yi Chutang pretended not to understand his words. "The antidote is already used up. It won't help if I go." Han Chang's tone became firm. "I ask Madam Qi to take a look." Yi Chutang stood up, put on her outer garment, and stepped out from behind the bed curtain. "If I can't save him, don't blame me. That's only natural." Yi Chutang followed Han Chong to the entrance of the lake, where the dragon guards were gathered. "Madam Qi, please sit." "Where is he?" Han Chong signaled his subordinates to block Yi Chutang's view. Once he confirmed that all curious gazes were blocked, he handed the received pigeon letter to Yi Chutang. "Madam Qi, this is the Emperor's secret decree." Yi Chutang took the decree but did not open it immediately. She asked, "Who are you really?" Han Chong would not tell the truth. "We are the Emperor's people. Please read the decree, Madam Qi." Yi Chutang opened the decree, using the light from the roasting meat nearby to see the words clearly. The text was dense, and there were not enough notes. By the end, the instructions were written very hastily. The Emperor had given 2 orders. First, to secretly poison the Qi family with a poison that would not take effect immediately. Second, to cooperate with Han Chong and, after leaving the capital by 100 miles, to destroy the Qi family. After reading it, Yi Chutang did not burn the decree, but instead tucked it into her clothing. Han Chong reminded her, "Madam Qi, the decree must be destroyed after reading." "Commander Han, exterminating the Qi family is a grave crime, and this decree is my bargaining chip for survival. How can I destroy it?" "This is the Emperor's command. Does Madam Qi intend to defy it?" Yi Chutang looked at the flickering flames, her smile carefree. "I will defy it. What can you do about it?" Han Chong did not expect Yi Chutang to disregard the Emperor, and his narrowed eyes glinted with menace. "If Madam Qi disobeys the imperial order, I will take forceful measures against you." Yi Chutang clicked her tongue. "Is this how you treat someone who saves lives?" Compared to the Emperor's command, saving a life is less important. Before the words finished, Yi Chutang suddenly threw out a vial of poison. Han Chong, who was speaking, became the main victim. "Madam Qi, you..." Cough. The poison was potent. Han Chong coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The other dragon guards who were poisoned began to bleed from their orifices. The remaining guards looked at Yi Chutang in fear, as if facing a great enemy. They wanted to act, but she was the Emperor's insider, and without a royal decree, they dared not move. Moreover, the poison she held was powerful, and confronting her directly was unwise. As they watched their companions fall one by one, someone spoke up, "Madam Qi, if you kill Captain Han, the Emperor will not spare you." Yi Chutang chuckled lightly. "If I dare to defy the Emperor's order, do you think I would fear him?" With that, she crouched down and fed Han Chong an antidote. Han Chong, who had fainted, quickly woke up, spitting out blood and looking pale at Yi Chutang. "Madam Qi." Before he could threaten her, Yi Chutang interrupted, asking, "What is more important, the secret decree or the destruction of the Qi family? Choose one." "Both are important." Yi Chutang took out the secret decree and handed it to Han Chong. "I give you the power to decide. If you burn the decree, I will inform Qi Yanzhou of the Emperor's plan." Han Chong immediately withdrew his outstretched hand, glaring coldly at Yi Chutang. "I hope Madam Qi does not regret today's decision." Eliminating the Qi family was more important. Once things settled, he could still take the decree from Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang sensed Han Chong's thoughts and asked, "Captain Han, why are you so determined to destroy the Qi family? Is it because of the Emperor's command or because the Qi family plotted rebellion?" This question made Han Chong wary. "What do you mean, Madam Qi? Did she not know their identities?" If the Qi family did not rebel, what would you do, Captain Han?
There is no if.
Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow at Han Chong's firm expression. I will trade the favor of saving your life for your answer. Han Chong frowned slightly. Do you believe the Qi family did not rebel and want to persuade me to spare them? I just want your honest answer. The plan to eliminate the Qi family will proceed as usual. If before that, the Qi family can clear their name, I will halt the plan. Yi Chutang continued to press. What if the Qi family can prove their innocence, but the emperor still wants to destroy them? Others will act. Hearing this, Yi Chutang felt that swaying Han Chong would not be too difficult. I am very satisfied with Captain Han's answer. She tucked the secret order back into her clothes and took out the antidote. This poison seems fierce, but it doesn't harm the body much. Han Chong immediately gave it to his subordinate to take. After one person took a dose, he returned the antidote to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang put the vial into her sleeve and said, Commander Han, think about the purpose of our ancestors in establishing the Dragon Guard. Blind loyalty is not protecting the country. After saying this, she left to return to the camp. Han Chong watched Yi Chutang disappear into the night, his brows tightly knitted together. The Dragon Guard existed to protect the home, the country, and the imperial authority. They followed the emperor's orders, secretly eliminating traitors and suppressing rebellions. This was supposed to stabilize the imperial power, secure the nation, and ensure the people's peace. These were originally the same goal. But at some point, the imperial power and the people became opposing forces, and the Zhao family's rule was in jeopardy. Blind loyalty is not protecting the country. Han Chong understood this principle well, but he felt powerless to change it. He could only do the right thing within his ability. The Qi family was hoarding weapons, intending to rebel. So he was ordered to eliminate the Qi family to remove the threat to Beichen Kingdom. He was not wrong. After convincing himself, he was puzzled why the emperor had not sent him a message. An hour later, when he received the emperor's secret order to Zhao Mingxian, he figured out the pattern of the messages and waited another hour. But until dawn, he still did not receive his own secret order. Han Chong suspected that the carrier pigeon delivering his message might have encountered trouble. Yet he did not dare to write to the emperor to ask. If the emperor had only sent 3 secret orders, his letter would seem like a demand, which would be disrespectful to the emperor. He pushed the time of receiving the first secret order back by an hour. Then he realized that Qi Yanzhou was catching birds in the woods at that time. This meant that the emperor's message to him was likely intercepted by Qi Yanzhou. Thinking of this, Han Chong considered going to the woods to check. But just then, Wu Qingying shouted, "Get up, prepare to depart." The quiet lakeside suddenly became noisy. Han Chong dismissed the thought of checking the woods. Given Qi Yanzhou's caution, if he intercepted the message, he would leave no trace. Soon, the exiled group continued on their journey. After a day and night of rest, everyone's bee venom was mostly cleared. However, the stung areas still hurt, but they could bear it. Only Aunt Jiang, who hadn't taken the medicine, was feeling unwell. She had been treated by the doctor among the officials. She wouldn't die, but her recovery would be slower. To prevent the Yi family from falling behind, Wu Qingyang did not use shackles or leg chains on them. Yi Jingchuan supported Aunt Jiang as they walked, appearing to be a loving couple. In reality, he was waiting for her to recover so she could continue serving him and his mother. Yi Xin occasionally took over from Yi Jingchuan to assist Aunt Jiang. She often glanced at Qi Hian, who walked ahead, and Zhao Qingshu, who was at the front. She needed to secure one of these 2 men. If it weren't for the northern barbarians causing trouble yesterday, she would have already won over Qi Hian. Aunt Jiang noticed her daughter's unusual gaze and guessed her intentions.
The
emperor would never let the Qi family go, and picking Qi Hian would be dangerous. Zhao's family was royal, so even if they were under house arrest, they would still be well taken care of. Yi Xi knew that choosing Zhao Qingshu was more suitable. However, she was aware that Zhao Qingshu was cold and indifferent, and he might not take responsibility for her. If she could win over Qi Hian as long as the Qi family survived, she would have security. Thus, she leaned more towards Qi Hian. Mother, let me make my own decision. Aunt Jiang forced a weak smile. All right, you have always been determined. Everyone had bee stings, so their pace was slow. After nearly 2 hours, they had not covered 10 miles. They had breakfast at a small relay station. At this time, news about the emperor colluding with the northern barbarians to harm the Qi family spread not only through the capital, but also to nearby regions. The relay station's manager and staff heard the news. After preparing breakfast, the manager asked Wu Qinggang for details. My lord, is it true that the emperor is in league with the northern barbarians? Wu Qinggang slammed his hand on the table. Nonsense. Regardless of the truth, it was not their place to discuss. The manager persisted. If there was no collusion, how would the northern barbarians know the route for exile and set up an ambush in advance? The route for exile to the northwest is fixed. It's not surprising that the northern barbarians set up an ambush beforehand. Mind your words. Speaking against the emperor could cost you your head. After saying this, Wu Qinggang glanced at Han Chong. He was sure that the northern barbarian spies were not just conducting a simple ambush. But as a minor official, such matters were beyond his concern. The manager, familiar with Wu Qinggang, was intimidated by his harsh words and quickly apologized. Wu Qinggang waved him off. Get out of here. The Qi, Zhao, and Yi families had breakfast outside the relay station. They had simple porridge with pickles and steamed buns. Qi and Zhou was quite pleased with the effect of the rumors. After eating, they continued their journey. Around noon, the exiled group passed through a small town. This was an opportunity for the officials to profit. Wu Qinggang stopped at the town gate and asked, Is anyone going to the town to buy something? It was now the 3rd day of their exile. Although the food from the 3 families had not been finished, it had become unappetizing in the heat. Upon hearing they could go shopping, everyone expressed their desire to go to the town. Wu Qinggang had already anticipated this outcome, as the 3 families were not short on money. He said, It is lunchtime now. I will give you half an hour to shop, and the fee for leaving the group is 1 tael of silver. Except for the financially struggling Su Yinyang and her daughter, as well as the few remaining members of the Yi family, everyone paid the fee. Yi Jingchuan paid 1 tael of silver and entered the town. The dragon guards accompanied him to prevent anyone from escaping. The town was small, and the main street could be seen from one end to the other. Since it was noon, the sun was strong, and there were not many pedestrians on the street. The vendors and shops mainly sold daily necessities. There was an inn and a restaurant where one could eat. There were also wonton and bun shops. Yi Chutang treated herself well and ordered the best dishes at the restaurant. Waiter, how much is it? The owner brought out a jar of the finest wine and said, This meal is on me. That won't do. How can one eat without paying? Yi Chutang handed the owner 10 taels of silver. She knew the prices in the town were not high, and this meal would definitely not cost 10 taels. The owner stepped back and knelt before Qi Yanzhou. 6 years ago, young Master Qi saved my daughter's life during the bandit suppression. Not just a meal, but even if she could eat here for a lifetime, it would be acceptable. He did not believe that the Qi family, who took it upon themselves to protect the country, would rebel. The entire town believed the same. Because Qi and Zhou had successfully eliminated the bandits in the mountains years ago, bringing peace to the surrounding villages. Now, having the honor to treat a member of the Qi family to a meal, he could not accept silver. Qi and Zhou helped the owner up. My bandit suppression was by the emperor's order, saving lives was my duty, and eating is a private matter. They should not be mixed. After saying this, he pressed 10 taels of silver into the owner's hand. The owner could not refuse and had to accept a little over 5 taels honestly. Young Master Qi, the Qi family will surely clear their name. As soon as these words were spoken, the townspeople lingering outside the restaurant echoed in agreement. The Qi family will surely clear their name. The loud voices made Han Chong, who was guarding outside the restaurant, momentarily distracted. He recalled Yi Chutang's words from last night. If the Qi family did not rebel, what would Commander Han do? He was not unaware that the Qi family had been loyal for generations, even voluntarily giving up military power to reassure the royal family and staying away from court life. From start to finish, the royal family was suspicious and could not accept the Qi family. For a moment, he wavered in his plan to eliminate the Qi family. But soon, he reaffirmed his resolve. Until he saw evidence of the Qi family's wrongdoing, he remained loyal to the emperor as a protector. Yi Chutang was unaware of Han Chong's changing thoughts and happily enjoyed a hearty meal. When leaving, the shopkeeper gave her some cooked food and lettuce. After exiting the restaurant, many townspeople offered food and daily necessities, pleading for Qi Yanzhou to accept them. Qi Yanzhou could not refuse and accepted some useful items. Watching the admired Qi Yanzhou, Yi Chutang couldn't help but smile. "We will be rewarded. We saved money on purchases." After saying this, she went to the bank to exchange some banknotes for small silver coins and copper coins for convenience on the road. As the Qi family left the town, the townspeople came to see them off. "Young Master Qi, take care." Wu Qingang, who had escorted countless exiled prisoners, felt emotional for the first time in this situation. He couldn't help but say, "The emperor is the most ruthless when it comes to breaking bridges after crossing rivers." After quietly saying this, he called out, "We wasted time yesterday. Let's continue our journey." The following journey was peaceful, but rumors of the emperor wanting to kill the Qi family grew louder. Yi Xin had been looking for an opportunity to target Qi He, but was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Han Chong had already arranged an ambush plan against the Qi family. The next day at noon, the exiled group finally traveled 100 miles from the capital. Wu Qingang pointed to the canyon ahead and said, "Once we pass here, we will enter Liangzhou." This canyon was a natural defense for Liangzhou, easy to defend but hard to attack. When Yi Chutang heard Liangzhou, she thought of Song Jingning. Qi Yanzhou, on the other hand, thought of his older sister, who was married to the Liangzhou magistrate. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, Han Chong glanced upward, feeling that things were finally coming to a conclusion. "Let's go. We will rest after passing the canyon." Although Wu Qingang did not know Han Chong's plan, his years of experience on the road made him keenly aware of danger. "I think the same. After we pass the canyon, there is a small stream ahead where we can rest." After saying this, he waved his hand. "Forward."
Han Chong glanced at Yi Chutang.
After receiving his signal, she nodded slightly. In front of the group, each member of the Zhao family had poison darts tied to their wrists. Aunt Su clenched her fist, holding a deadly needle in her palm. Yi Chutang's task was to poison the Qi family. As soon as Han Chong gave the order, they would immediately attack the Qi family. If all four methods failed to eliminate the Qi family, a giant rock would fall from above the canyon, leading to the destruction of the entire army. When Han Chong and the exiled team reached the middle of the canyon, he shouted, "Attack!" But nothing happened. The moment Han Chong spoke, everyone except for the 6 members of the Qi family fell down in panic. They seemed to be affected by a paralyzing poison, unable to gather strength, and their internal energy vanished. Those without martial arts skills or with low abilities gradually fainted. Han Chong's expression changed drastically as he shouted towards the top of the canyon, "Rockfall." Still, there was no response. Struggling, he turned his head to look at Yi Chutang. "Did you do this?" Yi Chutang, linking arms with Qi Yanzhou, calmly nodded. "Yes, it was us. Are you crazy? If the emperor finds out, what if he does? Will he give me the antidote, or let me die from broken meridians?" Han Chong, seeing that Yi Chutang didn't care about life or death, swallowed the words he hadn't finished saying. "When did you poison everyone?" Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Not when, but all the time. Do you know what kind of poison you have? Paralyzing poison." Han Chong involuntarily uttered those 3 words and suddenly realized. "So you already had the antidote and were not threatened by the emperor. I can prevent and treat even plagues. Curing a mere paralyzing poison is no challenge." She not only replicated the paralyzing poison but also developed a drug to enhance its effects. The exiled team had been poisoned gradually since last night. When they entered the canyon, she used the enhancing drug to successfully trigger the poison. Han Chong never expected that all 100 dragon guards would fall for Yi Chutang's trick. He asked, "What do you want? To kill everyone and escape?" Yi Chutang looked at Han Chong as if he were foolish. "If we wanted to escape, we wouldn't wait until now." After saying this, disappointment flickered in her eyes. "Captain Han, I thought you would heed my advice and see how the people protect the Qi family, changing your decision to eliminate them. I didn't expect you to still choose blind loyalty." Han Chong turned his face away in embarrassment. "Just kill me." He had failed his mission, and death awaited him. It made no difference whether it was sooner or later. Yi Chutang stepped in front of Han Chong, looking down at him. "Even in death, you still consider that foolish emperor. Your loyalty is truly remarkable. If the exiled officials died at the hands of the Qi family, the emperor would have a legitimate reason to destroy the Qi family. But Han Chong only sought death and did not intend to harm the Qi family." He quickly explained, "Madam, Qi misunderstood. I didn't think that much." Yi Chutang ignored him and said to Qi Yanzhou, "Azhou, go bring Yi Jingchuan here." Yi Jingchuan had already fainted. When Qi Yanzhou threw him in front of Han Chong, he showed no signs of waking up. Yi Chutang grabbed his hair, lifted his head, and put an antidote for the poison in his mouth. Yi Jingchuan soon woke up slowly. He was startled to find himself facing Han Chong. His body instinctively tried to retreat, but since Yi Chutang was holding his hair, it hurt, causing him to grimace. "Yi Chutang, what are you doing?" Yi Chutang released Yi Jingchuan's hair and said, "Tell Commander Han what happened with the weapons in the prince's treasury." She could have forced Yi Jingchuan to reveal the truth long ago. But Han Chong would not believe him. He would think Yi Jingchuan, after being exiled by the emperor, held a grudge and was deliberately slandering them. However, with the emperor colluding with the northern barbarians and the people supporting the Qi family, Han Chong would have doubts about the Qi family's rebellion. Now was the perfect time. Yi Jingchuan was stunned by Yi Chutang's words. After realizing what was happening, he immediately pretended to be confused.
What are you talking about?
"I don't understand a word." Yi Chutang did not continue to pressure Yi Jingchuan to speak and turned to Han Chong. "Commander Han, tell Yi Jingchuan what would have happened if I hadn't given everyone the antidote." Han Chong remained silent. Qi Yanzhou spoke for him. The emperor ordered the Dragon Guard, the Zhao family, concubine Su, and A Tang to work together to eliminate the Qi family in this valley. If they failed, a boulder would fall from the mountain, burying everyone here. After saying this, he asked Han Chong, "Commander Han, did I say anything wrong?" Han Chong still did not respond. His silence indicated agreement. Yi Jingchuan understood and slumped to the ground. "So the emperor never intended for me to live. What about my son?" Before his exile, the emperor had sent someone to find him. He was told to keep it a secret, obediently accept exile, and cooperate in eliminating the Qi family, so his eldest son Yi Anji could survive under a new identity. At that time, he had lost everything: his wife and children, his family destroyed. His disappointing son Yi Anji had become the last hope of the Yi family. To ensure his eldest son's survival and to continue the family line, he agreed to the emperor's plan. Yi Chutang looked at the pale Yi Jingchuan and said, "Yi Anji is dead." Qi Yanzhou added, "Before I married A Tang, Yi Anji died in prison and was thrown into a mass grave." Yi Anji was sentenced to death after the autumn harvest. Unable to endure the suffering in prison and not wanting to be beaten daily, he took his own life. In such cases, the family is usually notified to claim the body. However, Yi Anji was not worthy of a peaceful burial, so Qi Yanzhou took action. When the emperor learned of this, he kept it a secret to control Yi Jingchuan. Upon hearing that his eldest son was thrown into a mass grave and was unrecognizable, Yi Jingchuan fainted. He had lost his lineage. After using a silver needle to wake Yi Jingchuan, Yi Chutang kicked him. "First, finish discussing the weapons, then you can die." Yi Jingchuan looked weak and lifeless, appearing much older. He moved his pale lips and detailed to Han Chong how the emperor had framed the Qi family for treason. Han Chong had suspected the Qi family was framed. Hearing the truth, he was not surprised but felt a chill. He found the existence of the Dragon Guard quite laughable.
Ha ha ha.
He laughed so hard that he almost cried. After Han Chong finished laughing, Chi Enjo squatted in front of him. If I wanted power and to rebel, I wouldn't hide weapons in the Prince of Chen's residence. I would mobilize the Qi army, join forces with those who wanted to overthrow the emperor, and directly seize the palace. Commander Han, you and the Dragon Guard should know better than anyone that if I wanted the throne, it would be easy. Han Chong had no way to refute this. His expression was as grim as Yi Jingchuan's, and he asked in confusion, "The emperor wants to eradicate the Qi family. Why don't you resist? The people are precious, the state is secondary, and the ruler is the least important." This brief statement stirred a storm in Han Chong's heart. Yi Chutang seized the moment and directly stated why Qi Enjo was not plotting rebellion. Zhou has no desire for the throne and does not want the northern Qin kingdom to fall into chaos, causing harm to the people and inviting foreign invasion. Commander Han, the current royal family takes pleasure in oppressing the people, indulging in luxury and vice, ignoring the state and its people, favoring the unworthy over the wise. They are not worth the Dragon Guard's loyalty. I still say, blind loyalty is not protecting the country. Don't forget the true mission of the Dragon Guard. The royal family's roots are rotten, and do not aid their tyranny. Every word from Yi Chudang struck Han Chong like a heavy, causing his blood to surge and filling him with shame. Madam Qi, my commander's Dragon Guard will no longer act against the Qi family. He could not decide for all the Dragon Guard, nor could he make the emperor spare the Qi family. He could only control his own men. Yi Chutang handed Han Chong a vial of antidote. Commander Han, I am glad you can pull back from the edge. I hope we can work well together from now on. Han Chong did not take the antidote right away. Instead, he endured the pain in his muscles and asked, "How do you two plan to handle this situation?" He could control the Dragon Guards, but not the officials escorting them, nor the Zhao family, the Yi family, and Aunt Su. However, if he killed them all, the Qi family would surely be detained when reporting to the authorities. After thinking it over, he didn't know how to resolve the difficult situation. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Commander Han, you just take care of your people. I will handle the rest." Since she dared to make this move, she must have a plan.
All right.
After Han Chong agreed, he struggled to remove the cork from the antidote bottle. After taking the antidote for a short while, the poison from the broken muscle powder was cured. His strength and inner energy were restored. He immediately got up and shared the antidote with the Dragon Guards. The Dragon Guards were skilled fighters. They had only been poisoned and had not fainted. They listened carefully to the conversation between Han Chong and Yi Chutang. So without needing Han Chong to say anything, they all knelt before Yi Chutang and Qi Enjo. "We are willing to serve young Master Qi and Madam Qi." The Dragon Guards did not exist to uphold the Zhao family's power. They were more about protecting their country and people. Since the Zhao family mistreated the common people and disregarded the country, they no longer needed to follow the emperor's orders. Qi Enjo said, "From today on, you are no longer the Dragon Guards, but the National Defense Army." Han Chong thought the name was good. "All right, we will call ourselves the National Defense Army. From now on, we protect the country and the people, not the ruler." The 100 members of the National Defense Army shouted in unison, "Protect the country and the people, not the ruler." Qi Enjo said, "Everyone get up. Let Madame Tang handle the aftermath." Han Chong's gaze fell on Yi Chutang, very curious about how she would handle it. Yi Chutang walked up to Wu Qingang and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" Wu Qingang was frightened by the killing intent in Yi Chutang's eyes and quickly pledged his loyalty. "I am willing to follow Madame Qi." Now that this couple had won over the Dragon Guards, he wouldn't dare to oppose them, even if he had 10 lives.
Ye Chantang nodded in satisfaction.
"I will give you the antidote for the broken muscle powder when we reach Tianshan County." After saying this, she handed Wu Qingang 9 temporary antidotes. This medicine can only temporarily suppress the poison and needs to be taken regularly. If anyone seeks death, I will not only fulfill their wish, but also ensure they reunite with their family in the afterlife. Wu Qingang and his men swore their loyalty. "If we betray the Qi family, May we be cut off from our descendants and perish completely. Although their oath was serious, Yi Chutang did not trust Wu Qinggang and his 9 men. After taking the antidote, Wu Qinggang shared the remaining 8 doses with his subordinates. Once he regained his strength and energy, he stood up and asked, "Does Madam Qi still plan to go to Tianshan County?" He thought the Qi family would try to escape and secretly plot to overthrow the monarchy.
Ye Chantang nodded firmly.
Of course, the Qi family has never sought power. Even if they were to overthrow tyranny, it would be to establish a worthy ruler. Qi Yanzhou thought the same way. He only wanted to protect the Qi family and had no interest in the highest position. Wu Qinggang looked at the sincere Yi Chutang and the calm Qi Yanzhou, feeling a deep respect for them. They took it upon themselves to ensure the people's peace without seeking rewards, which made them worthy of following. He bowed his head and spoke earnestly. "On this journey of exile, Madam Qi, please tell us what you need us to do." If it weren't for his family in the capital, he would have wanted to follow the Qi family, like the National Defense Army. Yi Chutang looked at the sincere Wu Qinggang and waved her hand. "I don't need you to do anything, just forget what happened at the canyon. We will keep it a secret. A verbal promise isn't enough. Gather your men and have them watch me." Wu Qinggang didn't know what Yi Chutang was planning but obeyed her command. After all 9 were gathered, Yi Chutang used the help of drugs to hypnotize them. Everything she had said earlier was just to facilitate the group hypnosis. Otherwise, doing it one by one would waste too much time and energy. While crossing the canyon, Commander Han suddenly attacked, using poison under the Emperor's orders to threaten you, forcing you to obey him during the exile. She detailed everything that happened from the moment they entered the canyon until they woke up. She altered the memories of Wu Qinggang and his men. With blank expressions, they repeated Yi Chutang's words 3 times, imprinting them in their minds. "Go wait over there." The 9 men immediately stood obediently against the mountainside. This was Han Chong's first experience with hypnosis, and he was both surprised and confused. "Madam Qi, will they really take your words as the truth?" Yi Chutang nodded, "Yes, so you must cooperate and be careful not to reveal anything." "What if we do?" "They will doubt their memories, and over time, they will remember the truth." Han Chong clasped his fists in respect to Yi Chutang. "Madam Qi, rest assured, I will be cautious with my words and actions." Yi Chutang looked at the more than 10 people lying on the ground and said, "Commander Han, please tell me in detail about their roles in dealing with the Qi family." Han Chong explained the plan to eliminate the Qi family in great detail. After finishing, he knelt on one knee before Qi Yanzhou. "Young Master Qi, we were foolish and almost caused a disaster. Please forgive us." Qi Yanzhou raised his hand slightly. "Get up. We all have our loyalties, I understand." Yi Chutang said to Han Chong, "Take back all the weapons you gave to the Zhao family and Aunt Su. There must be no omissions." "Yes, Madam Qi. Here is the antidote. Give each person one." Han Chong took away the hidden weapons from the Zhao family and Aunt Su's needles, and he cured everyone of the poison. Yi Chutang followed suit, first hypnotizing Aunt Su, then the 9 members of the Zhao family. She altered their memories, erasing the existence of the secret order and today's assassination plan. "You all go sit by the canyon." Finally, only the Yi family members and Qi Jingyao with Aunt Gao remained. They were unaware of the assassination plan. Yi Chutang erased their memories after entering the canyon and told the 3 Yi family members, "Yi Jingchuan is too tired," and fell.
Ye Wingchuan.
Before he could understand what Yi Chutang meant, he was hypnotized, erasing all memories of the day. Fell, hit the back of his head. Under hypnosis, Yi Jingchuan immediately fell backward without hesitation. His head hit the ground with a dull thud, and his body crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once Yi Chutang confirmed there were no loopholes, she snapped her fingers. 3, 2, 1, wake up. Everyone who was hypnotized opened their eyes simultaneously. Yi Jingchuan lay in the sun, looking confused. He sat up and touched his swollen head, wincing in pain. The old lady called out to him, "Chuana, don't just sit there. Hurry to a shady spot." Yi Jingchuan quickly moved to the shadow of the mountain wall and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Wasn't he supposed to be spending the night outside the inn? How did he suddenly end up here? Mother. Just as Yi Jingchuan was about to ask, the old lady, Yi, worriedly checked the injury on his head. Did you hurt yourself? Do you want a doctor to take a look? Oh dear, that's quite a bump. Be careful not to hurt your brain. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan guessed he might have fallen hard and forgotten some things. The Zhao family showed no signs of suspicion, thinking they were just resting by the mountain. Wu Qingang, realizing he and his men had been poisoned, looked at Han Chong with fear in his eyes. Han Chong approached Wu Qingang, patting his shoulder and lowering his voice. Wu Tu, don't be nervous. I will ask for your help when I need it. For now, just do what you need to do. As long as you listen, you will be safe. I understand. Rest time is almost over, let's go. Wu Qingang nodded and said loudly, after we pass the canyon, there's a small stream not far ahead where we can take a break. His memory was altered, and he repeated what he had said when entering the canyon. The exiled group continued their journey. As they crossed the canyon, the view opened up. After walking for nearly half an hour, they could hear the sound of flowing water. The rocky beach was hidden among sparse trees. Wu Qingang led the group to the stream. He looked at the nearly dried-up stream and said, "The water is so shallow. It seems like it hasn't rained in Dingzhou for a long time." In fact, many places in the north hadn't seen rain since spring began. Fortunately, last year's snowfall was heavy, so they still had enough water for now. It's very hot today. Let's rest for 2 hours and continue our journey until halfway through the evening. Everyone agreed. It was better to travel in the dark than under the scorching sun. They found dense trees for shade, ate, and rested. Wu Qingang was too lazy to mention distributing the black buns. Anyone who wanted them could take them. Qi Yanzhou noticed Yi Chutang's fatigue and knew she was exhausted from her earlier work. He found a smooth stone and moved it under a tree. Chutang, sit down. What do you want for lunch? I'll make it. Aunt Sue had learned many dishes these days and was eager to help. Let Here and me handle it. With that, she and Shi Hian took the cooking tools from the cart and set them up. Yi Chutang looked at the birdcage and said, "These birds are getting thin. Let's eat 4 for lunch." Qi Yanzhou acted quickly. He took 4 birds from the cage, broke their necks, and plucked their feathers while they were still warm. He then lit a fire to burn off the remaining feathers, opened them up, and removed the insides. Finally, he diced the meat and marinated it to remove the gamey taste. After preparing the bird meat, Qi Yanzhou asked Yi Chutang, "What else do you want?" The townsfolk brought plenty of vegetables. Just pick some that won't last long. Upon hearing this, Qi Hian's handsome face fell. "Second sister-in-law, can we have something different? We've eaten this twice already." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Then let's make a hot pot." In ancient times, hot pot was similar to modern-day shabu-shabu. Old Lady Qi said, "Isn't hot pot too heavy for this weather? Just eat slowly, it's fine." Qi Hian happily said, "I'll go fetch some water." He took a bucket and went to the stream. The stream's water flow is not strong, and the deepest part is only as high as the top of a foot. Luckily, there are a few small pools that make it easy to get water. When he returned with half a bucket of water, Yi Xin walked towards him. As they got closer, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell into Qi Hian's arms. Startled, Qi Hian dropped the bucket and jumped aside. Yi Xin missed her target and fell to the ground, scraping her hand. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Qi Hian, appearing weak and pitiful. "Third young master, I'm sorry for disturbing you." Qi Hian replied curtly, "Stay away from me in the future and don't disturb me again." After saying this, he picked up the bucket from the ground and turned to get more water. What bad luck, at least the bucket didn't break. Yi Xin. Wasn't it said that the third young master of the Qi family was fond of poetry and paintings and very polite? Just as she was about to stand up, a hand reached out. It was Zhao Qingshu. "Miss Yi, you're hurt." Yi Xin hesitated for a moment, but then took Zhao Qingshu's arm with her uninjured hand to help herself up. "Thank you, young Master Zhao." After saying this, She tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, her fair face showing a slight blush. Zhao Qingshu saw through Yi Xin's little act, but chose not to call her out. Miss Yi, you're too polite. Do you need help? The journey into exile is lonely. Having someone warm in your arms for a night can be a lovely thing. Yi Xin shyly shook her head. No need to trouble young Master Zhao. After saying this, she picked up the vegetables that had fallen on the ground and went to the stream. Zhao Qingshu watched Yi Xin's graceful figure and became more interested in her. However, to Qi Hian, Yi Xin's charming movements looked like the flirtations of a courtesan, which he found distasteful. When they passed each other, he jumped back 3 feet, deliberately creating distance. Yi Xin noticed and felt a twitch in her eye. She knew Zhao Qingshu would be easier to win over, but a stubborn feeling arose in her heart, making her determined to pursue Qi Hian. When Qi Hian returned to the tree, he immediately complained. Yi Xin is so malicious, she almost broke our bucket. He was certain that she had intentionally twisted her ankle to fall towards his bucket. If he hadn't thrown the bucket onto the grass in time, it would have landed on a rock and broken. Yi Chutang laughed at the foolish Qi Hian. She raised an eyebrow and teased, "Third brother, is it possible that Yi Xin wanted to fall for you?" Qi Hian quickly denied it impossible. Why would she fall for someone like me? I have nothing, and I'm just a side branch. Aunt Sue was speechless at her son's cluelessness. She reminded him, "Here, stay away from Yi Xin in the future. Don't worry, mother. I will avoid her from now on." After he finished speaking, he poured the water from the bucket into a wooden basin to wash the vegetables. "I'll go get another bucket of water." To avoid Yi Xin, Qi Hian went to a nearby pond. The water in the pond was a deep blue-green color. A long white flash appeared. It was the reflection of a fish swimming. "There's a big fish." Qi Hian immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to catch the fish. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he fell into the pond.